Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Her First Kiss Is Mine. Bucho. Ugh. He felt that his head was extremely dizzy as he was filled with confusion. Shut up, bastard. Moreover, such a loud noise made him even more dizzy and angry. To all the high-class devils here. And Bucho's brother, Mao-sama. My name is Hayato Issei from Kuo Academy. I have arrived to take Bucho, Rias Gremory-sama. With those words, the surroundings became even more noisy. However, his dizzy mind started to gain composure, and he could clearly see his surroundings. Where the heck is this? He felt confused since he was surrounded by many strangers, but at the same time, he knew all of them. Frankly, it should be his first time seeing everyone, but he could tell who they were like they were his acquaintance. He was inside a spacious hall with various luxurious decorations and stood in front of everyone as if he was about to marry. Wait, a marriage? Who am I going to marry? Issei. By his side, a beautiful young woman with crimson hair tied behind and a white gown was in tears as she faced the young men who had barged into the place. While he wanted to appreciate the beauty of this young woman, he was more cornered about his situation. Still, he glanced at her large breasts for a moment before he focused on the reality before him. Riser Phenex. That's his name. He was lost in thought when he realized his identity. He wasn't sure how he had become this person, but he knew that he had become this person. He wasn't dreaming, and everything was real, especially when he had pinched his hand secretly. It hurt, and because of this, he knew that it was a reality. Still, because of this, it made him sigh secretly. Riser Phenex. It is the name of a pure-blooded, high-class devil who is limited in number and also a member of the household of Phenex. He is the third son of the patriarch of the Phenex household. Yet, all of that identity was something trivial when he thought of his other identity. Yes, he was that Riser Phenex. He was that villain who appeared at the beginning of the story of DxD and the fiancée of Rias Gremory, the main heroine of this story. He glanced at Rias Gremory once again, who was dressed in a white gown, and thought that this young woman was beautiful. He also understood why the original Riser was obsessed with this young woman, but for him, he felt this young woman was nothing but trouble. As a Riser Phenex, he knew that he didn't lack a woman. All the members of his peerage were his harem, even his little sister. He was the very dream of the protagonist. Still, he could see Rias's attention wasn't on him, and she seemed to be moved by something. He turned his head and looked at the entrance of the room, which was forcefully opened by a young man. The appearance of this young man was average. Yes, average. With short brown hair and a ponytail. This young man was the epitome of the average guy. However, he knew that this young man was the protagonist. Issei Hayadu. This is the name of this young man. While Issei might be an average guy, he was an unbelievable pervert who was also the owner of the legendary Longinus boosted gear. Those who aren't familiar with it will be confused. What is Longinus? What is boosted gear? In simple terms, a Longinus is a weapon that is capable of killing a god. That simple explanation made it easy to understand how powerful the weapon held by this young man was, right? Issei was also the holder of boosted gear, the mid-tier Longinus, where the Welsh dragon, Draig, resides. It also has the ability to enhance the user's capabilities as well as transfer power to anyone or an object twice every 10 seconds. In other words, as long as they want to, they can strengthen themselves as much as possible. Powerful, right? However, the reality isn't that easy. It takes 10 seconds to strengthen the user, so as long as the user is beaten before that, it will mean nothing. Moreover, if the basic strength of the user is too weak, this weapon also means nothing. After all, no matter if you tried to time 0, it would be 0, right? Still, he had to sigh at his situation. Even if the original Riser was a scumbag with a lot of women, he was still better than Issei. Yet, love had always been blind. No matter how beautiful the women were, as long as they were attacked by the protagonist, they would fall in love helplessly. However, whatever the situation was, he was the one that was in trouble now. Rias was his fiancée. Even if she hated him, this fact didn't change. She ignored the wishes of her parents and tried to escape from this engagement for a reason because she wanted someone to see her as what she was without looking at her family. Yet, was it possible? No. As someone who was born into the Gremory family and also the heir to this family, she had an obligation that she couldn't escape. If she didn't want to have this engagement, then she shouldn't have been born into this family and lived a hard life like low-class devils normally instead of living like a pampered princess. Moreover, she also didn't have any achievements or anything. Her days were spent collecting anime and other otaku goods. If she wanted people to see her as she was instead of her family, then she should work harder for it than acting like a bitch. If he had to be honest, instead of Rias, he felt a good impression of Rias's friend. Frankly, if he had an engagement, he felt like Citri Sona was better. Though he had to say, Rias's big boobs were better. Nevertheless, he knew how pampered this princess was. Frankly, it was impossible for Issei to enter this important event, yet Issei could still enter and interrupt this important event in front of two prominent families of the devil. If Rias's family had no involvement, then he wouldn't believe it. To be honest, he wanted to escape from this engagement directly as this woman was a source of trouble. He also didn't have a feeling toward Rias since this woman was nothing but a stupid vase. The good thing about her was just her appearance and boobs. Her head was only filled with delusions and ideals like those anime characters in the story. Moreover, this was a marriage. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event. He also wanted to have a good wife instead of a troublesome wife. As a devil, he also had a long age. If his wife caused him trouble every time, he might as well divorce her early since it would be a source of headache instead of happiness. As for the matter of grandchildren for his parents, he could leave that matter to two of his older brothers since they were more responsible than him. Having a playboy-like life was good enough for him. Moreover, it wasn't like he lacked any prospect of marriage, as he was pretty talented. The only reason why he lost in the duel against Issei was due to plot armor. Still, even if he wanted to divorce Rias, it was impossible for him to let the two get their happiness so easily. After all, their happiness would result in his unhappiness. If he wasn't Riser, then he wouldn't care since he was only a bystander, but he had become Riser now. Still, when he thought about the result of this battle, he let out a helpless sigh inside his heart. This bitch. How dare you shame me? Let me teach you whose woman you are. Huh. Option 1. Burn Rias's face with your fire ability. You will receive an absolute destruction. Option 2. Become crazy and kill the Gremory family. You will receive an unlimited magic power. Option 3. Kiss Rias and say Dio Brando's trademark lines. You will receive a flame manipulation mastery. You must choose one, or else you will lose your penis. His head suddenly felt like it was about to split. Fuck. What's happening? With everyone confused, with the help of Rias's peerage members and also plot armor, Issei walked toward him confidently. When he faced him, he said straight at him. Bucho. No, Rias Gremory-sama's virginity belongs to me. Everyone fell into silence when they heard those words. All of them also quickly stared at Riser, who received the provocation, yet unlike the bewilderment they thought of, all they could see was calmness on his face. Then, to everyone's surprise, Riser suddenly held Rias's chin and kissed her lips forcefully. At that moment, it was silent. No one could say anything. Even Issei could only stare at this scene in bewilderment. Rias also couldn't understand what was happening, and she could only let her lips be ravaged by Riser. He, who had become Riser, also didn't give mercy to Rias. He gave her a lewd kiss on her untainted lips. A lewd noise echoed through the room. Maybe, because of his skill and because he also had a lot of experience, she let out a moan. It was quiet, yet for the devils, whose senses were enhanced, it was impossible for them not to hear it, causing them to look at this scene in a subtle manner. Then, he let her go when she was about to lose her breath. Rias fell weakly on the ground by his side with a reddened face and tears before she stared at him hatefully. Rizier. Her tone was full of anger as her first kiss was taken by someone she hated the most. Riser ignored Rias and then faced Issei, who was still in a state of disbelief. Facing all the stares before him, Riser was calm and looked at Issei with a proud and arrogant smile. But her first kiss is mine now. New novel. Try it. Chapter 2, I don't want to become a villain. But her first kiss is mine now. His tone was normal, almost cold-like, and even domineering, yet strangely enough, no one could find a fault in it. Instead, all of them looked at him in awe. Many females were blushing, hearing his words, especially his peerage members, who were also his harem members. At the time, he was like an overbearing president in the novel. Even Rias, who looked at him hatefully, had her heart beating so fast at this moment. Yet, this was a normal thing. Riser might be a bastard, scumbag, or even a playboy, but he was handsome. His family status was also awesome. It wouldn't be wrong to say that his family was the richest in the underworld, as his family could produce Phenex Tears, a special potion of liquid that can instantly heal injuries. Frankly, it wouldn't be weird to say that he was the type that the majority of women in this world wanted to be with. The only reason why Rias rejected him was that this young woman was spoiled to the core by her parents and older brother. She thought that as long as she threw a tantrum, everything would be given to her. The original Riser also didn't teach this woman in her place and even pampered her. Yet, it was normal. Rias was beautiful. When one was beautiful, everything was easy. Every guy she met would try to win her favor and treat her like the most precious piece of jewelry. If one wanted to make her fall, then they thought they had to do so. However, he was too lazy with such a woman and just wanted to cut their relationship as soon as possible. Rias might be beautiful, but the marriage wasn't all about appearance, as one would stay with the other for the rest of their lives. Even if she was beautiful, he would get bored if they stayed together for so long. It was like how one would want to eat steak all the time, no matter how delicious and expensive it was, one would feel bored if they ate it for the rest of their lives. Still, he knew that his example was a bad example, but this was the closest way to describe a marriage relationship. In other words, the most important thing for a marriage is emotional compatibility. When one is together, they would support each other and become better as they grow old instead of becoming unhappy as the days pass. Still, he sighed in relief as his head felt better, and his headache was like a dream. Moreover, he also gained a reward. You have received Flame Manipulation Mastery. Then, suddenly, all the knowledge about the flame manipulation ability entered his head. He felt like he could control his ability better, and he also felt like he had become stronger. As a descendant of the Phenex family, he had 3 special abilities: flame manipulation, wind manipulation, and immortality. The other 2 asides, his flame manipulation, had become stronger. Still, what was happening? Welcome to Villain System. Villain System. As a villain, why should you become a good guy? As a villain, you should be despicable and destroy everything. As a villain, you should let all the beings in this world know not to mess up with you. As of now, you are still a baby villain, and this system will train you to become a first-rate villain. Be the symbol of terror and bring suffering to everyone. Now, let the world burn and destroy everything. His lips twitched, and he felt exhausted all of a sudden. Villain. Why should he become one? His goal was to live a debauchery and carefree life. Why should he become a villain? He didn't want to have such a troublesome life. Yet, he shuddered when he thought about the consequences of not following the system. He didn't want to bet since losing his penis meant that he would lose everything. Still, he wondered who was cruel enough to do this to him. Don't let him catch this guy, or else he will burn it to death. Still, as for why he chose option 3, it was obvious, right? He would die if he chose option 1 and option 2, after all. However, after choosing option 3, he wanted to cry at that moment, but Issei was in the same situation. You. Issei was unable to say anything except for you, as he didn't expect Riser would suddenly kiss Rias. As expected of non-virgin, he thought. Yet, his heart was filled with anger and jealousy. He had proclaimed that Bucho's virginity was his, yet Riser had tainted those lips. The beautiful lips of Bucho, the luscious lips of Bucho, the sexy lips of Bucho. They were tainted by this bastard. Issei almost cried blood at this moment, and his heart surged with anger, especially when he saw Rias's tears. You bastard. I won't forgive you. Issei raised his fist and wanted to beat Riser up. Yet, how could Riser accept that? Riser unleashed all of his demonic energy, causing the temperature to become so hot that it was about to melt the building. His killing intent was surging, and he didn't even hide his intention to kill Issei. Yet, even if he did so, no one would blame him. Issei's action was like a commoner who threw mud into the face of the noble. If it was a medieval era, Issei would have died thousands of times already. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. They thought that Riser was about to kill Issei. Yet, many of them didn't feel strange and even thought that it was normal for Issei to be killed. Still, the one that surprised them the most was Riser's strength. This temperature, they might even be burnt by it. However, Issei, who felt the killing intent from Riser, trembled. He felt that his legs were weak, and he was filled with fear. Yet, wasn't this a normal thing? Issei was nothing but a normal perverted high school student before he became a devil. His experience was nothing compared to Riser's. He also never fought and only spent his time collecting various porn. Facing a death threat, Issei could only plop on the ground weakly. Issei. Rias and the rest of her peerage members panicked. Yet, how could they not be? After all, they didn't expect that Riser would be so angry that he wanted to kill Issei in front of everyone. Before, while Riser had fought them, he had never been serious and only treated them like a play. However, this time, he was serious, and this change scared all of them. Everyone that was related to Issei wanted to do something, yet in front of this heat, no one could do anything. I'm going to get killed. I'm going to get killed. Issei stared at Riser in horror. However, out of the surprise of everyone, all the heat suddenly disappeared. I was kidding. There is no way that I will kill my fiancé's precious peerage member, right? Riser smiled calmly, then looked at his fiancée without changing his face. Come on. You should smile. Your peerage member is coming to congratulate us on our engagement even if he had just woken up after he passed out. In front of his dedication, you should be happy. Rias's eyes trembled as she looked at Riser, who was neither smiling nor frowning. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, but she knew she had angered him, so she didn't say anything and just obediently stayed by his side since she was afraid Riser would really kill Issei. Still, Riser was speechless since this woman had become so close that she pressed her breasts on him. Was a simple breast going to make him change his mind? However, he didn't reject her and decided to enjoy those boobs for a while. Then, he stared at Mao-sama, Surzek Lucifer, and calmly said, "Also, thank you for inviting Sekuyudai, Red Dragon Emperor, to our engagement party, Mao-sama. I am sure he will be sad if he is left out of this important event of his master." Surzek. "Welp, it's good that you like it. By the way, there will be one more chapter tonight." Chapter 3, the answer is obvious, right? Unlike other devils, Rias Gremory's identity was special. Not only was she the heiress of the Gremory house, but her older brother was also Mao, Surzek Lucifer. Now, what is Mao? Mao is the strongest devil. The one who stands on the top among the devils. Moreover, Rias was being pampered by the two. As long as it was within their power, they would do anything to make her happy. Naturally, if she didn't have power, then everything was meaningless. Fortunately, she had an idiotic pawn who would do anything for her, willing to give everything, even his life, to save her. When he thought about it, was he willing to give his everything to Rias? No. He only came to this world in just a few moments, so how could he give his life to Rias? She might be beautiful, but his life was more important, so that's why no one should know that he wasn't the real Riser. Well, though, he was sure everyone could tell he had changed somehow. This change, no one knew whether it was good or not, but Riser's family felt he had become mature now. Many might see him as arrogant, but this was pride as someone that came from a pure-blooded, high-class devil. Facing a reincarnated devil, even if this person was Sekuyudai, one should be able to lift their head courageously. Still, Surzek had a headache watching Issei, who slumped on the ground and was unable to stand up. He also didn't expect Riser's sudden move that he was willing to kill Issei without any precautions. Yet, when he was about to stand up for Issei, Riser suddenly stopped and made him unable to do anything. It was like he was hitting cotton, feeling extremely helpless. Frankly, he wanted to make the two fight each other. A phoenix against a dragon. With that gimmick, he would make Riser agree to the duel, and Issei, who would win the duel, would be able to get Rias back. That's the case, but watching Issei, who was in fear, Surzek felt that it was over, yet how could he give up easily? He doted on his little sister a lot, and when he thought Rias was about to marry someone she didn't like, he also didn't want it since he wanted her to be happy. Riser might be someone brimming with talent, especially among the young devils. Even Surzek could see that. Moreover, the significance of this marriage was also extremely important as devils were small in numbers, especially after that war, so having two pure devils marry each other would bring a boost and confidence to everyone. Yet. His little sister's happiness was the most important. Issei-kun, are you going to give up? Ha. Issei, who was sitting on the ground because of fear, was dumbfounded. Who are you? Issei was surprised since he could hear the voice of someone in his mind, so he answered this question out loud subconsciously. Everyone was confused and thought that this guy had gone crazy. However, Riser stared at the devilish handsome devil with crimson red hair like Rias. Still, as a devil, Surzek was also shameless, so he just ignored Riser's stare as he continued to talk with Issei through telepathy. Do you want Rias to marry him? Do you want to see Rias's virginity eaten by him? Do you want to see your beloved's master's breasts are going to be played by him every day? Issei-kun, are you going to give up? Issei-kun, are you alright with this? No. As expected of the protagonist, Issei quickly stood up from his stupor, especially when he thought Rias's body would be played by Riser every day. That thought alone was enough to kill him. Damn it. I won't let him. I won't let this guy succeed. Bucho's virginity is mine. Issei roared once again, causing the audience to fall into silence. Riser stared at Issei for a while, then looked at Rias, whose expression was complicated. So, what do you think? Rias was stunned since she didn't expect to be questioned by Riser. Your slave told everyone that your body is his. What do you think about this? Rias didn't know what to say at that moment. Or rather, what should she say? Frankly, she felt that Riser had changed, and it was so hard to tell what he was thinking. As for Issei, it was hard to say if she was moved since Issei's words were just too vulgar. However, there was no doubt Issei's words were rude, especially when it was said in front of all the people with high positions in the devil world. Her mind was a mess as she was unable to answer this question. You bastard. Issei was stupid. He didn't know anything, but for one thing, he knew that Riser had made Rias cry. So he wouldn't forgive him for that. Moreover, that bastard had stolen Rias's first kiss. Lady Rias, what's the meaning of this? Everyone started to question Rias as, at this moment, she appeared incompetent for not being able to control her slave. Yes, a slave. For the devils with a high position, those reincarnated devils were nothing but slaves. Issei might be Security, the owner of the boosted gear, but in the eyes of the pure-blood devils, he was nothing but a slave. Issei also thought so and even felt proud of it as he could become the slave of Rias Gremory. Still, without a doubt, not being able to control her slave and even let him cause trouble for this important event meant that she was incompetent in the eyes of everyone. It's an event that I organized. Surzek, who had been talking with Issei, suddenly talked, trying to help his little sister. Oni-sama. Rias looked at Surzek in surprise, but Issei was dumbfounded since he didn't expect Surzek to be Rias's older brother. I wanted to see the power of the dragon, so I asked Grafia. Grafia. Riser looked at the silver-haired beauty in a maid uniform while standing at the back. Grafia also noticed Riser's gaze and bowed her head. He rolled his eyes and thought that he might as well cut this engagement because of how troublesome it was. Surzek-sama. You can't do something irresponsible like this. Yes, irresponsible. While only some voiced their opinions, everyone looked at Surzek with panic and displeased. However, Surzek's power was there. As a supernatural being, the most important thing was power, so Surzek, who was the strongest, made everyone feel helpless. That should be fine. The rating game from last time was very entertaining. But it was a bit of a disadvantage for my little sister, who had no game experience, to face off against Riser, a prodigy from the House of Phenex. Everyone wasn't stupid, and they could tell the meaning behind his words. So Surzek-sama, you are saying that the last game wasn't fair? No, not at all. If a mouse such as myself says such a thing, then I would make the old nobles appear in disgrace. The connection between high-class devils is important after all. Surzek said those words with a smile, but everyone could tell that he was trying to help Rias. Then, Surzek. What do you want to do about it? A middle-aged man with crimson hair asked Surzek. From his appearance, it was easy to tell that he was Rias's father. Father. I want to make my cute little sister's engagement party into a flashy one. A battle of a dragon versus a phoenix. Don't you think it's the ultimate event? Stir up the party by having a battle between legendary creatures. There isn't any entertainment which can surpass this. Surzek then looked at Issei. Security-kun. You have our permission. Then he looked at Riser. Riser, can you show me your power once more right in front of Rias and me? Hearing Surzek's wish, Riser shook his head and said, No, I refuse. Surzek. Frankly, while Riser is the villain in the beginning, I feel sorry for this guy's life in the novel somehow. Chapter 4, You Have Never Been My Opponent. The hall filled with silence once again. Surzek-sama, pardon me for being rude, but this is important even to your little sister's life. Don't you think that it is rude wishing for something so selfish in one of your little sister's happiest life moments? The happiest life moment? Some of them felt their lips twitch since it was their first time to know that Riser could be so shameless. However, wasn't it good? In the end, Mao was nothing but a symbol. In the devil's world, the words of the nobles were more important. The marriage between him and Rias was the wish of all the devils in the world, so to stop it, Surzek had to face all the displeasure of the high-level pure-blood devils. In the original, Riser was so stupid to accept this fight so carelessly, but it was normal since he was confident in his power, and in the memory of rating game, Issei was so weak. Issei was a swine before a pearl. This is his image of Issei. Because of this, Riser lost to Issei as he had underestimated Issei and his protagonist's aura. More importantly, this duel was at a loss for him from beginning to end. He was sure if Issei won this duel, he would receive something, but what if he won? He got nothing. If he loses his fiancée. While he didn't care about this fiancée, it was too cheap to let go of everything like this, right? If Issei could get a reward for winning, Riser also wanted one too. Still, his answer stunned Surzek, especially when Riser's words made him stand on the high ground, wise and mature, yet he appeared so selfish for wishing something to see the fight between him and Issei during this important event. However, how could he give up? Are you scared? I am not scared, but after we complete this engagement, you can see me fight anytime as I will take care of my fiancé's peerage, right, Rias? What could Rias say? She could only stay obedient to Riser's side since she was afraid that Riser would kill Issei once again. While her voice was low, she nodded at Riser's question. Issei. Surzek. Rias's peerage members. While Surzek and Rias's peerage members sighed helplessly, Rias's parents were okay since this was what they wanted. The marriage between the two was something they were looking forward to, especially her mother. As for now, Issei hadn't shown his worth. Like what Riser thought, everyone also thought the same. Issei was nothing but a swine before a pearl, and they also had enough to accept Rias's selfishness. No, I won't let you. I won't let you get Bucho's virginity. Bucho's virginity belongs to me. Issei let out a roar, showing his determination. Sekuyuti Ikuin, do you think I don't dare to kill you here? In his hand, a blazing fire formed. It was like a miniature of the sun. It was scorching, and one could tell how dangerous this attack was. Once again, they were surprised by how powerful Riser was. No. Please stop. I will marry you, okay? Don't hurt him. Rias hugged Riser tightly, so he wouldn't be able to attack Issei. Riser's lips twitched, and he also stopped his attack since he didn't want to hurt this woman. Still, the woman's body was like kryptonite to him. It made him helpless, especially those boobs. What the fuck is going on with this body? Was it the effect of Riser's original personality? Or was he really that perverted, to begin with? Why were boobs so mighty in this world? Bubucho. Issei looked at this scene sadly as he clenched his fists before he shook his head. No, as expected, I can't accept this. I can't accept this marriage at all. I will take Bucho away from here. Riser's eyes suddenly went cold, but Surzek suddenly said, Riser-kun, what do you want so you can accept this duel? Riser stared at Surzek and wondered how much this guy wished for him to accept this duel. Frankly, whether this duel or rating game before had no meaning. After all, no matter what, it wouldn't change the fact that Rias was his fiancé. Still, he wouldn't agree to this duel no matter what, but... Bastard, how dare you look down on me? Option 1, take Surzek as wife and let him taste the feeling of humiliation of watching his wife being taken by you. You will receive a Zanpakuto, Ryujin Jaka. Option 2, kill Surzek. You will receive a Zanpakuto, no Zarashi. Option 3, accept the fight, then kiss Rias in front of everyone. You will receive a sex mastery. You must choose one, or else you will lose all of your demonic power. He felt so sad that he wanted to cry at that moment. Losing all of his demonic power. What was the difference between this and being crippled? Why did he need to be this miserable? Frankly, he wanted to take option 1, but he was sure that he would be killed. As for option 2, he ignored it since he would be dead either way. So, he could only choose option 3. He sighed helplessly and asked, do you really want to see me fighting? Yes. Surzek nodded. This is also your important event, too, right? You should show that you are worthy of Rias. Then, do you think this Sekuyuti is worthy of Rias? Surzek. Surzek-sama, are you going to say to this Sekuyuti that if he wins, he will get Rias? Everyone stared at Surzek, waiting for his answer. Issei also looked at Surzek in anticipation, but... No. Issei. However, if he wins, he will be able to get a prize. He is a devil, after all, so we need to give him something fitting for it since we are asking something for us. Now then. I can give you anything. A peerage? Or the most beautiful woman? What do you think, Sekuyuti Ikuin? I ask you to give me Rias Gremory-sama back. Very well. If you win, you may take Rias with you. Thank you very much. The two somehow talked to each other, but Riser suddenly said, sorry, when did I say that I agreed to this duel? Surzek. Issei. Moreover, Surzek-sama, I have never asked Sekuyuti, and everything was your own request. It has nothing to do with me. Lastly, Rias Gremory is a single individual. You can't treat her like a bet chip that you can use anytime for your selfish desire. Even if you are his older brother and Mao Lucifer, I will get angry and fight you for her. Riser was seriously showing his acting skill. Even if he faced Mao, he didn't show fear and even released his demonic power. Everyone was surprised by his courage. Rias also widened her eyes since she didn't expect the words that came out of Riser's mouth and his courage to face Surzek, the Mao, which moved her greatly since she didn't expect this side of him. Moreover, due to Riser's words, even though Surzek wanted the best for her, she felt the way he helped her was quite irritating. Surzek knew that no matter what, he would become the bad guy in this situation. Yet, he was also surprised by Riser's courage. But even so. I want to watch it. Surzek knew that he had lost his face at that moment, but everything was for Rias. I see. Riser nodded, but then he sighed. I might respect you as a Mao, but as a family, I can't respect you. After all, are we, the devil, so weak that we have to carry a favor to a Sekuyuti? His words echoed everyone's heart. As a devil, they were proud beings since they were born from the 7 sins, so hearing his words, their hearts fluctuated. Do you dare to fight me or not, bastard? Issei didn't know anything complicated, and he just wanted to fight Riser and bring Rias back with him. However, Riser didn't even glance at Issei and looked at Surzek. Surzek-sama, I agree with this duel. Yes. But as I am a devil, shouldn't you give me a prize too, since it is unfair if I don't receive a reward, right? Then, I will also give you anything too when you win. Surzek was helpless. Thank you. Riser smiled, and his smile also affected most of the people here before he faced Issei. So, Sekuyuti, let me tell you that I have never regarded those who have lost against me as an opponent. I will give you time to catch up to get stronger, so you will realize you can't see the gap between us and fall into despair. His confident and clear voice echoed through the hall, making everyone realize what kind of a man he was. Still, before the battle, he kissed Rias's lips once again. They might not have an engagement any longer later, so he should take advantage as long as possible. Rias. Surzek. Everyone. Issei. One more chapter. Chapter 5, Good Job. Once again, complete knowledge suddenly entered his mind. It didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, it felt nice since he could somehow feel stronger. Even if what he got was a strange reward. Wait for me here. He patted Rias's buttocks gently after he kissed her before he walked away. Rias gritted her teeth and stared at him annoyedly. However, she didn't push him, or rather, when she was about to push him, he only gave her a short kiss, so to all the people present, she didn't seem to reject him and accepted the kiss. Bastard. However, Issei stopped his lips once again when he met Riser's cold eyes. Listen to me, Sekuyuti. You might be a peerage member of my fiancé, but you have decided to challenge me, so don't expect me to be merciful. As he moved closer, Issei backed down before his butts fell to the ground. You know what my family's special ability is, right? Immortality. Moreover, it can also be used to heal. Maybe, in the match, I will break your bones, then heal it. Break it. Heal it. I will keep doing it until you break and wish to die. His voice was so cold, like he was really about to do it, giving a shiver to all the people who heard it. But I was kidding. He walked past Issei, who was staring at him in disbelief and shaking in fear before he said calmly, I will give you a chance to show all of your power, so don't bring shame to your master, and bring a good match to Surzek-sama, who wishes to watch such a match between a dragon and a phoenix during this important event, okay? Surzek felt like he was stabbed by a knife once again. Riser's words were polite, but they were a sharp knife. Still, some who heard his words didn't think that he was talking big and cruel. Instead, they thought it was part of the strategy since they could see that Issei was trembling with fear. They shook their heads and felt the victory was already his. Meanwhile, Issei received encouragement once again. Issei-kun, you can't give up. If you give up, then your Bucho will be in his arms, and her virginity will be taken by Riser. Don't doubt it. You can see how violent he was when he stole your beloved Bucho's lips, right? Do you want to see Rias's virginity being taken violently by him? Issei shuddered violently. Yes. He couldn't give up. He had to defeat this yakitori, Japanese chicken skewer dish. He held his left arm and whispered, Partner, I will leave it to you. Yes, use everything you do to show them the power of the dragon. Beat this bastard who is looking down on you. Yes. I will take Bucho too. The center of the hall was cleared in a hurry. The devils in the hall were standing around the space, watching with keen eyes. Rias's peerage member stayed in the same place as Rias, and Surzek also sat next to her. On the other hand, at the house of Phenex, his relatives, parents, families, servants of his family, and his little sister sat there. Still, instead of Issei, he was more cornered about his family situation, though. Okasama, is it only me, or is Riser Oniisama a bit different? Riser's little sister, Rias Phenex, quietly asked her mother. Well, that's not the case, right? He is still your older brother, after all. But it's normal, isn't it? After all, who doesn't feel angry for being played like this? Still, it's good that he has become mature. Hearing her father's words, Rias also nodded since she had to say, currently, her older brother was cool. If before, Riser was like a cheap playboy, who was arrogant and unscrupulous, at this moment, he is like an intelligent villain in the novel. It was like, everyone was looking at his enhanced self. Rias felt the change in her older brother was good. Still, I wonder how this match is going to be. Without a doubt, they didn't doubt Riser since they knew he was a genius, but his opponent was a Sekuyuti might be a surprise, so he hoped that Riser wouldn't let his guard down. Yubaluna, step down. Yes, Riser-sama. Riser looked at the voluptuous woman with long, wavy purple hair that fell all the way down her back and matching eyes. He knew that this woman was his queen, and it made him strange somehow. Still, from the memory of the original Riser, he remembered everything, but with the combination of his personality, it was impossible to stop the change. Moreover, he felt weird when he thought that there were 12 beautiful women who were also his harem members. Good luck, Riser-sama. Yubaluna softly kissed his cheek, causing him to slap her buttocks and tell her to go away. She chuckled happily and walked to a safe distance, watching his match with his other peerage members from the closest distance possible. How to say, all of them could tell that Riser had changed, yet they had to say this change wasn't that bad, though. Yet, while he didn't realize it, it was the effect of his sex mastery, as he knew every point of making a woman feel horny toward him. After all, sex isn't all about putting a penis inside a vagina. This art is deep. The way he presented himself was also part of this sex mastery. Meanwhile, Issei was brimming with envy, watching how close Riser was with his harem. He meant his peerage members were, and because of this, he couldn't let him be with Rias since if they were together, he could tell Rias would be sad and he couldn't allow Rias to be sad. Yet what made him even angrier was how Riser seemed to dismiss him. He was going to show him. He was going to break this calm mask of him by defeating him. Inside the Devil's Ring, confronting each other at the center of the space, the two of them were ready to fight. Please start. The Devil, who was in charge of the referee, gave a call for the start of the match, and the match started. Still, while Issei had summoned booster gear on his arm, Riser was as calm as ever. Bucho. I will finish it in 10 seconds. Issei suddenly shouted, causing everyone to feel confused. Issei. Rias made a doubtful face, but Issei didn't care since he was going to show everyone. I am going to crush you down with everything I got. Riser Phenex. Bucho, allow me to use promotion. Promotion. Queen. Issei could feel the power that came within him. Bucho. He shouted, I don't have a talent for swords like Kiba. I am not a genius like Akino-san at using demonic power. I don't have a crazy strength like Kaneko-chan, not that I have a healing power like Asia. Even still, I will become the strongest pawn. He promised Rias. For you, I will even beat God. With this, boosted gear. My only weapon. I will make sure that I will protect you. Shine. Overboost. Welsh Dragon Overbooster. The jewel on the boosted gear released a red light. The light shone through the entire hall. A deep crimson cloud aura covered him. This power. Your power is overwhelming me. Then, his body was suddenly equipped with red armor. A plate armor that had a motif of a dragon. The jewel that was present on the gauntlet also appeared on both of his arms, shoulders, and the middle of the torso. On the back, there was something like a rocket booster propulsion. Yet, despite all of this change, Riser was calm, making Issei uneasy. This is the power of the Dragon Emperor. Balance Breaker. Boosted Gear Scale Male. If you want to stop me, go and ask Mao-sama. After all, I won't forgive you. Don't waste my time. I am getting bored waiting for your transformation. Your 10 seconds are going to end, you know. Bastard. Issei raised his hands, bringing them close, and then created a mass of demonic power between his hands before he shot it toward Riser right away. Take this. An enormous amount of demonic power, so high that it took up about half of the hall, was about to swallow Riser. Everyone was surprised by this power. Even Issei, who was shot in the attack, was also surprised. Yet similar to before, Riser just stood in his place and didn't move, completely dismissing this attack. Riser-sama. Oniai-sama. Everyone was startled and worried, but then, boom. A big explosion happened, and it raised everything to ruin. Everyone fell in silence and watched this scene in disbelief. Huh? Is that it? Issei was confused before he smiled since he thought that he had won this battle, but, clap. Clap. Clap, asterisk. The sound of hand claps echoed through the hall. When the aftermath of the attack disappeared, Riser still stood in place, completely unscathed from that attack. Good attack, but if you want to defeat me, then you need a long way. No way. Issei fell into despair. Ahem, there is a comment that caught my attention in the previous chapter. It was said that the MC was a doll being dictated by his system. I think that's a little too much, but I also understand your point since his action was caused by the system, but in this story, it is definitely not all of them. However, I think that's the point of this story. Frankly, if I became Riser Phenex, I wouldn't do anything and would just be lazy around, living a good life by spending his time with his harem and his parents' money. After all, Riser didn't lack anything, whether it was money, talent, or women. Moreover, even if he did nothing, his talent was enough to bring him to become an ultimate class devil, even though he might be the weakest. If there isn't a system, then his story would be spent on indulgence, and as a normal human that is reincarnated into the devil, there is no way for him to wish to do something dangerous, right? Moreover, the option on the system is like a quest in an RPG game or system on the reincarnation story. He was asked to do something, and then he would get the reward. It was like killing a monster or two and then getting money. The only difference he couldn't refuse. However, this matter will become part of the plot in the future. Lastly, there is no need to think too much and just enjoy, okay? If you have something to comment on or input, then just give a comment. I will do my best to answer. Chapter 6, Blue Phenex. Despite their confidence in Riser, no one expected that he would be completely unscathed from this attack. His hair, clothes, and everything else were perfect. Completely unscathed. No one could see a single damage in it. Yet, this was the one that made them confused since Issei's attack wasn't weak. It was strong, so no one expected this result. Moreover, his expression. Even if Rias, her peerage members, and others who wished Issei to win wanted to believe in Issei's victory, it was hard. Let me teach you. A fight with a devil isn't all about a physical attack. You have 10 seconds, so do your best, okay? Suddenly, an exclaim appeared in the surrounding area. Huh? What is this? Does Riser have this kind of ability? Yet, their surprise was normal. After all, they saw 32 Risers appear in space at the same time. How? Issei was even more bewildered. CL cloning technique. He had read various manga and also watched various anime, so he was sure that this was a clone technique, and because of this, he had fallen into deeper despair. It's not a clone. It's a mirage. By refracting light from the heat, he created mirages of himself. Issei was stupid. It was impossible for him to think about the countermeasures of this technique. Nevertheless, it was impossible for Issei to give up, especially when he was the protagonist. So what? All I will do is beat you up until the real one appears. Ha! His time was limited, and what he needed to do was just beat Riser up. Yet, when his punch was connected to Riser, it passed through and disappeared. What a shame. You miss. Ha! Hearing his voice, Issei became even more irritated and kept punching everything with all of his might, yet when one Riser disappeared, 2 Risers appeared. The number of Risers kept increasing, causing Issei to be more desperate. 10 seconds. That's the limit of his power. If he couldn't defeat Riser in 10 seconds, then everything was over. Faster. 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 Issei moved faster and faster, yet it was impossible. It was impossible to find a Riser. Yet, those who watched this match couldn't help but clap their hands, especially Riser's relatives. They knew that he was a genius. No, he was a prodigy, yet they didn't expect his fire manipulation would reach this level. After this match, they were going to beg him to teach him this technique. Especially Ravel, his little sister, her eyes shone brightly, thinking that this technique was fun. However, Rias and the rest couldn't stay calm. By now, they realized that Riser had never been serious with them. From the beginning to the end, they were all on his palms. Bastard, if you are a man, then fight me without running away. Don't you keep hiding among your clones. Riser knew that Issei was provoking him, but there was no need for him to accept this provocation. Still, as Issei was the main protagonist of this world, he was sure this guy would become stronger and stronger. With their position, it wouldn't be weird if they were enemies. Yet, even if this guy was a protagonist, Issei was still an ordinary perverted boy. Riser was going to instill extreme fear in Issei's heart and become his nightmare, so even if, in the future, Issei had become strong, he wouldn't stand a chance when he faced him. His eyes became cold, and he was ready to end this match. Meanwhile, Issei, who was panicked, didn't know what to do, only trying to provoke him, so Riser could appear before him. Yet, even he also knew that someone wouldn't be stupid enough to erase his advantage. However, if they fought each other with their fists, he knew he had a big chance to defeat Riser, especially with all the hidden trinkets he hid on his gauntlets. The problem was Riser didn't face him directly and played him by creating a mirage. What did it mean? It meant Riser was either playing with him or he was smart enough not to face him personally. Because of this, his situation was hopeless. Not only Issei but some of the people, especially those who were on the side of Rias, thought of this, and because of this, their expressions were ugly since even they were also unable to tell which one was the real Riser. Issei. Yet, this also surprised all of them since they had never thought Riser had this crafty side of him, and his flame manipulation ability was just magnificent. From this battle alone, all of them could tell that he was the best among the young generation of the devil. Still, to their surprise. Partner, he has appeared. Oh. Issei grinned, feeling happy. I don't know why you have appeared, but since you have appeared here, then I won't let you go. I will beat you up. Then, I will win and take Bucho with me. Yet, Riser never took a glance at Issei and unleashed terrifying demonic power. Phenex howl. Partner. Issei couldn't even react and only heard the voice of Drake before he was swallowed by flames. Then, at that moment, he was burnt. Aragrai. Not only Issei but the entire area was engulfed by Riser's flame. If the barrier around the space didn't stop his flame, then it would spread even further. However, because of the barrier, the flame swelled up and filled up the entire space. Everyone was lost for words. What they could see was a sea of flame that filled the stage. Yet, before Rias and the rest panicked, they saw something unbelievable once again. The orange-colored flame suddenly started to change to a white color, and it became brighter and brighter before it became a blue color. The temperature became even more severe, melting the barrier surrounding the space. Everyone's expression started to change. Protect everyone. Sirzek shouted and took the initiative to set up a barrier to protect everyone. Not only Sirzek but others, including Riser's relatives, also quickly set up a barrier to protect everyone. Blue fire. What kind of fire is this? Hurry up and strengthen the barrier, or else we might be burnt. Everyone was shocked since they had never expected Riser would be so strong. The image of a dandy young man who lived a debauched life with his harem changed and became the very image of a domineering devil whose power was unmatched within his generation. By now, they knew Riser would be able to climb even higher. Even becoming a Mao wouldn't be a dream. The eyes of his family became excited, and they were happy, especially his father, mother, and siblings. If Riser didn't take this match, then they wouldn't know Riser would be this strong. As for why Riser had never shown this ability, well, if they had to guess, then there was no strong someone that could push him even further, yet wasn't this normal? After all, among all of his rating game, he could defeat all of his opponents perfectly. He might have had 2 losses, but it was because he lost deliberately because his opponents were the allies of Phenex House. Nevertheless, they knew because of this, from the beginning to the end, Sekirudii wasn't even the opponent of Riser. It was only a few seconds, but it was like a scene from hell. Even if the blue flame disappeared, the heat haze still existed within the space, but it wasn't on a level that was unbearable. Everything was burnt, and nothing remained. Only Riser stood in the middle of the stage calmly as if he did nothing. Hopefully, you will enjoy it, and tomorrow, you will see the scene that you have been waiting for. Chapter 7, Inevitable Results. Rias wanted to talk, but no words came out of her lips. The members of her peerage also weren't much better. During the rating game, they might have lost, but it didn't mean they had lost their spirit. They could defeat several members of Riser's peerage, so they thought they had a chance, especially with Issei. As Sekirudii, Issei held an unbelievable power inside him. Everyone thought that they had a chance. Yet. Everything was meaningless from the beginning. Riser might be a scumbag, a playboy, but his strength. No one could doubt it. By now, it wouldn't be weird to call him the ultimate class devil with his strength. Meanwhile, Riser didn't care about all of that and looked at Issei, who was burnt. It was hard to see his appearance as everything about him was burnt, including the majority of his armor had melted, but maybe because he was the holder of the boosted gear and was in the state of the balance breaker that he could hold on. However, if Riser continued to burn him, then Issei's life was no longer there since he was on his last breath. Still, he took a Phenex tears and dropped it onto Issei. Then, a miracle happened. On his last breath, Issei started to recover, and his burnt skin healed as if he wasn't hurt. Frankly, it wouldn't be weird if he passed out, but maybe because of his obsession, he was still holding on. He looked at the men who had saved him, and he was filled with fear. Yet, how could he not be? The feeling of being burnt was something that was still vivid in his mind. All he could think at that time was that it was better to die rather than be tortured. Riser also kept the fire's temperature not too hot so it wouldn't melt Issei's body. Frankly, killing Issei might be easy and all, but when he thought about the problem in this world, he felt Issei's existence was necessary. His dream was just to have a peaceful debauchery life with his harem, so as for the other troublesome matters, he was going to leave it to Issei as the sky was, without a doubt, going to attract all the attention of the problem in this world. As for the system, Riser was going to ignore it. It was impossible for him to become a villain since it was troublesome. As for his power? Well, he felt that it was enough. He might not be the strongest, but he wasn't weak. Moreover, it was impossible for him to die because of his immortality ability. He smiled inwardly, especially when he thought about Yubaluna and the rest of his peerage members. He. When this is over. Still, maybe Issei was quite sensitive toward the perverted thought of someone else as he was also a pervert, so when Riser was thinking something perverted, he could imagine that this bastard was thinking that he was going to do something perverted to his Bucho. When Issei thought about this, his mind was tortured, and he was extremely unwilling when he thought about that possibility. Bucho's lips. Bucho's breasts, and Bucho's virginity. All of them would be stolen by this bastard. No, I won't. I won't let you get Bucho's virginity. As his body was healed by the Phenex tears, Issei felt that he could move his body. He took out the holy water that he had hidden on his gauntlet and was also boosted by his boosted gear before he threw it into Riser. This sneaky little bastard. What an uneducated slave. Is this how you train your slave, Rias Gremory? Everyone was stunned when they saw Issei's dirty move and scolded Rias and the rest without hesitation. In this duel, everyone was clear about who had won, and they also appreciated Riser's gentlemanly act to heal Issei even if this guy had been taunting him, yet who would have thought that Issei would throw a sneak attack. Being scolded definitely didn't feel good, especially for Rias and the rest, yet they could say nothing since this act was too dirty. They knew that Issei wanted to win, but the match had ended, and the victory of this duel was obvious, so this despicable act was something they frowned upon. However, they could do nothing. Only Issei thought that it was his victory, yet, sizzle. The sizzling sound sounded, and before the holy water reached Riser, it vaporized. No way. Issei fell into deeper despair as the holy water could do nothing, but he didn't give up. He raised his left fist and was ready to punch Riser once again. After holy water, and now is a rosary. Yet, Issei didn't care about his mocking and just wanted to punch Riser, however. Arg! Once again, he was burnt. The rosary melted, and his fist scorched black because of the intense temperature. The smell of charred meat spread everywhere, causing everyone to frown, and some almost threw up vomit. Meanwhile, Issei could only hold his fist while crying since it was too painful. It was so painful that he was crying. Riser had never done anything and just stood in a place, staring at Issei like an idiot. He created clothes made of flames that act as armor. Anything that touched him would be burnt or melted because of the heat alone. Naturally, he wouldn't say this and kept this technique a secret. It seems that you don't learn your lesson. Issei, who was crying, was suddenly held in a place by Riser. His stomach was stomped, and he coughed painfully. He couldn't even scream now, and all he could do was look away from him in fear. You have been annoying me from the beginning to the end. Usually, I can kill you, but you are my fiancé's peerage member, so I won't do that. Hearing that, Issei fell in relief and wondered whether Riser was going to give him a phoenix tears. However, Riser created the flame of the blade, raising its temperature and creating a blade of plasma. Your dream is to become a king of harem, right? So what if I burn your tool? Those words caused horror on his body, especially when he saw Riser put his plasma blade near his crotch. With a single movement, then his tool would be gone. Disappeared into ash. No. No, please, don't. He was trembling in fear when he thought he would lose his tool. Huh? Then, you want to die? No. I don't want to too, please forgive me. I don't want to lose it. You want me to forgive you? Yes. Then, go apologize. I am sorry. Is that how you apologize? I don't see any sincerity from you. Issei was lost for words, but when he thought about the future when he would lose his tool, he couldn't imagine such a thing. Yet, when he thought to apologize to this bastard while bowing his head, he also felt unwilling. He looked around and tried to seek help. Naturally, Rias and the others could see Issei's pleas. Oni-sama. Rias might not be able to defeat Riser, but she had a good brother. Still, the disappointment on her face couldn't be hidden since she knew with this, she couldn't escape from this engagement. Surzek let out a helpless sigh and asked, Riser-kun, can you let him go? If it's an apology, then my little sister will do something in Sekirudai's place. That was the only thing he could do. Rias opened her lips, then closed them again since she knew that was the limit. All of her selfishness had to end here. Since Surzek-sama said so, then I will forgive you. Riser looked at Issei and magnanimously said those words. Hi. Yet, Issei let out a horrible scream when he saw the plasma sword stabbed a few centimeters away between his crotch. Fortunately, the blade didn't burn his tool into the ash. Still, the heat was obvious, and he quickly moved away as he was scared. Though he wondered whether he could be healed once again since his burnt fist was so painful. By the way, the phoenix tears that I have poured on you before aren't free. You have to repay me later. Issei was stunned, then asked curiously. How much? This much. Issei had a cardiac arrest. His fire manipulation mastery gave him mastery over all fire-related abilities and magic. There should be an explanation for this reward later. Chapter 8, I, Riser Phenex, divorce you. When the battle ended, Riser was surrounded by his relatives. When did you become so powerful? Oni-sama, you are amazing. Have you been hiding all of your power? Whether it was his parents, brothers, little sisters, the members of his peerage, or relatives were happy. He might be a dandy, but his strength was obvious. Sekirudai, who had reached a balance breaker, wasn't his opponent, and he also could achieve the strength that all the Phoenix Devils had never reached. Blue fire. When Riser showed this fire, everyone's eyes were blazing with excitement. Yet, wasn't it normal? The stronger Riser was, the better it was. Moreover, they could also see a way to improve their power from Riser. The Phoenix family might be powerful, especially with their immortality trait, but if they could become even stronger, then why not, right? After all, as a devil, what is important is their own strength. The stronger they were, the better. Still, while Riser's family and relatives were happy, Rias and her peerage members were gloomy and depressed. Issei, who they had trusted, was defeated by Riser, yet when they thought about it, wasn't this normal? Riser was a high-class pure-blooded devil who was known as a genius. Issei was just a devil that had only been reincarnated for a while. Even if he had a boosted gear, in the end, he was just a normal human before. However, even if the chance was small, they had hope, yet in the end, the result was this. Still, the members of Rias's peerage members looked at Issei worriedly since he had passed out. However, they didn't dare to approach the stage as they were wary of Riser. Their master also hadn't said anything and just lowered her head, without saying anything, so as her servants, they could only stay in silence. After all, not everyone could be like Issei, who could ignore the difference of classes among the devils. If they tried to be rude to Riser, even with the protection of Rias, their days wouldn't be good. Moreover, they knew sooner or later, Riser would marry Rias even if Rias hated this marriage. Meanwhile, Rias felt that her future was dark since she knew she couldn't escape from this marriage. From now on, she will become Riser's wife. All of her family, whether it was her parents or brother, could see Rias's expression, but what could they do? In the end, they follow Rias's selfishness and give her a chance to escape from this marriage, but she wastes all of that chance. Sekuyudai, whom they had believed would change the result, lost miserably and even begged them to ask for mercy from Riser. They looked at Riser's group, which was full of happiness, and didn't say anything. Rias's parents were okay since they also wished for this marriage. Riser also showed a strength that no one expected, and without a doubt, he was good enough to become their son-in-law. After all, if Riser wasn't a good fit, then who would fit? As for his playboy-like life, Riser was strong, and wasn't it normal for the strong to be popular? They also felt like this marriage was good since no matter how they denied it, having a powerful devil as their son-in-law was good. Moreover, Riser's status also perfectly matched Rias's. Surzek, Rias's brother, also thought so. While he could see that his little sister was sad, there was nothing he could do unless he wanted to be treated as a selfish Mao. His actions had caused much dissatisfaction in him, and Riser followed his whim and executed them perfectly, showing his might to everyone. If there was a problem, it was Rias, whose peerage members were too weak. Yes, being weak is an original sin. This is the truth of the world. Also, while Rias was unhappy, Surzek could see that Riser was loved by everyone, showing that Riser's personality was decent. Even if Riser was a playboy, it was better when compared to Issei, right? The two were perverts, but it could be seen which pervert was better, right? Congratulations, Riser-kun, you have shown us an amazing performance. When Surzek came, Riser's family also gave him a space to talk since even if they had some dissatisfaction toward Surzek, he was still a Mao, and he was also powerful enough to shut down all of them. No, I was almost defeated before. Sekuyudai is worthy of his name. He was really powerful. Riser sighed, showing an exaggeration that he had almost lost before. All of them wanted to laugh, but they held it. Still, they also felt speechless. Almost lost. Wasn't it a one-sided slaughter? Oni-sama, didn't you defeat that perverted guy one-sidedly? Riser Phenex giggled at Riser's remark. Don't say that, Rivel. He might be a pervert, but his power is without a doubt. Riser patted Ravel's hair gently, telling her not to underestimate Issei. He was frank, and he admitted that Issei was powerful, but he didn't think that he would lose, especially when he had carved a terror in Issei's mind. Still, he glanced at Rias from the corner of his eyes and sighed helplessly. As a villain, how can you care about a little woman? If she is selfish, then you need to teach her who is the master. Be bold and crush her pride. Tell her that she is nothing but a bitch. Option 1, kill Rias Gremory. You will receive an almighty. Option 2, sleep with Rias, her female peerage members, Graphia, her mother, and all the females in the Gremory family. You will receive an absolute control. Option 3, divorced Rias. You will receive a high intelligence. You must choose one, or else you will lose your nipples. Riser felt that he wanted to cry at that moment. While he hated Rias's personality, he loved her body. He felt that it wouldn't hurt to play with her for a while, but what were those choices? Also, losing nipples. Oni-sama. Ravel looked at Riser with confusion as he stopped to pat her head. Riser took a deep breath and made his choice. By the way, Surzek-sama, I could ask you a request since it was my victory, right? Surzek's expression was bitter, but he nodded, showing his kind smile. Yes, is there something that you want to ask from me? Yes. What is it? You will have my precious little sister as your wife. Is there something that you want to ask from me? Surzek meant, don't be shameless. Riser was going to marry his precious little sister, so shouldn't he be satisfied? However, he ignored Surzek's remark and said, I hope that you can forgive me for my selfish request and also hope that our relationship won't be unpleasant because of this. Surzek was confused. What are you going to do? Riser then looked at Rias, then called her name. Rias Gremory. Rias's body flinched when she heard Riser call her name. She knew that she would be his wife, and because of this, she knew her future had ended. When she thought about this, her eyes were moist, but I, Riser Phenex, divorce you. When those words fell, everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their ears since what they heard was just too outrageous. Even Rias, who had resigned herself, also looked up in disbelief. Northwest One in this place expected that Riser would divorce Rias. What do you mean, Riser-kun? Surzek's expression wasn't good. I am sorry for my rudeness, but isn't this what you want, Surzek-sama? Isn't this the reason why you set up the raiding game with your little sister's peerage and asked me to fight with that perverted dragon? Am I wrong? Riser didn't fear Surzek and looked straight at him. Frankly, if he was stronger, he wouldn't care about Surzek's face, but he was weaker, so he needed to take care of the face of this double-faced bastard. Maybe, because Surzek knew what he was doing was wrong and he was in front of everyone, so he had guilty consent and almost looked away when Riser looked into his eyes. When Riser's words fell, no one could find a fault. Everyone in this place wasn't stupid. Whether it was the raiding game or this duel, they knew whether Surzek and Rias's parents were involved. It was impossible for them not to know about this matter. Yet, they acquiesced and let Rias break this engagement from him. They followed Rias's selfishness and let her fight him, trying to break away from this engagement. If Rias won, then Rias and her family wouldn't say anything and be even happy about it, yet it was different for Riser since he would gain disgrace from it. As for Riser's family, what could they do? Their opponent was Mao, after all. They could do nothing and just thought of it as a lesson for their youngest son for being arrogant all the time. In other words, since Rias and her family were the ones who took the initiative to cause trouble, then they should prepare for the consequences. This was the consequence of her action, being known as a divorced woman. Yet, they had never expected Riser to do this since they knew what kind of beauty Rias was. As a playboy, it was obvious Riser wanted to eat Rias, but because of this, all the eyes present changed when they saw him. They could see the pride of this young man. If you don't want this marriage, then it's fine. I don't want you either. I will divorce you. Rias was too stunned to say anything since she couldn't believe what she had heard. Yet, wasn't it normal since she was confident in her beauty? It was normal for everyone to fall in love with her beauty instantly, yet Riser told her that he was going to divorce her. Farewell. She saw him saying those words to her for the last time before he turned without even turning in her direction. She felt that her consciousness had become dark and that she had lost something. Rias. Aquino, her queen, quickly caught her, and her expression became complicated. Not only Aquino but all the people present were the same. Even Issei, who had woken up after being healed at that moment, was extremely in the dumbfounded state that he ignored the pain in his body. After all, in his simple mind, what kind of stupid man dared to refuse Rias? Yet, at the same time, he felt relieved Rias's virginity was protected. Still, maybe this was the imagination of the people present, but they felt Riser was freer than anyone right now. It was as if he was the one who was trapped in this marriage. Meanwhile, while Riser felt regret, he also felt relief since he could become a playboy without being troubled by the plot around the protagonist. Still, before he left, his eyes caught a young woman with a short and slender body. Similar to Rias, she was also a beauty, but her beauty was quite different. Their eyes met each other for the first time, and it felt like time stopped for a moment, but he quickly looked away before he left with his peerage members and some of his family. Kaishu, what's wrong? The young woman also woke up from her stupor before she shook her head. No. A certain possibility appeared in her head, but while she felt complex, she didn't really hate the idea yet. It should be impossible, right? Maybe this scene is unrealistic since he can walk out safely without being killed by Surzek, but the key to his safety is confidence, guts, or protagonist halo, you call it. Also, he is already numb from being played by the system, so just don't be too strict and pick every fault that you find, okay? Just enjoy it. Chapter 9, Our Son Wishes to Die. The aftermath of this trouble wasn't something that he had expected. Whether it was the Gremory family or Surzek admitted that they might have pampered Rias too much, so they didn't really blame him, but who knew what they thought inside their heart? Still, at least on the surface, the relationship between the two families wasn't affected. Moreover, did they dare to cut the relationship between the two families? No way. While the Phenex family might not be as powerful as Mao, their number was there, and they also held the Phenex tears. Unless the Gremory family didn't want to buy the Phenex tears, then they could only swallow this bitter pill. Moreover, many also thought that it was also the fault of Rias and her family. His reputation for being dandy was not for nothing. Even his peerage was full of beautiful women, so the thought of him divorcing Rias had never appeared in the mind of others. If there was something that would cause him to make this drastic move, then without a doubt, it was Rias and her family who made a disgusting move, trying to sabotage their engagement, breaking the engagement while making him the bad guy. However, Riser's pride was something that they had never expected. He refused to be part of this charade and decisively divorced Rias without regret and left. By now, the underworld was full of their news. While Surzek and the Gremory family wanted to stop it, it was rather hard since not everything could be controlled by them. Still, not many people agreed with Riser since if they were in his place, they might as well sleep with Rias first before they divorced her. However, this was only a minority. Without a doubt, the majority was in favor of Riser. Moreover, his second brother was the boss of a media company in the underworld, so it was impossible to put all the blame or tarnish the name of the Phenex house. The name of the wealthiest family in the underworld wasn't for nothing. Naturally, this news was only known by the high-class devils. Those who were below had no right to know this matter. Still, without a doubt, Rias Gremory's pride was tarnished because of this. Not only was her first kiss taken, but she was also divorced. However, when she tried to challenge her fiancé's limits from time to time again, she should be ready for the consequences as not everyone was going to accommodate her whimsical. However, it didn't mean that Riser was okay. While he had left with dignity, his problem didn't go away, but he wasn't fully blamed either. Only his father was looking at him with a complicated expression. Are you not going to regret this? The marriage between Riser and Rias was made by the agreement between him and Rias's father, Rias Gremory. The two agreed to marry them since this marriage was good for the devil. As a devil, they wanted their blood to be preserved, especially with many reincarnated devils starting to appear one after another. No one was stupid, and they knew in the future, the number of the reincarnated devil would be much more than those pure-blood devils, especially after the previous wars where the devil with pure blood had almost gone extinct. Moreover, unlike humans, which could quickly breed their races, the devils were different since it was hard for them to produce offspring. The Phenex house aside, since in this generation, they had 4 children that consisted of 3 brothers and 1 sister, the Gremory house was different. The only young generation devil in the Gremory house was Rias Gremory. As for Surzek, as he had become a Mao, he wasn't someone part of the Gremory house again since when one became a Mao, they needed to be parted from their house. Yes, I don't regret this. I can see that they don't like me. Why should I force this relationship? Moreover, this is marriage. If it's just fun, then I don't mind, but a marriage? It means that I will live with her for the rest of my life. I don't want to be trapped with such a troublesome woman for the rest of my life. Nevertheless, when he got home, he couldn't relax as he was called by his parents immediately. Still, hearing his father's question, he didn't really regret it, especially when he got his reward. High intelligence. It was a good ability, without a doubt. Moreover, who wanted to marry a troublesome wife, right? Yes, if they don't want our son, then that's it. There is no need to force it. Also, all the problems started from them. If they don't want to marry, then they shouldn't agree with this agreement in the first place. Fortunately, his mother was on his side. Hearing that, his father also let him go. Anyway, he didn't think that his son would be troubled by a woman, especially with his power. Instead, many women would want to become his wife. The world of the devil is like this. The strongest got everything. Moreover, he also knew that everything started with Rias and her family. But I am surprised that you decided to break your relationship so easily. Are you really sure that you don't regret your decision? Whether his father and mother knew how much his son wanted to marry Rias as soon as possible. Rias was a beautiful woman, and their son was a playboy, so knowing their son's personality, even now, they couldn't erase their surprise at his decision. It was also why his father repeated this question. Riser was speechless, but he knew that his image wasn't good. He let out a helpless sigh and looked into the distance with a lonely expression. Lord Phenex and Lady Phenex. I just realized something when Surzek-sama asked me to fight Security. What did you realize? 2x. They asked him curiously. Do we, devil, lack a beautiful woman? Rias is beautiful, especially with that crimson hair, but when I thought about the trouble that came with her, I thought it wasn't worth it. First was the raiding game, then a duel with the Security, then what's next? Moreover, she isn't the only unmarried high-class pure-blooded devil in the underworld. That's true. Lord Phenex nodded. So, do you want me to set up a new marriage for you? Riser's lips twitched, and he asked reluctantly, do I have to marry? Of course. 2x. His parents answered at the same time. Riser didn't want to marry since he wanted to play around first. As a villain, how could you not have a fiancé? You should have a fiancé. Have a wife. Have a mistress. Have a lot of women. Make a harem. The villain is someone that can't be controlled. Live freely and more happily than others. No rules can bind you. The rules are made to be broken by you. Set an engagement with another pureblood devil. Target, Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Sikvera Agars, Latia Astaroth, Iriuka Glasiolabalas. If you fail, you will lose 1 nipple. As for the reward, depending on the number and person, it will be different, but you will like it. If he lost one nipple, then what should he do? Should he rely on an artificial nipple? He wanted to cry, but no tears came out, especially when he thought about the partner that he should take. Also, what do you mean by Rias Gremory? He had just divorced her before, then, the system wanted him to marry her again. Also, Sona Citri. Wasn't this Rias's best friend? After he divorced Rias, then was he going to have an engagement with Rias's best friend? Was the system wishing to kill him? Even if Ma was a good guy, he might kill him. Also, what do you mean that he would like the reward? However, he didn't want to lose one nipple. He let out a helpless sigh in his heart, then tried to be as calm as possible. Then set me up for a new engagement then. 2x. Lord Phenex and Lady Phenex blinked their eyes. Now. 2x. Yes. They might wish him to marry, but it could be done later, so they didn't expect that he would ask them to set up an engagement once again right after he divorced his previous fiancée a moment ago. However, it was good that he didn't reject the idea of marrying, and they could prepare his new fiancée quickly, so they were excited. So, who do you want to marry? Yes, we will try to set up a meeting with the lady that you like. With Riser's reputation as the Blue Phenex and their family status, who would reject him? The only one that wanted to reject him was the one with higher status than him, like Rias, since she was the heir of Gremory's house and the little sister of Mao. Still, he didn't answer them immediately. He looked at the list of women that he could marry in his system and thought about who he should marry. This decision was hard, but in the end, he chose Sona Citri. 2x. They wondered whether their son had a death wish. Yes, I know that it is a bit cliché, but there is a reason why I chose this one. Also, she is beautiful, okay. That sharp gaze under her glasses gives me a shudder. Cough. Also, frankly, I am confused about why you all hate Sona so much. However, if I have to say the real reason for choosing Sona, it is because Riser needs backing, someone that can help to protect him. The others are good girls, beautiful, and have better bodies than Sona, but if we talk about status, the only one that can compare to Rias in status is only Sona. As for Latia Astaroth, she might be good, but she is only part of the Astaroth branch family, and it might be better not to get involved with the Astaroth family until Diodora is solved. As for Seekvaria, this girl is part of the Great King faction, which is an unfavorable faction in the underworld. As for Iriuka Glaciolabelas, she is also a branch member of the Glaciolabelas family. The heir of this family will pass away soon, so Riser needs to be careful in case he might be framed. Moreover, her status in her family is rather low now. In conclusion, whether you like Sona or not, you can't deny that if he wants to have a comfortable and stable life, having Sona is necessary since Seraphil's backing is necessary. Moreover, unlike Ajuka Beelzebub, Seraphil is family-oriented, and she can do anything for her family. This marriage isn't simply just marrying a beautiful girl and satisfying his lust, but it is also to save his life. Beauty is fine, but if you don't have enough time to enjoy it, what's the use of it? Chapter 10, The Rise of Phenex. Watching the purple sky from his room, Riser fell into a deep thought since he had never thought he would become a Riser Phenex. Unlike before, he could think about his surroundings now, and because of that, he was in a daze since his situation was so bizarre. He had become a devil. He had become a villain. More importantly, he was in a different world. However, he could do nothing and decided to accept his situation. In his previous life, he should have died, but then, he became Riser Phenex, who was about to have an engagement with Rias. Still, the problem is with the system now. While the system gave him many good things, the consequences of not following the system were outrageous. The first was losing his penis, then his demonic power, then his nipples. So what next? His hair? He rubbed his healthy, soft, and beautiful blonde hair and felt fortunate that it existed. Still, even now, he felt that everything was surreal. He was in his castle now, trying to calm down his nerve, but even so, it was rather hard, especially with how huge this place was. Unlike the Earth, the underworld was a little different. While the sizes of the Earth and the underworld were quite similar to each other, the underworld didn't have a sea, only a lake, and a river, so the mass of land was much bigger. Also, the size of the domain of the Phenex house was outrageous. At least, it is about Borneo's land, right? It was much bigger than the domain of Gremory, which was about Honshu Island. Maybe, because of this, he owned his own castle, so he felt like dreaming even if he had never dreamed of owning a castle. However, unlike the Earth, which was full of people, there weren't many devils, so the land was mostly empty. Only a few places were full of people. Moreover, the underworld wasn't lived by the devil alone since the fallen angel also existed in the underworld. So, half of the underworld was controlled by the fallen angel. Moreover, the relationship between the devil and the fallen angel wasn't good. There was also an angel. The relationship between the three was like a mortal enemy, and the moment they met, they would kill each other. There were even other myths from various countries, such as Norse mythology, Hindu mythology, Greek mythology, Chinese mythology, and many others existed. Hence, an existence like Zeus, Odin, Shiva, and others also existed. Moreover, he remembered that there were still many villain organizations that wished for world destruction. He rubbed his temple and thought that this world was dangerous. It seemed his dream to live a peaceful life with his harem members was still hard. The fortunate thing was that his power was good enough. Fire Mastery, his first reward, only increased his mastery over his fire manipulation ability, but it was good enough to put him in the top 100 strongest in this world. Still, his ability to run away was much better than anyone since, with this ability, he could create a mirage, turn it into an invisible one, and have immortality. Even if someone stronger wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. As for his second reward, it was useless except for the battle on the bed. As for his third reward, it was also good since everything was so clear in his head now, and he became smarter. Besides fire manipulation, as someone from a Phoenix family, he could manipulate the wind and become immortal. With his intelligence now, he could think of various ways to develop his ability. Nevertheless, his intelligence also helped him to remember various vivid memories of this world and his previous world. It was also the reason why he chose Sona Citri as his choice of engagement. He wasn't sure about those little side characters, but while Rias was a childish woman who thought that her wish could be granted as long as she fought for it, Sona was smart, or rather, one needed to be smarter than her was her criteria for a husband to be. Because of his high intelligence, he remembered that Sona Citri only wanted to marry someone that was smarter than her. If someone won against her in the chess game, then she would accept the marriage. While this request was quite strange, she was really smart, and it was also why she could protect herself from being forced to have an engagement like Rias. In other words, unlike Rias, Sona had a real ability. Even without the help of Securudii, Sona could choose her own fate. Nevertheless, the reason why he chose her was because her sister was also one of the Maus. While he didn't think that Surzek would trouble him, he felt that it was safer if he had someone that could protect him. Sona's sister might not be as powerful as Surzek, but Surzek and Sona's sister were good friends, and the possibility of the two fighting each other because of this matter would be zero. Lastly, with his high intelligence, he felt that it should be easy for him to beat Sona on the chess, conquering her mind, then using his sex mastery to conquer her body. In other words, Sona was a perfect target for him. Still, there was no time limit for this quest, and even if he failed on this proposal, it didn't really matter since he was just trying, and it wasn't like he wanted to marry Sona since he needed to know her personality first. The other candidates listed by the system also weren't bad, so he needed to study this matter carefully. Still, in the end, in this world, the most important thing is power. When one has power, one can do anything. They also would be favored and sought after by everyone. Wasn't this the case with Issei Hayudo? If Issei wasn't Securudii, then what would he be? Undoubtedly, Issei would only spend his time at the house watching porn and masturbating. However, he was Securudii, and his future would be vibrant with a lot of harems. Riser didn't feel jealous or envious since his life wasn't that bad either, but he didn't doubt that power was necessary. At least, his power should be enough to reach the top 10 in the world. Riser-sama, are you okay? He was startled before he relaxed as two of the softest things clung to the back of his head. Yubaluna. It was his queen, along with all the members of his harem. You should rest now, Riser-sama. Yeah, we'll help you to make you comfortable, nya. He wasn't sure how to react at this moment, or rather he didn't react at all since many hands started to creep onto his body. Their tender, warm, and small hands rubbed into his well-developed body as they showed a lewd smile. He might have had an experience, but he didn't have an experience with so many women at the same time. Was this a harem? How wonderful. I mean, how dangerous. Go for it. As a villain, you should steal the women of others. Mark all of the female members of your peerage as yours. Sleep with all of them. Since from now on, all of them are going to be yours. Depending on the completion, your demonic power will increase. Lastly, if you succeed, you will get a surprise reward. If you fail, you will lose your balls. Rewards aside, the consequences were as vicious as ever. Also, what did the system mean? Was this thought that if he didn't dare to move on them, then he might as well lose his balls? He was furious at the moment, so he took the lips of the woman who was closest to him. A female swordsman with short hair and a headband that went across her hair and forehead, whose name was Carlamine. Everyone who watched this fell in silence after they saw Carlamine's reaction. It was so exaggerated. Carlamine's body quivered several times, and she rolled her eyes, showing the white part of her eyes. She had come several times from the kiss alone. Moreover, her body emitted a lewd pheromone, and her inside was so wet that it drenched onto the floor. Everyone also reacted similarly, looking at Carlamine with envy before Riser stopped the kiss while holding Carlamina on his arm. Don't ever think about leaving this room today. Gulp. All of them gulped and widened their eyes since his phoenix was about to soar. Ravel had always thought that her older brother had changed, but that change was a good thing, and she liked to see the strong him, especially when he divorced Rias in front of everyone. She wanted to jump out and raise her fists at that time. Moreover, all of his techniques during his fight with the Security were so novel, so when he finished his conversation with their parents, she wanted to talk with him. He also had promised her that he would teach her. However, when he finished the talk, he left and didn't even call her. Humph. If he doesn't teach me, then I will ignore him. She puffed her cheeks and walked into his room, but the closer she got to her room, the more she noticed a strange noise. She felt weird since she had never heard this noise, so she felt curious. She stopped in front of his room, and somehow, her heart was beating so fast. She took a deep breath and lightly pushed the door without making a single noise before she peeked into the gap. Inside, she saw something that she had never imagined. All of the female members of his peerage showed an expression that she had never thought of. They were like drunk, and they were so lewd, yet among all of them, her older brother was there. Her breathing became heavy, and she couldn't take her eyes away. She could see that all of them were crazy about her older brother, and while she felt annoyed and even angry, she couldn't look away. As she watched this, her breathing became harder, and her hand subconsciously moved into the deepest part of her skirt. Ahem. Chapter 11, Living as a Riser Phenex isn't bad at all. Riser sat on the edge of his bed and then took a cigar from his desk. He put it in his mouth, and it lit up automatically without him doing anything. He sucked the nicotine and felt comfortable somehow. He then stood up from his bed and walked to the corner, watching absent-mindedly the scenery from the window. He expected Phenex's stamina to be good, but he didn't expect it to be this good. He wasn't sure how long, but he was sure that he spent his time with his harem for a day and a night without even taking a break. Since yesterday, they had never walked out and spent their time in his room eating, taking a bath, and other things, but mostly they had sex. Still, while he was okay, all of them were sleeping, exhausted since the pleasure given by him was too much. His sex mastery was too much to handle, and they were nothing but a bitch on his hands. He knew that from now on, all of them wouldn't be able to live without him. Still, the real ability of sex mastery wasn't just to make him good at having sex but also to make it easier for him to conceive children. If he wanted to, he could make all of his peerage members get pregnant. Usually, this would be hard as a devil would have difficulty conceiving a child, but that didn't seem to be the case with him due to his sex mastery. However, enough of this since he felt refreshed at that moment. He felt like he had been reborn. As expected, the feeling of stealing the women of others was good. He pinched the bridge of his nose and thought that he shouldn't do this, yet the feeling was better than he had thought. Moreover, as a devil, wasn't it normal for him to do a bad thing? Somehow, he felt that being a devil wasn't a bad thing. Longevity, a powerful body, a wealthy family, a harem, and various other things. When he thought about his current life, everything was good except for the system, which often forced him to do something inexplicable. Still, the announcement from the system made him stop thinking. You have done a good job. Please be eviler from now on. Congratulations, your demonic power will increase by 9 times. Unfortunately, you are unable to sleep with all of your peerage members, so you will only receive 3 random rewards instead of 5 random rewards. His lips twitched as he felt speechless by the system. The last member of his peerage? Wasn't that his little sister? What did the system try to imply? He rubbed his temple and thought that this system was really evil. Yet, he had to say the reward was good, especially when his demonic power had increased 9 times. Demonic power is like a magic power in video games, manga, or anime. The more, the better. Or rather, it was the easiest way to tell whether a devil was strong or not since the more demonic power they had, the stronger they were. The reason why Surzek was hailed as the strongest devil was because of the amount of demonic power on his body instead of the power of destruction. The power of destruction originally came from the Baal family, the highest-ranking house amongst the 72 pillars of the devil, and held the rank of Great King. Yet, none of the devils from the Baal family were able to reach Surzek since their amount of demonic power was only SOSO. Moreover, when one's demonic power was so low, one would also become a subject of discrimination like Serord Baal, the original heir of the Baal family. If he remembered well, because of Serord's demonic power, his position as an heir was taken, and he was also thrown out of the household. Moreover, his father also looked at him in disdain and never thought of him as his child. From this point, it was easy to tell how important demonic power is, right? Meanwhile, the demonic power of Riser originally wasn't bad. It might not be comparable to Mao, but it was good enough for him to be called a genius. However, when he got this reward, he believed that his position should be enough to reach the top 50 among the strongest or a little more. It might be hard to guess exactly how strong he was compared to others since his stay in this world was only for a while, and while he had the memory of his previous lives, it didn't mean he knew everything since he only watched the anime instead of reading the novel. Moreover, Riser was only a villain that was beaten in the beginning. His role was only for Security to show his awesomeness and to get Rias's heart. Even the origin of his peerage members also wasn't explained, but unlike the Rias, the way he treated his peerage members was a little bad as he saw them as nothing but his servants and whole for pleasure. However, he was much better than the majority of the devils who treated their servants as tools that could be discarded anytime. He looked at all the women on his bed and thought that as he had become a Riser Phenex, he needed to treat them better in the future. Still, he had more rewards. However, unlike before, it was a random reward that confused him. Yet, maybe because he had done many crazy things the moment he arrived in this world, he didn't show much fear and just opened his rewards. Like a slot machine, an almost infinite number of lists of various things kept turning until it stopped showing the 3 rewards he received. Congratulations, you have received Bajiquan Mastery, Claymore Techniques, and Magic Spear, 10 Commandments. When he saw all of those rewards, he wondered what it would be like if he slept with all members of his peerage. However, he quickly shook his head and definitely wouldn't do something like that. Still, his rewards were as impressive as ever. Bajiquan. It was an excellent martial art, and it seemed suitable for his peerage members. Claymore Techniques. It seemed that it was a sword technique from a certain work that he read in the past. Still, this technique was different from the techniques of the East, and it was more suitable for his peerage members, especially his 2 knights who wielded a giant sword instead of a katana-like weapon. Lastly, he looked at the magic spear in his hand and couldn't help but suck a deep breath since he could tell how powerful it was. It had the ability to manifest into its 10 forms, each with different and unique powers and techniques. It was also nearly indestructible due to the dense material used to forge it, and it was harder than any diamond in the world. Moreover, with his Bajiquan mastery, this spear was like an extension of his hand since Bajiquan also had a spear technique, so he tried it, wielding it like Li Xuan, the master of Bajiquan, did. Riser-sama. He stopped and realized Mira had woken up. She was his pawn and the weakest among his peerage members, but she was cute, and her hairstyle was unique. Still, now, he was naked, and he almost couldn't look away. Still, her eyes were wide open, especially when she saw him skillfully play with the spear in his hands like he had trained with a spear for his life, but what was that spear? She felt that it was so powerful, but she was also so sleepy, wondering whether it was a dream. Sleep first. I will make you stronger when you wake up. He put down the spear and caressed her gently. She nodded, kissing his lips before she continued to sleep, holding his hand with a smile since he was so gentle now. Looking at her, he thought living as Riser wasn't bad at all. By the way, Riser-sama. Mira suddenly opened her eyes slightly. What's wrong? Do you need me to help you with that? I can't help you with my body since I am a little tired, but I can help you with my hands and mouth. Mira offered. Riser blinked his eyes and thought Mira was such a gentle and kind girl. Then, please do. Yes. As a staff user, Mira handled his rod well. While enjoying Mira's help, he thought that he should enjoy his life since he believed he needed to be rewarded for his hard work. 15,000 words have passed, so there is no need for him to use inhuman writing techniques to update more chapters, so I wonder, how many chapters should I update for this novel? By the way, there is one more chapter later. Chapter 12, I Wish to Change. You guys. How can you be so lazy? Ravel couldn't help but scold and looked at all of Riser's members' peerage dissatisfiedly since they woke up so late. While the underworld lacked the concept of a morning and a night, similar to a human, they woke up at a similar time to a morning on Earth and slept at a similar time to a night on Earth. Moreover, the concept of morning and night became more distinct, with many reincarnated devils who were previously human. Similarly, all Riser's peerage members woke up late in the afternoon like how people on Earth spent their holiday lazily. Yet, being scolded by Ravel, they couldn't say anything and could only lower their heads. Oni-sama has woken up so early. But you guys are still sleeping like a pig. Is this how you act as his servants? We're sorry. What could they say? They could only apologize. Yet, they knew that they were also at fault since last night. Last night was just so fantastic. While they were scolded, their eyes kept glancing at Riser, who was reading a book while eating a sandwich with one hand with longing and flush. It might not be their first time having sex with him, yet last night was different. While his stamina was as good as ever, his technique was so much different, it was so otherworldly. It was something that they had never expected from him since, while he was a genius, a lack of experience, the unwillingness to learn, and blind confidence was something inevitable. Yet, that last night was different since the pleasure they felt was just too paramount. They felt their brains melt, their bodies became boneless, and they became mindless animals that only sought after him. Even now, their bodies were tingling, and the sensation from last night was impossible to erase. His every being was engraved and even marked deep into their souls. Probably, they might not be able to escape from him, but they didn't really mind since they didn't want to either. Ravel, that's enough. You shouldn't blame them too much. But Oni-sama. Ravel was aggrieved since she only wanted to teach Riser's peerage members not to forget about their identity as his servants, yet why did she feel like she was the bad guy? I know that you want the best for me, but they helped me with something last night. I am sure something like this won't happen again next time, right? Yes. All of them answered at the same time since the better Ravel's mood recovered, the better for them. While being patted by Riser, Ravel felt better, but inwardly, she rolled her eyes. Helping. Well, they helped him, but somehow she felt a certain resentment and jealousy toward all of them somehow. However, she could think about that later since she had to say it felt great when she was patted by her older brother. Was it his imagination, but his little sister's eyes seemed a little strange. He decided to erase this strange thought since this should be normal since the relationship between the original Riser and Ravel wasn't bad. Come on. Hurry up and eat. There is something that I want to say to all of you later. Yes. They hurriedly ate since they were so hungry at that moment. Still, even if they were hungry, they still maintained a certain etiquette, though they had to say they anticipated what he would tell them later. Was he going to do it again? Ah, once again, their bodies were tingling with lust. Ravel frowned and moved even closer to Riser. Riser. When everyone had finished their food, he brought all of them to his study room. While they felt slightly disappointed since he didn't intend to do anything, they didn't change their expression and waited for him to talk. Okay, I am sure that you are curious about what I am going to say, but I want to tell you that I plan to teach you magic. Magic. I am sure that you have seen my last battle with Sekuyudai. What do you think? What did they think? It was awesome. While Riser was powerful and even known as a genius, they never expected him to be so strong. Riser-sama, your blue fire is cool. Yes, it is so hot that it can burn anything. I like that mirage better. Many had various thoughts about his fight with Sekuyudai. However, while many were amazed by his blue flame, his ability to create many clones to fool the Sekuyudai was something they liked the most. It's good that you like it, so I will do my best to teach you. All of them were dumbfounded and tongue-tied, unable to say a single word. What? You don't want to? We want to. They hurriedly said. But is that okay, Oniai-sama? Yes, Riser-sama, is it okay for you to teach us? Frankly, after that battle, many of the members of the Phoenix House and the other devils knew that the best fire users in this world were him, and they all wished him to teach them, but they refrained from doing so since they knew it was impossible for him to teach them since magic was a secretive thing like an heirloom that could only be taught for his family. Why not? You are all members of my peerage. I have thought of you as my family, so isn't it natural for me to wish for you to become stronger? And I want to change how we fight from now on. While an injury or sacrificing some people in the raiding game might be inevitable, I don't want that to happen to us. You all have to care for each other, and when you can help others, then do it. Riser could see the surprised expression on their faces, but how could they be blamed? The difference between him and the original Riser was too huge. The original Riser was like any high-class pureblood devil, and he was looking down on anyone, including his peerage members, who were reincarnated devils. In his eyes, they were his bitch, though he treated them better than the majority since they were also his women. However, he was different since he thought of them as his family now. As he had become Riser, he knew that instead of his real family, the one that was closest to him was his peerage members since they couldn't betray him. Everyone could see that he had changed, and this change wasn't bad at all. There will be a lot of changes from now on, including how I will act with all of you. It might be strange at first, but I wish to change, so will you follow me? Yes, Riser-sama. They were all in sync, and there was no doubt in their voices. Even if he was going to go to heaven, they were going to follow him without hesitation. Still, if you like humiliation play, I can do it too, but wait until tonight, okay, Isabella? Riser-sama. His rook, a voluptuous woman with short, light brown hair, gray eyes, and a plain white mask that covered part of the right side of her face, blushed and raised her voice. They all chuckled, and some looked at her with a perverted smile. Still, a minority of them were glad that he hadn't changed since, like Isabella, they also liked being humiliated by him. Riser. Nevertheless. Oniai-sama, what is humiliation play? Ravel asked. Everyone. There is still a lot of time, and I will teach you 2 magics. I want all of you to master these 2 magics before anything else. Yes. All of them followed him and ignored Ravel's question. Only Ravel puffed her cheeks and showed her annoyance by lightly hitting his chest since she felt she was being left out. Yet, he was also helpless since how could he even explain the answer? Nevertheless, his peerage members were going to change from now on. Ahem, as expected, I will probably update this novel with 2 chapters every day, but sometimes, if I don't feel good, don't blame me for only updating 1 chapter, okay? This isn't my only novel, after all. I will also update the novel before 11 p.m. GMT+7. Oh, right, for those of you who don't know, there are 20 advanced chapters on my P at Tray 0N. You can check the link below. Chapter 13, even if I want to live a debauchery life, the situation won't let me. Inside his castle, he set up a spacious training facility where he and his peerage members could train without any reservation. How did he build this? It was with the power of money. Yes, money. It was as simple as that. The only thing that the Phenex family didn't lack was money, especially when their family was the only producer of the Phenex tears, a panacea that could almost heal anything. Naturally, for such a thing, the price was high. Frankly, even if he did nothing and became a scumbag, who spent his life in debauchery, he definitely wouldn't be troubled in life. Especially when his first and second brothers could be relied on. Still, he divorced Rias and caused her to be in such humiliation. While everything was caused by Rias and her family, the devil's personality was something that couldn't be predicted. They might not say anything since it was in public, and once everyone saw they had targeted the Phenex family, the trouble wasn't going to be worth it. Yet, once again, Rias's older brother was Riser Gremory, Mao Lucifer. When Sirzek said he was number 2, no one dared to claim he was number 1. Moreover, Sirzek had a lot of comradeship with 3 other Maos, and his wife was also powerful. As long as Rias and her family were given a chance, it wouldn't be weird if he was targeted. In case a war happened in the future, he was afraid that he might be put as a vanguard and fight against the enemies on the front line and then die. Once again, his parents had 3 sons. Even if he died, they wouldn't do anything to Sirzek and others since they were powerful. In front of mighty power, everything was meaningless. His family and parents might hold a grudge, but they might forget him since their power wasn't enough. The reason why God could be revered and become the controller of this world was because God was powerful. If there was a reason why Sirzek didn't do anything to him back then, it was because he wasn't powerful enough to ignore all the consequences that might happen once he touched him. Once Sirzek did something, he would become the enemy of the majority of the devil since his action was selfish. Moreover, no one liked tyrants. Lastly, Sirzek was a peace-loving individual. As someone who had seen war and becomes part of it, Sirzek knew that attacking him with an impulse would lead to such a war. Nevertheless, even with all of that, an emotion was irrational. It was impossible to tell what one thought even if they smiled toward you yesterday. Moreover, they were all devils, a race that was moved by emotion instead of logic. Wasn't the 7 sins something born from their race? Riser knew that it might be better for him to prepare since no one could tell what would happen in the future, right? In conclusion, he had to become powerful. While his system was quite strange and forced him to do something inexplicable, he knew it could make him powerful, so he didn't hate it. The only problem was the consequences and the choices of actions he was told to make since they were too outrageous. However, the system didn't show its presence after telling him to sleep with all of his peerage members, and his power wasn't enough to fight against Sirzek, so while it might sound dirty, he thought that the quest of the system that told him to have an engagement wasn't bad at all. So among all the female devils that could be his engagement target, his choice was Sona Citri. Her beauty, mind, and personality aside, her older sister was also the real reason why he chose her. Yes, similar to Rias, Sona's older sister was also Mao. Even if he didn't ask Sona's older sister to fight Sirzek, he hoped that she could help him to ease his relationship with Sirzek. The two were friends, so he could also have protection from Sona's older sister. As for Security, Rias, and the Gremory family, he only snorted since he didn't even see them as opponents. Still, he sighed and hoped that Sirzek didn't exist. Oni-sama. What's wrong? Ravel looked up with an upturned gaze curiously, pressing her chest onto his right arm, showing the looming of her well-developed breasts in his direction. Riser. Such an innocent and cute girl can only be eaten by you. With your status as her older brother, she won't realize you feel lust toward her. Ask her to come to your room with an excuse to teach her, then, when there are only the 2 of you inside the room, you can teach her how to become an adult. Riser thought that was expected of a system that forced him to be a villain. This system was as abominable as ever. Yet, he wanted to correct one thing since he felt it might cause a misunderstanding if he didn't explain. He didn't feel lust toward Ravel. This is what he wanted to correct. Nothing. It was impossible to do anything to Ravel. He might as well do something for Sirzek's mother and wife since it was more ethical and healthier instead of going after his little sister, even if he wasn't the original Riser. Right. Listen to me. I will teach you 3 magics. I hope that you can master them. Unless all of you master this magic, then I won't go to the next stage, so I hope that you can learn this magic with a serious attitude, or rather if you don't want me to punish you, then you should master all of them. They nodded, but Ni, the red-haired Nikomata, raised her hand and asked, if we can't master it, what is the punishment, Riser-sama, nya? I will keep you here, and you can't come out until you master the 3 magics that I will teach you. Hearing that answer, they thought that they had to study with all of their might. Naturally, the first one who learns these 3 magics will get a reward from me. Reward, nya. Lee, the blue-haired Nikomata, who was also the twin of Lee, was curious and also excited. Yes. Riser nodded. The reward is that you can ask me anything as long as it is within my power. Really? Can we ask anything? As long as it is within my power, okay. If you ask me to give you a country in the world, then I can only say sorry that I can't give you that. They weren't going to ask that, but when they thought about last night, they had made up their minds what they were going to ask him. Fu. Ha. All of them were suspicious and had lewd smiles on their faces. Naturally, all of them were seen by Ravel, and she frowned, yet she couldn't do anything. The only thing she could do was to master the magic that was going to be taught by Riser first before anyone else. Since Ravel also wanted a reward from her older brother. Riser wasn't sure, but it seemed he had lit up the fire on their spirits. Well, it was good, right? Okay, let's start now. I will do my best to teach you, so I hope that you can learn these 3 magics well, okay? Yes. All of them answered at the same time and vowed that they were going to be the first to learn 3 magics from Riser. His peerage members need to become strong. Chapter 14, Best Reward. The 3 magic that he wanted them to learn were, without a doubt, fire magic. All of them were also his servants, and as his servants, without a doubt, their best magic was either fire magic or wind magic. As he received fire manipulation mastery, he could teach everything that was related to fire. Whether it was Phenex ability, ordinary fire magic, fire-related Norse magic, Esper fire-related ability, or any other abilities and skills, as long as it was related to fire, he knew all of them. When he claimed he was number 2 in fire manipulation, no one dared to claim they were number 1. While the 3 magics he wanted them to learn were the same fire magic, each had a different effect. The first one was fire magic, which was related to a movement. By using fire magic, one's speed would increase dramatically enough to seemingly cause one's body to disappear. This magic was simple, and all of them could learn it easily, but it wasn't easy to master it as a movement wasn't just simply charging forward like a boar. The change of direction, obstacles, and various other things. One needs to think about all of that before one can master this fire movement magic. However, this was good enough for them to run away. If they wanted to run away, no one should be able to stop them. Naturally, it was only among their levels and slightly above them, but in cases like the big boss like Surzek, they died. Though, this single magic was enough to excite all of them. Still, this was too early for them to feel excited. The second magic that he wanted to teach them was a heat sight. Similar to the first magic, it also supported magic, but it was for eyesight. While there wasn't much effect, it helped them to see people through their body's heat. Even if there was an obstacle that made them unable to see their targets were hiding, or had the ability to hide their presence, they could see them with this heat sight. Now, the last one is still similar. It was still supplementary magic. However, unlike before, when he taught them the last magic, their excitement was even better. Now, see my body. Suddenly, his body disappeared, and no one could see his figure. Then when he appeared again, he smiled and said, "Now, this is the last magic you are going to learn. You must learn it, okay?" Yes. This time, everyone answered with an even louder voice. By using fire magic to turn invisible. He hid his figure by refracting light from the heat, turning invisible. Still, if it was learned even further, it could create a mirage. It was like what he had done before, creating a lot of copies during his previous fight, causing Issei Haidu to be unable to find his figures. Among all the 3 magics that he taught them, without a doubt, the last one was their favorite, so they learned it well with all of their might. Moreover, as a devil, who didn't want to become stronger. Lastly, their master was gentle and supportive, yet also rough, all of them loved him deeply now. Frankly, a master like him, Rias, or even Sona was rare among the devils. The majority of the devils treat their servants like slaves. Evil, wicked, brutal, rotten, scum, wrong, brute, and vicious. He was sure that most of the devils had at least one of the traits he mentioned above. But Riser-sama, is it really alright for us to learn these magics? Aren't they important? Also, while I don't think anyone will spread your magic somewhere since I will kill anyone who does so, don't you feel worried about this? Yubaluna, his queen, a mature woman with long, wavy purple hair, took the initiative to say so. Hearing those words, they also realized how serious the situation was and waited for his answer. Still, as Yubaluna said, if someone dared to betray Riser, then they would kill them. There was no mercy. While in the human world, a human might go to prison when they commit a crime, the reincarnated devil doesn't have such a luxury. Once they had betrayed their master, death was their only destination. It's okay. I believe in all of you. Still, hearing such a question, Riser was nonchalant since he trusted all of them. Still, if my answer might not satisfy you, then the real reason why I am okay with it is that I am strong. With my strength, even if all of you or other people learn those 3 magic, I don't think someone can defeat me. Though, I would appreciate it if you don't teach this knowledge without my permission, since if you do so, you will lose my trust. Yes. All of them answered at the same time and thought that he was handsome. Strong. As they had been by his side all the time, they understood he was powerful, especially in his last fight with Sekuyudai. He showed all of them his real might. Yet, they also knew that he was correct. Even if someone learned the 3 magics taught by Riser, it didn't mean that they could defeat him. It might sound arrogant, but for someone who learned from him, he had thought of them as his opponent. Especially when it came to fire manipulation. However, the most important point, they didn't want to lose his trust, so they had to keep everything in their hearts. Okay, how about we start now? The faster you learn, the faster you leave this place. Yes. What he wanted them was to learn only the basics, so it shouldn't take much time. As for mastering those 3 magics, they would take quite a while to do it. Nevertheless, all of them competed with each other since, as he told them before, the first one would receive the reward. Yet, when it came to magic, Yubeluna had more advantage over others as she was his queen, and her talent for magic was better than others. Riser also wasn't surprised by this since he knew the talent of his queen well. Frankly, he wondered how this woman could fall on the original Riser, but it didn't matter since she was his now. Frankly, the power of his peerage members wasn't bad at all, or rather, they were better than Sona Citri, who often appeared in the story than the original Riser. As for Rias, the world seemed to love her, and her luck was so great that she could get her hands on various powerful beings such as Sekuyudai, the daughter of the general of a fallen angel, a knight with unique sacred gear, a powerful healer, a powerful damper with sacred gear, a rare monster race Nikomata, and also a powerful female Valkyrie. Moreover, her older brother was Mao, with many powerful peerage members. While Rias might be a devil, he felt that this young woman was the daughter of heaven. Well, in her case, should she be called the daughter of the underworld? However, their relationship was far from good now, and the best way for him currently was to avoid her, living away from the plot, so he wouldn't be involved in various troubles unless his strength was strong enough to fight fate. Still, as he taught all of them carefully, the one who learned the 3 magics first wasn't Yubeluna, but his little sister, Ravel. Oni-sama, I have learned all of them. Ravel was happy. Good job, Ravel. He gently stroked Ravel's golden hair with a soft smile, causing her to close her eyes in enjoyment since his patting felt so pleasant and comfortable. Because of this, she wanted to move closer, pressing her body against his, yet she endured it since she was in front of everyone. While the rest were disappointed, they accepted it and felt it was normal for Ravel to master those 3 magic first, considering Ravel was part of the Phenex house. Moreover, even if they felt disappointed, what could they do? Ravel was, after all, Riser's little sister. Then, Oni-sama, since I am the first one who learned those magics, I can get a reward from you, right? Showing her mischievous smile, Ravel asked him that question. Reward? Good, you will give Ravel a reward, but before that, you bring her to your room without anyone knowing and lock the door, then open your pants, giving her the best reward that she will think of in her life. Riser decided not to read the system reminder anymore for now. So, is there something that you want, Ravel? Ravel was a bit nervous, and her face flushed red. Riser fell in silence and shook his inner doubt, thinking that it should be a normal reaction, or did his little sister catch a cold? Then, he might as well check her condition, but... See, can we go out together? Cough. Still, I have to say that Riser's servants aren't that strong, but isn't it normal? Not everyone is like Rias, whose luck is against the sky. However, they should have potential. After all, even Sona's servants, except for Saji and Tsubaki Shinra, that don't have much potential, can become strong, so why shouldn't Riser's servants can't do so? By the way, can you give me advice on what kind of rewards he should have in the future? Chapter 15, Rias is unlucky. Unlike the Phenex house, which was filled with dumbfounded, unique, yet happy moods, such moods were hardly present in the Gremory house. The angriest one was, without a doubt, Rias's parents, since this divorcement was a shame for their family. What nobles like them needed the most? Face. Reputation. Honor. All of them were necessary, yet this divorce was like throwing mud into their faces. However, the problem was that Riser wasn't the problem here, or rather, no one had ever thought that he was the problem. Rias was a beautiful woman, and she was full of talent. Moreover, she was also the heir of the Gremory house. Anyone who married her, without a doubt, would gain happiness for their entire generation. With such a perfect woman, even if she was a bit selfish, no one cared much. Because of this, Riser's action that had decided to divorce Rias was something unthinkable, or rather, no one had ever thought of it. Frankly, this marriage was a good marriage. The marriage between the Phenex house and the Gremory house, the combination of the two families, would create a great alliance between the two families. The combination of the richest house in the underworld and the house that gave birth to Mao. Even the house of the great king, the Baal house, would be polite in front of them. Yet, such a future no longer existed. Everything was because of Rias. Even if her parents had always pampered her, they would no longer do that now. You should learn that as an heir of this house, there is something that you must do. Don't be willful all the time. You are no longer a child. However, Rias was Rias. She had never thought that this was her problem. But Okasama, I don't want to marry him. Yes, from the beginning to the end, she never wanted this marriage. The marriage she envisioned was something pure, born not from an arrangement but from a romantic fate of two people. However, for her, who was born as an heir of the Gremory house, she had never understood that such a thing was impossible. Still, even if she didn't want to, she also understood she brought shame to her family. Not only did she try to challenge her family's arrangement, and she even lost 2 chances that were given by her family, her arrogant fiancé was fed up with her and divorced her without mercy. Yet, she had never thought of this as her problem. Instead, it was all because of Riser. If that guy didn't divorce her, then I am saying that you shouldn't bring shame to this family. It was the first time for their family to be insulted like this. As devils and, more importantly, a noble, there was no way they could be happy with such a humiliation. Rias was unable to say a single word. All of her peerage members were also present, but no one could talk in front of the majesty of her parents. In the end, they were just servants. Even worse, a slave. Their status was low. Even if the Gremory house was known for loving their peerage members, it didn't mean they had a right to be involved in this conversation. Yet, Issei Hayata didn't understand that and didn't want to understand it. Moreover, his low-capacity brain, which was only filled with lewd thoughts, had never been able to understand such a complicated conversation. The only thing that he knew was that Bucho's parents were angry because of the engagement between Bucho and Riser. Issei wanted to say that Bucho shouldn't be forced to marry someone that she didn't want to, but Kiba quickly stopped him. Kiba shook his head. This isn't a place for us to talk. But are you okay with this? What can we do? Yes, what could they do? Kiba could only show a wry smile since everything was also their fault. It was their fault for being weak. Issei clenched his fist, feeling frustrated, and that feeling accumulated inside his heart. Moreover, you know, I have been thinking about erasing your status as an heir of the Gremory house. What? Those words. Rias never thought she would hear it from her parents. We are fortunate to have Mil ICAs. That's true. We might as well make Mil ICAs the next heir now. Mil ICA's Gremory. He was the child of Sirzek Gremory and Graphia Lucifuge. Unlike his father, who couldn't be the heir of his family because of his status as Mao, he was the next heir after Rias. Rias's parents thought that they might as well make their grandson the next heir since Rias was like this. With such a whimsical and selfish heir, they couldn't feel relieved to have her as the next heir of this house. Moreover, they also needed to satisfy the thought of the other members of the Gremory house. After all, no one wished to have a divorced woman as their head. If Rias showed some kind of power or genius in a certain area, there might be room for an arrangement. Yet, Rias was neither. If there was something that she was better than others, then it was her breasts. That's it. Her value in the eyes of other devils was so cheap that they scoffed at her. Frankly, this way of thinking might be extremely rude and also barbaric since Rias was an individual, and her wish should be respected. However, as someone who was born with a golden spoon and had everything from birth, she should also pay a certain price for it, and that price was her wish wasn't the number one. Instead, everything was for their family. The family's interest was number one. Yet, Rias didn't understand that. While Rias's father, Rias Gremory, was the head of the family, it didn't mean he could be a tyrant and do everything based on his selfishness. It's our fault for pampering you so much. Yes, if we educate you more. Rias and Rias's mother, Venelana Gremory, sighed helplessly since everything was too late. Hearing that, Rias's eyes became moist with tears, and she was unable to say anything since she knew that her parents were completely disappointed in her. Wait a moment. Issei was unable to hold on any longer. Issei-kun. The others wanted to stop him, but Issei couldn't stop. Why was everything Bucho's fault? She shouldn't be blamed for chasing her own happiness, right? Also, isn't it normal for one to hate being married to such a playboy? Bucho isn't at fault. While he wanted to continue, everyone pushed him down and closed his mouth with all of their might. He tried to fight and wanted to say more, but unexpectedly, no one said anything. He was ignored. Rias and Venelana completely ignored Issei. Rias didn't even say anything to Issei. She might have been moved by Issei's words before, but everything changed when Issei lost that battle. Fortunately, Issei didn't see that since he was being pushed down by others. Yet, the reaction of Rias's parents was normal. Frankly, even if Riser was a playboy, they didn't care. Even if he had a lot of women, they also didn't think too much. Moreover, in the beginning, they could see that Riser had a good opinion of Rias. Even though he might be a playboy and had a lot of women, his legal wife was Rias. Yet, the most important thing, he was powerful. Power is everything in the world of the supernatural. For Riser, who could create a blue fire, had a frightening master over flame manipulation ability, and the power to defeat the Securitii easily, his value was much bigger than this lewd Securitii. As a powerful devil, Riser's children would also be powerful. Moreover, Riser was a pure-blooded devil. With such a status, everyone would beg to marry him. Yet, their stupid daughter ruined everything. Chapter 16, Every Girl Needs to Marry. Father. Mother. Let's forget it since everything has happened. Surzek. 2x. Zeoticus and Venelana sighed, but they knew that Surzek was correct. Even if they wanted to blame Rias, they knew that they were also at fault. Surzek also couldn't escape the blame since he was the one who set up everything and also became Rias's backer. More importantly, their greatest mistake was underestimating Riser Phenex and overestimating Hayado Issei. Riser wasn't just an ordinary genius. He was a monster. Among his age, he was the best of his generation. Whether Zeoticus, Venelana, or Surzek knew this, and they knew that the last battle probably wasn't Riser's limit. Riser was also young, so he could be even more powerful. His limit was probably even further. The worst Riser's limit would be at Seraphal Leviathan's level, who was the strongest female devil. However, if they had to be optimistic, he might be the third irrationality that happened among the devil. He might become the third existence at the same level as Ajuka Beelzebub and Riser Gremory. Nevertheless, such an existence was already out of their reach already. This regretted them the most. Whether Zeoticus, Venelana, or Surzek thought similarly. They might love Rias, but there was something that was more important, the future of the devil and the interest held by Surzek and all the people that entered his boat. The Four Mao might be powerful, but were they the rulers of the underworld? No. Other houses aside, since they didn't have the power to compete with the Four Mao, the Baal house was different since it was the great king of the devils. In their minds, they were the real leader of the underworld. While the devils might be peaceful now, the fight for authority between the two groups never stopped. The reason why Rias's name was being blatantly smeared among the high-class devils was, without a doubt, the Baal family. By doing this, a great rift would be created between the Gremory house and the Phenex house. Even worse, the Phenex house would move away from the Four Mao and go to follow the Baal's clique. The importance of the Phenex house was clear to all since they could produce Phoenix Tears, a special type of healing potion that could treat most injuries. Naturally, it would be horrible if everything went according to the House of Baal. Because of this, whether it was the Gremory house or Surzek, neither could blame Riser, and they couldn't make the Phenex house their enemies. Fortunately, no one tore each other's faces, and they appeared amiable in front. Though, inside, no one could tell, which was why Riser needed to become stronger. Once again, they might love Rias, but her happiness was nothing in front of the peace of all the devils. Devils had faced many wars, and because of this, many of them had gone extinct, and because of that, no war should happen. So because of this, what they could do toward Rias was only one thing. Rias, go back to Japan. Instead of staying here, it is better for you to live there. Rias looked at her brother in disbelief. The meaning of Surzeka's words was simple. Instead of staying in the underworld and living uncomfortably in the underworld, she might as well have lived on Earth with all humans. Yet, this also meant that he told her to leave the underworld since her existence caused them trouble. Surzek might be a loving big brother, but in the end, he was still Mao Lucifer. The interest of the devil needed to be handled first. Though his expression was uncomfortable and probably like what Riser thought if a chance appeared, Riser might be sent on a dangerous mission, so he would die. By now, Riser's existence would be like D. Armuid, who was left wounded and died by his king, or Hataki Tsukumo, who was being slandered as the source of failed mission and war. The two of them were just mere subordinates, and they didn't have the strength to fight the high above. Yet, the reality was like that. The weak had no rights, only the strong could live with dignity. Nevertheless, their biggest mistake was to overestimate Securitii. Yet, they had to sigh since they were blamed, thinking that Issei Hayato could create a miracle. However, when they thought with logic, wasn't it normal for Issei to lose to Riser? Issei might be the holder of boosted gear, but he was just a normal human without any redemption or talents. Meanwhile, Riser was a pure-blooded devil with the power of the Phenex house. As for who was stronger, it was easy to tell, right? By now, Zeoticus, Venelana, and Surzek have discussed the aftermath of this problem. As for Rias, she just stayed there without saying anything. She might be able to gain her freedom, and she didn't need to worry about her marriage or anything, but she lost many things, and by now, her willfulness probably wouldn't be heard by her family again. She was sad, yet there was nothing she could do. Bucho. Issei clenched his fist, thinking that if he wasn't so weak, then something like this wouldn't happen. The rest was the same since during the previous raiding game with Riser, they could hardly do anything. They were all weak. So, the only thing that they could do was just go back to Japan, leaving the underworld, so they wouldn't cause trouble again. Still, while the Gremory house was busy, Sona Citri was relatively calm since, unlike Rias, she didn't have an engagement with anyone. No, she had, but all of them had been rejected by her since all of those engagement candidates were unable to complete her request. Be smarter than her. This was her only requirement for her fiancé. Unfortunately, no one was able to do this. So, even if her father and mother wished her to have an engagement and search for a husband early, they could do nothing. Yet, Sona knew that as the next heir of the Citri house, similar to Rias, she was also unable to escape her fate to find a marriage partner. Still, she and her family were also unable to hide the surprise of what had happened during Rias's engagement with Riser. As Rias's friend, she was also invited, and she also saw what was happening. But I didn't expect that he would divorce Gremory-san. Yes, but don't you think that he is quite cool? Well, if you say that. Sona looked at her peerage members, feeling speechless, but she understood their reaction. Moreover, it was normal for them to talk about what had happened during the engagement since it was the nature of a social animal to talk about others. You guys, be careful when talking about this. Don't let Rias or others hear it. She didn't stop them but told them to be careful since the devil took utmost importance on social standings. Even if they become her servants and devils, they are just low-class devils. Meanwhile, Rias was a high-class devil. Even if Rias's status had become shameful because of the previous matter, a face that fitted with her status as a high-class devil and an heir of the Gremory house still needed to be given. Yes, Kaishu. But Kaishu, what do you think of the young master of Phenex? Shinra Tsubaki, Sona's queen, couldn't help but ask. What do I think? Sona thought about the men. They happened to look at each other for a moment at the end. Frankly, my impression of him when I met him for the first time and at the end of the engagement was different. When she met him for the first time, she thought of him as a frivolous and bad boy. As an intelligent person, she hated this type of someone the most, yet strangely enough, she felt this man was suitable for Rias, who was thoughtless and moved based on her emotions. However, in the end, her impression of him changed. At least she didn't think that he was a bad person. Still, she shook her head. But I can hardly say anything about him since I don't know much about him except that he is a playboy. The fact that Riser was a playboy was something natural, especially when he always boasted about his harem previously. Yet, even so, he had become more mature somehow. This is how she felt. Well, how about we go back? After that engagement, they didn't immediately return to Japan since the accident during the engagement still shocked them. If possible, Sona wanted to return with Rias first since, like her peerage members, she was also curious about Riser and worried about Rias. Yet, suddenly, she received a call from her father. Her expression became dark before she let out a long sigh. Oto-sama, is there something? Oh, Sona, are you still in the underworld? I am about to go back to Japan. Then, go home first. What's wrong? Is there another engagement? I won't marry someone who can't beat me in a game of chess. The only reason why her father called her was only one, and that reason was to search for a marriage partner for her. Don't make such a judgment so easily. This one is different. I am sure that you will love him. I am the one who will decide that. Sona let out a helpless sigh as she rubbed her temple. Like Rias, Sona knew that she was unable to escape the fate of being engaged to another pure-blood devil. Kaishu, what's wrong? All the members of Sona's peerage looked at her worriedly. Nothing. Sona shook her head. Tsubaki, follow me back to my house, and you guys, return to Japan. Take care of school, okay? Yes, Kaishu. Leaving several reminders to all of them, Sona went home with her queen and was ready to face her new fiancé candidate. By the way, thanks for all the comments about his rewards in the future. All of them are good. Chapter 17, A Reward for My Little Sister. A purple sky. Even if the sky felt unfamiliar, Riser strangely felt uncomfortable under this sky, yet once again, the landscape before him was peculiar. While he had seen this scenery before, he didn't dare to observe it carefully as he had just become Riser, and he had his family in his surroundings, so he had appeared nonchalant and even bored. Still, when he walked out with Ravel, he couldn't help but glance in a subtle manner, observing his surroundings. Unlike in his original world, the place where he lived was different. The color of the sky was one thing, but the architecture was also the same. Yet, he quickly calmed himself since he felt that it was normal. It was like how the houses in the west and the east were different due to the culture, so the houses in the underworld should be different, right? Frankly, the architecture in the domain of the Phenex house wasn't much different from the Earth, and it was like those modern houses in Europe. Even so, this scene still marveled him since he had never lived in Europe. However, the request of his little sister in this world flabbergasted him. Going out. He was familiar with this term, and this was also the reason why Ravel brought him to play in their domain. Yet, why? Isn't there a hotel 300 meters away from your location? Tell Ravel that you are tired and take a break there. The security in that hotel is safe, and with your fire manipulation, no one will tell who you two are, so everything will be okay. What did you mean that everything would be okay? Also, what would he do when he brought Ravel to the hotel? Do you need me to explain? He decided to ignore the system. Frankly, as long as the system didn't give him options or punishment, such as losing some parts of his body, he could ignore it safely. Nevertheless, it was the first time he knew the system had a function to give him some information, such as there was a hotel 300 meters away from his location. Is there a place that you want to visit, Ravel? While he had various places that he wanted to visit, he decided to ask Ravel's opinion, considering it was her initiative to bring him out. Still, should he be grateful to her? After all, if she didn't say anything, he might stay holed up in his castle since there was so much information that he needed to understand. He couldn't be so thoughtless as Hayuro Issei, who only thought of harem, breasts, and sex. After all, he didn't have a protagonist halo, and his power was limited. It was impossible to improve anymore, especially when the amount of his demonic power was impossible to improve unless the system gave him help, and everything was set at the moment he was born. Nevertheless, he was lucky that his demonic power had increased by 9 times previously because of the system, but that was it, and unless he got his hands on. Well, my power should be enough to make me live comfortably. With his current power, as long as he didn't fight the last villain in this world, then he should be okay. Hearing questions from her older brother, Ravel nodded. Oni-sama, let's have fun today. Okay. Riser nodded. If it isn't fun, then I will complain, though. Ravel was speechless, then complained. Isn't setting up a date supposed to be the responsibility of the gentleman? So, is this a date? When he asked this question, Riser asked this question, yet his expression turned weird since Ravel was blushing and she was shy. What should he do? There is a hotel 300 meters away from your location. Ravel, how about we go now? Yes. Once again, Riser decided to ignore the system. Without planning, the two took a lazy stroll around the domain, walking, and trying something that interested them. Yet, he had to say, Ravel was a beautiful girl. Or rather, most devils were either handsome or beautiful. It was also the same case for him. The original Riser might have been a scumbag, but he was handsome. Why hesitate? You are not the original Riser, so everything is okay, right? Once again, the system tried to mess up his life. However, even he had to admit that the system was correct. He wasn't the original Riser, but was it really okay? Oni-sama. Let's go over there. Ravel showed a bright smile like a girl around her age, pointing at her hand at the gelato store. Okay. The two walked together while looking at the various flavors of the gelato. Mint. Cherry blossoms. Rose. Durian. What is durian? Ravel was confused. The flower flavors aside, this natto flavor was so strange. It's the king of fruit in East Asia in the human world. It stinks, though, it is delicious when you have gotten used to it. Frankly, he couldn't care whether a durian existed in the underworld or not since he couldn't help but glance at Ravel from time to time. Once again, Ravel was a beautiful girl, and her appearance was like those of a young lady from a wealthy family. Similar to him, she had blonde hair and dark blue eyes. Were they the traits of the Phenex family? Nevertheless, she was cute. She tied her hair in twin tails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons, keeping them in place. Still, this girl was his little sister, so it was impossible for him to touch her, and instead of thinking about the system that tried to force him to mess with his little sister, he might as well enjoy this simple outing. Oni-sama, I want to try the durian taste. Are you sure? His lips twitched. You said that it is delicious, right? Well, try it, then. If you can't eat it, then I will eat it. What's wrong? He looked at Ravel in confusion since this girl suddenly blushed. No, nothing. Ravel shook her head and wondered why she thought something like that, yet probably everything was her older brother's fault since, from that day, it was hard for her to see him like before. Hearing the taste of gelato ordered by Ravel, the staff hesitated since she knew that Ravel was the daughter of Lord Phenex. The situation of the underworld was like Europe, where nobles ruled their subjects. Lord Phenex definitely wasn't a bad lord, but nevertheless, his subjects needed to treat him with the utmost respect, which was different from the Gremory house, which thought of their subjects as family and treated them with kindness. The staff knew the taste of the durian was like that, so she hesitated since the wrong choice might send her to death. It's okay. And can you also give me a vanilla taste? Ah, yes. Please wait for a while. When Riser talked, the staff was no longer able to say anything and followed the order. Watching this, Ravel waited for her gelato in excitement, but Riser thought that this world was good. If he was on the side of the subjects, then he might feel that it wasn't good, but he was on the side of the Lord, the ones that made the rules, so having been treated like a higher being, he felt awkward at first. He felt that it was pretty good. He knew that some people thought that it might be wrong since everyone required equality. However, this was an underworld. It was a place where the devils resided. This was different from the earth, where most humans were living. Moreover, unlike humans, the devils could be divided into powerful and weak devils. Could you treat a powerful devil in the same way as a weak devil? Then, what was the point of gaining power in the first place? Moreover, those who were strong naturally worked hard, and those who were weak were lazy. Could you treat the ones that work hard and the lazy the same way? While that might not be the case with everyone, in most cases, it is like that, right? In other words, if the devils wanted to be respected, they had to become strong, but if they were okay with the status quo, then they should know who they shouldn't offend and live a quiet and peaceful life on the corner. Nevertheless, Riser, who was born with a golden spoon, an affluent family, and a powerful talent, felt that his life as Riser wasn't bad at all. Viva feudalism! Ugh! Is it not good? Riser looked at Ravel, who tasted the durian ice cream for the first time and showed an ugly and disgusting expression. He couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I tell you before? Oni-sama. Ravel pouted and hesitated, looking at her gelato. Still, she also felt annoyed since her brother was laughing at her misfortune. Take mine. I will eat yours. He rubbed Ravel's hair helplessly, took the durian gelato from Ravel, and gave her his vanilla gelato. Still, unlike her, who couldn't appreciate the taste of durian, he felt that this taste wasn't bad. However, when he ate the gelato, he didn't realize that Ravel was blushing as she stared at the wooden spoon she used to eat before being used to him. Then, she looked at the gelato in her hand. Similar to her gelato, his gelato was also eaten, and they didn't exchange their spoon, so if she ate it, then, they would exchange an indirect kiss. What's wrong? He looked at his little sister with doubt. No, nothing. She then quietly ate his gelato with a blush before the sweet taste of the vanilla spread onto her cute, pink tongue, feeling happy with her reward. Should I go for it? Chapter 18, My Little Sister is Cute. Riser and Ravel spent their entire day together, visiting various places, playing, and enjoying their time. Neither thought of other things except for each other's presence. Riser might not realize it, but because of his sex mastery, almost all of his actions, temperaments, and talks, make Ravel unable to think of others other than her older brother. He often teased her, joked, and made her laugh, making her show various emotions that she usually didn't show as she was a daughter of Lord Phenex, so she needed to act like a lady. Though, maybe, because he was her older brother, she could act like she wanted to do without acting. Yet, at that time, he also observed the city where they lived and thought that this city was like a metropolis and it was full of everything. He was sure that that place would generate a large sum of tax, making the Phenex house even richer. Nevertheless, he could tell that it was troublesome to manage this domain. Fortunately, he wasn't the heir, he was just the third son of his father. Moreover, his father was also the current master of the Phenex house. When he thought about it, the life of Riser was perfect. The only unfortunate thing about him in the original was that his fiancée was taken by a pay dragon, Haidu Issei. As for him, who had transmigrated into Riser, while he had to admit that Rias was beautiful, he didn't want a woman whose only advantage was only her breasts to become his wife. Moreover, he knew that this woman was a source of trouble, and if he married her, he might stay in Kuo, which was the center of disaster in this story. He, who had just become Riser, still wanted to enjoy his harem and lived in luxury by mooching his parents' money. He didn't want to fight and just wanted to enjoy life. As for the future of the underworld, devils, and the rest, it was better to leave all those problems to the main character since the role of the original Riser was nothing but just an antagonist in the beginning. Still, the thing that he worried about the most was the system. While the system gave him a good reward, the consequences were just so harsh that he might not be able to hold on. He let out a helpless sigh as he watched the scenery from the hill. It was almost night, and they thought of going back, but before they returned, Ravel told him that she wanted to visit the hill where she could overlook the entire city from a high position. He agreed, and the two quickly came without any trouble. In this domain, who dared to trouble them? With how the society of the world of devils worked, even if he went to a random house to hold someone's wife, he would be okay. Once again, being a Riser was good. Still, before that. Thanks, Ravel. Ah. Ravel was surprised by her older brother's words. What's wrong so suddenly? Her face flushed red as if her secret had been found out. You asked me out because you were worried about me, right? Thank you, but I am okay. He gently patted her head and thought that she was a wonderful little sister, so in Riser's place, he was going to take care of her. There is a hotel 100 meters away from your location. Riser. While Riser was speechless, Ravel stared at her older brother with a blush. She knew that her older brother had changed. It was a change that she had never thought of, and this was why it made her curious and also worried at the same time. Unlike her first and second brothers, Riser was quite unreliable. Riser was, without a doubt, talented, but he acted like a bad boy, doing all the bad things, but no one said anything since he had the power to do so. Ravel was also happy to follow her older brother since he cared for her well, and she also won the rating game with him, showing the prestige of the Phenex house. Yet, everything changed after that engagement party. His demeanor, action, and power were so much different. Especially when he divorced Rias at that time. While Ravel didn't say anything, her blood was boiling in excitement. However, because of this, she thought that he was forcing himself. Even the blind people could tell whether it was the Gremory or Surzek who didn't want to marry him to Rias, so to protect the dignity of the Phenex house, he decided to make a drastic move by divorcing Rias even though he wanted her. Frankly, this was the thought of everyone when they thought about his decision to divorce Rias. Though his decision was manly and handsome, Ravel was worried that he had buried all negative feelings in his heart, and it was the reason why she decided to invite him out, yet she didn't expect that he would notice it immediately. Oni-sama. Ravel smiled sweetly as she hugged his arm tightly and leaned against his shoulder. Riser didn't say anything, staring at the scenery of the town absent-mindedly, but he thought that Ravel's growth was rather good since her breasts were huge, even if her height wasn't that tall. Is it a D cup? Or an E cup? With his high intelligence, he used a complex mathematical formula to determine her size. There is a hotel 100 meters away from your location. Riser. Though Riser didn't know, Ravel was staring at him, thinking that he was so handsome, especially when he appeared to be in deep thought. If she knew what he was thinking. Nevertheless, similarly, her thoughts also returned to when she happened to see him together with all of his peerage members doing lewd and naughty. Even now, she could remember the euphoria on their faces, so she was curious, was it felt really good? She looked at her older brother before she looked away with a blush. What am I thinking? However, Riser didn't realize that and only wondered what he should do now. The existence of the system might be strange, but he was okay with it since the system wasn't that troublesome except during the critical moment. However, he was too free. So, free that he wasn't sure what he should do. Still, he thought that everything was so peaceful. How about I enjoy my harem again? When he went home, he was going to go all out with everyone, but as a villain, how can you see your subjects live happily? Be evil and exploit them. Option 1, kill your parents and become the head of the Phenex domain, then force your subjects to pay all of their incomes into tax. You will receive absolute ruler. Option 2, force all of your subjects into the military and fight a war with the fallen angel, heavens, and all the Pathians in the world. You will receive absolute order. Option 3, create a business and use the people in your domain. You will receive mathematic mastery. If you don't do it, you will lose your left nipple. Riser took back his previous words and thought that the system was simply too troublesome for him to handle. Chapter 19, My Nipple is in Danger. Riser was inside his study room while looking at various data on all the properties and businesses owned by his family, along with the map of the domain of the Phenex family. By his side was Ravel and also his queen, Yubaluna. As for the others, they still needed to train with the 3 magics that he asked them to learn. After all, not everyone was born with a talent from the Phenex family like Ravel or a talented magician like Yubaluna. Each of them had their own specialties and weaknesses, so they needed time. Nevertheless, the 2 weren't the only ones that mastered his 3 magic since there were also others, but he told them to help the rest, and he also didn't need to have a lot of people's help with his matter. No, it should be said even if he had them by his side, they wouldn't give him much help. Instead, they might cause him trouble since not everyone is smart. So, he only brought Ravel and Yubaluna with him to help him with his quest. Among the options that were given by his system, he chose the 3rd option without hesitation. While the reward was rather strange, the option was much easier to complete than the others since he only needed to open one business and let the subjects that lived in his domain to work on his business. It was because of this he did research on what kind of businesses that his family had. After all, he didn't want one of his nipples to disappear. Oni-sama, are you going to work at one of the companies like Razani-sama? Ravel asked. Riser Phenex. It was the name of his second older brother, and unlike his oldest brother, Rival Phenex, who was the heir of the Phenex family, his second brother was the CEO of the media company owned by his family. Ravel thought that Riser was also going to work at one of the companies owned by their families. No, I want to start a business. Do you want to start a business, Oni-sama, Riser-sama, 2x? Not only Ravel but Yubaluna were also surprised. After all, they had never thought that Riser had an interest in the business. Frankly, their Phenex house didn't need money, or rather the moment they were born from the Phenex house, they were born rich. Their immortality trait, which was the symbolic power of the Phenex house, gave them the ability to create Phenex tears, the special type of healing potion sought by everyone in the underworld and earth. So, even if Riser didn't do anything, he wouldn't be troubled by money. Moreover, as the third son of the Phoenix Lord, he would be given a certain allowance that allowed him to have a luxurious life without any troubles. When he thought about this, he also didn't feel surprised that the original Riser was arrogant. After all, he had everything, and his opponent was only Hayudo Issei, an average pervert. The only best trait of Hayudo Issei was only boosted gear, but even so, it was like giving a pearl to swine. Moreover, if it wasn't for the power of the plot, protagonist, and Ipei, Issei would have been just a weakling. When he became Riser and thought about the power and talent that resided in his body, he also didn't feel surprised why Riser was so arrogant, and it was normal for him to believe that he would be the victor. Yet, the power of Ipei changed everything. It was too arrogant for him to fight against Ipei. Nevertheless, he became Riser, and the power of the villain system should be more powerful than Ipei, right? He wasn't sure, but he didn't really want to be involved with Issei any longer and only quietly lived in the underworld with his harem. However, to do that, he needed to complete his quest first, and that was to do business. Still, when he looked at the number of businesses owned by Phenex House, he sighed and thought, as expected of an old family. Even if the Phenex family had the Phenex tears, it didn't mean they stopped just like that. For every generation of the Phenex family, there should be one or two that have a keen business talent, so by using the capital gained from the Phenex tears, they created various businesses that spread over the underworld. It was like the media company where his second brother, Raza, worked as the CEO and was also known as the biggest media company in the underworld. Frankly, as long as it was related to the life of the devils in the underworld, like water, energy, property, or even tissue, his family would be involved. However, as a devil, the most important thing wasn't money but power. Most of the devils in the Phenex house weren't bad, but they couldn't be said to be the most powerful. If one of the Maos suddenly went rampage and became crazy, attacking the Phenex domain, their family could do nothing and just die without any resistance. Even with the power of their immortality, it wouldn't help much. Still, while his power hadn't reached the level of Mao's, it should be enough to be comparable to the rank and second rank on the rating game. He knew that he had never fought them, but there were their videos fighting, and according to his estimation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat any of them. What kind of business do you plan to do, Oni-sama? Ravel was curious. It's not something perverted, right? Yubaluna closed her lips smartly as she looked at her master with a smile. Riser only stared at his queen with blank eyes, but he knew the conduct of the previous Riser wasn't good, so it was normal for his queen to think so. Or did she just wish to appear insolent, so he would punish her? Wait for tonight, woman. Yubela blushed, then poured a coffee into his empty cup while shaking her plump buttocks through her dress and slumped forward, showing off her alluring cleavage. Riser blinked his eyes while sitting on his chair calmly like a good boy as he smelled the scent of rose from her body. Ravel pouted, then coughed. Oni-sama, what kind of business do you want to do? I wonder. He rested both of his hands behind his head and thought for a moment. Frankly, being a Riser was a little boring since this guy had everything. It was also why he wondered what kind of business he should do since the Phenex family did all types of business. Still, he decided to go back to the basics. What were his specialties? His high intelligence. Should he make a new technology? No, it took too much of his time, and it was troublesome. He wanted to start a business where he didn't need to be troubled by it all the time. Moreover, it should be stable and it has long longevity. Then, the answer was obvious. Still, when he was about to write down his business proposal and be ready to start his business, the door of his study room was knocked on and then opened. Riser, are you here? Mother. He looked up and saw his beautiful mother. Is there something wrong? Are you studying or something? His mother was surprised when she saw her naughty son was studying, so she forgot what she wanted to say. Yes, I plan to start a business. Ah. Business? Really? What kind? His mother was even more surprised. I will explain it to you later, but is there something that you want to tell me, mother? He was more cornered about what his mother planned to do when she suddenly came. Lord Citri has accepted your engagement with her daughter, Sona Citri. Let's meet your fiancé right away. Ah. Really? He was dumbfounded. Yes. His mother nodded with a sweet smile. This time, take care of her well, okay? Don't be like the previous one. Riser blinked his eyes and wasn't sure what to say at that moment. 2x. However, Riser wasn't the only one shocked, Ravel and Yubaluna were even more shocked. Chapter 20, New Fiancé. Citri House. It is one of the remaining 32 devil houses of the 72 pillars and one of the highest ranking in prince, and famous devil families. Riser didn't know much about this house since the original Riser was a scumbag and didn't study much. While he knew the general information, he didn't know much of the details. The first thing that he knew was that one of the Maos, the current Mao Leviathan, was born from this house. Secondly, the members of the Citri house have a strong affinity for water-based magic. Third and last, the Citri territory is known for its richness in nature and is said to boast most of the natural reserves present amongst the few territories belonging to high-class devils. It is also known to be one of the few territories which have advanced medical facilities as well, having one of the most famous hospitals in the underworld. Nevertheless, when he thought about it, the devil from the Citri house was a polarity of the Phenex house. If the Citri house was known for water affinity, then the Phenex house was known for fire affinity. The two of them were so much different. Yet, his engagement was accepted by Lord Citri. Riser just wanted to try his luck, but he didn't expect to be accepted immediately. It hasn't been a week, you know. Or rather, it had just been a few days after that day. While he was confused, his parents were talking to each other, happy with the growth of their son. What's wrong? Why do you seem so confused? No, but, isn't it weird? Why is my engagement settled so fast? He couldn't control it anymore and asked. As for now, he was on the magical flying train with his parents. They were on their way to Citri house territory, ready to start their engagement. It isn't weird. It's normal. Lord Phenex shook his head. You are able to retain your dignity by divorcing your previous fiancé, and you are also powerful. With such a spec, who will reject you to become their son-in-law? Son-in-law. What a wonderful word, he thought. Still, when he thought about it, he felt that it was pretty normal for him to be accepted as a son-in-law. While the Gremory house tried to hide the news that had happened during the previous engagement, in the end, it was impossible, and it directly exploded, so what they could do was reduce the impact. Yet, how could they not be? The marriage between two pure-blooded high-class devils was politically correct, and something was favored by every pure-blood high-class devil, yet because the Gremory house and Sirzek Lucifer pampered Rias Gremory, she grew arrogant and thought that she could break away from this engagement, dreaming naively that she could get her prince in a romantic way with a reincarnated devil even worse. Moreover, her family supported her, letting her do her whim several times. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Riser had enough and immediately divorced her. While his action might bring the Gremory house and Sirzek Lucifer into an enemy, no one blamed him since the ones that were unreasonable were either Gremory house or Sirzek Lucifer first. No one thought that he was the one that was blamed. The blame was on Gremory house and Sirzek Lucifer. Nevertheless, Riser knew that it was also a political move made by another faction of the underworld since Gremory and Sirzek Lucifer had grown so big. Not every devil loved the Gremory and Sirzek after all, but they didn't have a chance to fight, so this incident gave them a chance to degenerate the two. Meanwhile, what Riser did was done to maintain the dignity of the Phenex house. Still, because of this, he was speechless when he knew that he had become the #1 trend in the underworld. Riser, the man. All of the devils agreed since he dared to divorce Rias, who was the little sister of Sirzek Lucifer. He sighed helplessly, but there was nothing that he could do. Nevertheless, if this engagement was successful, then he could breathe in relief since if he could marry Sona Citri, her older sister, Mao Leviathan, Seraphal Leviathan could become his backing. By the way, I have heard from your mother that you want to start a business. What kind of business? Do you have enough money? Do you want me to give you some? Lord Phenex asked several questions at the same time. Riser didn't feel surprised and understood why the original Riser could grow so arrogant at this moment, but probably because of his change that his parents became supportive toward him. It's okay. I should have enough money. When he checked his account, while he was speechless, he knew that he had enough money. So, what kind of business is it? It isn't something perverted, right? Riser wondered what kind of view his family had of him. He let out a helpless sigh and then said, energy. Energy. 2x. His parents were dumbfounded. Yet, how could they not be? Their son told them that he was going to start an energy business. Still, they became curious. After all, Riser wasn't like the previous Riser, and he had grown up, they could see that. While Riser wasn't the original Riser, he still retained the memories of the previous Riser, along with habit and everything. The only difference was that his memory from his previous life was also added, combining the two, yet. Naturally, he was in the dominant position. Moreover, the time he transmigrated into Riser was during the engagement, and no one thought that he wasn't one. Or the system might be the one that did something. Nevertheless, he was a Riser now, so he didn't need to think about other matters. Are you going to enter something like gas, oil, or coal? No, I plan to enter renewable energy like the sun and geothermal energy. Why did you decide to enter that sector? It's because of my power. Your power. 2x. Riser nodded and explained that his master over fire manipulation could help him to search for the perfect spot for either sun or geothermal. Still, the sun's energy aside, since it was an underworld, the geothermal was reliable. The only problem was finding the spot where he should build the power plantation, and it was the most expensive thing. However, with his first reward, this wasn't a problem since he had tested it before, and he could tell where the location where he should build the power plantation without missing. As for the problem that might be received by this geothermal power plantation, if he didn't use his high intelligence, then wasn't it wasteful? Are you going to do this business in the human world? Eh? The human world. Are you not? When he thought about it, he wanted to slap his cheek since he realized that a devil and a human were different. Their world was different, and the source of energy used in the underworld was different from the earth. If the earth was using resources such as coal, oil, gas, and other things, then the underworld was using magic energy. As for which one was better, it was obvious, right? He only realized this, and it made him speechless, but he quickly nodded without changing his face. Yes, I plan to make it in the human world. That's a good idea. If you can make an energy company, then our influence in the human world will be even better. Then, during this trip, they started to talk about his plan to create this energy plantation in the human world. If you want to build it, then you will choose either Russia or the United States. Why those two countries? Riser felt weird. The influence of other myths, heavens, and fallen angels are minimal in the United States, and we govern California and New York. You can also go to Russia since we also govern St. Petersburg. Riser fell into a daze. Well, opening a business in the United States should be easier. However, Riser had to say he was surprised that his family governed those three cities in the human world. By the way, Riser, if you can feel the heat from the earth, then should it be possible for you to search for a hot spring? His mother suddenly asked curiously. Hot spring? He thought for a moment, then nodded. It should be possible. Then, it's decided. Let's make a hot spring resort in our domain first. Riser wondered whether it was okay to decide something big so easily like this, but then their conversation stopped since they had arrived at the mansion where Lord Citry and Lady Citry lived. His parents didn't remind them what to do since they knew he had grown up. No one was wasting their time, and they were quickly greeted by Lord Citry. Lord Phenex, welcome to our home. Thank you, Lord Citry. Everyone was happy, only Riser felt a little awkward since he felt everything happened so fast, but he greeted Lord Citry and Lady Citry politely while thinking they were beautiful. Riser, can I call you that? Yes, Lord Citry. Haha, you should call me father. Oh, right, Sona, come here. Let's meet your fiancé. When Lord Citry said so, a beautiful young woman stepped up. Riser then saw his new fiancée for the first time. Chapter 21, Future Wife. Leaving the happy parents aside, whether Riser or Sona felt complex at that moment. Riser naturally didn't expect to have his engagement right away the moment he had just divorced his former fiancée. Sona was even more so since she didn't expect the fiancé chosen by her father would be Riser, Rias's former fiancé. Wasn't this too outrageous? Should she marry the former fiancé of her best friend? If Rias knew all of this, what would she think? Yet, nevertheless, while she couldn't accept it that easily, she didn't have that much resistance. His ability was obvious, and except for Rias, no one hated him. Even if he was a playboy, who wasn't a playboy? Almost all the young male devils were playboys, and they were all playing with women. If there was a difference between Riser and the rest, Riser was more competent. However, Sona still had a hard time accepting all of this, and she also didn't want to agree immediately, even if she didn't really mind this engagement. After all, she was different from Rice since she knew the importance of this marriage. Lastly, she wanted Herman to be more intelligent than herself. Father, can I say something? What's wrong, Sona? Sona's father could tell that something was wrong. You should know my request for someone to marry me, right? Then, do you want to stay single for the rest of your life? Sona's father was full of anger at that moment. Or do you want to marry those scumbag weaklings? Riser was a rare devil. He was powerful. His potential might even reach Mao and become as strong as Serafal, the eldest daughter of the Citry house. If his daughter married Riser, then Lord Citry didn't need to worry about anything. As for Riser's playboy hobby, who wasn't a playboy in their youth? Lord Citry was the same, and he also could tell that Riser wasn't bad, especially when he divorced his former fiancée so decisively to maintain the dignity of his family. Also, shouldn't his daughter talk about this matter in a more polite way? Lord Citry could see that Lord Phenex and Lady Phenex were frowning when they heard Sona's words. Nevertheless, Riser asked curiously, what kind of request? Sona then stared at Riser as she pushed the frame of her glasses slightly. My partner should be smarter than me. How do you determine if your partner is smarter than you? It's easy. Sona showed a charming smile, then said, he must be able to win against me in the chess game. Chess game, huh? If it was a normal fight, even Sona didn't think that she was Riser's opponent, or rather, the results were obvious. Even if they didn't fight, she could tell that she would lose in a shameful way. Still, was it worth it to work hard to get Sona as his fiancée? He couldn't help but glance at Sona from the corner of his eyes. She was beautiful. She had black hair styled in a short bob cut and violet eyes. Moreover, she had glasses. She was wearing glasses. He repeated this since it was an important point. Her body was slender, lithe, and graceful. The only problem was that her bust was just a cute B-cup. However, the rest had compensated for everything she lacked. While many also liked the big ones, he didn't mind the small ones since they were more sensitive, but the original Riser's favorite was the big ones, and it was the reason why the original Riser was crazy about Rias. However, at the same time, the original Riser wasn't a chooser, and to prove that, among his peerage members, some had petite busts. So, if I lose this chess game, you won't accept this engagement. That's right. Sona nodded. Then, what if I win? If you win. Sona took a deep breath then said, I will stop the school, then marry you right away. Even if we don't know each other. Even if we don't know each other. Sona nodded. I am different from Rias. I won't do anything stupid like your former fiancé did in your previous engagement. If you win against me in the chess game, I will be your wife immediately and start having children. Then, she blushed and said in a low voice, then. I will try to love you. Riser wasn't sure whether she was bold or stupid, but since she could say something like that, she should be confident in her chess game, but the words, try to love you, caught his attention right away. After all, unlike Rias, who didn't even give him a chance and hated him like he was the most annoying bug, Sona could say something like trying to love him even though they never knew each other except for being a mere acquaintance. Moreover, he thought she was cuter than he had thought. What's wrong? You don't have confidence. Sona thought of his silence as a lack of confidence. No, the condition is so easy that I can't believe it. Oh. Sona pushed the frame of her glasses once again, then stared at him calmly. Do you think that you can defeat me in the chess game so easily? You can think of it that way. How about we start right away? Let's see if you have the skill to back up your words. Sona wanted to wipe this calm expression off his face right away. I should say the same. Sona took a deep breath, then turned. Follow me. Then, I will follow her first. He made an excuse to his and Sona's parents before following Sona. The parents of the two looked at each other before they also followed since whether this engagement could continue or not, everything would be decided in this chess game. With everything determined, they went to the chess room, which was specially built on the castle. Tsubaki, help me to set up the board. Yes, Kaishu. A bespectacled young woman with long, beautiful black hair and a well-developed body nodded respectfully before following Sona's order. Riser said nothing and stood by Sona's side while looking at this young woman. She is my queen, Sona said. She seems strong. Did she practice with a spear? Sona was surprised. Yes, she practices with naginata. How did you know? Riser only smiled but didn't say anything. Sona took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. When I win, I will have you tell me the reason why you know. Oh. Then, if I win. Just do whatever you want. I will be yours anyway. Do you have that much confidence that you will win? Yes. Sona nodded. Is that so? Riser didn't continue to talk and waited until the table was set up by Sona's queen. Sona glanced at Riser, trying to find a single fault in it, yet unfortunately, she couldn't. The only thing that she could see was his handsome face and elegant hairstyle. He was also well-dressed, clad in a white, long-sleeve shirt with a crimson tuxedo with black buttons, a blue ribbon, and brown shoes. His bad boy that appeared before was no longer there. Instead, this appearance fits her type well. Though, she would definitely never say that since she was too embarrassed. Then, when the table was set up, the two sat on their chairs face to face. His parents and her parents, along with her queen, stayed by their sides, watching the chess game between them. You can take the white pieces. Sona gave him a handicap. While it was only a small percentage, the white pieces had a higher chance of winning, and it was also the one who moved first. Thanks. He didn't reject her offer since it was easier for him to win. Then, should we start right away? Okay. Then, the chess game to determine their engagement starts. Okay, let's start the marriage right away. We can't waste any more time. The rest was obvious. Riser won, and Sona lost. Sona looked at the board with disbelief that even her glasses slid off from her cute, pointy nose. However, both parents were in happiness since, with this, their marriage was clear, and they also didn't waste their time marrying their children to each other. Only Tsubaki Shinra, Sona's queen, was helpless and worried, but she didn't have a place to talk. Wait, isn't it too early for marriage? However, Riser was the one that was speechless since the marriage was too fast. But. You don't want to marry me? Sona asked with a frown. Why were you getting angry? Did you not want to marry me before? While he was helpless, he sighed inwardly before his eyes became tender, staring at his future wife. I don't mind, or rather, I am happy that I can marry someone as wonderful as you. Sona blinked her eyes as she tried to hide her blush by pushing the frame of her glasses. Is that so? Riser. Chapter 22, My Wife-to-Be. Whether it was his parents or Sona's, they all quickly went out and prepared for their marriage right away. Sona had promised that she would marry Riser if he was able to win against her in the chess game, and he was able to crush her with overwhelming power. She didn't have any reasons to fight this marriage anymore, and from now on, she would be his wife. While he was speechless by this development, Riser also couldn't stop it. He also knew that since he had all the privileges given by his family, he needed to pay a certain price for it, so he didn't mind this marriage, especially when her fiancée was beautiful. Nevertheless, when their parents left, only he, Sona, and Tsubaki were left. Leaving Tsubaki, who didn't know what to do and just stayed in silence as she knew this wasn't her place to talk or get involved, Sona was quite nervous. Married. She was going to marry the man in front of her. While she didn't really have a rejection towards him as he was capable and good enough to be her husband, she felt conflicted with his identity as he was the former fiancé of her best friend. Sona, can I call you that? Yes. Sona nodded as she pushed the frame of her glasses. You can call me that, so what should I call you? How about you call me husband? Riser, who had given up, felt that it was too stupid to overthink, so he just let loose himself. Moreover, he also wanted to break this strange atmosphere between them. As expected, Sona was stunned and blushed for a moment before she nodded with a relaxed face. Yes, husband. Riser. What's wrong, husband? Are you okay? Riser felt that this woman was teasing him. He felt helpless, then asked, by the way, can you give me a tour? It's my first time here, after all. Sure, husband. Riser. What's wrong, husband? Are you okay? The two walked out into the garden within Citri Castle, leaving Tsubaki behind. For the head of Citri, luxury was something normal. Moreover, Citri House wasn't a house that lacked money, especially when this clan had the most advanced medical treatment and the eldest daughter of the Citri House was Seraphal Leviathan. Riser could see many rare beautiful plants along with some deer, beautiful birds, and butterflies fluttering within this garden, yet even if this garden might not be able to be seen by the majority of devils in their life, he didn't have much interest as he was more cornered with the problem he faced currently. Do you have fun teasing me? Sona chuckled when she saw his dead-like eyes. Weren't you the one who asked me to call you that? Though, I never thought you would call me so easily. I have promised you after all. You won't challenge me again on rating game or summon a Longinus user to break away from this marriage? Who do you compare me with? Sona was speechless, but she had to say Riser's life was rather hard, and somehow she didn't feel surprised by his decision to divorce Rias. I have decided to marry you, so I will become your wife and accept everything. Riser stared at Sona and understood that it was her silent acquiescence to his harem, so asking more than this was unethical of him. He stopped and looked into his wife-to-be. It might be his first time observing her closely like this. While before they sat face to face, their attention was all on the duel before them. It would also be rude of him if he observed her obsessively like a certain idiotic pervert did. Sona also stopped and stared into him. They stared into each other and fell into silence. Just kiss and push her on the bush. There is no one around, and everything will be okay. Was it really okay? Still, when he thought of his previous kiss with Rias, he knew he didn't lack guts. Instead, he was lively, burning like a blazing flame. In front of him, Sona was like a tranquil lake, untarnished. It might be his impulse, but slowly, he moved closer, trying to reach her lips. Her eyes widened, startled for a moment, but she had made up her mind, especially when she had decided to become his wife. She closed her eyes, waiting for the kiss, but somehow that kiss didn't come. She opened her eyes slightly then, and then her cute, pointy nose was tapped lightly before she saw him laughing childishly. She took a deep breath and had the urge to blast him with a flood of water. I was just kidding. I can see that. Her voice was frosty, clearly annoyed and angry by being teased. Was it his way of revenge since she had teased him? If so, then she realized that he might be a little too petty. She pouted and showed a cute expression. I like this expression more. Sona. However, don't get impatient, okay? We're the devil, and we will live a long life. You are going to be my wife, so I want to treasure you until we marry. Well. She suddenly got embarrassed. With the excitement of their parents, they knew that it wouldn't take a long time for them to marry, but then her attention was all on him again, especially when he held her hand. Can we continue our walk? Sure. The two continued their walk intimately as their relationship became closer. While the two spent time together, they underestimated the time their parents spent preparing for their wedding. They wanted to tie them as soon as possible, so no one hesitated and immediately threw the invitation. In that short moment, almost all the devils knew that Riser Phenex and Sona Citri were going to marry. Naturally, this surprised everyone. News of his act to divorce his former fiancée was still spreading and being talked to by everyone, yet suddenly news of his wedding to Sona Citri, the heir of the Citri clan, and the little sister of Seraphal Leviathan, was heard. Unfortunately, Seraphal, Sona's older sister, didn't hear it as she was still outside as she was in charge of foreign affairs on the devil. However, the rest heard all of that, especially those devils with high positions. Whether it was the Great King faction or the Mao faction were in strange moods as this wedding was unexpected for them. When the Great King faction thought the Phenex house was going to break away from the Mao faction due to Rias and Riser, they suddenly heard Riser was going to marry Sona Citri. Meanwhile, Sirzek Lucifer felt the most complicated as he was the one who had been helping Rias behind the back as he doted on his little sister so much. Unfortunately, his support brought nothing but trouble to his little sister, and he also didn't expect Riser to divorce Rias. Sirzek sighed and felt exhausted while thinking that Seraphal's little sister was more capable than her little sister. Yet, he knew that Riser's act of marrying someone so fast after divorcing his former fiancée was like throwing mud into Rias. While he was angry, he was also helpless, and he could also do nothing unless he wanted to force Seraphal to become his enemy. By now, he knew he could do nothing and only congratulated their happiness. As someone in a high position, he could control his emotion, or rather he shouldn't let his emotion cloud his judgment since one mistake would lead to the crumble of the peace he longed for. Yet, while Sirzek could control his emotions, Rias, who heard about the marriage between Riser and Sona, couldn't control her emotion as it was the first time that someone dared to shame her like this. How dare you, Riser? Rias couldn't control her emotions and broke all the things within her room. As for her servants, they could do nothing and could only watch their master helplessly and in pain since they knew everything had become like this was partly because of them. Yet, nothing could be done, and the wedding between Riser and Sona was about to take place. Chapter 23, There is no way I can accept this marriage. All invitations have been given. Riser and Sona's wedding was about to start shortly, and it was impossible to stop. Nevertheless, the saddest one would be Genshiro Saji, the new pawn of Sona's peerage member. Yuwa. Kaishu. However, unlike Hayatu Issei, whose path was cleared up by Sirzek and Rias's parents, Saji's path couldn't be so smooth, and his love was broken before it even began. Moreover, he also wasn't so stupid enough to destroy this marriage since, with his status as a low-level devil, death was the only path when he dared to follow his emotion. Still, at the same time, it also showed that his love for Sona wasn't enormous that he dared to fight the world. As for the rest, they couldn't do anything and just went to the underworld to help Sona with the marriage. With their status, it wasn't their place to question her, and she also didn't seem to reject this marriage. However, they felt a bit strange when they heard her husband would be Riser, Rias's former fiancé. Naturally, they had seen him as they also watched the rating game between Rias and Riser, so one should understand why they felt so strange with their current situation, right? Nevertheless, Rias, who was his former fiancé, couldn't control her emotion once again and went to the underworld to meet Sona. Sona, who was busy with the preparation for her marriage, was helpless, but considering her relationship with Rias, she decided to meet her. After all, there were many things that they had to say, and she also didn't want their relationship to turn nasty, especially when she was about to marry Rias's former fiancé. Yet, Rias wouldn't be so immature and could accept everything like an adult, right? However. Sona, are you serious? Are you sure that you want to marry him? Sona frowned, but she nodded regardless, showing her conviction to marry him. Yes. While Sona also felt awkward meeting Rias, considering she was about to marry Rias's former fiancé, she had made up her mind. She had lost in the chess match against him previously, and she wasn't going to back down like Rias. Moreover, she also thought that Riser wasn't that bad at all, and she had become curious about him. Why had Riser suddenly changed? Why did he become so strong? Was it because of her? When Sona thought about this, she blushed and would be lying if she didn't feel happy and a little proud. When Riser was still Rias's fiancé, Sona had heard about many of his immoral acts, and she also had seen him in his rating game against Rias before. He was like a bad boy and playboy no matter where one tried to observe him. Even if Riser had become Rias's fiancé, he didn't change at all, but when he met her, he changed. Even if he might not say it, he showed his change through his actions, and this was something that she appreciated, especially, she blushed and thought that it was still too early for him to think about that. There were many things that she was curious about him, but she knew when they married, she could learn more about him, so there was no need to be in a hurry. Yet, when Rias saw Sona seemed happy with this marriage, she couldn't help but feel betrayed by her best friend, and she also felt angry when she thought Riser was about to welcome his happiness. With this marriage, Riser would move on from their relationship so quickly. Meanwhile, Rias was trapped by a disgrace known as a divorced woman. How could she accept it? He needed to pay a price for embarrassing her. I don't think you should marry him. You should know his personality, right? He is a scumbag, worse than any man that you have met. You will regret this marriage. Rias. The sharp tone from Sona's mouth startled Rias. I have chosen to marry him. This is something that I have decided, and I won't regret it. I know that he is your former fiancé, but now, he is mine. You don't have a right to badmouth him. Even if you are my friend, I can't forgive you for mocking him like that. Take those words back and apologize. Yet who was Rias? Being admonished so harshly by Sona, it would be a miracle if Rias could accept everything with peace. Whatever it was, her prideful nature wouldn't allow her to admit her mistake. No, I won't take my words back or apologize. Sona, let me tell you. Rias folded her arms, pressing her under boobs, making her shirt bulge, almost overflooding, and the buttons on her shirt almost breaking apart. While Sona didn't say anything, her expression was gloomy and icy as she pushed the frame of her glasses since she could see Rias trying to assert her domination through the size of her boobs. Riser doesn't love you. He only marries you because he is following the arrangement of his family. Oh. Then, who does he love? Sona narrowed her eyes. Isn't it obvious? Rias showed her prideful nature as she put her hand on her bountiful chest. Who did Riser love? Wasn't it obvious? Moreover, where is he? Why isn't he here helping you with the marriage if he really cares about you? You should break. Get out. Sona didn't bother to listen to Rias anymore. Sona. Listen, Rias. I still think of you as my best friend, but if you continue, then we might as well not need to meet anytime soon until you calm down. I know that you are still unhappy and sad that you are being divorced by him. I am not. Rias let out a shrill denial. Then, stop talking bad about him and move on. You two aren't engaged with each other anymore now. You are not his fiancé, nor is he your fiancé now. There is no relationship between you two anymore. He is my fiancé and soon to be, my husband. I hope that you understand that point and stop being involved with my matter anymore. Then, excuse me. I am still busy with my wedding. Sona didn't bother to talk with Rias anymore and left in a dashing manner. However, Rias still had many things to say about Sona. However, Sona didn't stop. You will regret it, Sona. Watching Sona, who had left her in place, Rias bit the nail of her thumb and felt even bigger hatred. She felt that the world was full of malice as if it was trying to bring her down to earth, dirtying her pretty face with soil and mud. But then Rias took a deep breath and forcefully calmed herself. You said that he has chosen you, right? Let me test him. It was impossible for her to swallow this disgrace, and it was also impossible for her to accept the marriage between Sona and Riser so easily while she was being tortured by many suitors who wanted to marry her. Yes, after her engagement with Riser broke down, Rias was constantly asked to marry by many single high-class pure-blood devils. Her parents also pressured her and told her to choose one among them to marry, yet when she saw those candidates, she couldn't help but show disgust. Compared to Riser, all of them were trash. Riser might be a playboy, but his hobby was still healthy since he was only interested in women, and he was also extremely talented. As for those candidates, their attitudes were even worse, and they were also so weak that she had no interest in them. Even worse, her older brother didn't say anything and just ignored her, causing her dissatisfaction even worse. If Issei could win the previous duel, then everything would be okay, and she could live happily, but Issei lost, and everything crumbled. Her life was full of unhappiness, and she felt everything had betrayed her. Everything was because of him. Because of that, there was no way for her to accept this marriage. She was going to break the marriage between Riser and Sona. As she traced her plump and juicy lips, Rias thought about how he forcefully kissed her lips. She clenched her left fist in hate before she left, waiting for the day of the marriage between Riser and Sona. Women's revenge is scary. Chapter 24, Stop Your Conspiracy. Riser didn't know his fiancée was harassed by his previous fiancée. Even if he knew, he couldn't stop it since he wasn't in the domain of Citri. Instead, he had returned to his family domain to search for a hot spring source with his peerage members and all the staff given by his parents. As expected, he quickly found the source of the hot spring with his fire manipulation ability, which could help him pinpoint where most heat was concentrated in the area. Previously, he thought of creating a geothermal energy plant, but the Devil's World had better technology, so he gave up and quickly changed his plan to create a hot spring resort. While it might be strange, it was common sense that where most heat on the surface of the Earth concentrates, a hot spring would naturally be found. It was also the reason why Japan, which had rich geothermal energy, didn't create many geothermal energy plants since instead of being used as an energy plant, all the people favored making a hot spring resort. Frankly, whether it was an energy plant or a hot spring resort, one needed to discuss many things before one could conclude which one was better, but for now, in the underworld, the hot spring resort was something that needed the most. With his guidance, the staff from the Phenex house also quickly secured the hot spring source with happy faces since they knew that this hot spring would boost the economy of the Phenex domain and all the devils who lived in the domain. Riser also prepared many plans about this hot spring resort and decided to use many tricks to attract all the supernatural beings in the underworld to visit this resort. Moreover, he didn't only find one of them, instead, he found quite a few of them, so each of them could be built with many unique themes from Japanese style, Western style, outdoor style, and many others. When he had finished with all of this, he didn't do anything and just left the rest to the staff, enjoying the life of a noble who sucked dry the blood of his subjects. You have received mathematic mastery. Riser was speechless, but he closed his eyes as much information about mathematics started to enter his head. He felt like he had become smarter, and his head became so clear. It was hard to describe his situation, but for one thing, he realized that he was an idiot in the past. Though, frankly, if he didn't have a high intelligence, which he received previously, the process to accept this reward wouldn't be so smooth. Good work, Riser-sama. While waiting for him to work, Ravel and his peerage members prepared a table for a picnic. Thank you for your hard work, Oni-sama. They brought him a cold drink and food as they thought that he was hungry. Thanks. He smiled gently and took a cold drink while observing the scenery and the surroundings. The nature around them was so beautiful that it wouldn't lose to any nature wonders on Earth in his memories. This also raised his confidence in the success of this hot spring resort. Still, he didn't forget to take a photo and video of the scenery of his surroundings with his phone before sending it to Sona. While he felt quite moved by the success of his ability to find a hot spring source, the mood of the female who stood beside him was rather complex since they knew that after this, he would marry someone so quickly. The change in Riser made them love him so much, and they didn't want him to marry right away, so when he divorced Rias, they thought they could monopolize him, yet the reality. It hadn't been a month since his divorce, yet he was ready to marry someone again. However, as his servants, they also knew their position well. While at night, he loved them so much that they couldn't pull themselves away from him, they couldn't act selfishly, asking him not to marry since, among devils, hierarchy was something that everyone upheld the most. As his servants, they didn't have a right to question him, and they could only accept everything. Yet, Ravel was different. Oni-sama. What's wrong, Ravel? Ravel looked at her older brother with a complicated gaze. She was glad that Riser was single, but then, he was going to marry once again, and it was so soon that she couldn't react. While their parents and older brothers were happy, Ravel found it quite difficult to accept this marriage since it happened so soon. Suddenly, all of a sudden, she didn't have any preparation at all. Yet, at the same time, she also understood that Riser didn't have a choice since this was something that everyone longed for, and his marriage to Sona Citri would bring a great benefit to their family. Yet. Oni-sama, are you really okay with this marriage? She couldn't help but ask this question as if the one that was wronged in this marriage was Riser. If it was before when Riser didn't change, then the one that became his fiancé would be the one that was harmed, but he had changed, and he was also the third son among the three brothers. Whether it was Phenex's first or second brothers, they had married, and they all married high-ranking pureblood devils. Even if Riser chose to marry someone with a lower status, no one would blame him, but he accepted his marriage with Sona. This marriage, no matter what had to be succeeded. Even Ravel knew that, yet, she still couldn't accept it as she thought that he was forcing himself to marry someone. Facing this question, he smiled gently at his little sister and tenderly rubbed her soft blonde hair. There is a rare mineral mine cave nearby. You can bring Ravel there and make her join your harem. The smile on his face was slightly stiff, but he was also dumbfounded since he didn't expect there would be a rare mineral mine nearby. While this system asked him to do something immoral like how a real Satan did, the benefit was incredible. Are you worried about me? Oh, Oni-sama. Ravel was shy, yet she also enjoyed the way he rubbed her head, but at the same time, hearing his question, she nodded. I do. I don't want you to have the same experience again. I want you to marry someone that you really love. Suddenly, a forbidden thought emerged in her head, causing her face to turn red like a blazing flame. Ravel. He felt complicated since he could tell that Ravel really cared about his well-being as his little sister, yet he always thought something strange inside his head. While it was partly the fault of the system, it was hard to see her as a little sister, especially when he wasn't the real Riser Phenex. Still, when he was about to answer her, suddenly, he noticed an enormous figure coming from the distance. He raised his head and looked at the distant purple sky. Oni-sama. When her older brother was in silence, Ravel also looked up, but she saw his attention was somewhere. Similarly, others also followed his eyes and became confused. What is that? They could see an enormous shadow moving toward their direction before they widened their eyes since they saw Ziz, a giant bird in Jewish mythology. They lost their calm since the appearance of this monster destroyed all their calmness. Calm down. His voice was like magic, and they quickly looked at Riser, who had risen to the sky, facing Ziz directly. Meanwhile, Riser was confused, and he also noticed a small presence that stood at the head of the Ziz. The one that brings peace and smiles to the underworld. The destroyer of angel, fallen angel, and all the beings that threaten the underworld. Bringing a smile and hope to every devil. Suddenly, a cheerful BGM, along with a powerful yet feminine voice, echoed through the space, causing everyone to be in a daze. When they were confused at the source of this commotion, a figure jumped from the top of Ziz's head and landed in front of everyone, facing Riser as if he was the greatest enemy that had intended to destroy the world and bring danger to the devils. I am Miracle Leviathan. Miracle Leviathan stood with a cute yet powerful pose as she pointed her magical stick at Riser. Phantom Phenex. I have come to stop your conspiracy. Give up useless resistance and be beaten by me. Everyone was in silence, and they had a similar thought in their minds. While she appeared cute, the words that came out of her mouth weren't cute at all. I wonder what kind of BGM will be suitable for Seraphol. Chapter 25, Last Villain. Everyone stopped what they were doing, and they could only stare at this woman in a daze, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Before they were working hard to find the source of hot springs in their territory, yet suddenly a Leviathan, Seraphol Leviathan, came and said something outrageous. Also, the Phoenix Phantom. While those with limited brains were confused, those with smart brains quickly understood the reason why Seraphol came. Or rather, was there even any reason for her to come except for him? All of them then quickly turned their gaze to Riser, who was also in a daze, yet, was he holding his mobile phone now? While they were confused, they were also panicked, wondering what they should do. However, Riser was calm and took a video of Seraphol like a professional cameraman. For some reason, Seraphol also posed as if it was her most natural reaction when Riser took her video. It was probably already her second nature to act and appear best in front of the camera when she became the magical girl Miracle Leviathan. Though he had to say, he had never seen an ugly devil. Or rather, wasn't Seraphol too beautiful? She appeared to be in her late teens with black hair tied into twin tails and blue eyes. Her body was relatively short, yet her breasts were huge. By this point, it made him wonder whether Seraphol and Sona were sisters. Well, they were sisters since he could see some similarities between them, like their hair colors. Nevertheless, he didn't expect she would come in the magical girl costume. Riser had never thought much of a magical girl since it was something childish, yet he had to say this costume was quite good, especially the part between the stockings and the short skirts. Between those two parts of charming clothes, bare white, sexy thighs were presented before him. While he wanted to appreciate Seraphol a little longer, as expected, the system didn't let him go. How dare you threaten me, woman? Option 1, burn the territory of the Citri House and all the living beings. You will receive Omnipotent. Option 2, kill all the Citri House members. You will receive absolute control. Option 3, defeat Miracle Leviathan. You will receive a Feng Shui. You must choose one, or else you will lose your hair. Riser rubbed his healthy blonde hair and felt that this system was really abominable. However, he had to say it was far better than the first time this system appeared. After all, the only consequence was to lose his hair, and even if he was bald, he believed that he was still handsome. Still, among those options, the only choice that he could choose was option 3. Yet, wasn't the prize a little too stingy? He was told to defeat Seraphol Leviathan, one of the Maus in the underworld. Even though the 4 Maus were nothing but mascots, those who received this title definitely weren't some no-name. All of them were better than most devils in the world. Yet, the system told him to defeat one. While it might be unbelievable, he felt that his chances of defeating Seraphol weren't low. Instead, he knew that he had a chance to defeat Seraphol, especially when Seraphol, who was coming from the Citri family, was definitely proficient at water magic. He, who was a master at fire manipulation ability, felt that defeating Seraphol wasn't that difficult. Even if he couldn't defeat Seraphol, he didn't think he would be defeated since his element had an advantage over her. Though, the real reason why he was confident of defeating Seraphol was that he had become stronger after he got many rewards from the system. Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that Seraphol was a strong opponent since if she wasn't strong, it was impossible for her to become a Mau, right? Moreover, if he fought against her, then he believed that this land would be ruined, and his plan was to make this place into a hot spring resort. So, along with all the dangers that he might encounter and the damage caused by their fight, shouldn't his reward be higher? Yet, he had no choice since he didn't want to lose his hair. While he was annoyed, he didn't lose his calm and quickly thought of a way to defeat Seraphol. If possible, with a method that didn't make him show his strength. Then, in that single moment, he quickly found a way to defeat Seraphol without even showing his power. While Riser was observing Seraphol, she also observed him. Frankly, it was their first meeting, but it didn't mean she didn't know him since she knew he was Rias's previous fiancé. Her relationship with Surzek, Rias's older brother, was good since they were comrades in the previous war in the underworld, but it was also because of this she knew Riser's reputation wasn't good. However, Seraphol also knew that a marriage between two pure-blooded high-ranking devils was important. the marriage between Riser and Sona was politically correct. Yet, how could Serafal accept her little sister being wed by someone so easily? Especially with this bastard. Though Serafal felt that their first meeting wasn't bad, especially when he was like a veteran, experienced, and talented cameraman, after she beat him up, she thought that she was going to invite him to her movie crew. Nevertheless, Serafal knew that all she knew about was bias. It was because Surzek told her that Riser was a playboy and a bad guy that she also thought so, but the reality? Who wasn't a playboy in their youth? Especially with Riser's status as the son of Lord Phenex, the head of the Phenex family. If Riser wanted a woman, all the female devils would jump happily into his bed since they knew it was the fastest way for them to change their fate, especially in the underworld where the pure-blood high-class like Riser was the ruler. If the lower-class devil wanted to stand up, then they needed talent, and they had to be powerful so they could raise their status, but even so, would every devil have a talent? No way. Frankly, a devil and a human weren't that much different. The only difference was their race. As for the others, while they were quite different, in essence, they were quite similar. The strong got everything, and the weak could only be oppressed. So, for Riser, having a woman was as easy as snapping his fingers. Serafal didn't care whether Riser had a harem or not, but for one thing, she wanted Riser to treat Sona with all of his might. She didn't want her little sister to be sad about this marriage. Yet, before she came, she visited Sona and her parents since this wedding was so sudden, and she could tell that the three of them had a good impression of Riser, and they also reminded her not to cause trouble. Still, she was annoyed by their wordy scolding since it was like they told her that she wasn't reliable and would cause trouble, but inwardly, she knew that she needed to trouble him before the wedding since it would be late after the wedding. So, now, she came to visit him and was ready to see his resolve as Sona's husband. Yet. So, you have come, Miracle Leviathan. His demeanor changed as if he was a different person. The tone of his voice was so cold, like a villain who could massacre a country or two without feeling. By this point, it wouldn't be weird to say that Riser had become the last villain on the Miracle Leviathan. Everyone fell into silence. However, Serafal's eyes were sharp yet full of excitement. This guy, not bad at all. Chapter 26, You don't want Sona to hate you, right? Riser had exceeded her expectations. He was more fun than she had thought. Even though your little sister told you how dangerous I am, like an exam student scrambling to finish the problems on an exam until the last moment before the chime. Serafal's blood was boiling. She was like a magical girl who was about to face a fearsome enemy that threatened the danger of the underworld. Still, Riser has given her the perfect chance to showcase the awesomeness of the Miracle Leviathan, so she couldn't waste it. Miracle Leviathan. Do your best. I can't defeat you if I don't come here. Serafal approached Riser with courageous steps. Each of her steps was filled with hope and her will to save her little sister from this villain. Punny as you are, your courage is admirable, but it is useless. You don't have a chance to defeat me, Miracle Leviathan. Riser stared at Serafal with a cold gaze. I will give you a chance because of your little sister. Step back and give up. This is for your own good. Never. Serafal became even more courageous, as if all the children in the underworld shouted and supported her. I won't give up. This is for my little sister. For my little sister, I will do anything. I see. Riser let out a helpless sigh and then smiled. I don't want to do this, but you have forced me. Suddenly, he made a mysterious gesture that caused Serafal to feel cautious. Serafal had never felt this feeling before. Even if she faced the army of angels, fallen angels, the old Mao's army, and any other mythical beings, she had never faced this strange feeling that told her everything was meaningless. In front of him, all of the power of the magical girl was hopeless. Yet, even so, she wouldn't stop. In front of adversity or strong enemies, the magical girl wouldn't give up. To give hope and happiness to her little sister, Serafal couldn't stop. Yet, as the last villain, it was impossible for Riser to be an average villain that could be beaten with a stick or two. All of his moves brought terror to his opponent since no one knew what he was about to do. However, all of the attacks that she was thinking of inside her head, like a fire, wind, punch, or kick, she had never thought Riser would do something like this. I am Magical Leviathan. Phantom Phenex, give up yourselves. Riser raised his phone and showed the video of the entrance of Magical Leviathan at the highest volume. Serafal was confused, but somehow this action made her stop his steps as she observed him vigilantly. What do you think of this video? It's a good quality. Serafal answered as she tilted her head, showing her confusion hadn't cleared up. Still, Riser maintained his calm smile. Is that all? Well. The angle is perfect, and you perfectly capture the best angle when you take my video. As a magical girl fanatic, Serafal's knowledge of the movie was quite profound. She wanted to become a magical girl, and to do that, she was going to do anything from learning the history of magical girl works, and also the knowledge of a movie. Moreover, as a devil, her age was so long. Her job didn't take much of her time, and the underworld was rather peaceful. As for her job as a Leviathan, she also didn't need to do much of her job since she could leave it to her subordinates, so she could focus on her hobby. Because of this, she had time to do research about Magical Girl, and Riser's ability to make videos was rare among the devils. No, his talent was one among millions. Seraphol didn't expect to meet such a rough diamond, and she was sure once she polished him with the knowledge of a filmmaker, then this diamond would shine brightly. Yet, was the meaning of his words really that simple? It's a good video. Riser nodded, then asked, then, what if I share it with your little sister? It was like a bolt of lightning in the middle of the day. Seraphol was struck down with a bolt and quickly realized his dirty scheme. You. In her movie Magical Leviathan, she often fought many anti-government villains, and as a Seraphol Leviathan, she also fought many dangerous foes that could threaten the lives of millions so easily, yet, facing this young man, she felt all the strength on her body was drained, and she was like a baby whose candy was taken away by an adult. He knew her weakness and didn't hesitate to take advantage of it. I am sure that Sona will be happy to see this video where her older sister is coming so far away to threaten her fiancé. No, you can't do that. Why? Isn't this video good? As a family, shouldn't you want your little sister to watch this perfect video? Seraphol was unable to say anything except for you, yet this showed how helpless she was. Her sudden action was nothing but selfishness. She came to this place because she wanted to see whether Riser could become a good husband for Sona or not. Well, maybe beating him up for a bit or two to show how lucky he was for marrying her little sister. Her love for her little sister was so huge that she was afraid that if she was a man, she might do incest. Unfortunately, she was female, so she could only bear a Yuri relationship. Yet, this relationship was about to be destroyed by this fearsome opponent that she had never thought of. Phantom Phenex. Facing an uneasy expression on Seraphol, Riser's smile became brighter and brighter as he walked forward toward Seraphol with confident steps. Yet, the closer he was, the paler her face was since she knew that everything was under his palm. With just a single button, Sona would hate her. You're dirty. How could you do that cowardly move? If it was a fight by using a demonic power and magical girl power, then she believed she would win, yet against the savvy strategy of this villain, she was trapped like a butterfly whose wings were trapped on the spider's webs. She could do nothing and waited for his judgment since she didn't want Sona to hate her. Standing so close to each other, he still maintained his smile, but Seraphol appeared so haggard, as if she was on her limit. Yet, even though Riser was calm when he faced Seraphol, he was speechless. Why did this woman get so horny? He had sex mastery, so it was easy for him to tell that this woman enjoyed her situation so much. It was as if she was a masochist. If that was the case, if he forced her here and now, would she scream in happiness? The probability wasn't small, and he felt that he could complete his quest that way. So, he followed the cliché method in the educational Japanese book. He grabbed a handful of her hair forcefully, then stroked them gently, moving closer to her ear, then whispered, "You don't want Sona to hate you, right?" His voice, the warmth of his breath, and his scent. Seraphol was like being hit by several combos that she was unable to escape. All of her defense was broken now, and she became nothing but a weak woman that could be pushed and then pounded from behind. Her face flushed red, showing extreme hate as if being coerced, yet her body shivered and wet from thinking what kind of bad things that villain was going to do. "Madam, you don't want your husband to know, right?" Where do you think this line is used? Chapter 27, Son-in-Law of Citri House. MNH. On. You are so hard. You don't need to make such a weird noise when all you do is just give me a shoulder massage. His eyes were blank as he stared at Seraphol, who was trying to mess up with him. The duel between them ended with his victory. Riser used his intelligence, savvy strategy, and experience he learned from the educational Japanese book to make Seraphol Leviathan admit defeat. Then, because of his victory, he asked her to massage his shoulders, yet it was easy to tell she wasn't good at it since, from time to time, her big breasts were pressed against the back of his head, making him afraid that he might become a bad brother-in-law. Giving him a massage on the shoulders might be a light punishment for Seraphol, yet among all the devils and other races in the world from the beginning of the creation of Earth until now, who had ever received a shoulder massage from her? Even her parents probably haven't reacted to such a treatment. What he did was something that no one dared to do. Due to his achievements, he was a phoenix among men. Even now, all the devils present were looking at him in amazement since he was able to defeat Seraphol and make her submit with his eloquence. Still, someone might ask why he didn't make a perverted request, right? Yet, the question was, did he lack a woman? He had 14 women who were part of his harem. Every night he could choose whoever he wanted or took all of them in his spacious bed. Moreover, he was about to marry Sona, adding his harem members and the number of his women would be 15. 15 women. If he was a normal human, he was afraid that he might die from overindulgence. Fortunately, he was a devil, and more importantly, he was coming from a phoenix family. No matter how many of his opponents were, he wouldn't be afraid since he was immortal. Let's go ahead. Nevertheless, his quest was successful, and he got his reward. Feng Shui Mastery. While he was suspicious of this reward, it was unexpectedly better than he had thought. Feng Shui, also literally read as wind and water, is a famous form of divination originating from East Asia. It suggests that by determining natural flows of energy, such as the flow of the wind and the flow of the water, one can discern paths to follow. It is usually used to determine good and bad areas in a piece of land so that the well-being of those inhabiting a house built on this land is optimized, and it was used to determine the strong and weak points of fortresses. If he had to explain it in a simple way, it was a way to tell whether a place was lucky or unlucky. Though, even if that place was unlucky, using Feng Shui, one could make that place lucky. If he had explained it even further, then if one fell on the unlucky place, a stone would happen to be there and die. If one fell on the lucky place, one would happen to find a gold brick and become rich for 3 generations. It was simple, right? So, because of this, he quickly changed his location and sat in the lucky place so that she would agree to his advance if he decided to push Sarafall down. Joking aside, he thought that this reward was good, especially when he was about to build a hot spring resort. Even though he was quite dismissive and suspicious before, it seemed the system knew him the best. Right. The system aside, Riser was glad that his hair was saved, and he didn't need to build a muscle to build a tough guy image. Meanwhile, Sarafall, who was giving a massage on Riser's shoulders, was in a complex mood. One shouldn't see the cheerful smile on her face as what appeared on her heart since this was her mask, and unless one had the ability to read the mind of others, it was impossible for one to guess what the other was thinking. This was the case with Sarafall since her heart was beating so fast, especially when he threatened and mistreated her before. It was as if he would push her there and ride on her from behind as he used her twin tails as the rein, playing an adult horse riding together. No. 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 Magical Leviathan, you can't do that. As the hope of the underworld, it was impossible for her to fall into the abyss and become evil. But wait, maybe it isn't bad at all. If the symbol of hope became the symbol of terror, how would it turn out to be? Somehow that development was kind of exciting. Her breathing became haggard once again, thinking about what kind of torture Riser would do to her to break and make her fall into the darkness. Riser. Still, Sarafall quickly regained her sanity as she thought about her lovely little sister. She came to this place because she wanted to see what kind of man would become the husband of her little sister. Even though she was satisfied with him, it didn't mean she was satisfied with him to become his little sister's husband. Riser-chan, you must understand why I came here, right? Suddenly, her hands that gave a massage to his shoulders moved slowly, and the movement of her hands carried a hint of temptation as if telling him to push her here and now. However, Riser knew that this was her trap and it was impossible for him to fall. Still, in the worst case, he crossed his legs. Though, he had to say he felt weird being called the chan suffix. I understand. However, he wasn't a small man who was nitpicky about the details, or, he might be too lazy to fix Sarafall. Either way, he knew that he was going to be tested by Sarafall. Sona is my precious little sister, and I want her to be happy. While I am satisfied with your act as a villain, as my little sister's husband, I want you to treat her like the most important woman in your heart, okay? Her voice was filled with love, telling him she really loved her little sister and didn't want Sona to have a bad marriage life. Riser also understood this, and this was also why he divorced Rias since he didn't want a bad marriage life. Yet before he answered, someone beat him first. Say Sarafall-sama. A timid voice was heard from behind. Riser and Sarafall turned and saw Ravel was there. Ravel. You are Riser's little sister. Before Sarafall came, she also did an investigation on Riser's family, and Ravel was his little sister. Yes, I am Riser Phenex. It's nice to meet you, Sarafall-sama. Yes, it's nice to meet you, Ravel-chan. Sarafall nodded and smiled brightly. Though Riser was more cornered about Sarafall's breasts since wasn't the ratio between her breasts and body too far apart, weren't they heavy? As a good brother-in-law, shouldn't he help her older sister-in-law with her difficulty? While Riser was thinking about how to become a good brother-in-law, Ravel was trying to help him in her own way. Sarafall-sama, as you think of your little sister as the one that you love the most, I also think of my older brother that way. His previous engagement is hurting him, and I don't want him to experience the same thing once again, so I hope that your little sister won't be someone like his previous partner. Sarafall blinked her eyes as her mind started to imagine many scenarios that usually happen in the tragic movie. She imagined that Riser, who was weak, faced Sekirudii, Surzek, and Gremory's family alone since all of them didn't wish him to marry Rias, yet in the end, their faces were the ones that were slapped by him. Sarafall looked at him with a complicated gaze since she was still under a prejudice that he was the bad guy, but that wasn't the case. In his previous engagement with Rias, did he really want to marry Rias? No one knew for sure, but as a high-class pure-blooded devil, it was something natural for him to marry someone in the same position as him. Rias happened to be that person. He only followed his duty, but the other party trampled his dignity. By then, he had fallen into the abyss and embarked on darkness before he became Phantom Phenex. Suddenly, Seraphol became excited as she had made Riser's backstory, but she knew that this wasn't the time for her to think about the matter of magical girl. You don't need to worry. Sona-chan is a good girl. Unlike Rias, whose head was filled with fantasy, Sona had a good head and was smart. If Sona was bad, then Seraphol was going to slap her cute little butts. Well, it isn't bad at all. Nevertheless, due to Ravel's words, Seraphol knew that he wasn't bad, and if Sona didn't want him, then she could have him. Jokes aside, it was impossible for Ravel to talk about Riser if he had bad conduct, so she could tell that he was a gentle and warm-hearted devil. Suddenly, the conversation between Seraphol and Ravel became harmonious as they talked like they were a high-class devil, telling each other about the advantages of their little sister and older brother. Only Riser was speechless. Eh? Is that it? I didn't need to do anything. Riser shook his head, but he was glad that everything was over. He fixed his pants slightly and continued to inspect the hot spring resort. Everyone stayed there for a while and returned together with Seraphol, as they would become a family soon. However, when they were about to leave, Seraphol came to him and whispered, Riser-chan, don't show that video to Sona-chan, okay? If Riser showed that video to Sona, then she would die. Yes, I won't show it. Riser nodded obediently. Really? That's good. Seraphol smiled brightly as she jumped around, bouncing her breasts in every direction. Watching a good breast would bring a good mood. Riser thought that his life as a son-in-law wouldn't be bad at all. Chapter 28, Riser is good at deceiving his fiancée. I am sorry for my older sister. Sona apologized after she saw the video that was taken by Riser. Riser didn't uphold his promise and showed the video of Seraphol, which was taken by him previously to Sona. What about his previous promise with Seraphol? He didn't care at all since wasn't a promise supposed to be broken. Watching Sona, whose expression was flustered and extremely sorry about her older sister, who had caused a lot of trouble to Riser, Riser wished to bully her more. He was also proud of his cunning nature since, using this video, he could make Sona feel guilty and use this chance to make her fall even deeper or make her do something for him. Not bad at all. Riser decided to ignore the system. After that day, Riser rested for a day before he visited Sona and helped with the marriage preparation, so along the way, he also showed the video he had taken before. Sona knew who knew about Seraphol's personality, but even though she had reminded her, Seraphol still did something outrageous. Are you okay? It's okay. I have a lot of Phenex tears. Wani-chan. Sona's expression was gloomy since his words implied that he was beaten by Seraphol, even though the reality was the other way around. I need to talk with her. No, it's okay. I know that your older sister is just worried about you, especially when she is about to marry a good-for-nothing like me. Riser's voice was soft and filled with self-deprecation, showing how he understood what kind of scumbag he was. No, you are not good for nothing. You are my husband. You are the best man out there. Sona refuted him without hesitation since she thought that her husband-to-be was really the best. There was no way for Riser to be good for nothing. Her first impression of him might not be good, but the more she knew him, the more he realized what kind of man he was. While it might be embarrassing, she knew that she didn't hate this marriage, or rather she was looking forward to spending her days with him. She knew she had fallen for him, but with her little awkward personality, it was hard for her to admit it. Thank you. Those words mean a lot to me. He gently held the side of her profile and caressed her. No, I am the one who is lucky to have you. Sona felt that she was fortunate and thought Rias was stupid. However, Riser looked at his wife-to-be and thought that she was so cute. But don't blame your older sister. She is your family, and I understand she is worried about you. Riser. Sona couldn't look away from him. Riser, who saw this gaze, wasn't sure where his courage came from, but he moved slowly and decided to kiss her. Sona was startled since she didn't expect such a sudden intimate action, but she didn't move away and let him take her lips away. Oh. It was her first kiss, and she had never thought that it would taste like this. Unfortunately, she couldn't be his first, but she knew she would be his last, yet the sweet and lovely kiss on her impression changed, and it suddenly became a blazing hot kiss that ravaged her lips and the inside of her mouth. Due to the pleasure of their kiss, her consciousness was hazy, and she hugged him tightly since she was a bit afraid yet quite eager for this new knowledge. Riser also moved his hands, rubbing her body from her beautiful back, cute butts, then her long, slender thighs, feeling addicted to touching them. Then, when she was about to lose her breath, he parted their lips, and they were in a daze, reminiscing about the feelings of their first kiss. The two of them were in silence as they stared at each other. Riser was a bit embarrassed and apologized. I am sorry. You are so cute that I can't help it. His words were sincere, telling her that he was wrong for being unable to hold his desire to kiss her. However, he had to say her appearance was charming, especially when her face flushed red, and her glasses slid down on her pointy, small nose. And no, it's okay. I didn't hate it, and... Sona's face was so red, showing how embarrassed she was. It feels good. Then, she pushed the frame of her glasses, trying to regain her composure, but it was impossible since her heart was beating so fast. Riser blinked his eyes, then asked, "Can I kiss you again?" Sona was startled, her eyes moved right and left, playing with her fingers, before she looked at him shyly and nodded. Riser became a beast that day. In Kuo Town, Rias was staring at the letter invitation in her hand. After that day, her mood was far from good, and she hadn't gone to school, but it didn't matter. Education in the human world was easy for her, and even if she didn't go to school all the time, no one dared to say anything since she was the ruler of this town. However, what she didn't know about her absence caused all the students at the Kuo Academy to feel depressed. Moreover, not only Rias was absent, but Sona, who was the President Council, was also absent, but unlike Rias, her reason for being absent was understandable. Nevertheless, all the students at the Kuo Academy have been in a state of depression since the loss of two Madonnas, who were like the sun, illuminating them during their tough study time. Are you going? Akino Himejima looked at her master, who had been in a daze inside her room all the time. Rias had been holed up after being divorced by Riser, and she had always been in a strange state. Also, she didn't let anyone except Akino meet her, causing all the members of her peerage to feel worried, especially Issei. However, Issei was stupid, and he didn't understand the reason why Rias was in that weird state, since shouldn't she feel happy after not being engaged with Riser? Still, with his limited brain, it was impossible for him to think about the answer, and he could only think the reason why Rias was in that state was that she was in disbelief since Sona was about to marry Riser. Though, Issei, once again, felt jealous and depressed since Riser was too lucky, right? Everyone had gotten used to Issei's antic and perverted nature, so they didn't say much. However, Rias didn't care about those things, and she also didn't really want to meet Issei since she was afraid if she saw him, she would start to hate him. Still hearing Akino's question, Rias snorted and then nodded. Of course, I am going. Why shouldn't she come? If Sona had invited her to her marriage, why shouldn't Rias come? Did Rias have something to be embarrassed about? Her prideful nature didn't allow her to cower away from this invitation. However, Akino, who saw her master, could only sigh since she knew that it was impossible for her to stop Rias, who had made her decision. Still, she wondered whether Rias was a masochist for coming to the marriage of her ex-fiancé and her best friend. Or did Rias have a cuckold fetish? Or was Rias like her, who had a fetish for having a relationship with a man who had a relationship? Either way, Akino had gotten used to Rias's whim since she had been with her for so long. It was also because of this that she knew how helpless she was, especially during their previous endeavor. Rias aside, she knew that they were lucky that Riser didn't have a grudge toward them. Frankly, even if Riser raped her, no one would help her, and they would help him to hide this matter since the difference in their class was too high. Even if Akino was the queen of Rias's peerage members, in the end, she was nothing but a low-class devil. Akino knew that she was overthinking, especially when Riser didn't seem to have an interest in her, but after the defeat of Issei, it was as if she had woken up and realized the depth of the devil society. Akino hoped that Rias didn't mess around and just quietly accepted everything, yet was it possible? Akino, let's go. Let's get the best dress. I want to appear as the most beautiful woman in their marriage. Rias definitely didn't have good intentions since doing that meant she challenged the heroine on that wedding day, Sona. Akino's lips trembled, and she looked at Rias in disbelief. I don't have to go to the wedding, right? Rias shook her head and explained, no, you have to go since you are my queen. If you are not present, then everyone will look down on me, thinking that my peerage members are weak. As for the others, she didn't bring them since she wasn't stupid enough to bring them, considering such an act might be misunderstood as a provocation, or rather, even if she wanted to bring them, she might be stopped by her parents who became so strict with her after that day. Everything is because of him. When Rias thought about what he had done to her and what Sona said to her that day, she became emotional. There is no way that I will let them have a happy marriage. Akino wanted to say something, but she couldn't. In the end, she could only agree, and hopefully, nothing would happen. Chapter 29, Demonic Boobs. It was the day of marriage between Riser Phenex and Sona Citri. All the members of Phenex House and Citri House were in a festive mood and happy with their marriage. The marriage of Riser and Sona meant a lot of things. First, they continued the tradition of the devil and maintained their blood. Second, the relationship between the Phenex House and the Citri House would become closer. It wouldn't be weird to say that they had become the closest ally. While the two houses had their own allies, this alliance meant something different since their main descendants had married each other. With this marriage, two families would be closely tied to each other, creating an even bigger and more powerful family. Whether it was the power of their armies, politics, or economics were boosted due to this marriage. Knowing all of this, all the high-class devils knew that this marriage would lead to an unprecedented power that had never been seen before. Though at the same time, those who were from the opposite factions also felt relief since the one that was married by Riser was Sona Citri instead of Rias Gremory. The underworld had never been in the monolith. Even though Mao was just a mere symbol, due to the power of Surzek and the other three Maos, their power on the politics of the underworld might endanger the power of the Great King faction. If Rias and Riser were married to each other, then the combination of Surzek and the Phenex family wasn't something that they loved to see, and it wouldn't be weird that they might become the real leader of the underworld. The combination of the strongest force, Surzek, who is known as the strongest devil, and Phenex tears, the precious tears that could heal anyone who was almost dead, would lead to a powerful faction that could stand above everyone. Fortunately, Surzek, the leader of the Gremory house, and Rias were stupid since they loved to see Rias be in a relationship with their slave more than with Riser. Or was it the fetish of the Gremory family to be in a relationship with their servants? After all, the Gremory house was known for their affection and how gentle they were toward their servants, so having a relationship with their servant was something akin to a fetish for them, right? Either way, those who hated Surzek and those who were in the opposite faction of Surzek didn't hesitate to use this chance to dirty, trying to lower the reputation that had been built by Surzek and his family. Moreover, due to this, the relationship between the four Maos might crack. The fight between Surzek Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan was something that they wanted to see the most. Yet, Surzek was still Surzek. His status as the stronger devil wasn't for nothing, and he quickly silenced all of them with little threat. While his reputation became worse, no one dared to blatantly talk to him again since they didn't want to be killed. In the end, the most important thing was power. As long as you had power, you could do anything. However, whether Surzek or the Gremory house could only sigh since a single wrong decision would bring them so many problems. Yet, whether Riser or Sona cared about that, their families also didn't care since they were busy taking care of this wedding, or rather whether Riser or Sona had never thought their marriage was akin to a business alliance, family alliance, or anything that was related to the interest of the two. They married each other because they wished to do so. Nevertheless, all the powerful devils, those with authority, 72 pillars, extra, many other families, worthy famous figures, and acquaintances were invited. They also didn't hesitate to come since it was impossible for them to miss all of this. After all, no matter what Riser and Sona were thinking, the fact two big families in the underworld would become a family didn't change. Riser was in the waiting room, dressed in his best, waiting for his wedding. His older brothers, who were by his side, were teasing him, telling him about their experiences during their childhood. Riser's lips twitched since they narrated the entire embarrassing story in front of his face. "Shut up. If you are here to bother me, then leave. You are interrupting me. Don't get angry, Riser. You are about to get married. Don't be stiff." Riser rolled his eyes. Still, even if he wasn't the original Riser, he could naturally talk and have a great relationship with his two older brothers. Was it muscle memory? Was it because of the memory of Riser Phenex? Either way, he was glad that their relationship was great. Still, he also understood why he teased him since they also felt emotional, considering he was about to become a married man. "You are about to get married now, so don't play around again." No, I think it is okay for him to play around. Do you want him to die? I don't think he will die, right? Maybe he will be frozen for eternity by Seraphal Sama after he is found cheating on her little sister. Can you not discuss my future right in front of me? Also, on what basis do you think I will cheat? I won't do something as despicable as that. Cheating. Riser wouldn't do that. He would open a harem openly. His older brothers stared at him with dead fish eyes as if telling him that his face was as thick as the earth's crust. Jokes aside, Riser felt that he might not add more women since he felt 15 women were a little too much for him to handle. He might be immortal, but it didn't mean he was immune to diseases. Overindulgence wasn't a good thing. By the way, how is the progress of the hot spring resort? It's done. I have found the hot spring, and I am waiting for the people to do research on the content of the water, but the result should be okay. If there is a problem, it will be the architecture. I want to make it the best hot spring resort, so I need to take the matter of design seriously. His older brothers nodded at his words. If this hot spring resort was successful, it would boost the economy of the Phenex domain, so they needed to take this matter seriously. When it is done, tell me. I will set up an advertisement right away. Okay. The hot spring resort aside, what about your career in the raiding game? When are you going to start the game again? I have just gotten married. There is no need to be in a hurry for the raiding game, okay? Riser was speechless. Frankly, Riser didn't understand why all the devils in the underworld thought of the raiding game as something they could give their lives for. In his eyes, the raiding game was like a sport, and it wasn't something that needed to be taken seriously, especially in front of economic, political, military power, and individual power, yet whether it was the original Riser and other high-class devils felt the rating game was something they needed to give their everything. While it might be weird to say this, unlike me, you have a lot of potential, Riser. With your blue fire, your mastery over fire ability, and immortality, you should be able to challenge the first position. Riser Phenex, his first older brother, who would also be the next head of the Phenex house, patted his little brother's shoulder. He might not be able to become number one, but his little brother should be able to do it. I am not in a hurry. There is still a lot of time. However, Riser also understood that the individual rank on the rating game would reflect their position in the underworld society. His older brother also happened to be in the top 10, but even he knew that even if his older brother was powerful, Rival had a limit, and it was impossible for him to reach the top 5. The only chance for their family to become the number one and firmly become one of the strongest families in the underworld was by relying on Riser, who was known as a prodigy. Still, this was his wedding, so they didn't talk about the others that much and focused on his wedding. Nevertheless, his two older brothers didn't stay too long and left after a while since they needed to be present during the ceremony. Oh, right, try to talk with Ravel. Ravel. Yeah, she might be sad due to your wedding. Why didn't she feel sad when it was your wedding? Could you not say something so hurtful? Two of his older brothers looked at him resentfully before they left. Riser, who was alone, sighed and felt that a bit surreal since he had just been in this world for a while. Then he got into a harem, got married, was forced to do something strange by the system, and, more importantly, divorced Rias Gremory. Even though Sona wasn't bad, Riser knew that Rias Gremory's boobs were the best. He knew that this was wrong, but as a boobsman, he couldn't lie to his desire, yet as he was about to become a married man, he needed to forget those boobs. As for the matter of his little sister, he didn't really want to think about this matter now since this matter was rather sensitive. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Riser-sama, it is almost time. Riser stood up and got ready for his wedding. He walked out of the waiting room and went to the hall where the wedding was being held, but he stopped his steps when he saw a familiar figure. Her crimson hair was tied together, showing off her graceful neck. Her dress had a matching color with her hair, showing her curves perfectly. Lastly, those boobs, even now, often come into his dream, haunt him, becoming his demon and forcing him to make the greatest mistake a married man could make. The steps of her heels were clear on his ears as she approached him. His former fiancée, Rias Gremory, appeared before him once again. Chapter 30, You Have a Weird Fetish. Riser wondered why he was so obsessed with Rias's boobs. Yet, he knew if he had to give an answer, then it was without a doubt because of the original Riser. Even if he became Riser Phenex, the memory of the original Riser, experience, and everything still existed and merged with his. Everything became one. Nevertheless, even if he loved boobs, he wasn't that obsessed with them, but with the combination of Riser's memory, he became like this. Frankly, he had the urge to rub, press his face, and suck the nipples of the Rias Gremory, but his logic forced him to calm down since if he really did that, he would betray Sona, who was about to become his wife. Yet, was it wrong for him to wish to do so with Rias Gremory's boobs? Damn it, I am a pervert. Riser felt helpless, but he forcefully calmed himself as he noticed Rias wasn't alone. Behind Rias, her queen, Akino Himejima, walked, following her master like the most loyal servant. Still, Riser wondered why all the women that he met were so beautiful. Shouldn't someone with a good appearance be rare? Yet, they popped out one after another as if they were trying to tempt him. Similar to Rias, Akino was also beautiful. However, if Rias's beauty was as bright as the day, Akino's beauty was quiet like the night. She appeared modest, graceful, and poised, showing the perfect Japanese beauty. If someone had to say, this woman was the personification of the Yamato Nadeshiko, or the personification of an idealized Japanese woman, or the epitome of pure, feminine beauty. Those titles perfectly suited this woman. Yet, for her, whose boobs were bigger than the majority of women, the kimono wasn't that suitable for her, considering the kimono was suitable for a woman with a slender body like his wife-to-be, Sona. However, even if Akino seemed poised and quiet, Riser wasn't going to be fooled by this exterior since he knew the quiet one had always been the lewdest. Her quiet appearance was just a disguise, so no one could tell what kind of a pervert this woman was. Their eyes happened to meet for a moment, but Akino felt that her heart was beating so fast as if Riser could see the depth of her heart. While she was panicked, her education and experience also made her able to react by bowing to her politely and submissively, like how a low-class devil should be. Fortunately, his gaze was only momentarily before he focused on Rias once again as if losing interest in Akino. However, Akino felt like a forbidden thought might appear in her when she looked into Riser's eyes. It caused her to have a delusion about what it would seem like when she had a secret tryst with Riser when her master hated him so much. That forbidden and dangerous relationship, she bit her lower lip and erased that thought since she knew if she really did that, Rias wouldn't forgive her. Riser and Rias looked at each other for the first time after he had divorced her in front of everyone. At that time, he didn't turn back at her and left decisively as if his feeling toward her was nothing and he could discard her anytime. This made Rias, who had always been proud of her appearance, family, talent, and everything met her nemesis. She might say that she wanted to be someone who she saw as a single individual instead of looking at her, who was known as the heir of the Gremory house, yet even if someone really looked at her as who she was, would she show an interest in them? Probably not. After all, there were many people who didn't know her identity at Co Academy, yet she never fell at those who fell at her who saw her as a single individual. Instead, at this moment, her head was filled with Riser, her former fiancé. This man, who had tarnished her pride, she wouldn't allow him to just divorce her just like that and gain happiness by marrying her best friend, Sona Citri. Sona was even more so. Even though Sona was her best friend, Sona had decided to marry her former fiancé. Rias felt like she was being betrayed by Sona, and she wouldn't forgive the two of them. She wouldn't allow them to be happy. Riser and Rias glanced for a moment and continued to walk. Rias waited for him to say something since it was impossible for her to take the initiative, but Riser ignored her. Even if they stood side by side, he continued to walk as if she was just a stranger. She gritted her teeth, filled with hatred, and called him annoyedly, "Hey, Riser." However, Riser continued to ignore her. "I am talking to you, Riser." This time, Riser stopped and turned. "Is there something wrong, Rias Gremory? If you are looking at the toilet, you just need to continue to walk forward. You are in the right place." Rias. Akino wanted to laugh, but she didn't dare. However, it was her first time to know that Riser was humorous. However, for Rias, Riser's answer shocked her as if she didn't believe that the one in front of him was really Riser. Was it so easy for him to forget about her? Did he not have a lingering feeling for her? Why was he so cold? Rias wanted to cry for some reason, but her prideful nature didn't allow her. Watching Rias, who fell in silence, Riser didn't intend to stay any longer and said perfunctorily, "If you are looking at Sona, then you are in the wrong place. You should go to the opposite room." "No, I am not looking for Sona. I am looking for you." "You are looking for me?" Riser was surprised, then showed a gentle smile. "Are you here to congratulate me on my marriage?" "Thank you, but I hope that you don't come to me privately like this since I don't want Sona and everyone to misunderstand us." Whether it was his tone, words, or demeanor, all of them clearly said that he had moved on. Riser, who had been crazy about Rias, was no longer there. Their relationship was no longer between a fiancé and a fiancée. They were just acquaintances. Akino sighed and wondered why Rias came here. She also could see that Riser didn't want to entangle with Rias any longer. Their relationship was already over. He was about to marry Sona and became a married man, which was kind of exciting somehow, but currently, Rias did nothing but torture herself. Coming to the wedding of her former fiancé and best friend, Rias was like a woman who was being abandoned and had lingering feelings for her former fiancé. Or, like what Akino thought before, was her master a masochist or unique fetish? "Then, see you at the ceremony. I am quite busy now." He waved his hand and then left as if Rias was no longer a matter for him, yet how could he not? Her boobs weren't something that he could touch, and her lips, even if he was the one who tainted them for the first time, it was impossible for him to do that any longer, especially with his status. If he really did that, he was afraid Surzek might come to him and erase his existence. While he was strong, he didn't think he was strong enough to face Surzek. So, he might as well focus on his wife. His wife's breasts might not be big, but they were cute, and the breasts weren't the main criteria for choosing a wife. "Sona, I am coming." While his heart was blazing with excitement, thinking about his first night, he couldn't show it since it might break his character, so he walked at ease and in a relaxed way. Yet, for Rias, Riser's actions shocked her heart. Even if she hated Riser, she knew that he loved her. Even if his act was so hateful in her eyes, he wanted her to love him, yet now, he no longer had that feeling for her. She thought when she talked to him, he would forget about Sona and be in love with her again. Yet the reality? No. The further he was, the more she realized that he was going to the place where it was impossible for her to step into. Yet, how could she allow that? How could she allow him to gain happiness when she was under this constant torment? Unforgivable. Rias. Akino was confused, but then she opened his eyes wide. Riser, who was excited about his marriage, was stunned when he was suddenly pushed into the wall. Wah. He opened his eyes wide and was in disbelief since Rias pushed him to the wall and forcefully kissed his lips. Yet, Rias, who saw his bewilderment, enjoyed the situation so much since the situation where his calm demeanor became broken made her feel like she had won and completed her vanity. Only Akino was sober at the time, wondering whether Rias had a similar fetish to her. By the way, don't hurry me about the romance, okay? When it happens, it will happen. I am just waiting for the timing. Taking down the woman instantly is fun at first, but you will get bored soon. There is a need for tension and struggle. Naturally, when that happens, I won't slow it down and let it go since I have learned it from my experiences, okay. As for who will be with him, aren't his peerage members and also Sona enough? Do you want more? His harem can't be counted by his hands anymore, you know. Chapter 31, Married Men Are More Attractive. Fetish. It is a form of sexual desire in which gratification is strongly linked to a particular object or activity or a part of the body other than the sexual organs. Why did he explain this now? It was because he understood Rias's fetish now. As Rias forcefully kissed his lips, he could see her intoxicated and happy when she saw his gaff. When he saw all of this, he was sure what her fetish was. Best of the best. Yes, Rias had always wanted the best. Whether it was her family, older brother, appearance, talents, or everything around her, Rias got the best thing that most people could only dream about in their sleep easily. It was also the reason why she fell for Issei, since he was the best among the best. He was the strongest. Even if Issei was a pervert, it didn't change the fact that he was strong. So, those strengths were enough to make Rias fall for Issei since he satisfied her fetish and vanity. However, it was different now since Issei had lost to him so many times. Moreover, he also decided to divorce her and marry her best friend. As someone whose nature was more prideful than anyone, how could Rias accept all of that? Being constantly tortured by failure after failure, Rias felt a sense of bliss when she saw the one that stood above everyone was in a gaff when she kissed him. While he was speechless, he enjoyed this kiss and was about to insert his tongue, but he quickly regained his clarity and pushed her away. You bitch. What are you doing? Riser was about to marry soon, and the place where they kissed was full of people. If someone saw he was kissed by Rias, then what would happen to him? He was afraid that Serafal might freeze him to death. Being pushed by him, Rias didn't get angry and even felt proud. Riser, why were you getting shy like that? Didn't we kiss several times before? That was the past. Riser really wanted to beat this woman up, but he endured it since he couldn't fight her older brother. He might be strong, but it didn't mean he was strong enough to fight Serzek. Nevertheless, he also felt weird since the system didn't give him a quest when he was kissed by Rias so suddenly. Just enjoy, okay? It's not like you will lose something when she kisses you. I've lost my innocence, and my mental health is damaged. The system was speechless since Riser was more shameless than it had thought. Really? But didn't you enjoy it? You were about to put your tongue inside my mouth before. Yet, Rias wasn't deceived by his bluff since she knew this guy was still attracted to her. Rias Gremory. His tone was solemn and cold. I was about to marry Sona Citri, your best friend. I am about to become a married man. While we might have engaged before, we no longer have that relationship now. We can pursue someone that we love without being worried about anything now. Didn't you like that Sekuyuri? Then, go ahead and marry him. Don't bother me any longer. Then, he looked at Akino, who was looking in his direction. Hey, Gremory's queen over there. Yes. Akino was startled when Riser suddenly called her and quickly recovered from her deep thought. Take care of your master. Don't let her mess up my wedding. Do you think I can control her, Riser-sama? Akino showed a pitiful expression and asked. Riser's lips twitched, and he felt helpless. He then looked at Rias, who didn't seem to fear anything, as if she was ready to destroy everything while killing herself. Rias. This might be the first time he called her given name after they parted since he usually called her by her family name, so Rias, who heard her given name being called, felt a strange feeling in her heart. She didn't hate this feeling and quietly looked at him. I apologized for shaming you in front of everyone. Due to my actions, I know that I have caused you many troubles, but this is something that you wish, right? You don't want to marry me, and I won't force you to marry me. Now, I am about to become a married man, and being with you might cause a misunderstanding. I hope you understand my position and respect yourselves. Don't give your kiss so easily like that since I will look down on you. Rias flinched when she heard his last words. I know that with your nature, it is impossible for you to forgive me, so I won't ask for forgiveness, but as your former fiancé, I hope you are well. Farewell. Leaving those words, Rias saw he left without any hesitation like before. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Riser, you are going to regret it. Riser only waved his hand and continued to walk. Grinding her teeth, Rias shouted once again, if you stop this marriage, then I will give you my everything. Riser didn't stop. Rizier. Rias became even more desperate, then asked, do you love Sona that much? Don't you like my breasts? My breasts are going to be yours. Riser almost staggered before he sighed helplessly. If I say that I love her with just a limited amount of time, then I will be irresponsible, and my love is really cheap, but as she will be my wife, I will make her happy, and I am trying to love her, so don't bother me again. He took a deep breath and then quickly left since he was afraid that if he continued to stay, then he might not be able to explain his situation in case someone watched them. Watching him, who left as if running away from her, Rias felt even more frustrated. Why? 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 Rias continued to ask this question as she had an urge to destroy everything. Rias. It wasn't until Aquino said something that Rias woke up. His wedding is about to start. We should be there soon since your family is waiting for you. I know. However, Rias still felt unsatisfied since everything didn't go according to her wish. The guy, who used to be her fiancé, pleased her and wanted to rub her breasts crazily, was no longer obsessed with her. Yet, how could she accept that? There was no way that she would give up. Even if he had married, so what? She was sure that she could make him fall under her skirt and fall helplessly like before. What are you going to do? He is about to become a married man, you know. Aquino asked helplessly. Isn't it fine? A married man is more attractive. Rias answered brazenly. Well, that's true. Aquino nodded in agreement. Rias stared at Aquino in disbelief. Aquino chuckled. I was kidding. There was no way that I would have such a relationship with your former fiancé, right? You should, since I won't forgive you if you do so. Yes, yes. Aquino smiled and then helped Rias fix her makeup and dress. Let's fix up your dress and makeup first. Don't you want to appear as the most beautiful one? Okay. Rias nodded and agreed before she walked to the restroom. Nevertheless, she didn't realize that Aquino's expression was quite weird at this moment, as if she had imagined something. Aquino squeezed her legs as if she were holding something before she let out a hot breath. Aquino. I am coming. Chapter 32, The Promise Between the Two of Us. Why didn't you talk or give me an option before? Usually, this degenerate system would say something ridiculous and force him to do something strange, so it surprised him that the system was quiet. This is your wedding. Your happiest day. I am trying to respect you. Riser would be lying if he wasn't moved by the system's kindness. Yet, was this Stockholm Syndrome? Because he was forced to do many ridiculous things, then a simple kindness would make him feel grateful toward the system. If so, then the system was craftier than he had thought. At the same time, he wondered what was wrong with his luck for being latched on by this weird system. Still, if you bring her to the restroom on the edge of the hall where no one will come, she will give you her first time along with her queen, then you will get a reward. While he was speechless, he couldn't help but ask, huh? Really? As a villain, how could you not have a fiancé? You should have a fiancé. Have a wife. Have a mistress. Have a lot of women. Make a harem. The villain is someone that can't be controlled. Live freely and more happily than others. No rules can bind you. The rules are made to be broken by you. Set an engagement with another pureblood devil. Target, Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Sikvera Agars, Latia Astaroth, Iriuka Glasiolabalas. If you fail, you will lose one nipple. As for the reward, depending on the number and person, it will be different, but you will like it. Was this his quest in the beginning? Do you remember this quest right? If you can take down all of them, then you will get more rewards. After all, as a villain, how can you be restrained? Even if you are married, you should be wild and unleash your inner desire. Riser was silent for a moment, then asked, but I am about to marry Sona, and this quest should be over, right? I won't receive a punishment, right? Yes, if you marry Sona, then this quest will be completed. You will receive rewards, and you won't get a punishment, but at the same time, you can continue this quest if you wish. If I wish. So you won't force me. I won't. Then, why did you force me in the beginning? Because you need to get used to this world. Even if you are just a side character, this world is dangerous. You will need to have psychological preparation before you jump into this world. In case I don't force you to kiss Rias in the beginning, what will you do? What would he do? Riser wasn't sure since he was so confused when he suddenly became Riser Phenex during his engagement. Right. You were just a normal human before. The world you were in before is different from this world. If you mess up, then your life will be like the original Riser, watching all the girls before you fall for the protagonist. This world is ridiculous since even if you are a pervert who is always thinking by using your lower body, the girls will crazily flock to you. So, there is no need for you to hold back. Just go crazy. Fight poison with poison. Be unrestrained. No one can control you. While the system's words were understandable, at the same time, Riser would be lying if he didn't hold a grudge since, in the beginning, he was about to lose his penis. On the next one, he might lose his demonic power, nipples, then also his hair. Riser believed that this system tried to make him crazy. After all, like he had said before, who wished to become a villain? With his life as Riser Phenex, his life was comfortable. He didn't lack money, women, or even power. With all of that, why should he make trouble? However, even if you don't cause trouble, won't the other trouble you? Have you heard about the butterfly effect? Your appearance has caused many changes in the plot. The troubles that are encountered by Issei Hayato might be encountered by you, and they will flock at you, destroying your peaceful lives. If you wish to maintain your life, then power is necessary. Power is necessary. Riser knew that this was correct, especially when he had faced many helpless situations. In the beginning, if he was strong enough, would Surzek and the Gremory family make a mess on his engagement day? Would Issei dare to fight him? As for Serafal, this one couldn't be helped since this one was like a comedic character. Moreover, getting Sona as his wife was like revenge for Serafal since Serafal could only see her little sister being eaten by him and unable to do anything. If everything went well, he might be able to sleep with Serafal too. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of power. So what if he was coming from Phenex house? So what if he was the son of Lord Phenex? So what if he was known as the genius or prodigy? So what if he was known as the Blue Phenex? In the end, he knew that facing a really powerful being, his only destination be destroyed, and his existence would vanish from this world. As long as he had power, then he could live freely without worrying about anything. That's right. And I will help you with that. But you won't force me again, right? I won't. Think of this as my reward for your first wedding. From now on, there won't be a punishment for you, but at the same time, you should treasure the chances that are given to you since there are many who wish to be in your position. Riser took a deep breath and knew that the system was correct. While the system was weird, it couldn't be denied that it made him stronger. He knew that the status of devils was determined by their power and demonic power. With the system, he didn't need to worry about all of that as long as he finished the quest given. Naturally, the system wouldn't give him in vain and asked him to do something for him. It was like how the character in the RPG game did a quest to get their reward. That's fair. High risk, high return. Everything is an equal exchange. In other words, there was no need to be grateful toward the system and treat it like a bitch since he was also being worked like a horse. System. However, it was good to know that there wouldn't be any punishments even if he didn't do the quest, yet he knew that the quest was a good thing and he would become stronger by it. Even if what he needed to do might cause him to have a lot of trouble. So you really won't force me, right? It was still hard to believe in the integrity of the system. I won't. This is a promise between the two of us. I won't force you, but at the same time, you should be prepared since the world isn't so kind. I understand. Those words were enough for him. Even if the system degenerated and forced him to do something inexplicable in the beginning, it didn't change the fact he became strong because of the system. If the system wasn't there, then he might have been defeated by Issei in the beginning and humiliated when his fiancée was stolen. However, it was all different now. Riser didn't need to worry about all of that. Yet, he could think about that matter later since his wedding was about to start. Chapter 33, My Wedding. In the luxurious hall with beautiful decorations, everyone sat in their place. All of them were staring at the figure of the man who stood in front of everyone as he was looking in the direction of the door entrance. Yet, whenever someone saw this man, they couldn't help but sigh since his change was too big. Riser was quite famous in the raiding game, especially when he had achieved many victories. He might have had 2 defeats, but all of them were done deliberately because his opponents were the allies of the Phenex house. In other words, he gave them a chance. Still, Riser didn't care about them and waited for his wife to be. Though at the same time, he felt like he was married in the church, which made him feel strange. After all, he was a devil, so why was his marriage not much different from human culture? Or was it because a devil was born due to Christianity, so the culture of the devil was affected by this religion? Nevertheless, when he waited for Sona, he noticed several familiar figures sitting among the guests. The one that attracted his attention the most was, without a doubt, Surzek, Lord Gremory, and Rias Gremory since their crimson-colored hair was something that was impossible to ignore. His glance might be discreet, but it was noticed, especially by Rias and Grafia, who was a woman. Unlike a male, a female was sensitive toward a gaze, so they noticed him. Rias showed a gentle smile as if what had happened previously was just a dream. Meanwhile, Grafia politely gave a gentle nod. Yet, Riser ignored the two of them and waited for Sona. Rias only smiled and didn't care about his attitude since she definitely wouldn't give up. However, Grafia sighed since she knew that she had made a bad impression on Riser. During his previous engagement, Surzek told him that she was the one who let Issei enter, caused a mess, and tarnished his pride as a high-class pure-blood devil. If he could forgive her so simply, then he was simply a good guy. Yet, Grafia also knew Riser didn't have a choice but to forgive her, her husband, and her family since they were the family of Surzek Lucifer, the strongest devil in the underworld. Even if her husband was selfish and often caused trouble, no one would fight him directly, yet inwardly. Grafia thought that she might need to apologize to Riser since, with the combination of Riser and Sona, the House of Citri and Phenex would be together. In other words, the might of two families would increase even more, especially in politics. While Riser might not trouble Surzek, he might trouble her son, and as Surzeka's wife, Grafia knew it was her duty to clean up her husband's mess. Riser didn't know what Grafia was thinking, or rather, while it might appear he didn't feel good about Grafia because of Surzek, who put the blame for letting Issei enter the engagement to her, he didn't want Surzek to see that he put much attention to his family. Due to that divorce, it was impossible for their family to appear as warm and good as before. While they might not have said anything in public and kept each other's faces since his family was the sole producer of the Phoenix tears, who knew what was hidden inside, right? Riser believed in evilness, and as long as it was related to love, wealth, and revenge, one would dare to do anything. In the worst case, in the future, he might see his family made into cattle to produce the Phoenix tears. Such a thought made him shudder. That bastard smiling all the time, let's see how you can keep smiling when I eat your wife. Riser had never looked at Surzek, but he could tell from the system notice, Surzek was staring at him. Yet how could Surzek not be? After he divorced Rias, he quickly married Sona. It was already a miracle Surzek could keep his calm, but as a Mao Lucifer, if Surzek couldn't do so, then it would be impossible for him to be the leader of the Mao faction, right? Fortunately, the system had promised not to force him to do something weird during his wedding, so he could sigh in relief and just enjoy his wedding. Nevertheless, during this wedding, many also felt sad. Especially his peerage members, who could only sit among the guests as they watched him stand in front, waiting for his bride. Unlike when he was with Rias, he had changed, and their feelings toward him also became even deeper, especially when he had conquered their hearts and bodies, so, while they knew their status made it impossible for him to marry them, they still couldn't erase the longing feelings inside their hearts. Similarly, Ravel, his little sister, was also in the same situation. She didn't know why, but she felt like her heart was being peeled cruelly with a sharp knife when she saw the wedding of her older brother. She didn't feel this with her first and second older brothers, but this feeling was so intense when she saw Riser. Oni-sama. Ravel held back her tears and tried not to cry. Yet, even if Ravel tried not to cry, someone had already cried and caused a lot of noise at this wedding. Yuwa. Sona-chan. So Sona is going to get married. Owani-chan is so sad. Serafal cried loudly, unable to hold her emotions. If her mother wasn't by her side, then her cry would be even louder. However, no one said anything to Serafal since everyone had gotten used to her antics. Still, while many were sad, many were also happy, especially Sona's peerage members. With their master's marriage, it was impossible for them to be absent. They all looked at Riser with curious expressions since they didn't know him well and heard he was Rias's former fiancé. Nevertheless, among them, one was sobbing. Gen-chan, don't cry. You will interrupt the marriage. Yes. Genshiro Saji's fate was so cruel. However, Riser ignored them since all of his attention was on the single young woman who entered the marriage hall. Everyone fell into silence as they turned their heads. Sona Citri was there. Riser fell in silence and wondered whether the word wife made Sona appear more attractive in his eyes, or was it due to the white gown on her body. However, there was no doubt, in his eyes, Sona was the most beautiful woman in this place. Sona, who was accompanied by her father, also looked at him, who was waiting for her. She blushed and was shy, but at the same time, she anticipated their future. Father. Still, Sona was surprised when she saw his father crying. I am sorry. I thought that I would never see my grandchild in life. Sona. Come on. Your husband is waiting for you. Lord Citri was happy with his youngest daughter's wedding. Yes. The two walked toward Riser under the gaze of everyone. All of them had a smile on their faces since no matter whose factions they were, this marriage was politically correct and should be an example for all the young generations. Yet, for Riser, he didn't care about all of those, and his eyes were only on Sona. It wasn't until Sona and her father came so close that he regained consciousness. Take care of her. I will, father. Riser nodded solemnly. Lord Citri nodded, satisfied, then left Sona in his care from now on. Why do you keep looking at me? Sona asked shyly. It's your fault for being too beautiful. Sona giggled and hugged his arm intimately. As the two stood among all the present, they talked quietly, waiting and listening to the priest-like figure who led the ceremony. Once again, he was speechless, but once again, maybe due to the devil being born from Christianity that most of the culture of the devil was affected by this religion, including this priest-like figure. Then, it was time for them to say their vows. I, Riser Phenex, take you, Sona Citri, to be my wife. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life. Riser would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous since he had just wed someone that he only knew for a while, but he had determined to take her as his wife, so he said that vow firmly. Sona's eyes were wet, but even so, she also didn't hesitate since she knew she had fallen for him. I, Sona Citri, take you, Riser Phenex, to be my husband. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life. The two finished their vows and then faced each other before they kissed to symbolize love and commitment to their marriage. When Riser and Sona kissed, all of them stood up and clapped their hands loudly, feeling happy and moved about their wedding. Nevertheless, not all of them were happy, but there was nothing they could do except stare at the two figures in the distance with tears running down their cheeks. Chapter 34, My Wedding is So Difficult. With the wedding over, Riser decided to show Sona the might of the Phoenix on their first night. Unfortunately, such an act was impossible since they needed to attend the reception to meet all the guests that came to their wedding. While Riser wanted to try Sona on her wedding dress, he knew that all the guests that came to their wedding were important people. All of those people that came to this wedding were someone that could determine the lives of all the devils in the underworld. Whether it was money, politics, or military might, all of the people present were the leaders. So it was impossible for him to unleash his desire and become a beast. Whether it was Citri, the Phoenix family, or the combination of the two was still impossible to ignore the influence of all the people present, so Riser knew that he needed to be an adult and endured all of this for a while. Facing all the guests, Riser talked eloquently since he had done his homework. Before the wedding, he got all the information about the guests that would come, so he knew who they were and what he shouldn't talk with them about, so whether they came from the Mao faction or the Great King faction, they felt comfortable with him. Nevertheless, due to his marriage with Sona, he should be part of the Mao faction. Well, it should be said that his family should be part of the Mao faction, to begin with, since he was about to be wed to Rias before. However, he agreed with this since the Mao faction was led by Surzek. Even though this guy was a bitch, there was no doubt that Surzek was the strongest, and he was kind, or ideal. Either way, Surzek was a supporter of the protagonist in the original story, so there was no doubt his faction would win. However, let's forget all the complicated matters now. Whether it was the Great King faction or Mao faction, he didn't care. What he wanted to do was to finish this reception as soon as possible. No one was going to stop him from pushing down Sona in her wedding dress. Like a precise machine, Riser calmly faced all the guests like a responsible adult. No one could find fault with him, but Sona was in a daze since it was her first time seeing this side of his. Naturally, she loved it since she could see how dependable he was. Yet, this was probably something natural since their meeting was relatively short. They decided to marry each other quickly before they knew each other completely. However, Sona didn't regret this choice since this was something that she had decided. He was the one that she had chosen, but she couldn't help but feel slightly jealous, especially toward his peerage members, or even Rias. Unlike her, they knew him better. Even if he was different from the past, she also wanted to know his past, including his bad past, since he had become her husband now. Due to this, she became greedy and wanted to know everything. Her violet-colored eyes stared deeply into his profile, wanting him to be only for hers. If only she knew what this guy was thinking under this responsible mask. Shudder. Riser felt his neck cold for some reason, but he ignored it and hoped to finish this reception as soon as possible. Sona, congratulations. Seek-chan. Don't call me Seek-chan. This time, Riser stopped his mask for a millisecond and looked at this beauty. Similar to his wife, this beauty also wore glasses, yet unlike his wife, her body was good. She had long pale greenish blonde hair and long slit pink eyes. Then, he looked at his wife. Don't worry, as a man, he loved the small one too. Still, I didn't expect you would be the first one to have a marriage among us. Seekvaria Agars peeked at Riser curiously, yet how could she not be curious? She knew Riser's identity was Rias's former fiancé. Moreover, the meeting between Sona and Riser was relatively short, yet they decided to marry so quickly. Frankly, Seekvaria wondered whether there was a secret romance between them when Riser was still engaged to Rias. No one can guess what will happen in life after all. Sona smiled. Unlike me, in the future, you might not be able to marry someone. Seekvaria. Sona, this is. Riser smartly interrupted since he was afraid that they might have a fight. This is my childhood friend, Seekvaria Agars. My name is Riser Phenex. Thank you for being my wife's friend, Agar-san. You can call me Seekvaria. You are the husband of my friend, after all. Seekvaria stared at Riser, then glanced at Rias, who was still sitting on her seat, before she looked at Sona and asked, So, is it okay with you two? Well, it should be, alright. Sona couldn't say her relationship with Rias was alright, especially when Rias had mocked her and her husband. Moreover, she could see the way Rias came to her wedding was like a provocation, especially when Rias tried to challenge the status as the most beautiful in this place. Fortunately, Sona felt her appearance was better, especially in this wedding gown. Well, I hope that our friendship won't be over because of this. Seekvaria looked at Riser unintentionally. Riser. He isn't at fault. I am the one who chooses him. He is my husband whether now or in the future. Is that so? Sikvaria was surprised by Sona's bold announcement, but as her best friend, she could only wish for her happiness and hope that the relationship between Sona and Rias wouldn't be ruined due to this marriage. So, should she talk to Rias? Well, it seemed quite troublesome. So, that's Sikvaria. Riser nodded inwardly before meeting Iriuka Glaciolabelas, who was previously listed by the system, and he had to say this girl was cute. Iriuka was Ravel's childhood friend, and she was rather petite like his little sister, but unlike his little sister, who grew up well on her chest, Iriuka's growth was rather poor. However, Riser was sure that there were many who loved the type of beauty like Iriuka. What about Latia Astaroth? While he didn't meet Latia Astaroth, he met Ajuka Beelzebub, Lord Astaroth, and Diodora Astaroth. The three of them naturally came as guests, and there was no way for them to be absent since the Phenex house and the Citri house were famous and strong families in the underworld. Once again, the combination of the wealthiest family and the family of one of the Maus had become a force that was impossible to ignore. Everyone wanted to have a good relationship with them, so they came. Nevertheless. Sona-chan. Serafal cried with snot as she hugged him and Sona. Wani-chan. Usually, Sona would push Serafal away shyly and helplessly since Serafal often did shameful things, but this time, she didn't do that and also sobbed silently. Riser didn't say anything, and even though he talked, he was afraid that nothing good would come out of his mouth. After all, the things that usually came out of his mouth were either boobs, legs, or thighs. Fortunately, even if Serafal was a magical girl fanatic, she wasn't crazy enough to wear a Mahou Shoujo costume at their wedding. Riser-chan, protect Sona-chan, okay. I will protect her. Serafal smiled and hugged him tightly. While Sona was moved by their intimate action, Riser was quite awkward since Sefal was relatively short and her boobs were huge, so her boobs touched something they shouldn't. I am a married man. I am a married man. His face was as calm as the surface of the lake as he had achieved enlightenment. Then, in the end, Sona separated them since Serafal hugged him too long. Geez, Sona-chan, don't be jealous, okay? I am not, but he is my husband. Wani-chan is so sad. Sona-chan loves her husband more than her Wani-chan. Serafal seemed to receive great emotional damage as she cried before she was pulled away by her parents so as not to cause any more mess. Still, without a doubt, the wedding was in a festive mood, and everyone was happy with the two high-class pureblood devils who had decided to become one. Did you enjoy it? Sona asked. Do I look like someone who enjoys it? Riser's expression was blank. Sona stared at Riser for a moment before she nodded. What did she mean by that nod? It didn't matter since he wished for this reception to be over already since he wanted to take Sona's virginity. Yet, such a wish seemed luxurious, especially. Congratulations, Riser-kun, Sona-chan. Still, with the same hypocritical smile on his face, Surzek came and congratulated him. Riser. Why was his wedding so hard? Chapter 35, Wedding War. Riser felt all the happiness in his heart disappear and quickly turn into a calmness, analyzing his situation. While Surzek appeared friendly, it was impossible for him to be deceived. It was impossible for Surzek not to hold a grudge. Frankly, if possible, he wanted to become as strong as possible, so there was no need to worry about this double-standard bastard. While he felt a bit annoyed by his weakness, he knew that it was only time for him to become stronger, especially when he had a system. Surzek might be able to smile like nothing now, but inwardly. Still, if possible, Riser hoped that a disaster-like creature would appear in this world, then Surzek was forced to fight it, then passed away. By then, he could control the underworld with politics, money, and military might. Or he hoped to get a mind-reading ability, so he wouldn't be troubled by this confrontation. Suddenly, he wondered what would happen if the system gave options. Would he receive the mind-reading ability reward that he currently needs the most? Or would he be asked to do a crazy thing, such as taking down Surzek's mother and wife? When such a possibility existed, he was glad that the system decided to give him a break. Thank you, Surzek-sama. Unlike Riser, who was thinking many things and had an emotional burden, Sona didn't think too much and happily accepted Surzek's congratulations. Thank you for coming, Surzek-sama. However, Riser couldn't do that. If he thanked Surzek like that, what would it mean? It meant that he acknowledged Surzek's mistake and made it as if he was proud of his actions, even though this action had caused great trouble to Surzek and the Gremory family. Frankly, Riser wanted to say that everything was their fault, but he knew that he needed to give them a face since he didn't have enough power to ignore them. Nevertheless, if Riser could handle this situation with his hypocritical mask and lie, then it was all good since the act and words were cheap. If Surzek and the Gremory family could be deceived by his words and acts, then everything was worth it, so at this moment, he worked hard. Still, the meaning of his words, even though it was a simple greeting, also told Surzek and his family that he was glad that they didn't hold a grudge against him and thanked them for their magnanimity for coming to his wedding. However, Riser knew that it was impossible for them not to say anything about his wedding, especially when his wedding happened so fast. It had just been a while since he divorced Rias, then he suddenly married Sona. Even though this marriage was good for the future of devils, it was impossible for them not to show their dissatisfaction, especially when he was just a younger generation. Moreover, wasn't it the right of the older generation to bully the younger generation? However, Riser still had his trump card. Still, hearing Riser's greetings, Sirzek, Lord Gremory, Lady Gremory, and Grafia nodded, but then. Sirzek-chan. Uncle Gremory. Venelana-wunshan. Grafia-chan. Serafal came like a hero who came when one needed to the most. No, she should be a magical girl who saved a victim that was caught by a disgusting tentacle monster. Riser wanted to raise his thumb when Serafal and even almost cried. Serafal, it's been a while. Ziaticus Gremory greeted Serafal with a smile. It's been a while since we met Serafal. Venelana Gremory also showed a gentle smile at Serafal's entrance. Grafia also nodded at Serafal's greeting. He, I miss you too. Serafal acted childishly like a child, but without a doubt, her appearance eased the tension in this place. Come on, Sirzek-chan. Uncle Gremory. Venelana-wunshan. Grafia-chan. Let me show you the best cuisine of the Citri house. It was hard to refuse Serafal's invitation, so after they congratulated Riser and Sona, they went along with Serafal. However, I hope you have a happy marriage, Riser-kun. Sirzek said those words with a gentle smile. Thank you, Sirzek-sama. Riser also answered with a gentle smile. As for what the two were genuinely thinking, who knows? Yet, this wasn't the end since it was Rias's turn to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Akino, who was Rias's queen, also submissively followed behind Rias. Congratulations on your wedding, Sona, Riser. Even though Rias said so, she had been looking at Riser instead of Sona as if she had been ignoring Sona. Sona only raised her brows and didn't say anything. Like Rias, who was the lady of the Gremory, Sona also had her pride. If Rias wanted to continue to have a cold war, then she didn't mind. Moreover, Rias hadn't apologized for her previous provocation, yet she tried to provoke her again, especially like how Rias dressed today. Rias's dress was so beautiful, and she was like a proud peacock who announced to everyone that she was the most beautiful in this place. If this was another event, then it might be okay, but this was a wedding. As it was a wedding, it was natural for the bride to be the one with the most beautiful appearance. It was the silent etiquette shared by everyone, yet Rias tried to challenge Sona. Even though this battle was quiet and subtle, the scent of gunpowder spread in every direction. With one wrong move, one would die in an explosion. Thank you for coming, Gremory-san. Riser's acting was good, and he didn't seem like Rias's former fiancé, only an acquaintance. I hope that you have a happy marriage, okay? What do you mean by that, Rias? Sona raised her brows. I mean nothing. Rias showed a meaningful smile and then smiled at Sona. I am happy for you too. Leaving those words, she left. Akino also left after she bowed her head, telling them that she also congratulated them, but her eyes inadvertently glanced in Riser's direction. Riser tried his best to ignore it since his wife had been staring at him like an eagle hunting her prey. He then sighed and said, Your husband is too popular. Sona. You don't feel anything at your former fiancé. Why do I? Riser looked at Sona and asked, Do you know what I am thinking? What? I want this reception to be over as soon as possible, so I can bring you to our room now. Sona was speechless before blushing and shyly saying, Be patient, okay. Riser nodded like a good student. Fortunately, after Sirzek, the Gremory, and Rias, the rest were quite decent guests, especially this person. Sona, congratulations on your wedding. Riser looked at the young man in front of him. This young man had short black hair and a rather muscular frame. Still, the weirdest thing was that this young man seemed more interested in him than Sona. Thank you, Serorg. Sona nodded, then looked at her husband. Husband, this is Serorg. He is in the same school as me, along with Rias and Seekvaria, when I am in the underworld. Nice to meet you, Serorg. My name is. I know you. You are Riser Phenex, right? The Blue Phenex. You can call me Riser. I will get embarrassed if you call me the Blue Phenex. Haha. Serorg laughed. They talked for a while before Serorg excused himself. Riser, if possible, let's meet again in the future. Yes. I hope so. Riser nodded as he watched Serorg leave. You seem to have an interest in him. Sona looked at her husband curiously. He is the heir of the great king. It's good to know him. Well, that's true. Even if the Mao faction seemed to be at an advantage, the great king faction couldn't be defeated so easily. The two factions were in equilibrium positions as they pushed each other, trying to take advantage of each other. Nevertheless, knowing Sarog wasn't a bad thing since he seemed to be quite a decent guy. It's almost over. Sona lowered her head shyly since she knew she was about to be eaten. Around the corner, Surzek and Serafal stood next to each other as they ate pasta. Serafal, don't you think it is weird of him to ask your little sister for marriage during this time? Surzek questioned his doubts. Yes, it's weird. Serafal nodded in a bubbly way. Then. But Sona has chosen him. She has chosen him as her husband, so it doesn't matter, right? Even Serafal knew that the timing for Riser to choose this marriage was quite weird, especially after he had just divorced Rias. However, she knew that his intention wasn't bad, and he probably just wanted to have her backing. It was kind of cute, though. Still, like Surzek, Serafal was a Siscon, so as long as it made her little sister happy, she would do anything. Riser could make Sona happy, so Serafal was going to support him. Similarly, Surzek was the same, so as long as someone caused trouble to his little sister, he would take care of them. So, don't bully him, okay, Surzek-chan. He is my little brother-in-law, after all. Serafal smiled innocently at Surzek. The two stared at each other for a moment before Surzek sighed. I know. Surzek knew and gave up since he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Serafal, thinking that it might be a lesson for Rias. You are a good boy, Surzek-chan. Serafal smiled kindly as he patted Surzek's head. As the two made peace, this matter was over. Yet, was it really over? Surzek might not know, someone else was holding a grudge against him. After all, as a certain Chinese protagonist's novel says, 30 years east, 30 years west, don't you dare bully me because I'm poor now. When Riser was strong and rich, he was going to bully Surzek back. However, Riser was going to let go of Surzek now since his first night was more important. Chapter 36, My First Night. Riser locked the door, making sure that no one could enter or interrupt him before he looked at the young woman in the beautiful wedding gown. He was almost drooling, watching her beauty, holding back like a beast under the cage, yet now, the cage was opened, and there was no need for him to be tortured anymore. He, you can't run away now, Sona Citri. Why do you sound like a villain in the magical girl anime? Sona was shy, but at the same time, she was also speechless by her husband's antics. Even if you scream, no one is going to help you. I am going to make you my woman tonight. Riser jumped into Sona. Wait. Even though Sona seemed reluctant, she didn't move away from his hold and even tightly latched into his body, waiting to be eaten by him. Even before they officially had their wedding, they often sneakily did something that they shouldn't do. Well, even if it was something they shouldn't do, he only limited it to kissing and touching as he helped Sona to grow her B cup of breasts. Frankly, Sona wasn't as flat as she seemed to be. It was just that the people around her were just abnormal since each of them had an impossible growth. Because of this, Sona also lacked confidence in her size, so as her husband, it was his duty to raise her confidence. Even if they were small, it didn't matter. After all, they were cute and sensitive. Still, by now, with their status as husband and wife, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. However, Sona was also ready to become a woman, but after she waited for a while, he didn't move and stopped. She became confused and looked up. What's wrong? Wait a moment. Riser let go of Sona and then walked into the corner where the wardrobe was located. He opened the wardrobe directly, then, a figure dropped to the ground. Ouch. It hurts. Wani-chan. However, Sona was so shocked when she saw Serafal come out from that place. Tehi. Seraph laughed as she lightly hit the side of her head, trying to act cute, and did nothing big while trying to hide something. 2x. Riser and Sona stood side by side and stared at Serafal silently. Under the stare of the two, Serafal stuck out her tongue cutely. Tehi. 2x. Can I throw her out the window? That's a good idea. You are. Riser-chan and Sona-chan are so cruel. Demon. Killer. You two don't love your Wani-chan anymore. Wani-chan is so sad. Sona pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to ease her headache. Frankly, she also had a headache since she felt embarrassed when she thought Serafal watched what she did with Riser. Still, Riser sucked a deep breath, wondering whether Siscon was a kind of disease in the underworld. Fortunately, Sona had an older sister instead of an older brother. Suddenly, he wondered if he married Rias, then would Surzek do something similar to what Serafal did. Shudder. While he felt a little uncomfortable, he suddenly noticed something. Hey, what is that? No, nothing. However, Serafal's resistance was meaningless. Riser frowned, then took out the video camera hidden by Serafal. Wani-chan. Sona's voice was low and gloomy. Video camera. Was there even a need to question what Serafal planned to do with this item? I won't get angry, so tell me, what are you planning to do? Are you really not going to get angry, Sona-chan? Serafal looked at Sona timidly yet also felt hopeful. What do you think? Sona asked with a smile. You are extremely angry. Of course. Who won't get angry when you find out your sister is hiding inside the room like this? It was fortunate that Riser found Serafal. What if he didn't? But. Sona-chan is about to lose her first time. You will become a woman, so, it's normal for me to want to capture it on the video, right? Serafal showed an innocent smile. One-chan. Sona couldn't control it anymore and fought Serafal. As the two fought each other, Riser felt speechless, but at the same time, he also felt dreaded. This feeling. Riser quickly looked around and found the clock before his heart stopped. You are about to have your first night after a long wedding. Option 1, focus on Sona and take her virginity. You will receive a beverage making mastery. Option 2, take Sona and Serafal and have 2 sisters for the first time. You will receive a enhanced stamina. Option 3, take Sona, Serafal, and Ravel and have a foursome. You will receive a Mera Mera no Mi, complete version. Riser turned his head in surprise and looked at the door of his room before he looked at his options again. He let out a helpless sigh and thought that the system was as abominable as ever. After all, the day had just passed, couldn't it give him a break and wait until he took Sona's virginity first? Nevertheless, he felt relief since there was no punishment, and he also felt surprised since he could take all 3 options at the same time. If that was the case, then shouldn't those options in the past could also be completed at the same time? However, 2 of the 3 options that he received in the past were definitely impossible to do, so he could only do one option even if the rewards from the system were amazing. Still, he didn't need to think about those matters now since he needed to choose his option soon. Among those 3 options, he could do the 3 of them at the same time and get those 3 rewards, but in reality, was it really possible? He didn't need to think and made up his mind. Serafal and Sona continued to argue with each other, but suddenly a figure appeared between them and forced them to stop their fights. Riser-chan. Husband. Serafal was suddenly picked up by Riser before she was thrown outside the room. Thank you. Serafal was dumbfounded by his sudden actions and also his thank you, but she was even more dumbfounded when she suddenly saw Ravel, who seemed to eavesdrop. Ravel panicked when she saw her older brother, but Riser didn't seem to care and just closed the door and locked it again. 2x. Ravel and Serafal stared at each other for a moment. Are you going to peek at them, Ravel-chan? Serafal broke the silence as she asked this question curiously, causing Ravel to run away in embarrassment. No. Serafal shook her head and thought that Ravel was too young. She felt that there was nothing wrong with siblings loving each other. If she was in Ravel's place, she might do incest, but then she suddenly realized something. Serafal turned and tried to enter the room, but she couldn't. Riser-chan. Sona-chan. Let me enter. I want to watch you too. However, neither Riser nor Sona ever answered her plea. Still, Sona, who was inside, didn't have time to answer Serafal's shout since she saw her husband suddenly remove his shirt and throw it away. Husband. Sona's voice was trembling, and she was nervous, but Riser was already impatient. While Sona was in her white gown, he took her lips. Yet, unlike their chaste kiss previously, this time, it was a lewd kiss that made her mind melt and unable to think straight. Her body was lifted before she was dropped on the bed by her husband, and she fell into a daze after that kiss. Sona felt like her body was hot, like burnt by a fire, and her eyes were unable to look away from him. Riser held her chin as he looked into her moist eyes. For now, just be obedient and listen to me, okay? Sona was obedient. Serafal, who tried to enter the room by crying, suddenly stopped when she heard a strange noise. As a Mao class of devil, her senses were enhanced, including her hearing. Moreover, the room didn't have perfect soundproofing, so even if it was faint, she could hear the voices from inside. Yet, hearing this voice, Serafal felt like she was struck by a bolt of lightning, and her heart was beating so fast. She shut her mouth tight and focused everything on her sense of hearing, trying to clearly hear this strange noise from inside. No. It's too much. Oh. Husband. Sona's lewd, hoarse cry could be heard. Serafal wasn't sure how to describe her feelings. She was sad and in tears, since her precious little sister was brutally eaten by Riser, yet at the same time, her fingers reached the deepest part of her skirt as she listened to the voice of her exchange between her little sister and Riser with a flushed yet excited face. Chapter 37, The Impossible Becomes Possible. Riser lit up the cigar in his hand before he started to smoke relaxedly. He wasn't sure how long that it had been, especially when the underworld was quite different from the earth. While the concept of morning and night existed, it was hard to tell since the sky of the underworld had a purple color. Sona is still sleeping, and she won't wake up anytime. In this moment of chance, you can bring Serafal inside and have Shimaidan. Riser fell in silence and glanced at the entrance of the room, wondering whether Serafal had been staying in that place. Still, fortunately, Ravel wasn't there anymore. While Riser knew that he was lying to himself, he hoped that Ravel happened to be in front of his room because she had gotten lost. Yet, he knew that that wasn't the case, but he didn't want to think about that possibility. Frankly, instead of Ravel, it might be better to do it with Serafal or Lady Citri since it was healthier. Lady Citri. Unlike Serafal, Lady Citri was like Sona but with long hair. If they stood next to each other, one might mistake them as a sister. Riser looked at his little Riser and let out a helpless sigh. What a pervert. Nevertheless, everything was smooth. With his marriage to Sona, he no longer needed to be worried about Surzek, especially during his wedding reception. He saw Serafal and Surzek talking secretly in the corner. While he wasn't sure of the content, he knew she was trying to smooth out his relationship with Surzek. Arigato, Serafal Wunchin. Still, everything was good now, and there was no need to worry about anything except for the system that inexplicably gave him a strange option. Yet, he probably didn't need to worry about the system either since it wouldn't force him anymore. He could lay lazily and enjoy life. Was it wrong? No, right. After all, 7 sins were born from the devils. Being a sloth meant that he had become a good devil. As for the problem in the underworld, the problem between the Mao faction and Great King faction, the peace of the 3 factions, and others, he could leave all of them to the protagonist. As for what he was planning to do, he would focus on his hot spring resort and spend his time with his harem. There was no need for him to be troubled by anything and just enjoy his life as Riser Phenex. Nevertheless, since it was a rare quiet time, he quickly put his attention to the rewards he gained from marrying Sona. As expected, he got 3 random rewards, like how he got rewards from sleeping with most of his peerage members. He might not have planned to do anything dangerous and continued his debauchery life without worry with Serafal's backing, but that didn't mean he didn't want to become stronger. If he could become stronger, then why not, right? Frankly, he felt weird about his previous reward. Beverage-making mastery. Did the system want him to make alcohol so he could get a woman drunk and then sleep with that woman? He felt that this reward was meaningless, but it was pretty good for a business since it could help him to have more money since he could make any delicious beverages from coffee, soda, milk, tea, and others. It was a perfect combination when he was about to start a hot spring resort. Though, it was useless to add his power. Well, enough about this since he wanted to open his reward soon. Like a slot machine, an almost infinite number of lists of various things kept turning until it stopped showing the 3 rewards he received. Congratulations, you have received Healthy Body, Architecture Mastery, and Command T. It's interesting. He blew up a smoke as he checked his rewards. The first reward was a healthy body. There was no doubt it was a good ability since it would make his body healthy forever. He might have been immortal due to him being born from the Phoenix house, but it didn't mean he was immune to disease. Well, whether it was a virus or bacteria, or anything else that might have burnt off his ability to fire, there were other diseases that might have happened to his body, such as weakening organs due to overindulgence or bad lungs due to his smoking habit. Frankly, he knew that he should stop smoking, but sometimes he couldn't help it since he would be lying if he didn't have stress about living as a Riser Phenex, being hated by Surzek, being troubled by the system, and many other things. However, there was no need to worry about those matters anymore. Even if he was stressed or indulged in sex, his body would be in the perfect health state all the time. Still, next time, if he got an all-purpose farming tool and 150 harems, then it would be perfect. After Healthy Body, his next reward was Architecture Mastery. Undoubtedly, it was a perfect reward for him, who was about to build a hot spring reward. Arigato, System-san. As he closed his eyes, he could already imagine the construction of the hot spring resort in a detailed manner, including the surroundings. Moreover, he also tried to be bold, wondering whether he could combine architecture with magic. As an old family, the Phoenix family had a lot of magic books and other knowledge. So if he combined it with his architecture to create a giant magic circle formula, what would happen? Suddenly, everything became exciting, and he couldn't wait to make everything on his mind become reality. Nevertheless, his last reward was even more amazing. Command T. It is magic that allows the user to alter mass and proportions. In other words, he could manipulate the size of anything and everything, from tiny to absolutely gigantic, while retaining their physical proportions. Naturally, this magic wasn't perfect since he had just gotten the basics, but he knew that he could master it sooner or later with his high intelligence. If there was a limitation to this magic, it was his limited demonic power. His demonic power might have increased, but it didn't mean he had an unlimited amount of demonic power. Frankly, the use of this magic was good since he could make more money by increasing the size and mass of the material, such as precious metals and ore. If he gave an example, he had 1 gram of gold, then, using this magic, he made it into 1 ton of gold. It was simply money-making magic, right? As for the use in the battle, he was still with his wife. How could he dare try to do something so dangerous? Nevertheless, it didn't stop him from trying his new magic. He looked at his cigar, then suddenly it became bigger, then smaller before it returned to its original size. Suddenly, he sighed in relief when he thought that he had mathematic mastery, so everything was easier. Nevertheless, Riser looked at his little riser before his eyes widened, and he sucked a deep breath due to amazement. Amazing. What's amazing? He was startled and quickly returned the little riser to its original size. His original size wasn't bad, and it was already the size that everyone could only envy, yet sometimes, being able to control the size, depending on the situation, was better, right? Or rather, wasn't this ability complemented his sex mastery so much? Still, he needed to handle his wife first. Nothing. Riser then noticed her frown. Sorry, did you not like the smoke? He was about to stop smoking, but Sona hugged him tightly. I don't really like the scent of smoke, but if it's you, I don't mind. Sona didn't like the smell of the smoke from the cigar, but she bore it for him since she didn't want to part away from him. Though it was a bit embarrassing to say all of that, her cheeks blushed cutely. Riser looked at Sona for a moment, then turned off the fire on the cigar, then put it on the ashtray before he returned to the bed, hugging his wife. Still, he couldn't help but ask, are you still tired? What do you think? Sona stared at Riser blankly. Riser only laughed awkwardly since he became a beast last night. Even though he knew that it was Sona's first time, he was too excited. Well, let's take it easy today. Sona nodded, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep since it seemed she was still exhausted, but she didn't let go of her husband. Sona loved her husband so much. Yet, Riser fell in silence as his focus happened to be on two small mounds on her chest. As expected, due to her size, she was extremely sensitive. Moreover, her two pink nipples were so cute that he wanted to suck them forever. Yet, due to his newly gained power, he couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. Riser was silent as he stared at his wife's beak-up breasts. It should be possible, right? Now, Sona is no longer a problem, right? Chapter 38, D for the Devil. While Riser wanted to share this newfound knowledge with his wife, he decided to keep this matter a secret first. Instead, as a good husband, he might as well increase the size of his wife's bust slowly by rubbing them so as not to startle her, since the sudden increase in her bust size might cause many troubles. Especially the jealousy of other women. Riser was afraid that his mother-in-law also asked him to increase her bust size. What should he do? Should he become a good son-in-law and help her? Or should he become a gentleman and refuse her? What a difficult choice. Nevertheless, Riser hoped to increase his wife's bust to at least D cup. As D was for the devil. Jokes aside, he knew his mastery over this ability was still dubious. He needed to master this command T even further, so he could bring more happiness to this marriage. You still haven't had enough? Sona asked speechlessly. It's okay. I am not a beast. Sona looked at the little Riser, who stood straight between her thighs and sighed helplessly since her husband was too lively, right? Somehow, she felt that it wasn't bad for him to have lovers since she realized her body wasn't strong enough to handle him, yet at the same time, she would be lying if it didn't feel good. Nevertheless, after last night's carnage, the two went to take a bath to clean themselves. After all, they weren't shameless enough to go out with the scent of sweat, sex, and other liquids on their bodies. Fortunately, soon, little Riser was sleeping, giving time to Riser and Sona to relax together in the bathtub inside her room. Frankly, there should be a pool inside her castle, but it would take time to go there, and with her personality, who loved to do anything in an efficient manner, naturally, she had her own bathroom inside her room. By the way, do you want Phenex tears? Isn't it too luxurious to use Phenex tears to ease my soreness? But it doesn't feel good, right? Well, I can make Phenex tears anytime anyway, so you don't need to worry. It was easy to make Phenex tears since he only needed to mix his tears in the water. Then, Viola, the Phenex tears were ready. Riser thought that being part of the Phenex family was so easy to make money. Then, Sona didn't refuse and accepted the Phenex tears from him, drinking it before she felt the soreness on her body disappear. She felt so comfortable now, so she leaned on his chest as she played with his hand. By the way, when are you going back to your school? What's wrong? Riser felt weird when he saw Sona fall in silence. Didn't I tell you that I am going to drop out of school? Huh? Why? He was confused. Sona blinked her eyes in disbelief before she let out a helpless sigh. Did you not remember my promise during our chess match? If you won, I would marry you right away, and I would drop out of my school in the human world. No, why should you stop? You should continue. Riser felt that it would be a little troublesome if his wife stayed with him all the time. Moreover, he felt that it was too wasteful, and wasn't it better for her to have something to do rather than spending her time at home, doing nothing, or following him? By then, Sona wasn't much different from those housewives who spent their time doing nothing. Even worse, her family wasn't poor, so she had a lot of maids that could take care of her house chores. In other words, if she really dropped out of her school in the human world, then she would become a nagging housewife with a slightly overweight body that often appeared in reality. No. 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 Riser shook his head and thought that it shouldn't be possible, especially when Sona wasn't a lazy type of person, and if she really dropped out, she would either help him with his resort or help her father since she was the heir of the Citri house. Frankly, he didn't want to work. He wanted to become a bum who didn't need to worry about anything, even if he didn't work. Or rather, if he worked, he would lose. In other words, he definitely couldn't let Sona drop out of her school. Sona needed to have a good education so that way, she could support him, who wanted to have a good-for-nothing life. Really? Yes. Riser nodded with a gentle expression. Since you have decided to go to the human world, there must be something that you want to do, right? I might be reluctant to let you go, but I will feel guilty if I become the reason for you to stop your dream. Husband. Sona's eyes were misty, filled with tears, moved by her husband's words. Riser tried to coax Sona, who got emotional as he patted her back, shoulder, and cute butts while thinking that his worthless lazy bum-like life would set up after this. Riser couldn't contain his happiness. When you stay at home all the time, your relationship with your mother-in-law will heat up, then when no one is at home, you can start to take down your mother-in-law. Riser wondered whether it was easier to take down his mother-in-law instead of his sister-in-law since the system told him to take down his mother-in-law. Either way, it was impossible for him to do so unless they took the initiative. He didn't want to become a sinner and just wanted to enjoy life. Having Sona and his peerage members was enough. However, as he had given her permission, it would be cheap if he didn't ask for something in exchange. Still, can you agree to my request tonight? Sona was speechless, but she nodded shyly. He had given her permission to continue to go to the school in the human world, so granting one of his requests was nothing. Still, there was something that she wanted to ask. But if I am gone, won't you miss me? Riser blinked his eyes before hugging Sona in his arms, and he kissed her hair affectionately. Of course, I miss you, but it isn't like you will be gone forever, right? You can go home during the weekend. Anyway, he had his peerage members when Sona went to the school, so there was no need to worry that no one would take care of his little Riser. Still, Sona wanted him to follow her to the human world, but she hesitated. Husband, how about your hot spring resort? The hot spring is ready. The quality of the water is good. The only thing left is to make the design for the resort. I see. Sona sighed inwardly since she knew that he was busy and it was impossible for him to go to the human world, at least for now. Still, Riser couldn't bear it when he saw her disappointment. When I finish the design, I will go to the human world. Ah. Really? Sona was excited. Yes. Riser nodded. After all, he would be lying if he wasn't curious about the human world. Unlike the original Riser, he didn't look down on the human world and thought that the underworld was better. Instead, he felt a bit greedy as he wanted to conquer two places. Yet, as a lazy bum, he felt that he would lose if he worked, so once his hot spring resort finished, he would spend his time lazily and live with his dividend money. Though, frankly, with his Command T, there was no need for him to worry about money since he could increase the size of some precious metals and then sell it. Moreover, the change in the size of the object with this magic would be permanent, so there was no need to worry. In other words, with limited capital, he could become the richest. Still, there was something that he wanted to ask. I have never asked you this, but why did you go to the school in the human world? Is there something that you want to do? Compared to the school in the underworld, the school of the human world was obviously worse. Moreover, most of the lessons taught in the human world school would be useless in the underworld, so he wanted to know why his wife, who was obviously smart, went to the human world to have an education. Hearing her husband's question, Sona hesitated before she made up her mind and looked at her husband earnestly. Do you want to listen? Riser was sure he was about to be caught in a troublesome problem. Chapter 39, During this critical moment, you can only become a man. Riser knew that Sona was about to tell him something troublesome, but he knew that he couldn't escape, so he bit the bullet. Yes. Moreover, wasn't it unmanly of him to fear the story of his wife? As for the aftermath matters, he could make a decision after she finished her story. Sona took a deep breath and said, I want to make a school. School? Then, why don't you make one? Even in his domain, there was a school. On the contrary, in every domain in the underworld, there should be at least one or two schools since the population in those domains needed to have such a facility. Moreover, it could become a business, and the money that came from an education wasn't small. If Sona wanted to make a school, then with her status as the heir of the Citri family, it was as easy as walking into the park. The wealth that was collected by her family from her ancestors' time was impossible to be emptied by just building a single school. Moreover, even if Sona's family wasn't as wealthy as him, her family almost monopolized the healthcare business and had the best hospital in the underworld. If Sona wished to make a school, even without her parents' permission, she could do it anytime. It's not that kind of a normal school. I want to create a school for the rating game. Rating game school. Riser looked at Sona and wondered why everyone loved the rating game so much, but he didn't intend to argue. Then, you can just create it, right? While you haven't had your debut in the rating game, it shouldn't be difficult if you want to make a school for the rating game. With her status as the heir of the Citri clan and the little sister of Serafal, if Sona wanted to make a rating game school, who could stop her? Even if Sona hadn't made her debut in the rating game as an heir of the aristocratic family, she could do many things that many people couldn't do. Sona knew that her husband wasn't wrong. It would have been easy for her to make a school for the rating game if she wished to, but the school that she wanted to make was different, and she knew many people would reject this dream of hers. Sona didn't care about the thoughts of those people since this was her dream, but it was different from Riser's. If Riser suddenly hated her due to this dream of hers. Suddenly, her hands were held gently. Sona, I am your husband. If you can't trust me, then who will you trust? Husband. Riser felt that being a man was difficult, but he knew that the difficulty was just the beginning. After Sona's route was cleared up, he could have a lazy life. Thought before all of that, he needed to know what his wife's dream was. After all, considering her dream, he might need to work, which was something that he didn't want to do. Nevertheless, he knew that he needed to help her, considering his status as her husband, so he hoped that her dream was an easy one. Sona stared at Riser, who was looking at her gently yet firmly as if telling her that she could rely on him. Love. 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 Sona was glad that Rias made him divorce her and made her propose to her. If not, then she might not be able to marry him. I want to make a rating game school for the lower-class devil. Riser blinked his eyes, not due to Sona's wish but due to the system that he knew would cause him trouble. As a villain, you should have your own opinion. Option 1, throw away your stupid dream. You will receive a Magu Magu no Mi, complete version. Option 2, Humph. Lower class of the devil. Why should you help them? You should make them stupid and make them your cattle, so you can squeeze all of their values until they die. You will receive a Hi Hi no Mi, complete version. Option 3, help Sona to build a school and brainwash all the students so they will become loyal to you. You will receive a Tori Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix, complete version. Riser fell in silence when he saw all of those options. He didn't care about the options. Instead, he cared more about the rewards. The rewards he got were all a devil fruit from a familiar work that he had read in his previous life, but unlike the devil fruit in that work where the user would be weakened due to the water, this devil fruit wouldn't give such a weakness. Moreover, this version allowed him to eat more than one devil fruit. Among those rewards, all of those devil fruits had amazing abilities. Nevertheless, even though he could choose option 1 and option 2, giving him abilities of magma manipulation and ice manipulation at the same time, the possibility of him choosing those options was almost zero. If he really dared to choose option 1 and option 2, he was sure that Serafal, who was still outside of their room, would freeze him to death. Well, he didn't think that Serafal would do so since Sona definitely wouldn't allow her older sister to kill him, even if he chose option 1 or option 2. Nevertheless, if he chose those two options at the same time, even if his wife didn't divorce him, a crack would happen. Or Sona would accept his mockery and everything like a wife who got domestic violence. Frankly, he wondered whether being a villain meant becoming a harsh husband who often beat up his wife. Yet, the system's options didn't surprise him, especially since the system often told him to sleep with his little sister, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, or many others. But, the option 3. He knew that he could only choose option 3, but it was also because of this he understood why the reward was amazing. Frankly, as part of the aristocratic family, he understood that no matter one beautifies the rating game, it was only a game for the high-class devil. As for the lower class and middle class, they didn't have a right or even a chance to play in this game. If he had to be honest, even if he knew that someone would fight him hard for it, the rating game, in his eyes, was nothing but a game for the rich to increase their wealth and political power. Yet, as expected, it is impossible. No. Riser quickly held his wife tight since he couldn't bear her crying face. It's possible. I believe in you. You must be able to realize this dream of yours, but I am just wondering how I can be part of your dream and help you. That's why I have been thinking deeply. You will help me. Sona was surprised. Listen, Sona. No matter what, even if the world is saying your dream is stupid, I am the only one that won't think so. I will believe that you will be able to realize your dream no matter how long it will be since I will be by your side all the time. Husband. Sona hugged him tightly and didn't let him go, thinking she was so glad to marry him. However, Riser, who had chosen option 3, sighed helplessly since he knew his dream to have a lazy bum life was far away in the distance. Chapter 40, A Human Failure, Yet a Perfect Devil. So, as you have been studying the human world, have you been thinking of making a rating game school for the lower-class devil? Yes. If so, then why should she come to the human world? Or rather, if she didn't have such an intention, she might as well stay in the underworld since she could strengthen the tie between the aristocratic family. Sona told him that she had been learning all the education systems in the underworld and the human world, combining the two, creating a more efficient yet warm system, so while the students could work toward their dream, they could also enjoy their youth. As she talked, Riser couldn't help but think that Sona was naively cute. Was the rating game such a beautiful game or a place where one could get the result as long as one was working hard enough? Riser didn't think so, since if that was the case, then why should all the participants be high-class devils? If so, then why should the original Riser let himself be defeated twice in the rating game? In other words, this rating game was nothing but a game among the aristocratic family in the underworld to get more money. After all, not everyone was like his family, that could exchange their tears for a tremendous amount of money. Even if one was powerful, their means to get money was limited, especially when most of the money had been divided by the Mao faction and the Great King faction. Yet Riser also wasn't surprised by Sona's naivety. After all, she was young, and she still hadn't started her debut in the rating game, so even if she had some knowledge about it through the data collected and from her family, she didn't know the reality of the game. Frankly, if he had chosen option 1 or option 2 previously, then he might have given her a reality, yet it didn't mean she would stop since her character was rather stubborn. So, in the end, he chose option 3 since he knew that she wouldn't stop chasing after a dream. In that case, he might as well support her since he didn't need to do much. In other words, with a limited amount of work, since most of the work should be taken by Sona, he should be able to get a good reward. Moreover, he should be able to participate in the creation of the education book. Now, why did he mention this matter? His participation in the education book was necessary so that way, he could brainwash those children who joined their school. A child is still pure. They don't know anything, and they are still in the process of learning about their surroundings. The best way for them to learn is to learn from their elders and books. So, by using education, he would be able to create a loyal group of devils, and when they graduated, they would enter various important sectors in the underworld or the human world, becoming his part of tentacles to dominate the world. Joke aside, without a doubt, even if it was troublesome to make a school for the lower-class devil in the beginning, the reward was good, especially when the trend of the reincarnated devil couldn't be stopped. The number of reincarnated devils would increase even further, and this trend couldn't be stopped. So, entering the education sector to control all of this new group of devils was a good thing. Riser then looked at his wife and thought that while she was naive, she was sharp and smart. Nevertheless, Riser knew that his wife didn't have a nasty thought like him. Instead, she just wished for an equal chance for all the devils, no matter what their status was. It was a good wish, yet the reality was otherwise. For the rich or those who came from wealthy families, it was easy since they could use the resources of their families to get stronger. However, those who came from the poor couldn't do that since they didn't have money, nor did their parents have an inheritance or something that they could rely on to become stronger or grow. For those who were poor, they could only rely on mutations or luck, hoping they could gain a hidden power inside their bodies to challenge those who were rich. Having a school meant that he could find those who mutated or talented among the poor, like how he found gold among a group of sands. No matter what era or race, talent was important. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but imagine what would happen if he married Rias instead of Sona. Riser had married Sona, so he knew that even if he was quite lazy, he knew that he needed to participate in her dream. Even if he only supported her verbally. Nevertheless, this dream of hers was definitely frowned upon by all the aristocratic family, even if he didn't want to. Fortunately, he wasn't alone in this fight since Serafal would support Sona too. With the support of the two, there was no doubt in the realization that this school wasn't just a pipe dream. Then, what if he married Rias? Riser knew that Rias didn't have many dreams. The only thing that she wanted to do was to become the best. The rest? She only wanted to play a game and spend her time on her otaku hobby without worry since her older brother, sister-in-law, and nephew could handle all of those troublesome matters. Then, did it mean that she was bad? No. Instead, Riser suddenly felt that Rias wasn't bad at all. If he married Rias, then he could spend his time enjoying life without worry, holing up inside the room, either playing games or having sex since her family was rich and had a lot of influence on the world. Moreover, even if he had kissed Rias, he hadn't rubbed her boobs after all. However, he knew that reality couldn't work that way. Rias didn't have a good impression of him, and if he didn't divorce her at that time, there was no way that she would kiss him like before. Instead, he had to say if he had to add all of those factors, the best wife he could choose was, without a doubt, Sona. Yet, at the same time, he knew that due to her status as the heir and her dream, Sona would be mostly busy, and she might be exhausted, so she might not be able to help him with his needs in that area. However, as he had a harem, this problem wasn't a problem at all. Suddenly, he realized that no one was perfect. Rias might have boobs, but she was troublesome. Sona might not have boobs, but she was simply a perfect wife for a good-for-nothing like him. Lastly, he realized that he was really a failure as a human, but as a devil, it seemed he was perfect. Still, as he had decided to become his husband and also chose option 3, he should also do his best. Wrong. What he needed to do was not to appear lazy and appear like he had done so much to help her, even though he didn't really help much, so she would even fall in love with him even more. Yes, that's what he should do. Sona, do you want to listen to my advice to build this school? Advice. Watching her expression looking at him curiously, Riser thought that being a consultant and helping people by just talking was, deceiving them, so they could do their best in his place was the best job for him. Chapter 41, Happy Son-in-Law. I know that it might be rude of me to give you advice. No. It's okay. If you have any advice, please tell me. I want to listen. After all, Riser was the only one that openly supported her dream. Her peerage members might support her, but they didn't know the circumstances of the underworld and the reality of the Society of the Devils. However, Riser was different since he understood all of that, so his advice definitely was something worth listening to. Then, first, you mustn't open this school by yourselves. If possible, you should cooperate with someone to open this school, especially from the opposition of the Mao faction. You should know even if your sister, Surzexama, and the rest of Mao's might have controlled half or almost the majority of the politics in the underworld, it doesn't mean that they fully control it. There is an opposite faction known as the Great King faction. If there was someone who would oppose this school, then without a doubt, it was the Great King faction. Unlike the Mao faction, which was liberal and hoped to develop, the Great King faction upheld the tradition. Definitely, it would oppose the change that happened in the underworld, especially the changes that might endanger their rights. The raiding game school that Sona created would definitely bring a change to the underworld as she gave a chance to the lower-class devil to participate in the game that was exclusively only participated by the high-class devil. While the majority of those high-class devils knew those who graduated from this school would most likely only be able to enter a manager level of work, without a doubt, if Sona was given a chance to open this school, it would add the political power of the Mao faction, and it was definitely the last thing the Great King faction wanted to see. Sona listened carefully and was stunned. She didn't deny him since she knew that he was correct. She wasn't stupid and understood how dirty politics was. It was also because of this she knew it was hard for her to create a school for the lower-class devil. Then, who should we cooperate with? If possible, Sona didn't want to cooperate with those from the Great King faction since if they existed, her school might be contaminated, but she knew that their existence was necessary if she wanted to create the school. What about that heir of the Great King? Saorg. Yeah, that's his name. That person. Sona recalled the person who came to their wedding. As he had remembered most of the information of all the guests who came to his wedding, Riser also understood Saorg's history. Unlike the usual heirs that were chosen directly from the patriarch's first child, Saorg was different. As he was part of the Baal family, he should inherit the power of destruction. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he was kicked out by his father and not acknowledged as a child. In the end, the heir's position was taken by the second child, but Saorg didn't give up and continued to train before he defeated his sibling, then retrieved the title of heir to the Baal house. As someone who knew what despair was, Saorg would definitely be able to become a good ally for them to create their school since, without a doubt, he definitely would help those who were in despair like him. Those lower-class devils were definitely those who were in despair. I will talk to him later. Thank you. Sona kissed him and thought that she should reward him well tonight. Still, this isn't the end. What's next? The location of the school. Location. As it is a corporation between two factions, if the school is built on your domain, then it will make you appear superior, but if it's built on the Baal's clan domain, then it will make you appear underestimated, so you need to choose a neutral family. What's the name of your friend again? Seekchan. Seekvaria Agars. Yes, that one. If possible, you should make the first school in the domain of that family. I will talk to her. Sona agreed with this idea, but at the same time, she had to say everything became so complicated due to the politics. However, once again, it was fortunate she had her husband, who could support and help her dream. Is there next? Sona asked eagerly. There is, and it might be the one that is the most difficult. What is it? To announce your dream. Announce my dream? Riser nodded, then asked, now, you mention, when is your debut? It should be at the beginning of summer. Then, you need to announce your dream in that place loudly and proudly. Riser stared at Sona and said, Sona, while I believe in you, the others will mock you since you should know how the high-class devil views the lower-class devil. How was the view of the high-class devil toward the lower-class devil? They saw lower-class devil like cattle, sows, and other animals. They had never thought that the lower-class devils were the same beings. It was the case with Hayato Issei in the original story. Even though he was strong and the holder of boosted gear, due to his status as the reincarnated devil and a low-class devil, he was subjected to much discrimination. How many times has Hayato Issei been looked down upon or disdained in the story? It couldn't be counted. The only reason why this discrimination didn't feel that strong was that Issei had been looking at the breasts of the women, or he was simply perverted, so most readers would focus on his antics instead of the discrimination of his enemy. Nevertheless, everything changed due to the power that was shown by Issei. In other words, as long as one was strong, one could do anything. It was like Surzek, who could do anything in the underworld, or Issei, who could sexually harass someone without worry. Strength is the strongest backing. Riser suddenly remembered the words of his older brother. Rating game. To not appear as a lazy bum who was lucky enough to marry a rich woman, Riser knew that he needed to show his worth. Even if he didn't mind being talked down upon, he didn't want his peerage members, families, and wife being persecuted, so he knew he needed to show his power. It was like how a country would announce they had a nuclear bomb when they had one, so no one would mess up with them. Riser had power, and he needed to show it to everyone, so no one would mess around with him. The fastest way was through the rating game. It was also the reason why his oldest brother, Riser Phenex, told him to fight in the rating game, so he could be in the top 10 position. However, Riser could do that later since he still has a lot of time, since he needed to do more preparation, especially for his peerage members since they had just started their training. As long as he did the rating game before Sona's debut, then it was okay. Sona smiled happily. Riser decided to kiss his wife since she was so cute. The two entangled for a moment before Sona helped him with her hands and mouth, which made him almost go berserk once again. Fortunately, his control was good, or else Sona might not be able to get up from bed today. When the two finished their long bath and prepared to get food since they were ready, Sona still asked, "So, is that the last?" "Yes, that's the last. As for the others, it should be his turn." The two then walked side by side, walking out of the room, but when they opened the door, it stuck into something. It hurts." A familiar voice was heard, and Sona frowned. Then, as expected, Seraphal was there, holding her head painfully as she lay on the ground, crouching while showing her plump butts in their direction. "Wani-chan." Sona stared at her older sister helplessly, and Riser stared silently at his sister-in-law's butts. "Sona-chan," Seraphal rubbed her head before abruptly stopping her voice when she looked at Sona. Unlike yesterday, this time, she could see the change in Sona. Sona seemed to become an adult, her bud-like charm had bloomed, and there was the sensual aura around her. Moreover, there were many kiss marks on her neck. Yet, Sona didn't seem to care even if her hickeys were seen. This change. Seraphal couldn't control her emotions anymore. Yuea. Sona-chan has become a woman. Wani-chan is so sad. Sona-chan is dummy. Seraphal cried as she ran away. 2x. Shouldn't you chase after and coax her? Riser asked in doubt. Strangely enough, I don't have the urge to strangle my older sister's neck now. Sona sighed, then looked at Riser. Is it because of you? Was it? Still, he ignored the part where Sona wished to strangle Seraphal's neck. Riser-chan is also idiot. Only Riser hoped that he wouldn't be troubled by Seraphal after this. Chapter 42, What is mine, what is my wife is also mine, right? The marriage between the two brought happiness to the family. Nevertheless, neither Sona nor Riser thought about this matter too much. Still, they needed to coax Seraphal since, if not, she might propose to have a Shimaidan. Jokes aside, they decided to ignore Seraphal and then spent a week on their honeymoon, spending their time touring various famous places in the underworld from Lucifad, the original capital of the underworld and the Satan territory ruled by the original Lucifer, and Agrias, a large city that is located in the Agar's territory. Still, Riser had to say Agarias was quite a special city since it had a distinctive feature in which it appeared to be a large floating island suspended in the sky. Frankly, when he was there, he wanted to sneak inside to see how this floating city worked. Unfortunately, the security was too tight, and he wasn't that proficient at sneaking, so he just spent his time with Sona, playing in this city as it was a popular tourist resort in the underworld. Though during their time in the Agarias, they often talked about which city they would build their school in, such a thing was hard to decide since they needed to discuss this matter with Lord Agars for further development. Moreover, they haven't made their official cooperation with the Baal family, Sarorg, that he discussed previously. Still, even if Sona had made it clear what she dreamed about, the age of the devil was long. A devil could easily live for tens of thousands or even more with ease. There was no need to be in a hurry. Yet, Riser wanted to get his reward as soon as possible. He might be a lazy bum, but if he had to do something, he would make it quick. Nevertheless, their happy time quickly ended, and after a week, it was time for Sona to return to the human world to continue her school. Naturally, Riser sent her to the station since he was her husband. Well, he might do so because it was their first time to part away like this, but in the future, when they had been together for so long, he might not send her and just wait at home like how a relationship changed over time, right? Yet, even if their relationship changed, he knew that he wouldn't be bored with Sona's body. Why? Because he also had a harem. When Sona was gone to the human world, he could spend his time with his other women. Naturally, such a thing was impossible to be directly expressed from his mouth. If he dared to say such a thing, he knew that he might be drowned by Sona's water magic. It was also the reason why he was amazed by Issei Hayadu, who could say boobs, virginity, nipples, and various other dirty words, yet the girls still came to him like they had been brainwashed. Or was it the hidden effect of the boosted gear? Did it have the ability to brainwash someone? Yet, let's ignore the protagonist of this story since Riser was sure that he wouldn't be involved with Issei, considering he decided to stay in the underworld. Instead, he was more curious about the group of people that had been waiting for Sona at the station. I haven't introduced you, right? They are my peerage members. Yes, Sona's peerage members. All of them were wearing similar clothes, the uniform of the Kuo Academy. This might not be his first time seeing them, especially when they came to their wedding, but he didn't have a chance to talk with them since there were many important guests at their wedding, so Sona could only introduce him to all of her peerage members now. The first she introduced was her queen. You have seen her before, right? She is my queen, Shinra Tsubaki. Shinra Tsubaki put her 2 hands in front and bowed her head respectfully. As Sona had said before, it wasn't his first time seeing Tsubaki, and as expected, she was a beauty. Like Sona, Tsubaki also wore glasses, but she had long, straight black hair that extended all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromatic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. Moreover, unlike Sona, Tsubaki's breasts were quite good, and for a woman, she was rather tall, though. This is my bishop, Momo Hanakai. A young, beautiful girl with white hair and blue-green eyes bowed her head like Tsubaki. This is also my bishop, Raya Kusaka. A slim girl with long brown hair that ends in 2 short braids and matching eyes similarly also bowed her head. Now, this is my knight, Tomo Megiri. Nice to meet you, Riser-sama. Unlike the 2 bishops, that soft-spoken and quiet, Tomo Megiri was an energetic girl. However, similar to others, she was a beautiful girl with shoulder-length, reddish-brown hair tied into twin tails and brown eyes. Riser looked at those twin tails and nodded, thinking that this hairstyle was good since it was firm and easy to hold. And this is my rook, Tsubasa Yura. Nice to meet you, Riser-sama. While her appearance was quite tomboyish with blue, shoulder-length hair and matching eyes, Tsubasa was polite but cool at the same time. Riser was sure that this girl wouldn't only be popular among boys but also among girls. As for the 2 of them, they are my pawns, Ruruko Nimura and Genshiro Saji. Nice to meet you, Riser-sama. Ruruko was a cute, petite girl with brown hair in long twin ponytails and green eyes. Frankly, Riser couldn't see anything special about this girl, but since Sona had chosen her, should there be something special about her? Nevertheless, the striped green stockings she wore were nice. Riser wondered whether Sona would wear something similar for him but with a black or white color. Still, among all of her servants, there was no doubt that Genshiro Saji was the most conspicuous. His gender aside, since he was the only male among Sona's peerage members, his appearance was also the most eye-catching since he was so depressed at this moment, yet he still didn't forget to greet him with the greatest respect. Nice to meet you. Riser-sama. Like Ruruko, Saji also stuttered before he cried. Why is he crying? Riser asked in confusion. Just leave him. Sona only shook his head as if ignoring this matter. Nevertheless, the rest of the peerage members of Sona looked at Saji pitifully. However, as they finished their introduction, they tried to restrain themselves since they knew the importance of the status of the devil wasn't something that they could break. While they were Sona's peerage members, they were also a low-class devil, and Riser was a high-class devil. Not everyone was like Issei, who could get out unscathed without being killed after provoking the high-class devil. If the lower-class devil tried to provoke the high-class devil, a death was their only destination, so they knew that they couldn't be rude to Riser and needed to be as respectful as possible. Yet, they couldn't hide their curiosity since they could see the change in their master. Their master, who had always appeared cool and strict, appeared soft and gentle like a woman in love with whom she stood by Riser's side. This change surprised them, and they wondered how Riser was able to do it. Moreover, their master seemed quite alluring for some reason. Was this the charm of a married woman? For some reason, they even became curious. Naturally, Saji also saw all of this, and because of this, he knew that his love had ended, and it ended with a tragedy where the woman he loved so much fell in the arms of others, yet, unfortunately, he could only endure it and wished for their happiness. Saji could only cry. Nice to meet you all. My name is Riser Phenex. You can call me by name since you are all my wife's peerage members. Riser was polite and appeared mature in front of them. Yet. Invite all of them in the name of training, then when the night comes, give them an aphrodisiac, and when it reacts on their bodies, use your abilities, then make them your harem members. Oh, right, Kaishu, there is. Oh, Riser, Sona, it's a coincidence. Hearing this familiar voice, Sona's expression became cold once again as she saw a cat bulger who wanted to rob her husband. Chapter 43, Riser is curious. Sona's expression quickly turned frosty when she saw this woman. Rias didn't care about Sona's expression and walked at ease in their direction. Akino, who was walking behind, was a bit awkward, but watching her master, who was like a female hooligan, she could only bite her lips and follow. After all, no matter how ugly Rias did, she was still Rias's queen. Even if what Rias did was wrong, she couldn't fight her and only followed. More importantly, Akino was curious about how this would develop. Similarly, Sona's peerage members were stunned, but they didn't say anything and only stood by Sona's side in support of their master. Nevertheless, they would be lying if they weren't curious and nervous about what would happen between them. It wasn't a secret that Riser was Rias's former fiancé, but now, he had become Sona's husband. Yet, even though Riser and Sona had made their relationship clear to everyone with their previous wedding, Rias still came between them. However, even if Sona's peerage members wanted to do something, they couldn't do it since the difference in their status was too much. Still, Sona, whose status was the same as Rias, didn't feel afraid of Rias. What are you doing here, Rias? Why can't I be here? Do you own this station? Rias answered arrogantly. I am asking you, why are you here? Sona repeated her question and was completely unfazed by Rias's sophistry. As I have said before, why can't I be here? Like you, I am also staying in the underworld, and I am just about to go back to the human world. Rias then looked at Riser and asked, you are also going to the human world, right, Riser? If so, then I will be your guide. There is no need. Riser didn't have a chance to answer since Sona answered this question first. If he wants to go to the human world, I can be his guide. There is no need for you to get busy due to my husband. Rias raised her eyebrow and stared at Sona coldly. The silence of the two made all Akino and all the peerage members of Sona tremble. The smell of gunpowder spread in every direction. It wouldn't be weird if the fight happened sooner or later. Riser was speechless, but at the same time, he felt that being popular was quite troublesome. Why couldn't Sona and Rias share him together? That way, there was no need for them to fight each other. However, Riser didn't dare to say those words out loud since if he really did so, he was sure that he would be targeted by Surzek and Serafal. As of now, he is still weak. If he became strong later, then he would be brave enough to take down the two of them at the same time. No, he might have even taken Serafal down, so he took the three of them down. Mark his words. You know what, Sona? Being too clingy will make you hated by your husband, you know. Right, Riser. Rias looked at Riser as if trying to ask for his support. Sona frowned as she pushed the frame of her glasses, ready to start a fight, but then, her forehead was rubbed by Riser. Everyone. Don't frown all the time. You might get old faster. Sona didn't say anything and just stared at him coldly. Cough. Cough. Riser coughed lightly and then hugged Sona intimately while looking at Riser. There is no way I will hate her for being clingy. I think she is cute that way. For such a cold woman to be clingy to him, wasn't that cute? Sona blushed and felt embarrassed, but she was happy. Still, with her character, being hugged like this would break her character, so she tried to break away from his hug even though no power could be felt from her body. Don't hug me so suddenly, there are still a lot of people here. So, if there are no people, is it all right? Stupid. However, Sona's blush spread to her ears and neck. Riser sighed and thought that his wife was as cute as ever, but everyone fell into silence. Was this Sona? Huh? Was this really Sona? Everyone was dumbfounded since that cold and strict woman was nowhere to be seen. Rias frowned, wondering whether this was an act or real, but as she had known Sona for so long, she understood that it was the real Sona. When Rias saw this gesture, she knew that Sona was truly in love with Riser. While Rias hated Sona and Riser for having married and made her appear miserable in front of others, there was no doubt that Sona was her best friend. After all, she was the one who had invited Sona to have a school in the human world. If their relationship wasn't good, then she wouldn't do so, right? Yet, it was also because of this she felt annoyed and angry. Why should you marry him? Why should you show this intimate gesture in front of me? She became even furious, but her proud nature didn't allow her to show such a reaction. She then narrowed her eyes at Riser, the one who had caused this problem in the first place. Even now, her feelings are complicated. He was her former fiancé and also the one who took her first kiss. Not only her first kiss, he also kissed her twice, and, even worse, he divorced her, then married her best friend. Yet, now, he has a happy life with Sona. Unforgivable. Oh. Right now, they might appear in love with each other, but soon, she was going to break it, and she was going to get back what was hers, to begin with. There was no way something that she wanted to have would escape from her palms. Riser, prepare yourselves. So, you won't really go to the human world? No, I am still busy in the underworld. What are you busy with? Riser looked at Rias weirdly since she asked this question calmly without anger. He is going to build a hot spring resort. You should come when it is finished. However, before he answered, Sona was the one who answered this question. I will. Rias smiled, then nodded. Then, see you. If you go to the human world, please tell me. Let's go, Aquino. It was impossible for her to do anything, especially when his watchdog was around, so she was going to have a strategic retreat, but that didn't mean she was going to give up. As long as there was an opening, she was going to take him down. As for his chance to refuse her, there was no way for him to refuse her, especially when she knew that he was still obsessed with her boobs. Sona might be smart but against her boobs. Sona could only bow down. When Rias walked away, Aquino sighed in relief, but she bowed her head towards Sona and Riser, then excused herself to everyone before she followed Rias. However, secretly, she glanced in his direction, and their eyes happened to meet each other. Her heart flustered and panicked before she ran away. Riser raised his brow and looked at Aquino thoughtfully. If he was alone with Rias, then Rias would forcefully kiss his lips. However, if he was alone with Aquino, what would happen? Somehow, he was curious. Chapter 44, Loyal Husband. Still, Riser realized the law of attraction. When he tried to chase Rias, she would get away from him, but when he tried to get away from her, she tried to approach him as if her life depended on it. Probably, she might be able to give her virginity to him as long as there was a chance. Still, even if Rias' approach should be a good thing for him, Riser could only sigh, thinking that it was difficult to become a good husband. Frankly, Riser was thinking of being loyal to Sona since he didn't want to add any more wives. Sona was enough for him. However, if Rias wanted to become his lover or mistress, then Riser might think about it. Yet, was it possible? Riser shook his head before he looked at his wife and asked weirdly, you let her know that I am working on a hot spring resort. Why not? She is famous, and you need a famous name to make your resort popular. Sona's mind was simple since she only wanted to support her husband's business. There were many resorts in the underworld, and if her husband wanted to compete with them, then he needed a gimmick. Riser's older brother might be the CEO of a media company, and his family might be the richest, but even so, Sona wanted to help him. He was her husband, and like how he supported her, she would support him, even if she might bring a dangerous factor like Rias to his side. Riser rubbed his wife's hair and thought that he was fortunate to have her. Unfortunately, she was unlucky to have a husband like him. Thank you. There is no need for you to thank me. Just do your best at your work. Even if there were many people around them, she tiptoed and kissed his lips. Riser. All the members of Sona's peerage members. Still, unlike the girls, who were surprised, blushed, and looked at them excitedly, Saji felt his world turn gray before his body crumbled and disappeared into ash. Riser looked at his wife in surprise. That's my mark. You are mine. If he was a woman, he might fall for Sona now. Unfortunately, he was a man, so he felt a little helpless. Still, Sona didn't feel wary of Rias since, unlike her, Rias was a virgin. What could a virgin do to her husband? Sona, who was familiar with her husband's conduct, knew that her husband couldn't be swayed by boobs alone. If someone wanted to conquer him, they needed to give more. However, if Riser knew what Sona was thinking, he could only apologize. Sorry, Sona, your husband is a man who is swayed by boobs. However, there was no way for Sona to know that. Instead, Sona was most wary of her husband's queen and peerage members. On this return trip, Riser didn't bring all his peerage members. Instead, he only brought his queen with him. As for his other peerage members, including Ravel, they were training. Probably, because they were trying to forget many things and be busy themselves that they trained so hard at this moment, or they might be annoyed that he didn't bring them when he went on the honeymoon. As their king, he was happy with their hard work, and at the same time, pretended he didn't notice anything. Only because of this, he had set up his training room with the best feng shui, enhancing the result of their training, recovery, and understanding of the things he taught of. Nevertheless, this wasn't the time to discuss this matter since his wife was staring at his queen. From the beginning to the end, Yubaluna never said anything, and she just stood behind them like a shadow. Still, with her beauty, even if she wanted to be ignored, it was impossible. Yubaluna. Yes, Sona-sama. Take care of him, okay? Yes, Sona-sama. Sona stared at Yubaluna with a sharp gaze, but Yubaluna only bowed her head submissively. Still, even if Sona was strict, she had a good heart and was kind, so she didn't stare at Yubaluna for too long, and she didn't have a hobby of bullying someone, but then she looked at her husband helplessly. When they were together, he might not have said anything and had never been with his peerage members as if trying to reassure her that there was no relationship between him and them, but she knew that they had a deep relationship. Or rather, such a relationship was common in the underworld. While Sona didn't want him to be with another woman, she knew that she was also helpless to Riser's needs in that area. Moreover, even if she was his wife, they had been with him first. Frankly, Sona didn't want to share him with anyone, but Sona shook her head and how much she wished to stay in the underworld. Suddenly, she thought that she should move to the underworld, so she could stay. Her thoughts stopped when he kissed her. She stared at him before she closed her eyes and hugged him tightly. Then, when she lost her breath, they parted, but their gazes had never looked away. "I am waiting for you here." Those words were enough to erase all of her uneasiness, and she decided to go to the human world with all of her peerage members. Riser didn't go and stayed until he could no longer see her. Kaishu. Tsubaki looked at Sona, who kept looking away. "I am okay." Sona took a deep breath before sitting on her seat, thinking she might have fallen too deeply into him. Still, suddenly, she looked at Tsubaki, who was looking at her worriedly. "Kaishu." Tsubaki titled her head, feeling weird by Sona's stare. "When the weekend comes, let's return to the underworld." "Okay." Tsubaki nodded, feeling quite curious at how Riser made Sona fall so deeply to him. "By the way, since I have gone, there should be a lot of things that I have missed, right? Bring me all the jobs." "Yes." Once again, the strict and cool Sona returned. When Sona was no longer there, Riser also didn't stay. "Let's go back, Yubaluna." "Yes, Riser-sama." The two were alone and didn't bring a servant with them. When they came to the station, Yubaluna was the one that drove the car as their driver. Frankly, if it was in the human world, his actions might cause many people to curse him since such a beautiful woman was rendered as nothing but a driver by him. However, this was the underworld, the difference in status meant everything. The two entered the car at the same time, but they had been silent, and it felt like they were quite awkward. However, Riser was just too lazy to talk. Still, it was different for Yubaluna since she felt like Sona had robbed her master, and he was going to throw all of them. When she thought about this, she couldn't help but choke and weep. "Congratulations, Riser-sama. I hope that you can have a happy life with Sona-sama." Riser, who sat next to Yubaluna, felt weird by her words. Yubaluna wiped away her tears as she was ready to start the car, but suddenly a hand crept into her plump thigh, rubbing it gently yet seductively as if trying to tempt her. Her face flushed red, and her body was hot, like burnt by fire, yet she was so excited. "Riser-sama." She seemed nervous yet leaned toward him as if ready to lunge into him like a female leopard. "Let's stop at the nearby hotel before we go back." "Yes." Those words were enough to erase all of her sadness. Riser looked at his queen before he looked at the window again absent-mindedly. He loved his wife, but he loved his lover too. Once again, the scumbag Riser returned. Chapter 45, I, Riser Phenex, Have a Dream. The sound of a pencil against paper was perceived inside the room. Riser focused all of his attention on the blueprint before him before he put down his pencil and stretched his hands up, loosening his slightly stiff body. He looked at the scenery outside, and the color of the sky was the same purple as ever. Still, he had started to get used to this sky, but he would be lying if he didn't miss the blue sky of the day and the night sky of the night on Earth. Before, he was a devil, he was a human, so he couldn't get rid of some of the common senses and habits he had collected during his previous life. Nevertheless, he was glad that Riser's memory merged into him, or else he would become an idiot in the eyes of others. However, even if he missed the human world, he didn't really want to go to the human world since he was afraid the system might give him a strange option once again. His quest to help Sona build a school hadn't been completed. Even if there was no punishment or time limit for this quest, he didn't want something troublesome to fall onto his hands once again, especially when he was so busy. "Riser-sama, your coffee." "Thank you, Marion." Marion, his pawn, leaned forward as she put his cup of coffee on his table. However, due to her posture, her red-colored bra and looming breasts could be seen from the side. "Riser-sama." Marion might seem to have noticed his gaze, but she still smiled kindly in his direction as she tucked her hair behind her ear, making such a feminine gesture. Was this intentional? Did this woman try to seduce him? Yet, such seduction was no way to sway him. No, even that seduction swayed him, but when he thought about the danger that came when he accepted this seduction, he decided to hold it, especially when tomorrow Sona would go back to the underworld. It was only one day. As an adult, he should have self-restraint. "Can you bring me some snacks, Marion? I have just baked an orange pie. Is that all right with you?" "Yes, please." Marion excused herself before she went to the kitchen to pick up the orange pie. As she left, Riser decided to busy himself with his work since if he did nothing, he was afraid that he might not be able to control his little Riser. After Sona left to go to school in the human world, even though he spent his time in the debauchery life with his peerage members, it didn't mean he did nothing. While he was good for nothing, he was still responsible, especially when he still had to finish his hot spring resort. Frankly, the villain system didn't tell him to finish the resort, as it only told him to do business. In other words, as long as he got money and worked with someone from his domain, his quest was finished. Even if his resort wasn't completed and was abandoned, it didn't matter as the system only told him to do a business, including a fraud business. However, he was still a respectable young man, and as a devil, trust was necessary. Moreover, if he could even deceive his parents' capital fund, then how would the others trust him? Still, when he received the capital fund previously, he received options from the system. You have just received a capital fund from your parents. What will you do? Option 1, take all the money and run away with all of them. You will receive an unlimited wealth. Option 2, kill your family members and take all of their wealth. You will receive a one-hit kill. Option 3, make a fraud account and add the cost, so you can make more money. You will receive an accounting mastery. With all of those options, it was clear which one he chose, right? Without a doubt, he chose option 3 and got the accounting mastery. By now, if he became a corrupt employee, official, and politician, no one would be able to find a crime in him. He was extremely well versed in making economic reports and various other reports that if he made an empty company, millions of people would jump out to give all of their money to him for an investment, even if they knew what he did was a fraud. Somehow, while he knew that it was wrong, he knew it was a perfect skill for a devil. Nevertheless, due to this quest, he made a fraudulent account to fool his parents, so they would give him more money. Naturally, he didn't ask much since he didn't need money, especially when his tears could be turned into money. However, the taste of this hot money was unique. Still, there wasn't much that he wanted to buy, so he used that money to build this villa. Naturally, this villa was located on the side of the location where the hot spring resort was found. However, even if it was only on the side, it had the best feng shui, and when one stayed in this place, their spirits would be all positive, and their energies would be full all the time. Everyone who stayed in this place was in a lucky state all the time. Still, as he overlooked the scenery outside his room, he couldn't help but envision a new city. While he was speechless at first, the scale of this hot spring resort had become bigger, and somehow, it was planned to be transformed into a resort city, especially when his parents saw the blueprints of the hot spring resort that he had designed. After gaining architecture mastery, Riser decided to become bold and make this entire place into a new city in their domain. Naturally, by using the knowledge of magic and various information that had been collected by his ancestors and all of his family, he incorporated architecture with magic. If this city was created, it might not be wrong to say that it would become a giant magic circle. Then, as long as the city was fully created, this city would be blessed with a barrier, enemy radar, and counter magic. Moreover, Riser also modified the feng shui in the city and design, turning it into the city with the greatest luck, especially for the owner. Lastly, he also added healing, purifying, beautifying, negative ailment nullification, and many other magics that could bring benefit to the body at the source of the hot spring. Watching all of the impressive things he had brought, his parents and family decided to be bold, wishing to create this new city. After all, due to his architecture mastery and feng shui, the chance for this resort city to succeed was high. Still, he held them and told them that they might as well make a 7-star hotel first instead of a city, which was cheaper than making a city. The city needed a lot of population, but a hotel was different since there was no doubt they wouldn't lack guests with how amazing this resort would be. Nevertheless, he had to be amazed at the speeds of Devil's construction team. After all, this villa of his was done in just a few days, and from what it seemed, the luxurious hotel that could be seen from his room should be completed in summer. Still, everything should be over, and he could relax, but his parents and family didn't let him as they asked him to draw a design for the cities and houses in their families since they knew the combination of architecture and magic was something that they couldn't let pass. Frankly, all the houses of the lord and aristocratic families were covered in barriers, and if someone entered without permission, they would be found out. However, this wasn't perfect since as long as someone passed the barrier, they would be free to do anything inside the house. Moreover, if someone wanted to cover the entire city with a barrier, it would take a lot of energy. However, those problems didn't exist in his design. Even if their rules were firm and stable, having more protection on their houses wouldn't hurt, right? So, it was the reason why he needed to work, which made him want to cry. I'm going to make a fraud account and corrupt more money. If he didn't do so, his heart wouldn't feel satisfied. Nevertheless, even if his day was hard since he also needed to train his body, his peerage members came to his room every night, playing and training together. As their master, he was pleased with their willingness and dedication to learn, so on those days, he spent his time teaching them well. Naturally, Ravel didn't know this. Or did she know but pretended she didn't know? However, it didn't matter since his night was happy. Yet, such a day no longer exists. Why? Suddenly, the door of his room was opened with a bang. Riser-chan. Have you finished with your work? Riser let out a long sigh, thinking that his dream was hard to achieve. Chapter 46, Riser is working hard. Riser dreamed of having a happy life with his women without working all of his life. Yet, such a wish was hard, especially when his sister-in-law suddenly came. On the day when they were about to live in this villa, Serafall suddenly came to his castle and naturally followed him. With Serafall by his side, it was impossible for him to appear unscrupulous. If he dared to do so, Serafall might show him why she was being chosen as a Malleviathan. Nevertheless, it was only a day, so he decided to bear with it. Moreover, he knew how busy Serafall was since not only did she need to act on her TV show, Miracle Leviathan. As a Malleviathan, there were many things that she needed to do, especially when she was in charge of foreign affairs. Under the Mal faction, the underworld had been peaceful, but it didn't mean there weren't any problems in the underworld. With how busy she was, it was already impressive that she could give her day to him, so he didn't hesitate to invite her to his new villa. As expected, Serafall enjoyed this place a lot. Serafall Onisama, you can't interrupt Oni-sama. Ravel quickly followed Serafall with a helpless sigh. It's okay, Ravel. I have just finished my work. How about we have a break? Marion had just baked an orange pie. Orange pie. Serafall was excited. I want to. Still, watching one of the top devils act like a child, all the peerage members of Riser felt speechless and dumbfounded, but after staying with Serafall for a while, they also had gotten used to her and did their best to serve her, and he gave this job to Ravel. Well, if that's the case. Hearing his older brother's words, Ravel also felt happy. Then, everyone gathered together to have a tea break together as they talked about this new villa. Naturally, they felt amazed by the beauty of nature, and they could feel that their bodies felt so much better, especially when they soaked themselves in the hot spring pool in this villa. It's great that you like it. But Riser-chan, did you make this villa with Japanese design because of Sona-chan? Serafall asked curiously as she ate her orange pie. Well, this is a hot spring resort. In the human world, the only country that takes utmost importance from hot springs is Japan. While he mostly used Japanese culture as a basis for design, he also added other cultures from various countries, such as Austria and China. However, the main thing was Japan since, among all the countries he knew, it had the most comfortable design for a hot spring. It was also because of this that all the girls were wearing yukata and had moist skin due to the moisture after they dipped in the hot spring. You hate it. I love it. There was no doubt that Serafall loved this place. If there was a utopia or heaven in the underworld, it might not be wrong to say this was the place. Riser's architectural design had such a charm, which amazed her, but his knowledge of feng shui was the one that shocked her the most. But Oni-sama, how did you know feng shui that much? Frankly, not only Ravel but all of his peerage members were curious. Nevertheless, the effect of feng shui was good since whenever they trained in the place, the effectiveness of their training increased several times. Did you not know that our family has a relationship with Feng Huang? Our family has a lot of knowledge of China due to that connection. There were many similarities between Phenex as a devil, Phoenix in the Greek myth, and Feng Huang in the Chinese myth. Due to that connection, the relationship between the three was pretty good since they had a sense of comradeship. Moreover, Riser didn't lie since there were many books about Chinese in his family's library. So, that's why you have practiced kung fu. Serafall nodded in understanding as she continued to eat the orange pie since it was delicious. It's Bajiquan, but whatever. Anyway, in the eyes of foreigners, all the martial arts in China were called kung fu. Moreover, Serafall was a devil, so common sense in the human world wasn't her forte, even though she was the one in charge of foreign affairs. Still, due to this talk about kung fu, some of his members lowered their heads. Riser also sighed at this situation since even though he had taught all of his members Bajiquan, not everyone could learn at the passable level. Naturally, many were talented, such as Isabella, his rook, Ni and Li, two Nikomatas, his pawns, Shualan, his rook, and Mira, his pawn, were all skillful at Bajiquan. As for Isle and Nell, two of his pawns, even though they weren't that skillful at Bajiquan, their skill wasn't that bad, especially when their main weapon was a chainsaw. Riser had made them a better chainsaw with the rare metal mine nearby that was found by the system. Using that metal, he easily created a chainsaw that could cut a gigantic rock like paper, which they loved. Moreover, they could absorb his teaching of fire magic and learn various tricks. Frankly, Riser had an idea about what he should do with Isle and Nell, so he didn't need to worry about them. As for his queen, Yubaluna, Maihi, his bishop, and Ravel, his little sister, they were even skillful at learning his fire magic, so even if they didn't do well on Bajiquan, it didn't really matter. After all, he also felt it was a waste of time if they learned something they weren't good with. Instead, they might as well have focused on what their advantages were. While their status might not be balanced, others could protect them, and he also didn't want to train them into a half-assed balanced type of fighter since such a type was simply meaningless. In his case, the extreme type, where they focused on the development of their advantage and talent, was something that he sought. As for his Carlamine and Cirrus, who was his knight, there was no need to worry about them since he had a sword technique he got from the system. The Claymore techniques was a powerful technique, and this technique was enough to make Carlamine and Cirrus become masters of swords in the underworld. While it might be strange, he taught this sword technique to Isle and Nell even though they used a chainsaw, but the effect was good, and they could apply the sword technique to their chainsaw. Still, like Isle and Nell, he also gave a sword to Carlamine and Cirrus, and naturally, those swords were made with rare metal. However, while everything went well with most of his peerage members, the minority couldn't learn his knowledge well. Marion, Burent, and Sharia, his 3 pawns. Unlike most of his pawns, who were well versed in the close combat battle, the 3 didn't do well in close combat. Even worse, their talent in magic wasn't that good, either. They might be able to learn the 3 fire magics that he tasked all of them to learn, but more than that, it might be difficult. Yet, this wasn't something so surprising since Marion and Burent were his maids. Sharia was his dancer. Anyway, this should be the case with Sharia since she wore a dancer-like dress most of the time. So, he had been thinking about how to make all of them powerful. Marion, Burent, Sharia. The 3 of them who had lowered their heads had their bodies tense, thinking that Riser might get angry at them since they couldn't do well on their training. This was also the reason they worked really hard to seduce him since that way, he wouldn't get angry. Unfortunately, Serafall came, so their plan had all gone a failure. However. Do you want to learn firearms? 3x. The 3 blinked their eyes. 3x. The chapters might be plain, and Rias might not appear for a while, but bear with it, okay? Chapter 47, As a villain, you need to mooch your wife's family. Firearms. His words weren't answered with surprise or happiness. Instead, all of them had awkward expressions on their faces. The firearms weren't anything new. When a human developed a firearm, the devil developed an atomic bomb. Jokes aside, those who were truly powerful beings among the mythical creatures' existence weren't much different from an atomic bomb. Nevertheless, the main problem was his idea to ask Marion, Burent, and Sharia to learn to wield firearms. Frankly, in the raiding game, there were several teams that had used firearms in the past, but such a thing wasn't popular or even abandoned by the majority. Why? Because they were too weak. In front of magic, firearms could do nothing. They couldn't even penetrate a simple barrier. Moreover, those who could participate in the raiding game weren't weak, even the weakest one wasn't weak enough to be defeated by a firearm. The only ones who could use firearms were those who were skillful soldiers or snipers during their lives. Learning magic was also more beneficial, and it was also common sense among the devils. Lastly, unlike magic, a firearm needed money. Yes, this was the real problem. As he had said before, not every devil could be like the Phenex family that could turn their tears into money. Most of them weren't rich, even some nobles were poor. Riser also heard that the champion of the raiding game, Dihauser Belial, was poor. According to Dihauser's biography, he grew up in a house that was located in the depths of a small mountain. Although his father was a high-class devil with average ability, his ancestors from the previous few generations were unknown people, and in the previous war of the 3 factions as well as the civil war of the old government, they had constantly made various errors, so the strength of the Belial house continued to decline, and the family's authority also fell significantly. During the 2 generations spanning his grandfather's and his father's time, when Dihauser was young, the Belial family faced financial difficulties but managed to just scrape by. His success in the raiding games solved this financial difficulty. Dihauser's history was probably also one of the reasons why the raiding game was popular since it was the fastest way for one to change fate as a devil. Nevertheless, the history of Dihauser aside, Riser didn't have a problem with money. Not only could he turn his tears into money, but he also found rare mineral mines. He made a fake account, so he could take some of the capital money to build this resort as corrupt money. If he had to be bold, he could fake the tax account of his family's domain. In other words, money is the last thing that he lacks currently. If he lacked them, then he would just need to make more money by making Phenex tears or making a fake account in his family again. Even so, it didn't change their perceptions of firearms as they wondered why Riser chose firearms among all the things he could recommend. Riser-chan, if you want to make your peerage members powerful, how about you take some magic books from the Citri clan library? My family and I have collected many things, you know. Serafall said, trying to help him since she knew he wished to make his peerage members powerful. Still, somehow, she wanted to say that he might as well steal the sacred gear from the human and then give it to his peerage members, that way, they would become more powerful. Still, as a Mao, who wished for the peace of the underworld, she had a hard time recommending such a method since it meant they would rob the sacred gear of someone, and when someone's sacred gear was robbed, that person would die. Seraphol wasn't a virgin who didn't dare to kill someone, or rather even if she appeared childish all the time, her hands were covered with blood, especially during the time when the old Satan was still in rule and fought heaven and the fallen angel, and also the time of the devil civil war. How many had she killed? It was also because of this she treasured the peace, and she didn't recommend robbing a sacred gear since she didn't want Riser, who was Sona's husband, to become a bloodthirsty devil who sought after power. Still, Riser fell in silence when Seraphol offered him such an awesome chance, and as expected, the system wouldn't stay in silence. Your sister-in-law is kind and loves you. She will help you when you need help the most. Option 1, it's not enough. Push Seraphol down, take her virginity, and take everything on the Citri family. You will receive an absolute freezing. Option 2, kill Lord Citri, and sleep with Lady Citri, Seraphol, and all the female members of the Citri clan. You will receive an ocean. Option 3, take her offer and mooch the Citri clan. You will receive a navigator mastery. What the hell? Riser could only sigh at the creativity of the system to make options. It was definitely impossible for him to choose option 1 or option 2 even though the power was amazing, so he could only choose option 3. But he had to say the content of option 3 was so weird. Is that okay? Of course. Seraphol patted her chest, causing her breasts to bounce around. Riser wondered whether the size of breasts connected to the individual's generosity. The bigger they were, the more generous they were. Yet, his wife was also generous since she often accepted his request. So, this statement was invalid. Then, thank you, Seraphol-sama. What's wrong? What did you call me? Seraphol suddenly approached Riser and pressed his cheeks as she played with them. Riser. Call me, Wani-chan, okay? We're family, Riser-chan. Riser. Wani-chan. Call me, Wani-chan. Riser was speechless and wanted to look away, but Sirol kept holding him tight and wouldn't let him go until she called him Wani-chan. If you don't call me, Wani-chan, then you can't see the Citri library. Seraphol suddenly set an ultimatum. Riser knew that he only needed to say Wani-chan, but somehow, he felt wrong for some reason. He knew he might be a good-for-nothing, but he felt it was wrong to call Seraphol and Wani-chan. Wani-chan. Riser-chan, call me, Wani-chan. Everyone looked at them with a smile and looked at Riser with anticipation. Riser was helpless before he could only sigh. His face was a bit red as he looked away from Seraphol's eyes. Wani-chan. Seraphol blinked her eyes and looked at him in a daze. Suddenly she felt that something that shouldn't be born was born in her. What to do? Wasn't he the cutest? Somehow, she was afraid that she might need to apologize to Sona and that she might do something unforgivable to Riser. It's done, okay. Riser quickly escaped Seraphol's claws. Once more. One more time. Enough. There was no respect for Riser's words, and he pushed Seraphol away, but she didn't seem angry and even enjoy it. Okay, I know that you are still suspicious about firearms, so how about I show all of you the real power of firearms? Suddenly, Riser changed the subject, trying to attract their attention as he still tried to push Seraphol away. However, it was too late. They realized their master was kind of cute. Chapter 48, Seraphol is a masochist. Riser brought all of them to the training ground that he had made on this villa. Unlike the indoor training ground in his castle, the training ground on his villa was outdoor, like an area in the martial arts school. Still, unlike the Japanese design he used on his villa, this one had a Chinese design. Or, was it mismatched? Anyway, it had various types of training grounds, so everyone could focus on their training, depending on what kind of training they planned to do. Still, to show the power of firearms, he decided to take them outdoors since he was afraid that the power of the weapon might destroy the facility. As for everyone, they could only follow him. Riser was their master, even if his idea was kind of unique, they still needed to follow his whim, but more importantly, they would be lying if they weren't curious. Oni-sama, are all those the firearms you mention? Riser placed all the firearms he had collected previously on the table. He always wanted to make Marion, Burant, and Sharia powerful, so he collected all of them. Frankly, the fastest way for someone to become powerful was to get their hands on the sacred gear, the items with powerful abilities bestowed upon humans by God of the Bible. They might be a devil, and they might not be able to be born with this item, as it was only bestowed by God to the humans, but they could rob it from the humans. As for the methods, Riser might be clueless at first, but there were many humans who had sacred gear. He could do an experiment, trying one-by-one methods like how a researcher did an experiment on a white rat. Or should he wait until the peace of the three factions began? Nevertheless, the sacred gear wasn't as beautiful as it seemed since, sometimes, it would take away the lifespan of the user. The devil might have a long lifespan or even immortality, but it didn't mean that they couldn't die. Moreover, there was a problem with whether the sacred gear was appropriate or not. If he gave an example, it was like how someone with B type of blood couldn't receive a donor from a type of blood. While he wasn't sure whether sacred gear would work that way, he might as well have prepared for the worst. So, with all of that, using the combination of a weapon and magic was definitely the optist for the devil. Nevertheless, let's return to the firearms that he had prepared. There was a Luger P-08, M134 minigun, Otis 48, and FIM 92 Stinger on the table. All of them have been modified slightly by him. Still, the girls had to say the firearms were kind of novel since it was quite rare for them to see one, especially in the underworld, where most devils could use magic. If it wasn't for the reincarnated devil, the existence of firearms might still be an alien for the majority of devils. Still, even if firearms were rare, for Riser, it was easy to acquire them. Now, why firearms? Riser was going to show them now. Wow, this is so big. Serafal held the M134 minigun with a chainsaw grip attached above the receiver for hipfire portability. Unlike the original, its box magazine was attached below the weapon, although no feed chute was present connecting the ammunition box to the feeder delinker. Serafal didn't know whether it was deliberate or an accident but tried to pull the trigger in his direction. Riser. Why is nothing coming out? Serafal was confused. Take this down first. Yua. How stingy. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, asterisk. While Riser didn't think that he would be hurt by a mere machine gun, his heart was still beating so fast. Still, to ease his heart, he took the Luger P-08 in his hands, then said, Serafal-sama, can you fly for a moment? You want to make me a living target? Is that not okay? Serafal stared at Riser, squinting her eyes, wondering whether this guy was teasing her or joking around. Yet, Riser was honest and clearly showed his request through his eyes. Are you not curious about what I will do with firearms? I will show you. Serafal was curious, but she felt weird when she had become a living target for his example. Still, she thought for a moment before she nodded. Okay. Anyway, it was just a firearm, and she didn't think it would hurt her. She spread her devil wings and then soared into the sky. Is this enough? Try to fly right and left. Okay. Serafal flew right and left while mocking him. Riser-chan is an idiot. Riser-chan is a big idiot. Everyone. However, Riser ignored Serafal's mock and pulled the trigger on his pistol. Not only Serafal but everyone was surprised by his actions. Huh? Where did you aim? Why did you aim there? Wait. Don't tell me, is Riser-chan worried about my safety? Serafal seemed to be in shock before she was moved. I am sorry, Riser-chan. I am sorry for mocking you. It seemed her position on his heart was still important that even though he knew the gun wouldn't hurt her, he didn't want to shoot her. Serafal couldn't help but feel moved. Yet, suddenly, a scene that surprised them happened. The bullet that flew in a straight direction suddenly changed its direction and flew at Serafal at a faster speed. Bang. The sonic boom echoed through space and startled all of them. What? Serafal was the most startled of all since she was the target, but she quickly dodged. Yet, the bullet kept following her. How? How did the bullet move like a guided missile? No matter what Serafal tried to dodge, the bullet persisted, like a hound dog that followed her. In the end, she felt a bit annoyed and created a barrier. Then. Bang. An explosion that was enough to swallow Serafal's body happened, but naturally, it did nothing to her as Serafal created a barrier to protect herself. However, this explosion was enough to surprise all of them. After all, this explosion was powerful. It might not be as powerful as Yubaluna's explosion, but there were several bullets on the Luger P-08, and if all the bullets exploded one after another. Moreover, the speed. They were sure that most devils were unable to avoid it. The speed of the bullet was enough to break the sound barrier, and among the devils, it was rare to see someone who had a speed of sound. If there was, it was only those devils whose ranking was at the top. As for Serafal, this woman was one of the strongest devils, breaking a sound or two was nothing for her. Nevertheless, even if Serafal was powerful, she couldn't help but feel surprised by that sudden explosion. Her heart was still thumping now, especially the penetration ability of the bullet. If her barrier was a little weak, then her barrier would be broken. Serafal wanted to complain, but Riser suddenly held Otis 48 Stinger and aimed it at Serafal. Wait. Wait. However, Riser didn't wait. Boom. It was like the sound of a cannon. It was like something shot from a tank. Or rather, it was like a laser beam. Serafal was even more panicked. Riser-chan. Boom. The explosion happened, and the impact was enough to blow them away, which made their hearts realize the terror of the firearms. Fortunately, Riser made a barrier, so no one was affected by the impact, but Riser. Serafall was furious and wanted to give him a good scolding, ready to start her revenge, yet. Riser held his M134 minigun and aimed it at Serafall. Serafall. Chapter 49, If I endure my lust, then I won't be called a devil. The might of the firearm surprised all of them, but Serafall held his M134 minigun shot in his direction. Die. Even if her words were cruel, Serafall still winked at Riser, who had become a living target at this moment. Still, Riser was calm and didn't feel angry since he knew it was good that Serafall only shot him with a machine gun instead of freezing him with her ice manipulation. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk. There was no mercy. Serafall shot him like he was the killer of her parents. Nevertheless, those bullets suddenly stopped and lost all of their powers. Serafall. Why? Serafall felt vexed. She thought that she could have her revenge, but what was this? The bullets she thought could ease her heart did nothing to Riser. Why do you think that I ask you to learn firearms? Because you are rich. Because there is a fire in the firearms. As long as there is a fire, even a small candlelight will become a dangerous weapon in my hand. His words might be arrogant, but this was the truth. As long as there was a fire, he could practically do anything. It also included firearms. Then, he held the FIM-92 Stinger and pulled the trigger as he aimed at the sky. Asterisk boom. The warhead soared like a rocket 10,000 meters above the ground. It flew so fast before it exploded. Boom. The space shook, and the sky roared. The explosion was like the roar of a mighty beast, which shocked the heart of everyone. Everyone was in a daze and silent as they watched this explosion, feeling the slight heat from the aftermath of the explosion, even if the explosion happened 10,000 meters above the sky. Frankly, if Riser wasn't by their sides, they were afraid that their feet might lose their powers. Yet, at the same time, they felt an indescribable emotion in their hearts. Serafall, who wasn't sure when had already sat on Riser's shoulders, was also in a daze and couldn't recover until a while later. Did you modify the warhead? Serafall also had often gone to the human world, and she had seen many modern weapons, but this was too much. The warhead of the rocket launcher was too powerful. No, I added magic onto it. Still, this rocket launcher is a bit too expensive, so we won't use it. Was it his imagination? But some of them seemed to be disappointed. However, when he thought about the cost of the warhead and the income he might generate from the raiding game, he felt that this was a lost business. Moreover, if his opponents were just those average high-ranking devils that he had fought 10 times after his debut in the raiding game, then using a warhead was simply overkill. A simple bullet was enough. However, if his opponents were in the top 10 of the raiding game, then he might think of using a warhead. Still, he decided to ignore their disappointment and continued his explanation about the combination of fire magic and firearms he planned for Marion, Burent, and Sharia to learn. Now, you understand why I tell you to learn firearms, right? Yes. All of them nodded at the same time as the example. They knew how powerful firearms were. All of the firearms haven't been modified, and I have only added a little of my magic to it. Little. They felt speechless since the last explosion was much bigger than Yubaluna's explosion magic. As his queen, Yubaluna's specialty was explosion magic, and it was where her nickname, Bomb Queen, came from. Though she hated this nickname, the might of her explosion was the reason why she got this nickname. Yet, her explosion was far pale compared to the warhead that was slightly added by magic by their master. It was also why the firearms he had used before had become a wreck as they emitted smoke. Everyone somehow became excited and waited for his explanation. He explained what kind of magic he had added to his firearms before. The first was bullet speed control. By manipulating the fire inside the bullet, he was able to accelerate the speed of the projectiles, which in turn increased the damage taken. The second was trajectory control. By controlling the fire on the bullet, he could control the trajectory of the bullets he shot through his firearms, allowing him to injure his targets from any given angle and from longer distances, and it could also be combined with bullet speed control. The third was acceleration. After enhancing the speed of a bullet, he created small pellets inside the said bullet, which broke the outer shell apart and hit the opponent in rapid succession. The fourth is ricochet control. Watch this. Riser held the Luger P-08 and pulled the trigger, then the bullet flew into the ground and rebounded off a surface, increasing its power and velocity. Moreover, it launched itself at the target from various sides and different angles at the same time, giving the opponent no time to react. Everyone. Serafall was sure that the children of Sona and Riser would become powerful devils. So what about her children with him? Serafall thought that their children might conquer the world. Now, Marion, Burent, Sharia, choose which type of firearms you want to use. Riser wasn't sure what Serafall thought and looked at his 3 pawns as he explained many types of firearms, their advantages, and their disadvantages. Hearing his explanation, the 3 of them had made up their minds. Riser-sama, I will take a pistol. Can I take 2 of them? Buren asked as she felt she was more comfortable with pistols since they were small and easy to use. Nevertheless, their might was incredible, and instead of shooting from a distance, she loved to do it at a close distance so she could see the despair on her opponent's faces clearly. Sure. I will take a sniper rifle, Riser-sama. Marion thought for a moment and felt that shooting from a distance was quite good, especially when the might of the sniper was like a laser beam when magic was added. Defeating the opponent from a distance without them realizing it, Marion felt that it was interesting. Riser-sama, I want the machine gun and all the big ones. Meanwhile, Shiria was more interested in bombs and massive explosions. She wanted to go mad and cause destruction, so she chose the big one. I don't mind, so learn all of those magics that I will teach you later. Yes. 3x. The 3 of them nodded and vowed to learn with all of their might. Riser nodded and felt satisfied, but then he felt many gazes on him. He turned and saw that all of the rest of his peerage members were looking at him with envy and hope. He sighed, then said, you can get them too if you want. Yay. All of them were happy, but Riser wondered why Serafal also felt happy. Riser-chan. I want the one with a pink color with magical Leviathan written on the body of the firearm. Sure. Riser had mooched his wife's family, and a single pink firearm was nothing in front of all the books that were gathered by the Citri clan. Also, if you are going to have a rating game, then tell me, okay. I will watch you, Riser-chan. You don't need to worry. Riser nodded, but then Ravel asked, Oni-sama. Can I ask something? What's wrong, Ravel? I was just wondering. Ravel thought for a moment and asked, what kind of team do you want to create? What kind of team did he want to create? Ravel also wanted to do something and help him, but she knew she wasn't powerful enough, so she thought she wanted to help him with the strategy, but she wanted to know what kind of team he wanted to create. I also have thought about this question before, and fortunately, I have found the perfect phrase to describe the team I want to create. Phrase. Yes, it is from the famous Chinese military general, then popularized by a powerful feudal lord in Japan. What kind of phrase is it? Even Serafal was curious. Furinkazan. Furinkazan. You mean, wind, forest, fire, mountain. Even if Riser talked in Japanese, everyone could understand it as being a devil would instantly make one understand all the languages in the world. Yes, I want our team to be like the wind, forest, fire, and mountain. As swift as the wind, as gentle as forest, as fierce as fire, and as unshakable as the mountain. Riser looked firmly at everyone and said, that's the kind of team that I want to create. The moment he learned this phrase, he knew that this was the best way to describe what kind of team he wished to be. Moreover, this phrase was quite suitable for him, especially when he was born from the Phoenix family, who governed over the fire and the wind. As swift as the wind, as gentle as forest, as fierce as fire, and as unshakable as the mountain. Everyone muttered and put those words as their maxim inside their hearts. This would be the ideology of their team. Nevertheless, their expression on him changed, and how much they wished to enter his chamber tonight. However, such a thing was impossible since Serafal came, so in the end, they spent their time learning all the magic that he was going to teach them as they looked at the number of firearms that existed, types, colors, and accessories for their chosen firearm. Then, when the night came, they rested in the hot spring and ate dinner before they went back to rest. With Serafal around, it was impossible for his peerage members to sneak into his room, so he spent a lonely night alone on his head. The only fortunate thing was that Sona would return tomorrow, so he was thinking about what kind of poses he should use on Sona tomorrow. Should it be this pose? No, that pose is also good. He fell into a dilemma since there were many things that he wanted to try on Sona's body. Yet, he realized that a devil was a being that moved based on their emotions, so even if they knew the danger, they still charged forward. Even if he was ready to sleep, someone suddenly slipped into his room and approached him cautiously before straddling his waist. While the little Riser had woken up, he shivered when he thought of the consequences of jumping into the fire, but then, he took a deep breath and made up his mind. Serafal might be strong and quite scary even if she appeared childish, but if he backed down and endured his lust, then he wouldn't be called a devil. Riser opened his eyes as he felt excited by playing with the fire. However. Riser-chan. Riser blinked his eyes since he didn't expect the courageous hero who dared to invade his room under the presence of the Devil King to be Serafal herself. Chapter 50, Even the Devil Needs to Sleep Early. Unlike before, her dress had changed and become more open. Or rather, she was wearing nothing but lingerie. Her taut and plump body was wrapped in see-through pink lingerie. Nevertheless, her hair was still tied in a perfect twin tail, making him wish to hold her twin tails from behind, riding her from behind like a horse. Yet, he quickly realized the seriousness of this problem. He got an erection from his sister-in-law. Serafal-sama. What are you doing here? He quickly pushed her away like she was an evil spirit who pulled him into the abyss. His heart was also beating so fast, but he wondered why his little Riser was so courageous that it still stood up without bowing down, especially in front of the presence of Leviathan. Seraphol was in a daze as she was pushed by him and landed on his soft bed, but her eyes kept staring at his nether region, murmuring how her little sister could handle such an enormous beast. Seraphol-sama, what are you doing here? Have you gotten lost? You should go back to your room. Riser didn't think Seraphol had fallen for him. If she could have fallen to him so easily, there was no way she still kept her virginity until now. There should be something hidden. Something that she wanted to do while wearing that see-through lingerie when she came to his room. This something definitely wasn't simple, and he wasn't going to be fooled. Frankly, even if Seraphol's appearance was so seductive and sexy, he had been baptized by many women after he became a devil, so he could calmly face this situation and, as expected. Your sister-in-law comes into your room. What will you do? Option 1, kill her and burn her corpse. You will receive an absolute burning. Option 2, force her to have group sex with all your peerage members and little sister. You will receive unlimited stamina. Option 3, refuse her. You will receive an agriculture mastery. While he was speechless, he knew that he could use the system to guess the intention of the target. It was like how, in the beginning, when he was asked to divorce Rias. The meaning of that option meant that no matter what, it was impossible to force their relationship. That was the case with his current situation. Why did the system tell him to refuse Seraphol's advance? It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that she might have an interest in him. Instead, she was going to test him. There is only one truth. What's wrong? You seem to be so excited there. Seraphol smiled mischievously like a child as she pointed at his nether region. Though, inwardly, her heart was beating so fast, watching such a brutal beast born under his pants. Sona will come back tomorrow. Of course, I am excited. Seraphol. Seraphol-sama. No, Aniki. I will forget this, so please return to your room. If I don't, then, I will go out and sleep outside. You can sleep inside my room. Riser didn't waste his time and left as soon as possible. You won't regret it. When he was about to leave, Seraphol asked him while looking at him curiously. I am not someone who is going to jump into the skirt of any girls I see, especially when you are my sister-in-law. I don't want Sona to be sad. If it was another woman, then Sona might be okay, but her older sister. There should have been mental preparation, and he didn't want to bet himself on his sex mastery. After all, Seraphol was one of the strongest devils in the world, so even if she was a virgin, her experience in fighting was rich. Wrong move, and he would be frozen to death. Moreover, as he had said before, he wasn't a man who would jump into the skirts of others, especially when he knew that this was a trap. Instead, he was the type that let the woman jump into him. So, there was no hesitation, and he was decisive. Watching Riser leave without hesitation, the smile on Seraphol's face changed and became thoughtful. The system was correct since her reason for coming to his room was to test him. As Surzek had said, it was weird for Riser to ask Sona to marry so suddenly. Even though everything was also partly due to their parents, who asked them to marry as soon as possible, Riser also probably wished to use her to protect him, especially after he divorced Rias Gremory, the most loved little sister of Riser Gremory. Using her as backing, Riser didn't need to worry about his safety. However, even if Seraphol knew that she was okay since her little sister had chosen him, and she could tell that Sona loved him too, she wanted to test him. Seraphol wanted to see what kind of man Riser was and whether she could entrust her little sister to him, and as expected, while he was a bit naughty, everything was still acceptable, especially when he refused her and clearly told her that they might make Sona sad. Frankly, if he jumped into her and tried to do something lewd to her, she would fight him hard. She might not kill him, but she was going to give him a painful lesson. So, right now, she was glad. She was glad that Sona chose the right person, and she was glad that she supported their marriage. Seraphol smiled as she lay on his bed. Riser had just slept on this bed and used this pillow, so his scent still remained until now. His scent was nice, it was a little smoky, deep, spicy, warm, and manly. It was a nice scent that made her press her face into his pillow as she inhaled his scent so deeply. Ha, 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 his scent is so good. Still, Seraphol would be lying if she didn't feel annoyed as he had refused her. After all, she had many suitors for as long as she could remember, and all of them would beg her and do their best to make her fall for them, such as treating her gently, giving her various gifts, and many others. Yet, he refused her without hesitation. As for the reason for his erection, it was so perfect that she didn't have anything to argue about. After all, Sona would go back tomorrow, and it was normal for him to have an erection for his wife, right? Still, she pouted and felt a little annoyed. Nevertheless, she felt a bit too lazy to go back to her room and felt that she might as well sleep in his room since it felt more comfortable. She closed her eyes and started to breathe softly as she fell asleep in his room, basking in his scent. Meanwhile, Riser was a little helpless and thought of taking a cold bath to calm down his little Riser. However, Riser-sama. He turned and saw his rook, Shuelon. Shuelon. What are you doing? Oh, I have returned from the bathroom. What about you, Riser-sama? Unlike how she usually was, Shuelon let her shoulder-length black hair fall freely instead of tying it in Chinese-style buns. She also wore a red-colored dudu, making her trained body and shapely thighs seem lewd and arousing. He felt his lips were dry. He knew that it was wrong, and he knew that he might be frozen to death by Serafall, but it was also that woman's fault. Riser-sama. Sorry, Shuelon, I have trouble sleeping. Can you help me? Shuelon blushed, feeling shy, but she nodded timidly as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Then, come to my room, Riser-sama. I will help you to sleep. Okay, in exchange, I will help you to sleep too. You will sleep well tonight. Thank you, Riser-sama. They knew that staying late wasn't good, so they helped each other to sleep early, leading a good and healthy life together. It's a bit late, but should I make a list of his rewards? Chapter 51, Phantom Phenex is in action. The long weekdays had passed, and the weekend was about to start tomorrow. For Sona, this was the day she had been waiting for, so she didn't hesitate to return to the underworld with her peerage members. Why did she bring her peerage members with her? It was all due to her husband. Even though they were separated between two worlds, they still could communicate with each other. With the combination of magic and technology, they could even do a video call. Because of this, she knew his resort was in progress, but his villa had been completed, and she could visit anytime. Moreover, there was also a training venue where her peerage members could train. Even though she hadn't started her debut in the raiding game, it was necessary to increase the strength of her peerage members, and training was that method. Riser's result on the raiding game was good. Except for the 2 defeats which happened due to the connection between nobles, all of his matches ended with victory. In other words, if there was no deliberate intervention because of his family's connection with his opponent's nobles, then he would have a perfect victory in his raiding game career. Nevertheless, when Sona thought about his match with Rias, she tried to think of several strategies to defeat him, but that was the past when her husband was rather a rascal character who was obsessed with Rias. However, as he became her husband, he changed. Whether it was his character, strength, or everything except for his appearance had changed. Frankly, even if he didn't use his peerage and just fought her and all of her peerage members, even if she thought of many strategies, everything would be meaningless. In the face of overwhelming power, a brain was meaningless. If your opponent could erase your existence with just a snap of his fingers, was there even a point to think of a strategy? Sona also understood the current weaknesses of her peerage members. Firepower. She lacked this. Her team was well balanced and quite good at technique, but they had limited damage, which was so much different from Rias, whose peerage members were full of overpowered abilities. Unlike Sona, even if Rias didn't use a strategy, she could win her battle easily, especially when the power of destruction resided inside her body. Thinking about her friend, who stayed with her on Kuo, Sona also understood her weakness and wished to become strong. Yet, as a member of the Citri house, her specialty was water manipulation. In her mind, the only way for this ability to become stronger was to add the amount of water or smash someone with a giant-shaped water creation. While Sona didn't want to trouble her husband that much, especially when he was busy with his project and when she had relied on him to build the school, she felt that she had done nothing for him, which made her sad. So, well, should she agree to some of his requests? Suddenly, she thought about the black stockings he usually asked her to wear before tearing them apart whenever they were together. Frankly, it was meaningless to wear something that would be torn soon, and it was rather wasteful, but she fell in silence as she looked at her slender and beautiful legs. She thought that it was fortunate that she had bought a lot of stockings before she returned to the underworld. Nevertheless, as Sona was happy with her meeting with her husband after a while, her peerage members were also happy since their master told them that they could play around in the hot spring resort. Moreover, it was free. Even though not everything had been built, they had seen the photo of the villa built by Sona's husband and the scenery in the surroundings. There was no doubt they fell in love with it. I wonder when we are going to arrive. I can't wait to go to the hot spring. Oh, I want to see the bird forests. While it was strange for the bird forest to suddenly be mentioned, the creator of this resort was Riser, who was coming from the Phenex house. As the house resembled the king of birds, all of the members of this house had a bird type, familiar, and their affinity toward birds was higher than anyone in the underworld. In that case, why didn't he make a bird forest? With that thought, in that resort, there would be many types of beautiful birds that could be seen along with various other animals that the guests could pet and play with. The resort hasn't finished yet, so there is a place that you can't visit, okay? Yes. Even so, Sona's words didn't dampen their moods. Instead, they became even more excited, especially when they were also curious about the Phenex domain, the wealthiest family in the underworld. Nevertheless, not everyone was happy. Saji, the pawn of Sona, sighed and felt helpless. He knew that he needed to move on, but when he thought about the person who had helped him during his critical moment, he knew that it was hard to accept all of this. However, after so many days, Saji knew that it was impossible for the two to be together, especially when she had married someone. There was nothing that he could do. That's why the only thing that he could do was to stay by her side and be her support. He might not be able to be that man who could stand by her side and a place she could rely upon, but he could still be part of her peerage and be her support whenever she needed his help. However, Saji just couldn't stop his tears. Nevertheless, everyone had gotten used to his tears, and they were more excited about the hot spring, so they ignored Saji. No, they gave Saji space to calm himself. However, even if everyone was in a good mood, they also felt weird due to the presence of two people. Rias, why are you following me here? Sona and Rias returned to the underworld, but suddenly, Rias made a turn and followed her like a tail. Why can't I be? I have heard that his resort is completed. I want to see whether it is a good place or not. It's not his resort, but his villa. His resort still needs time to be completed. Nevertheless, I will be the future guest. Is there a problem for me to come to visit? Rias asked in a haughty manner, like an unreasonable guest that was often seen at the tourist attraction. No, there is no problem. If you wish to come, then come. There was no point in talking with Rias, and Sona just wanted to meet her husband as soon as possible, so she let Rias go with her. Moreover, even if Rias came to his villa, what could she do? After all, Sona would be by his side all the time. Rias. Aquino looked at Rias helplessly. Rias only came with Aquino this time and didn't bring the others since bringing others might cause trouble, especially when Rias could tell that Riser didn't like Issei. As for the others, Rias felt that it was unnecessary to bring so many people, so she only brought Aquino with her. It's okay. We're just guests. There is nothing to worry about. Aquino let out a helpless sigh. Rias might not be worried about anything, but what about her? Did Rias ever think about her chastity? Aquino was afraid that if she went to meet Riser, her virginity would be lost, even though she didn't mind, as having a forbidden relationship was something that turned her on. Still, even with the appearance of Rias and Aquino, it didn't dampen everyone's mood, and before long, they quickly arrived at the location of his resort. What is this? Is this heaven? This was an underworld, so it was impossible for heaven to exist, yet it existed. The construction might not be finished, but even if it was only 30% of the progress, they could see how impressive this place was. Even Rias, who had gotten used to seeing many of the best things in the world, felt her face was numb. The architect of this place was amazing. However, Sona-chan. Suddenly, a familiar figure ran in their direction. Ah! Wani-chan. Sona was dumbfounded, but then, suddenly, the cool temperature became warm, and everyone quickly looked up before they noticed a blazing figure moving in their direction. Riser. Everyone knew that this was Riser, but he didn't care about all of them and caught Sona before he flew away into the distance. Wait. Phantom Phenex. You can't kidnap Sona-chan. Seraphol also quickly released her devil wings and soared to chase after them. However, the rest who were being left out looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a while. Chapter 52, Having a good relationship with everyone is necessary. When the night came, Sona and Riser returned, and the two of them appeared quite refreshed, as if they had just taken a bath. Nevertheless, the two of them became the center of attention, and they were stared at by all the people in this villa. After all, it was impossible to hide Sona's seductive appearance, bare legs, and Riser's torn shirt that showed his well-toned body. The girls looked at Sona helplessly before they looked at Riser thoughtfully since they didn't expect his body to be this good. Riser knew that even if he had Bajiquan mastery, it didn't mean his body became stronger as he only had experience, knowledge, and talent from this martial art. It might not be bad, but if he wished to become stronger, he needed to train his body. It was like how a sword became sharper as it was hammered. To turn his body into a weapon, he needed to work harder. Moreover, he had an immorality. If he didn't train his physical ability with such an advantage, wouldn't he just waste his talent? The result of training a physical ability was obvious, especially since there was one devil with a crazy physical ability in the underworld. Lastly, having good physical ability would bless his life with a woman. Still, because they could only meet each other on the weekend, he wasn't the only one who missed her. She missed him so much that she tore his shirt apart, but because of this, all the attention was on him as they observed his body. Rias and Seraphol were even more blatant as they looked up and down like he was delicious meat. However, the most seductive would be Aquino, who was looking at him secretly with misty eyes and a seductive gaze as if she wanted to be bullied by him. Cough. Like a guy who felt uncomfortable when their woman was being stared up rudely, Sona also felt the same and frowned toward everyone. Next time, she thought that she should ask him to bring a spare shirt, like how he asked her to bring a new stocking. Hearing Sona's reminder, everyone quickly woke up from their stupor before they looked at Sona thoughtfully and snorted. Naturally, this was only Serafal and Rias. As for the others, they didn't dare to do so due to their lower status. Watching their gaze, Sona couldn't maintain her strict and cool expression, blushing, especially when she was stared at by Serafal and Rias that way. However, Riser was different. How was it? Did you enjoy your stay here? What could they say at this moment? Moreover, how could he say those words calmly with such an obvious hickey on his neck? The more they met them, the more their understanding of him had been renewed. The construction of this place has just started, so there aren't many places that you can visit, but I have confidence in the hot spring of this place. In the future, there will be more and more attractive things in this place. While everyone was focused on what Sona and Riser had been doing, Riser tried to forcefully change the topic of their conversation by advertising his resort like it was the most natural thing to do. What to do? This guy's face was as thick as the wall that surrounded Lucifad, the original capital of the underworld. Ooni-sama, PL, please wear your shirt first. Ravel suddenly came to his help like an angel, bringing him a new shirt. Thank you, Ravel. Let me help you to wear it. Thanks. As Sona helped him put the buttons on his shirt, Riser explained his resort to everyone. What was this bizarre situation? Nevertheless, he could feel his blazing spirit when he explained his resort. If they made a comparison, he was like a tech company CEO who was optimistic about the future of his business. Yet, when they saw the layout of this resort from the street, forest, lake, river, buildings, and everything in detail was designed with so much care, they knew that this place would become the future hot tourism spot. Riser, can I ask you something? Rias asked. What's wrong, Rias-san? While Serafal and Sona nodded, Rias frowned, but she decided to ignore it since Serafal was there. Even if her older brother was Surzek, she wasn't Surzek, and there was still a huge difference between her status and Serafal. Hence, Riser's callousness pretended as if they were just acquaintances and never had a relationship to begin with. She understood, especially when he wanted to make a line between them. It hurt her, there was no doubt, but she knew that she was also at fault. If it was before, Rias might not have thought so and put all the blame on Riser, but her mind had been constantly beaten and made her wonder from time to time whether she was also at fault. Riser might be hateful. No, it was her mind that made him appear hateful. She was the one who rejected him and hated him. Yet now, when he rejected her, she was the one who approached him. When he married and went to the place she couldn't reach, she wanted to reach him. It was said that when one lost something, they would understand how precious it was. Rias regretted that she only realized it now, but it was impossible for her to give up. There was no way for her to give up. Aquino, who had been observing Rias, could only sigh, but she could do nothing and just stayed by Rias's side, helping her whenever she needed someone the most, like how Rias appeared by her side when she needed someone by her side. Who designed this place? I have never heard of a famous architect with this style in the underworld before. Nevertheless, Rias loved this place so much of this villa and the surrounding area since it used the Japanese style, which was her favorite, yet also mixed various cultures, creating an expressive yet reserved design, a contradictory style that made people wish to appreciate and have a comfortable stay. Of course, it's Riser-chan. The one who answered this question wasn't Riser but Serafal, who proudly told everyone that everything was designed by him. She even wished to bring the architectural model that Riser made to show it to everyone, showing how awesome he was. Yet. Yes, it's amazing. Rias could only smile wryly, feeling even more at a loss. Riser looked at all of this indifference. He might have noticed Rias's change, but everything was too late. He was married. Frankly, he knew that he might have talked poorly about Rias in the beginning, but had there been a good devil? Being selfish and prideful was nothing. As the heir of the Gremory clan and the little sister of the Surzek, having such status was enough to make her arrogant. Her body, beauty, and crimson hair were attractive enough to make the original Riser obsessed with her. However, from the beginning to the end, Rias had been rejecting him, and it wasn't until they parted she started to chase after him, even kissing him forcefully. Frankly, if he was alone with her, he was afraid that he might not be able to stop his little Riser since he knew that she would do anything to seduce him. Yet, at the same time, he also didn't want to approach her since, while she was attractive, he hated her older brother. Surzek Lucifer. If he didn't have Serafal as his backing, then what would Surzek do to him? Having someone have a negative emotion toward him definitely wasn't a good thing, and to have a peaceful, worthless, and lazy life, he needed to erase the threat that endangered his dream. Or should he just let it go and just continue to live without worry? He could think about that matter later, but before that, he needed to get close to his wife's peerage members. It's a bit late, but how about we have dinner? We have prepared a Korean barbecue. Korean barbecue. While they felt weird, they decided to enjoy this holiday well. Chapter 53, The Art of Mooching. They were in the underworld, under the villa with a Japanese design, yet they were eating a Korean barbecue. What was this? What was this strange feeling? However, the food was delicious, so no one thought too much and enjoyed the night. Riser-chan. What is that? Is that alcohol? It's makgeolli, Korean rice wine. I have tried to make one. Riser sipped the makgeolli he had tried to make and had to say the taste was delicious. It seemed his beverage-making mastery was quite a good skill, and he definitely could make a lot of money with it. The only problem was probably the ingredients, since while the ingredients of this fermented drink were probably the best of the best in the underworld, he could still make it better. Fortunately, he just received agriculture mastery, so he should be able to create the best ingredients for his beverage. However, if he had an all-purpose farming tool, then it would be even more wonderful. By then, there was no need for him to be involved in the problem of the underworld and the world. He might as well have spent his time farming and had a lot of wives like a certain character in the story. Let me try. Let me try. Serafall didn't hesitate and tried the makgeolli made by Riser and fell into a daze because of how delicious it was. It was slightly sour, tangy, yet sweet. Or rather, it was so good. Serafall then continued to drink as her lips were stained with the white mark due to the drink before she licked those stains with her small, cute tongue and a happy, childish smile. Bring Serafall to the bathroom and tell her that you have a more delicious drink before you open your pants. Riser sighed and tried to drown himself in the alcohol, hoping the system didn't ask him to do something weird. Still, he noticed the gaze of most of them when he drank alcohol. Unlike his peerage members, who could drink alcohol freely, Rias, Sona, and the others couldn't do it since they were still in high school. Do you want to try? Everyone looked at each other and wasn't sure what to say. We're still in high school. We can't drink that. Sona shook her head and refused. Since when do the rules in Japan work for us, the devil? In Japan, only those in 20 could drink alcohol, but in the underworld. Hearing that sophistication, Sona hesitated since she would be lying if she didn't feel interested in alcohol, especially when she saw how happy her older sister was, drinking the alcoholic brewed by Riser. No. Sona-chan can't drink it. She needs to wait a few years older. Serafall quickly refuted and then looked at everyone. You all can't drink, okay. Also, Riser-chan, you can't seduce them to do something bad. You bad boy. She knocked his head lightly as if trying to reprimand him. While everyone was a bit disappointed, they could do nothing, especially in front of Serafall's presence, but Riser was speechless. Rules are meant to be broken. Why do you need to follow the rules when you are the one who makes the rules? However, he knew as this world was made by an author of a certain country, the rules should be followed even though all of the people inside this world often did something even worse than drinking mere alcohol. Nevertheless, there was something that he wanted to ask Serafall. By the way, Aniki, are you familiar with the leaders of yokai in Japan? Riser didn't ask this question to Sona or Ria since most of them stayed in Kuo. While he knew that they might have seen or even known some of the yokai, what he wanted to know was the leaders of those yokais. Sona and Rias probably hadn't seen those leaders of yokai or had a chance to meet them after all. Even though they were living in Japan and had a high status in the underworld, it didn't mean that yokai would think of them highly since it would mean their position as yokai was below those devils. No one wanted to be at the bottom position. Even if the leader of the yokai might be weaker than the leader of the devils, they needed a face so those at the bottom would respect them. Moreover, unlike the devil that originated from Jerusalem, the yokai was born in Japan, so as a monster that was born in this land of Japan, there was no way for them to visit Rias and Sona, their junior, even though they were the siblings of the Mao. As for Sona's peerage members and Akino, even though they were Japanese, their status was too low to know the leaders of the Japanese yokai. So, the only one who knew about this matter was Serafall, who was in charge of foreign affairs. Frankly, he was able to ask this question yesterday, but there was no way for him to ask such a question directly since it was like he was using his sister-in-law, even though that was what he planned to do. Riser might have planned to mooch his wife's family, but there was an art of mooch. If he was so blatantly mooching his wife's family, he might have been frozen to death by Serafall. I know them. Serafall, who sipped alcohol, nodded. The yokai group is divided into two groups, East and West. The East is led by Nurarihayan and the West is led by Yasaka, a nine-tailed fox. Then, as she drank, she explained many things about the two and their relationship with the devils. The others also listened quietly since they were interested in this conversation. Rias wanted to talk, but she didn't know much about the leaders of the yokai, and even if she wished to attract Riser's attention, she knew under the presence of Serafall, there was no chance for her to talk. Rias sighed, wondering why Serafall came. Why did you ask, Riser-chan? Serafall asked curiously. I am thinking of going to Japan to see the place where Sona is studying, so I am wondering whether there is something that I need to watch out for since I am afraid that I might cause a war between a yokai and a devil. Frankly, his intention in coming to Japan was to ask a powerful yokai to train his Nikomata servants, Ni and Li, so the two could learn Yujitsu and Senjutsu, exclusive magic for the yokai. If it was magic, he could still do something, especially when Serafal had promised him to get all the knowledge that had been collected by the Citri family. However, if he wanted to get yokai-related matters, he could only go to Japan. Serafal giggled. You don't need to worry. Yokai is nothing, after all. As long as you show your power, then they run away. Even if you kill some of them, as long as you don't touch the leader of the yokai, nothing will happen. Afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. This was probably the most common situation among supernatural beings. Still, many might argue that a yokai wasn't weak since each of them had its own specialties and unique powers. However, Serafal was one of the strongest devils in the underworld, so she could say whatever she wished since as long as you had power, you could do everything. What about humans? There is like an onmyoji or something similar, right? When he asked this question, he noticed the expression of several people became slightly tense. They are also nothing. The only problem is that they have Shinto deities backing. Deities? Yes, you often heard that Japan has a lot of deities. There should be 8,000 or so in the Shinto religion. There is also a Buddhist religion, but most of them have an activity in a big town like Tokyo. There might be some outside of Tokyo, but there isn't much since they won't make much money outside of Tokyo. The reason was so powerful that they felt speechless, but it was realistic. In the current era, whether they were yokai or onmyoji, they needed money. As for Kuo, it is already owned by the devil, especially the Gremory clan. Serafal looked at Rias with a smile. Right, Rias. Yes. Rias nodded proudly. The Kuo town is owned by the Gremory house. So no yokai or an onmyoji will come unless they want to be labeled as a sinner. How do you say, it is like an embassy in the human world? The land owned by the embassy is like the land the country represented. Serafal then looked at Riser. In your case, it is like California, New York, and St. Petersburg, where your family governs the human world. If his needs could be found in those three cities, then he wouldn't be troubled, okay. Or rather, Riser-chan, your family has a lot of money, and your tears can be made into an elixir that can heal anything. With your status, whichever place you want to visit, you are free since if they threaten you, they might not be able to get their hands on Phenex tears. Phenex tears. This was the reason why his family would be treated in an exalted manner. Still, why don't you tell the truth? Who do you want me to introduce you to? Let your Wani-chan help you. Serafal hugged his neck intimately as he whispered, blowing hot air and trying to tempt him. Usually, he would blush and be tempted, but he wasn't and only amazed since Serafal noticed his purpose from the beginning to the end, which made him a little helpless. His family might have a considerable influence due to the Phenex tears, but he needed Serafal's introduction if he wanted to meet the leaders of the yokai. He might be the third son of Lord Phenex and had a reputation as the Blue Phenex, but in the eyes of those yokais in Japan, he was nobody. Riser realized the importance of reputation and knew that to make his life comfortable, his name needed to have a reputation that could deter people and make people in awe. Wani-chan. Geez, Sona-chan. Don't be so jealous. As the two sisters argued with each other, Riser thought that mooching his wife's family was really great. Still, before that, there was something that he needed to do. By the way, Sona, let me show you my craft. I will show you my grilling technique. Watching Sona, who had burnt barbecue meats no matter how many times she tried and even calmly fed him, Riser decided that he should take the matter of cooking personally to his hands. Chapter 54, Love Affairs in the Afternoon. Look. Look. Sona-chan. I have a gift from Riser-chan. The next day, Serafal happily showed off the gift given by Riser. Firearm. Only the firearm was quite different from the usual one since it had a pink-colored body and the words Leviathan with a star symbol written on it boldly. What do you think? This is Enfield L85A3. I have named it Happy Smiley. It was easy to tell how happy Serafal was, which made him feel quite strange since he wondered why a woman could be so happy with just a mere firearm. Did you get it from my husband? Yes. I got it from Riser-chan. I see. Sona murmured, and her complexion was quite cloudy. Riser stared at his wife and felt speechless. Was there even a need for you to get jealous? In terms of emotion, Sona was still a child compared to him. He was her first, but she wasn't his first. Nevertheless, it felt weird when he saw his wife get jealous of his older sister, who received a firearm from him. Still, probably because of how happy she was that Serafal showed off her firearm. But why firearm? Rias, who was also by their side, felt confused. It's like this. Serafal wanted to tell the story of his peerage members, but suddenly she shut her mouth, wondering whether this would be a secret, so she looked at Riser. It's okay. Everyone will know when I have my rating game in the future. Even if they know, it isn't like they can copy my magic or make a countermeasure, and lastly, Rias-san hasn't had her debut. Rias felt so uncomfortable hearing him add "san" when he called her name. Well, that's true. Serafal nodded, then generously told how Riser's plan to make his peerage become powerful with firearms. Not only Rias and Sona but all the devils present were dumbfounded since they didn't expect Riser to make his peerage members stronger with firearms, but when they saw the might of firearms mixed with magic, they fell into silence. His peerage was going to become stronger. This was what everyone thought. Nevertheless, Serafal hadn't gotten enough of showing off her firearm, so she continued with her story, but Sona's expression became even cloudy before she let out a sigh as she peeked at him. Still, she quickly shook her head since she knew that it might be pretentious of her to think of this, especially when he was busy with training his peerage members and also building his resort, so what she needed to do now was not to bother and trouble him. Riser, who had been observing Sona, thought for a moment and realized that he had never given his wife a gift. Their marriage was quite fast, and except for their honeymoon, they also had never gone out on a date. Wait, did that outdoor play yesterday count as a date? Riser felt that act couldn't be counted, so he thought for a moment, wondering how to make his wife's mood better. This place wasn't a city. Instead, it was the countryside, so there was nothing except beautiful nature. It was impossible for him to prepare a gift so suddenly, especially when Sona would return to the human world soon. In other words, he needed to prepare the gift as soon as possible. Yet, haste makes waste. If he wanted to give something as a gift, he wanted to carefully prepare for it. So, in case he couldn't give something with a shape, then should it be a memory? Riser thought for a moment, and it seemed he could do it, so he moved closer to Sona and whispered, "When the night comes, follow me. I have a surprise for you." Eh. Sona was startled and blushed, but then her heart was beating so fast, feeling happy. Really? What is it? It will be a surprise. Just come with me tonight. Okay. Sona agreed since the worst thing that he would do was just to do it outdoors, so there was nothing to fear. Yet, due to his words, her mood improved, and she started to talk with Riser's peerage members and others. Riser didn't continue to stay with his wife and walked under the shade with a novel. He sat on the bench where he could see everyone who seemed to demonstrate what he taught all of his peerage members, including hearing his ideology as a team. Nevertheless, when he walked away, Rias wanted to follow, but Serafal wouldn't let her, bringing her to adventure in the nearby forest. Riser didn't follow and just continued to read. As for his job, it was a weekend, and it was his belief not to work during the weekend. Working on the weekdays was enough. More than that, it would make him fail as a young master. After all, what kind of young master would work hard? He should spend the money on his wife and parents, spend it on other women, enjoying life to the fullest, not working like a cow or horse. Yet, the sound of footsteps against the grass stopped his thought as he noticed a familiar lewd woman with black ponytail hair. Rias-san's queen. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to follow everyone to play in the forest? I don't feel good, so I decided to stay. Her voice was feeble, and her face flustered. He stared at this woman for a moment, then patted his side. Then, sit here. Rest for a moment, and you might get better soon. Akino hesitated before she nodded. Thank you, Riser-sama. She sat quietly, poised like an ideal woman, yet inside, her heart was beating so fast since she wasn't sure what to discuss with him. Suddenly, she realized how stupid her action was and wondered why she was so courageous to stay behind him. Akino peeked at him, who calmly read his book without paying a single attention to her. If it was in the human world, whether they were women or men, all of them would leer at her or glance at her due to her beauty and the sheer impact of her breasts. Yet, he didn't pay attention to her like she was an heir. Because of this, she didn't dare to talk, afraid to make him angry, but at the same time, she also felt quite annoyed. Was she so unattractive? Akino remembered that Riser often leered at her when he was still Rias's fiancé. Yet now. Somehow, Akino also understood why Rias was quite vexed yet still thought deeply about him, and there was this sense of jealousy towards Sona, who could have a husband who could love her so dearly. As she fell into her thoughts, his voice startled her. How is it? What? How do you feel? Are you feeling better now? His voice was calm yet carried concern. Akino stared at Riser, who was looking at her calmly. Eyes are the windows of the souls. If Akino saw Issei's eyes, she could tell that his heart was filled with perverted thoughts. Yet, Riser's eyes were different. It was calm, like a tranquil lake, yet those who saw those eyes would feel like their hearts were burning with blazing desire, as if his every being seemed to know how to tickle her heart to do something forbidden. Pull her into the room. The others won't return for at least 2 hours. You have a lot of time. Riser felt speechless and didn't expect that the system would have such a fortune-teller effect. How did the system tell that they would really return in 2 hours? It was unscientific. The existence of the devil itself is unscientific. Still, he was in doubt. My existence is to help me become a supervillain. I won't do anything that will make you live in torment. Riser rolled his eyes, wondering whether the system forgot that it had told him to kill Surzek, his family, sleeping with Surzek's wife, and many others. If this wasn't a torment, then what was it? But if you can do those options, the rewards are amazing, right? This time, he couldn't argue since even if the system gave him a crazy option, the rewards were so crazy that it should make him able to conquer this world. Yet, how could he accept such an option? If you take her into your room and sleep with her, you will be rewarded. Riser fell in silence as he looked at Aquino, whose expression seemed to be in a daze as she looked at him. As their eyes met, something was born deep within. Chapter 55, Even though I might be burnt by it. Aquino felt her heartbeat moving so fast. Her face turned even redder as she thought about the forbidden relationship between them. His indifferent eyes. His manly eyes. Those eyes were staring at her like an animal. If he pushed her here, she was afraid she might not fight back and let herself be devoured by him. Yet. I shouldn't ask you this question, but shouldn't you hate me? Riser didn't step forward and ask this question. He knew that he might be able to get a reward, and there was no doubt it would be tempting, yet he decided not to do it. His chances of getting her were undoubtedly huge, yet he felt this was far from enough. If they really had this forbidden relationship, in the beginning, it would be like a blazing fire. It was beautiful, yet it burnt their conscience as they carried deep guilt within their hearts. Then, when the fire was extinguished, when everything was over, in their minds, it would be. That's it. That's all. Nothing special. Aquino was beautiful, yet did he lack a beautiful woman? She might be able to reward him, but when he thought about the trouble that might come afterward, he decided to back down. Not only was she part of Surzek's faction due to her status as Rias's queen, but her heritage was even more troublesome. Riser knew that Aquino was half human and half fallen angel. The Gremory house did an excellent job of advertising, so everyone who was related to the supernatural knew that this house had always treated their peerage members like a family. However, what about his house? It was due to this excellent advertising that Aquino's father was relieved to know she had become the servant of the Gremory. However, the fallen angel had always been the nemesis of the devil. They had been fighting each other the moment they were born, killing each other with hatred. Frankly, as a devil, deception was something natural to do. Yet the problem was, who did he deceive now? Did he have enough power to bear the consequences of deceiving Aquino? If Aquino's father knew that he had deceived Aquino, then he might come to fight him. Even if he could fight Aquino's father and win, he was sure that by then, the entire fallen angel would come to avenge Aquino's father. Frankly, there wouldn't be any end. The fallen angel was one thing, and there was also the Gremory house, as he had taken advantage of their servant. While he believed that Aquino wouldn't say anything if they really did it, he still felt hesitant. Lastly, and the most important point, 2 hours were far from enough for him. Still, Aquino was flustered when she thought about the question asked by him. Yes, she should hate him, but what was she about to do? She was about to have an affair with her master's former fiancé. Her heart was beating so fast, cursing her fetish that it might cause a disaster for Rias. Still, did she hate him? Frankly, the reason why she didn't have a good impression of him was due to Rias. Rias was her master, so when Rias didn't like Riser, Aquino could only follow. Yet Rias's feelings toward Riser are different now. It was wrong, yet Aquino didn't have the power to stop Rias, and due to their meeting, while she knew it was wrong, she was unable to forget about him. Moreover. You were joking, Riser-sama. Someone with a lowly status like me, how could I hate you? Aquino was just a low-class devil. Even if she was the queen of Rias Gremory, her low status didn't change. Facing a high-class devil like him, she could only submit. Riser only chuckled, then thought for a moment and asked, "It might be weird of me to ask you this. Please ask anything if you have any doubts about me, Riser-sama. Does that perverted dragon know that his master is going to the underworld to visit me?" Aquino blinked her eyes as she looked at his evil smile that sent a shudder down her spine, tempting her inner heart that was wishing to be tormented and looked down upon by such a smile. Still, she needed to answer his question. Hesitating, she shook her head. No. I am the only one that she told. I see. Riser nodded. I wonder how his expression is when he knows. Aquino could only smile wryly when she thought Issei knew Rias had been coming to visit Riser in the underworld. What would Issei think? Nevertheless, Aquino looked at Riser and then asked the question that she wanted to ask. Riser-sama, can I ask you something? Do you hate Issei-kun? Riser closed his book, then looked at Aquino blankly, and asked, what do you think? I am already giving the Gremory family and Surzek-sama enough face, not to mention what that perverted dragon did. Frankly, it won't be weird if he is killed on the spot. Yes, if Issei didn't have the protection of Surzek and Gremory and everything was part of the charade of the two, then Issei was already dead. I know that I might sound petty and small-minded, but if a man can accept his woman being treated like that during their important moment, then they might as well stop being a man. Akino fell in silence since she realized how ridiculous Issei's action was. While Issei might seem like a ray of hope during their dark moments, it was only in the beginning, and when he lost, everyone became sober, and they quickly realized how crazy their action was. Moreover, Akino could also feel the chillness in the Gremory house and Surzek. The reason why they let Issei break into the engagement wasn't due to his status as the Sekiryu but due to his status as a new servant of Rias Gremory. In other words, even if Issei died, the Gremory house didn't need to pay much since they hadn't given much investment in Issei. Meanwhile, she, Kaneko, and Kiba were in the engagement place and only became supporting roles on the side, so even if they were punished by the Phenex family for tarnishing the pride of the family, they wouldn't be punished too much. However, Issei, his fate was already dead. Fortunately, in the original, due to the status of the protagonist, Issei didn't have much of a problem in the aftermath of this problem, but if someone was sober enough, they knew how crazy his action was, and death was his only destination. After all, even if Surzek was the leader of the malfaction, the underworld wasn't a monolith. If the Phenex family really got angry and would chase after the problem, especially when Issei, who was just a lowly devil, dared to tarnish the face of the aristocratic family, there was no doubt that Surzek and the Gremory family would abandon Issei since the worth of Issei wasn't worth much compared to the entire Phenex family. Unfortunately, the Phenex family chickened out and didn't dare to chase after this problem, so they could only follow the big wave by letting their youngest daughter be part of Issei's harem. In the end, even if everyone said that the Gremory family had always treated their peerage like a family, it was nothing but an advertisement, words to deceive the public. If the problem arose, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon their peerage. In the end, they were devils, and deception was one of their talents. If there was something fortunate, it was the fact that Surzek was strong enough that no one dared to face him openly, so there wasn't any chance for him to sacrifice his servants. Yet, what's the use of realizing that? Akino knew that she was nothing but a helpless woman. She was weak. Even if she knew that everything was just a play, so she would become the servant of Gremory, what could she do? At that time, she was just a child and had nothing to rely on. Losing her mother and having her father disappear during the time when she needed someone the most, Akino might appear strong and always laugh, but inside, she was weak. Like the game of chess that the devil loved, she was just a piece on the top of the board that was played by a group of people with high status. Her head was spinning, and her breathing became heavy as she thought about her life, but then, a gentle and warm arm pulled her before she fell on the firm and strong thighs. Akino blinked her eyes as she realized that Riser had given her a lap pillow. Just rest. His hand gently caressed her beautiful, long, dark hair, making her close her eyes, enjoying his touch as she recalled the beautiful memory she kept inside her heart. Ria-san is stupid and naive, so it is impossible for her to deceive you. Akino was stunned before chuckling upon hearing those words. Yes, the others might have played her, but Rias didn't play with her. That was enough since it meant all the experiences, feelings, and actions she had shared with Rias weren't fake. However, due to this, it might be hard for her to believe others easily. Riser-sama. See, can I stay like this for a while? You have an hour. Thank you, Riser-sama. Akino smiled, smiling as she let him caress her hair. She wasn't sure whether he deceived her or not, but even if she might have been burnt by him, there was no doubt that, in this freezing cold world, it was so warm by his side. The fate will surely smile to those who work hard, okay. Chapter 56, So, is it okay for me to have a harem? When everyone returned, Serafal quickly brought Sona and then told him what they had found in the forest. Meanwhile, Riser listened calmly, then asked a few questions when he heard something that made him interested. Everything in this land had been perfected by him with feng shui, so most of the luck in this area gathered in this land. Luck was a good thing, and it was due to this they found many rare things from herbs, plants, animals, and many others. Naturally, before they left, Riser had told them not to hunt or pick something greedily and only took some that were enough for their consumption since wasteful definitely wasn't the trait he loved, even though he was a dirty, good-for-nothing bastard. When he thought of this, he realized he might not be as bad as he thought. However, everyone was happy, and that was enough. Still, with all the ingredients collected, they quickly prepared their lunch since they were quite hungry. You seem to have recovered well, Akino. Rias looked at his queen and saw that Akino's complexion was good. Yes, I slept well. Akino nodded with a smile. That's good. Come on. Let's have lunch. Rias would be lying if she didn't have fun on this outing, but she didn't forget her goal and quickly joined everyone. Yet if she turned her head behind, she would notice the weirdness in her queen, who was staring in a certain direction with an expression that shouldn't be shown as the servant of the Gremory. Yes, Rias. You seem to be in a good mood. It seems that you have recovered really well. Rias nodded and thought that this villa was good. Unfortunately, she wasn't the one who owned this villa, and she couldn't even be the mistress of this place. Aquino only nodded and didn't explain anything. Nevertheless, everyone had a great day, including Riser's peerage members, since this place always brought them a positive vibe. Even Saji, who was brought up as a coolie by everyone when they went to the forest, also had a great mood. Still, when the night came, as Riser had said before, he brought Sona out to give her a surprise. However, when they left, someone decided to follow them secretly, yet. Rias-chan. What are you doing? Rias startled before she turned, and her expression became depressed. Serafal-sama. Geez, Rias-chan is a naughty girl. Are you going to follow Sona-chan and Riser-chan? That's. Rias could only lower her head like a child in front of Serafal. If it was others with her nature, it would have been impossible to do so, but this was Serafal, someone whose status was similar to her older brother, whom she respected. Serafal looked at Rias with her smile as usual, but inwardly, she sighed, wondering why the Gremory had always been this troublesome and stubborn. Yet, Serafal didn't want Rias to cause trouble since, as an older sister, she wished for the happiness of her little sister. Moreover, she also took love as something serious and wanted the love of Riser and Sona to last forever. However. Do you want to follow them together? Rias looked at Serafal dumbfoundedly. Where are you going to bring me? We're going to arrive soon. Sona was a little helpless as she let her hand be pulled by him somewhere to a place that she didn't know where. However, she would be lying if she didn't feel excited since, as he had said before, he would give her a gift, and this would be his first gift. She wasn't sure what he would give her, but no matter what it was, her heart was excited like a child who couldn't wait to open their Christmas gift. We have arrived. This place is. Sona was in a daze as she saw the lake before her. The landscape in this place was carefully designed from the mountain, river, grass, and even the trees. Everything in this place, including nature, was designed by him. What appeared before her was a translucent, beautiful lake surrounded by natural landscape. Nevertheless, it was hard to enjoy this scenery as there was no moon in the underworld. Sona felt weird as she looked at her husband, but his expression didn't change, bringing her to the bench-like log. Sit here first. Okay. Sona even became confused, but she followed her husband's words and sat beside him. To be honest, I am unsure whether you like this, and I haven't prepared a gift like precious jewelry or a firearm like a Nikki. Instead, I can only give you this now. Riser closed his eyes as he stretched his hands forward. Fireflies. He created small, glowing greenish-yellow fireballs that floated around atop the lake, illuminating the lake and its surroundings. Wow. Sona was surprised as she looked at the greenish-yellow fireballs that gently moved like fireflies. It was so beautiful. Thank you. Sona looked at him with a bright smile, happy with this surprise. For now, I can only give you this, but I will give you something you can keep as a keepsake later. No, this is enough. This might not have a shape, but I will remember it forever in my mind and heart. Thank you for your gift. I love this. She kissed his lips, and he also answered her kiss. However, his hand started to get naughty and crept into her bud-like chest before she slapped his hand. Don't be too naughty. When we get back, I won't let you go. She hugged his arm as she leaned on him intimately. Meanwhile, Riser wondered what pose he should use when they returned, but her next words stunned him. I am sorry. Huh. He was startled when Sona suddenly apologized. Why did you suddenly apologize? I have thought I can accept everything, but it seems I am more small-minded than I thought. Sona's eyes were red from tears. I have always thought that I can share you with others, especially the women you have been before, but I have always hated them since they could meet you first, and you were with them when I was gone. I love you so much that I want you only by myself. Sona showed a helpless expression. I am ugly, right? I can't control myself, and he didn't let her continue and kiss her lips. She widened her eyes and wanted to struggle, but in the end, she gave up and hugged his neck tightly. You are not ugly. You have a clean and beautiful soul that sometimes I feel that I am not worthy of it, and that's why. I am glad to have you as my wife, Sona. Husband. She hugged him tightly as she sobbed. Don't cry. You are ugly when you are crying. Didn't you say that I was beautiful before? They argued, they laughed, and they loved each other. I talked with your peerage members before. Oh. I asked them to leave you, but they begged me, no, even groveling on the dirty ground so they wouldn't be separated from you. Riser looked at Sona, who talked about all of those as she watched the fireflies with mixed emotions. So, I can only accept them. Sorry. Don't apologize. I am the one who should apologize since I am the one who did all of this without your knowledge. Then, thank you. Sona stared at him blankly before she pulled his cheek helplessly. If pulling his cheek could make her mood good, then he didn't mind sacrificing himself. Still, this would be her acquiescence to him to accept his harem, so in case he had more, she probably wouldn't say anything, but she might sulk or ignore him. Yet, Riser felt that this was normal, since how could a woman accept a harem so at ease like that? Originally, Rias probably accepted Issei to have a harem so she could tie down all the talented people and Issei to her ship, the Gremory, and Surzek Lucifer, so they could take down the underworld as their place. As for Issei, as long as he had a harem, he didn't care. As for the other women, they knew their low status, especially when they had all become the reincarnated devil under the Gremory family, so they could follow the trend. Under the happy harem-like life, there was a deep conspiracy. Riser didn't want to be involved in this conspiracy, but this conspiracy tried to reach him, deny him, and push him down into his place so he could only follow the others like a little blind, loyal puppy. Yet, it is different now. If you want to add another woman, then tell me. I want to see the women first. Riser's lips twitched before he shook his head. Sona was naive. After all, if he played with other women, he wouldn't leave his trails, and it was impossible for her to sniff him out. However, with her permission, was it possible for him to have a harem openly? Riser is curious. Yet, for now, he is satisfied with Sona as his wife. Still, for Rias and Serafal, who had been following and eavesdropping on their conversation, they looked at each other with surprise. Chapter 57, Sona, your husband might have made a mistake. The weekdays came, and Sona returned to the human world. Rias was the same, but even though her plan had gone foil due to Serafal's interference, she didn't show a vexed expression. Instead, she appeared to be thoughtful, as if she was deep in thought. Naturally, there was someone who was reluctant, but it was impossible for her to show it and just keep it inside her heart. Still, when they were gone, he spent his time with his peerage members, giving them rewards, which they enjoyed so much. Yet, why did Ravel keep staring at him with a weird gaze? However, Riser decided not to overthink and visited the Citri house as Serafal had promised to let him read all the information, research, and various data about magic and phenomena in the world collected by the Citri house. His job as an architect was already over, and he could easily spend his time mooching his wife's family. Still, as a good husband, he thought he should give something in exchange, so he promised to set up a good feng shui for the hospitals owned by the Citri family. Frankly, he could add the design, too, but if he gave everything so easily, no one would appreciate it. Instead, he should give them slowly as they slowly realized the benefit they could get from him, so they would eagerly give their everything to him. This is the art of mooching. Still, he felt that everything was great after he married Sona. As expected, the benefit of having a strong sister-in-law was good. While he was studying at the Citri house, the others weren't free as they were busy on their own, especially learning the firearm magics he had just taught them. As for Serafal, she still needed to do her job, so she could only leave him reluctantly. Riser also didn't mind, and no one stopped him from stealing all the data that had been collected by the Citri family for an entire generation, which made his mood great. Nevertheless, the Citri family also didn't mind telling him since most of their data was quite useless to him. Citri house was proficient in water magic, and Phenex house was proficient in fire and wind magic. Frankly, he wasn't even sure what he could learn since he also didn't think it was necessary to learn all the knowledge of the Citri family when he had a system. Moreover, his ability in fire manipulation was enough to support him. Lastly, even Issei, who didn't even train in magic, could become so powerful, so wasn't learning magic itself meaningless? If he had to answer that question, then it would be dependent. Everyone's situation was different. If Issei could become stronger by an epee, it didn't mean the others could do that. However, for him, who had a system, this was meaningless. Still, it might be meaningless for him, but it was different for his peerage members. His purpose wasn't because of himself but for his peerage members and also Sona. He had mooched his family, so while he also helped her family's hospital with his feng shui service, he thought he should help her become stronger. Nevertheless, there was a massive difference between the ability of the devil and magic. The ability of the devils was different from each other, and they were inherited, depending on which families they came from. For Sona, it was water manipulation. As long as it was related to water, she could manipulate it as she would. It was the same case as him, who could manipulate fire and wind. As long as he could imagine it, he could do anything with fire and wind. It was also the case with Issei, who could use perverted power by using epee. However, the magic was different. Magic needs a formula. When you do this, it will lead to this result. Everything has been calculated. This is what magic is. It was complicated, and only those who were smart could learn it. This was why Issei had never learned magic and only learned his demonic power, which could be used with his imagination since he wasn't smart enough. Moreover, with how complicated magic was, this was also the reason why a devil made a contract with a magician. By making a contract with a magician, the devil could get all the data about magic so they could become stronger or apply it to the underworld. The development of energy by using a magic power that existed in the air was probably due to the research of a certain magician or even a devil. Riser wasn't sure who this person was, but he knew that this person definitely got a lot of money through a patent. Riser suddenly rubbed his chin and realized that using magic and selling the patent could make a magician rich. So, the devil who invested in them with a contract is a venture investor. Riser couldn't help but chuckle, but then he couldn't help but show an interest in the data about the field of the rating game. Your mother-in-law will come soon. There will only be you two in this room, and you can use this chance to deepen the relationship between you two by making her drunk, then. Riser stopped reading the system and decided to focus on his research. The field for the rating game was something special, and managing the field was also how Ajuka Beelzebub got his money. Yet, Ajuka didn't monopolize this knowledge and gave it to the other Maos and aristocratic families with great influence. However, even if Ajuka gave this knowledge, it didn't mean they could use it. As Riser had said before, magic was complicated, and this paper explained how the field was created. According to the paper, the field was created on the basis of a certain Longinus, Innovate Clear. Innovate Clear had the ability to create an artificial pocket universe that could create and support life. However, anything created there can only live in that universe. By using that idea, Ajuka brought the idea of creating an artificial pocket universe as a field for the rating game. However, while this magic was used as a field for the rating game, it could be used as a place for training. Using an artificial pocket universe as a place for training could bring great convenience as there was no need for them to feel afraid their secret would be known or cause a nuisance to the surroundings due to their techniques. Especially when most of his techniques included an explosion. Yet, he was also helpless since his specialty was on fire, so if he didn't use an explosion, what would he use? As he learned this knowledge, suddenly, a voice woke him up. Riser-chan. Are you still busy now? Ah, mother-in-law. He was surprised when he saw his mother-in-law was so close. Geez, I have called you several times, yet you ignore me. Lady Citri sighed as she pouted. What should he do? Sona, you need to come back, or else your husband was afraid that he might make a great mistake. Nevertheless, facing this charming mother-in-law, he didn't lose his calm. How about taking a rest? You have been spending a day in this room. Huh? Really? Geez, is studying those papers so much more fun than talking with your mother-in-law? Lady Citri stared at her son-in-law with a gaze that wasn't like that of a mother-in-law. Riser hoped that he didn't make a mistake. Chapter 58, My Friend's Mother is Beautiful. While he thought he might make a mistake, Riser's will was strong. Compared to his mother-in-law, his sister-in-law was more dangerous, especially when she could jump into his room while wearing lingerie. If his peerage members didn't calm down the beast on his body, then he was afraid that he might make a great mistake. Nevertheless, even with so much adversity in front of him, Riser never gave up, and he continued to work on many of his projects, including setting up a perfect feng shui for the hospital of the Citri family. This time, he wasn't alone since Serafal also joined him. Is there a point in changing the location of the bench? Of course, changing the location will bring great luck to the people who stay in the hospital. By then, everyone will recover faster. Feng shui might not have helped much in the fight, especially in a duel, but there was no doubt that it brought great benefit to the recovery and defense, especially in a city, a fortress, and also a hospital. By the way, is Mao so free that you can sit on my shoulders lazily like this? Riser looked up at Serafal, who was sitting on his shoulders lazily like it was nothing. Maybe everyone had gotten so used to Serafal's antics that they didn't say anything. Or, maybe everyone was too scared to say anything because of Serafal's power. Nevertheless, everyone was working as they followed his orders with great care and respect. I am just watching you in case you are lazying around, Riser-chan. Weren't you the one who was lazy? Riser rolled his eyes, but he didn't have much to complain about since the feeling of Serafal's thighs on his neck and boobs on the back of his head was quite incredible. Still, Serafal just wanted to watch him since she had time. Moreover, she was also quite curious about the effect of feng shui, and as expected, the effect was obvious, and she could feel her mind was filled with positive energy. By the way, where did you learn about feng shui, Riser-chan? Did you forget that we, the Phenex family, have a relationship with Feng Huang in China? Also, didn't you ask this question before? Tehi. I forgot. You are amazing, after all. So I can't help but feel more curious about you, Riser-chan. Serafal blew hot and humid air into his ear, causing his body to tremble slightly. Damn it, he hated to have a sensitive ear. However, Serafal giggled since she knew his weakness. Many myths had similarities, including the devils. Or rather, the myth of the devils was born from various gods that had existed before Christianity. In his case, his Phoenix family might come from the legend of the phoenix from the Greek myth, yet at the same time, the phoenix myth also came from the Bennu, the ancient Egyptian deity. Citri family and other devil families might also have a connection to other myths, but he wasn't sure which was which, and such a matter was completely meaningless to think about since most myths had a great hatred toward all the existence that was related to Christianity since its existence had robbed the belief of people. Still, other devils aside, the Phenex family was related to a legendary beast, and those legendary beasts didn't need the belief of people, so the relationship between the Phenex family and all the beasts that had a similarity to Phoenix was great, so he could use this as an excuse where he had learned all the knowledge he learned, such as Bejiquan and Feng Shui. As for the others, there was no need to explain since he also didn't have an obligation to explain either. It was their right to ask, but it was also their right to answer or not. Nevertheless, Seraphol was his sister-in-law, so he needed a slight amount of manners when he faced her. Even if her act had always been weird and could hardly gain him any respect. Yet, against boobs and thighs, Riser needed to bow down, or else his little Riser would be noticeable. As he gave instructions to the staff, they talked to each other about many things, such as what he had learned and many other things. The only thing he was glad for was that Seraphol didn't ask what he talked about with his mother-in-law yesterday and how close their relationship had become due to their previous conversation. However, the relationship between Lord Citri and Lady Citri was good, so there was no need for him to worry too much, right? Riser. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name, attracting both his attention and Seraphol's. When they turned, they saw a muscular young man who was looking in their direction with doubt. Yet, Riser didn't blame this expression of his, especially when Seraphol was sitting on his shoulders. Seraphol-sama. Serorg was surprised when he saw Seraphol. Frankly, he thought that Riser was cheating on Sona, but it seemed that wasn't the case, which made him sigh in relief. Yo, Serorg-chan. Are you going to visit your mother? Yes, Seraphol-sama. Serorg nodded as he came to the hospital to visit his mother. Your mother. Still, when Riser saw a change in Serorg's expression, he apologized. I am sorry. If you feel my question is rude, then you don't need to answer me. No, it's okay. I don't mind. Serorg still showed a bright smile as ever as he explained his mother's situation. Sleep disease. It is a unique disease to devils that afflicts both ordinary and noble devils. When devils develop this disease, they fall into a deep sleep and won't be able to wake up. Then, their body gradually starts to become weak, and they will meet death. That's why patients suffering from sleep disease are forced to maintain their lives artificially in a hospital. The devil doctors have searched for many ways to cure the disease, but they didn't find any. Serorg's mother had been afflicted by the disease, and it had been a few years since she was afflicted. Losing her mother when he was young, being abandoned by his father, and fighting against all odds due to his limited talent, Riser felt that Serorg had a protagonist template. Even if Serorg knew that he was talentless, he continued to work hard and didn't give up his status, fighting with all of his might to retrieve his status as the heir of the Bale house. However, even with such a background story and hard work, Serorg lost against Apei. Riser could only sigh at how ridiculous the power of the Apei was. If he didn't have a system, then he might not be able to marry Sona, and maybe his harem would be attracted to Issei, who had won against him. Such a future definitely wasn't something that he wished for. So, even though the system was quite abominable, he was glad to have it. Still, he understood why Seraphol and Sona knew Serorg, but then, he also became quite curious about the sleep disease. However. By the way, Riser-chan, what if you use your feng shui on this sleeping disease? Seraphol suddenly asked. Eh? Feng shui. Serorg was confused. Riser thought for a moment. I can try, but I haven't tried it, so the hope isn't that big. Even with the advanced technology of medicine in the underworld, the doctors in the underworld hadn't found the cure for sleep disease. While his ability in feng shui was awesome, he didn't dare to make a promise since if he failed, who would take responsibility? Well, it's okay to try, right? Seraphol looked at Serorg and asked, how is it, Serorg-chan? Do you want to try? While Serorg wasn't sure what they were talking about, he nodded. If there is a way for my mother to wake up again, then please. He bowed his head low, showing how important his mother was inside his heart. Yet, how could she not be? When his father abandoned him as trash, his mother was the only one who believed in him. If his mother could wake up, then he would do anything, even if he had to grovel on the dirty ground. As a devil, there is no doubt that Serorg's mother is beautiful. As a reward, you can ask her mother. Riser quickly turned off the system before it finished, or else he was afraid he might be corrupted sooner or later. Still, as he had made up his mind to help Serorg's mother, they quickly went to visit her room, and as expected, Serorg's mother was beautiful. Riser wondered why Serorg's father was such a fool who would abandon such a beautiful wife. If Serorg wasn't talented, then couldn't Serorg's father have made another one? Nevertheless, this was the mother of his friend, he shouldn't have such a rude thought toward this beautiful, mature woman. Moreover, if he succeeded, he could make Serorg owe him a favor, and Sona's dream to build a school would be closer if he could involve Serorg in it. Still, as expected, even if Seraphol was quite unscrupulous, she stepped down from his shoulders and also watched Serorg's mother in sadness since, until now, she hadn't woken up. Riser-chan. Seraphol looked at Riser. Riser took a deep breath and observed the room where Miss LaBelle, Sarorg's mother, was sleeping. Can you prepare me for all of this? He listed everything he needed as he changed the furniture and many others inside the room. While Sarorg was speechless, he decided to believe that no matter how small the light of hope was, he would grasp it. Then, when everything was set up, they waited. Everyone was in doubt, but then. Miss La frowned slightly, and her eyes seemed to tremble before she opened her eyes weakly, feeling confused by the unfamiliar room until she caught a familiar figure that had changed from the last time she saw him, yet she still noticed who he was. Sarorg. Mother. Even if Sarorg was a man, he couldn't control his tears any longer as he approached his mother like she was the most fragile thing. However, Riser was speechless. Eh? Am I successful? Chapter 59, Riser, the Warrior. It's great, Riser-chan. You have succeeded. Sarafal was so happy as if this was his success was her success. As she hugged him and pressed her breasts against his face, Riser fell into silence as he was in doubt. How could Feng Shui wake up Sarorg's mother? Feng Shui wasn't a Chinese medicine, it was just a method to bring great luck to a spot, and the one who stood on that spot would have great luck due to this method. Yet, when he thought about how Miss LaBelle originally woke up, Riser could only feel speechless. Originally, Miss LaBelle was woken up due to palingual, booblingual, Issei's perverted technique where he could talk with the breasts of women. However, this method didn't give an instant result since Sarorg needed to be beaten down by Issei first before his mother woke up. Using palingual aside, Riser felt it was amazing for Sarorg to let Issei read his mother's boobs. Still, his method was different. It was due to luck. Yes, luck. Because of luck, Miss LaBelle had woken up. Sarorg, how about you call a doctor first? Let's have a checkup on your mother's body. While he wanted to say that feng shui might erase the sleep disease from Miss La, he didn't have such confidence. Oh, right. Sarorg quickly realized this and called the doctor. Then, as expected, the disease still exists on her body, but strangely enough, she is okay. What? Sarorg felt disappointed when he heard that his mother still had such a disease inside her body. I am sorry. Riser apologized even though he didn't need to. No, it's not your fault, Riser. Please don't bow your head like that. Sarorg quickly stopped Riser from apologizing since if Riser hadn't helped him, then his mother wouldn't have woken up. I'm not a doctor, but as long as your mother is inside this room, then I believe that she is going to be all right. Really? That's great. Sarorg sighed in relief. The disease in his mother might not disappear, but as long as she was inside this room, then everything would be okay. Nevertheless, this method was quickly noted by the doctor since Riser was probably the first person who was capable of waking up those who had been caught up by the sleeping disease. As for the feng shui method, while Riser wanted to say confidently that it could be used by everyone, he knew that each person had a different way of arranging their rooms. In case someone other than Miss La wanted to use a similar method that he had used, he couldn't confidently say that it was possible. However, there was no doubt that this method was viable even if the effect was limited since the patient could only stay within the room. Are you Sarorg's friend? Miss La looked at Riser curiously. Yes. Riser nodded. Sarorg smiled when he heard his answer and hugged him tightly. No, he is my best friend. With how good your relationship is, Sarorg won't reject your status as his stepfather. Riser stared blankly at Sarorg, wondering what he would think when he thought of becoming his stepfather. Yet, he shook his head since he wasn't so despicable enough to sleep with the mother of his best friend, at least for now, and he also didn't plan to become Sarorg's stepfather. Thank you. Thank you for many things. Miss La was so happy and also wanted to show her thanks to Riser since she knew that Riser had given many things, whether it was to care for her son, who she knew was limited in talent and avoided by everyone. Moreover, Riser also helped to wake her up from her disease. It's okay. I am happy that I can help you. Nevertheless, he was glad he could help Miss La, this beautiful mother. Still, he didn't dare to stare too much since Sarafal was by his side. Still, even if Miss La couldn't get out of her room for as long as she left her room, she would become sleepy, she could wake up as long as she stayed. However, due to this, Riser became very busy as he needed to test whether the same method could be used on others or not. If the same method could be used, then there was no doubt that his name would enter the history of the underworld. No, it wouldn't be weird for him to become the savior of the underworld. With the limited number of the devils, the sleeping disease was akin to a nightmare since it could hit anyone, whoever they were. Whether they were an aristocratic family or not, they would be caught, decreasing their limited population even more. Everyone was scared of this disease. Naturally, it was the same with his family. Still, the chance of his family catching this disease was quite small since they governed over the fire, and the fire on their bodies would burn all the viruses, bacteria, and many others that harm their bodies naturally. As for the rest, they had no such resistance. However, except for the Phenex family, the Baal family, who governed the destruction, probably wouldn't be caught by this disease since whatever entered their bodies would be destroyed. However, his wife's family probably had a chance to catch this disease, so if possible, he wanted to search for a cure for this disease. As he was in such a thought, he didn't forget to call his second brother and his family, since if he really could solve this sleeping disease that had haunted the underworld, then he would become a hero. Well, it might be a bit embarrassing to be called a hero, but this was probably the fittest word to describe his deed. Nevertheless, if it was for the benefit of his family, he didn't mind being called a hero. After all, as long as he could solve this problem, even if it was only within a limited space, it would raise the status of his family, whether it was in reputation or politics. It was also the same with economics, since it would make people believe that the Phenex house was equal to excellence. As his family status was boosted, even if Surzek wished to kill him in the future, it wouldn't be that easy unless Surzek wanted to become the enemy of the entire underworld. Why? Because Riser could find a method to cure the sleeping disease, even if it was only on the limited space. Then, when people thought of this, they would also start to think that it might be possible for him to fully create the cure for this disease. Still, if it was really possible for him to do so, then he wouldn't cure those people fully, like how the medical company wouldn't make a complete medicine for a certain disease so they could make more money. Nevertheless, Riser knew what was important was whether his method could be used universally or not. Everyone waited for a while before they cheered, since his method was possible. However, unlike Misla, who could wake up perfectly like a normal devil, the other's condition wasn't so stable, and they got sleepy sometimes all of a sudden but less frequently, since they only felt sleepy once or twice a day. As expected, in a few days, his name quickly echoed throughout the underworld as the creator of the cure for the sleeping disease. By now, everyone knew his name and deeds, where he broke his engagement with Rias previously and also had become famous once again, since Surzek's political opponents wouldn't let go of this chance. Meanwhile, Surzek, who read the news about Riser, who had found a cure for the sleeping disease and saw the picture of Riser, who was being hugged by Serafal happily, could only sigh helplessly. After all, the more famous Riser was, the more miserable the Gremory was. As for the chance of revenge against Riser, it was simply zero, since the meaning of attacking Riser meant that it would make him the enemy of all the devils in the underworld who wished for the cure of the sleeping disease or those who were afraid of this disease. There was nothing that he could do, and he could lament his decision to break his engagement with Rias. Riser. His name came out of his mouth, yet his expression was far from good. Riser didn't know what Surzek was thinking, and even if he knew, he didn't care, since the more miserable Surzek was, the happier he was. By now, the weekends had come. Still, during the weekdays, the members of his peerage, who wanted to give him rewards due to his success, could only give up since they knew his wife would return. Still, every night during the weekdays, they diligently sucked his seeds, hoping to get his children. Nevertheless, he had to say his weekdays were rather serious, and there weren't many perverted chances. Still, as he waited for Sona in his villa as usual by playing a game, he looked at his little sister, who sat on his lap and played a game with him. Ravel, is it me, or have we become a little too close with our physical contact? In the beginning, they sat side by side at some distance, but then, their arms stuck side by side, and now, she sat on his lap directly. Frankly, he was afraid that, in the future, their distance would become negative. I am not. This is a normal relationship between brother and little sister. Ah, Oni-sama, be careful. That rod-like monster is going to release its ultimate move. As he controlled his character in the game, he could only sigh at Ravel, who had become so close to him. Still, game aside, being so close to Ravel brought a tremendous toll on his mind. Her hair smells good. He couldn't help but think as he often played with her drill-like curls. Your peerage members are still on the outside buying necessary ingredients for dinner. You can bring Ravel to your room, and you have at least 3 hours to teach her how to become an adult. Riser. Fortunately, he was strong enough, and after 3 hours, his peerage members returned with Sona, who brought her older sister, peerage members Rias and Aquino. However, that wasn't all of them since. Riser. Sarord waved his hand happily when he saw Riser, but he wasn't alone as his mother, Miss LaBale, was there by his side. Riser Kuan, it's been a while. With a gentle smile on her face and a charm that couldn't possibly be owned by a younger woman, Miss La tickled his heart. As long as you dare to push her, everything will be okay. Riser. Chapter 60, Charming Wife. Riser rubbed his yellow blonde hair and wondered whether this color of hair had a certain magic that could bring disaster to any woman who was in a relationship. There was no doubt that Miss La was beautiful, but when he thought whose wife she was, he hesitated. Even if Miss La Bale's husband was useless, there was no doubt that he was the head of the Bale house. If Riser dared to touch that wife, what would be done to him? Frankly, as of now, Riser didn't have the power to ignore the consequences, especially when his relationship with Surzek wasn't that good. If he made the Great King faction become his opponent, then his life wouldn't be easy, and he would also affect his family. Once again, Riser realized the importance of power, and becoming strong was something that he needed to do. If he touched Misla, would he get a reward from the system? What do you think, system? If you feel that Misla is quite troublesome, then why don't you take down Ravel? I can give you a reward if you take her into your harem. Riser decided to ignore the system and could only sigh and lament for being weak. Yet, at the same time, he also felt lazy about the consequences he might cause if he followed the system. So, if possible, should he just live like a lazy pig in this villa of his? Suddenly, he felt that such a life wasn't bad at all. Yet, for now. Sona hugged him happily. Husband. Is it okay for you to hug me in front of everyone? I don't care. I want to do this now, and congratulations on your success. As his deeds were announced in the underworld, Sona naturally knew this, and his success was her happiness. She was so happy that she couldn't wait to jump into him when she knew what he had done. You are exaggerating. I haven't found the cure yet, and it is only a temporary method. Even so, you have found this method. There is no change in that fact. Okay. You don't need to be that excited. Calm down. That's right, Sona. You should act more ladylike. Serafal also nodded. Riser stared at Serafal speechless, wondering who jumped around like an acrobat when his method could be used to alleviate the sleeping disease temporarily. Nevertheless, their intimate interaction was seen by everyone, and all of them showed various expressions. The most intense would be Rias since she felt so annoyed at this moment. Like before, she followed Sona to come to his villa, hoping that she could find a chance to seduce him, but last time, Serafal came to interrupt him, then now. It was her aunt. Even if she had a thick face, how could she do that in front of her aunt? If her aunt told her mother that she came to visit Riser's villa during the weekend, then what should she do? During her stay in this villa, she never told anyone and kept it secret by using Kaneko and Kiba that she went to Tokyo for a trip. However, the truth. Rias visited the villa of her former fiancé. The first time was okay since she could use Sona as an excuse, but the second. If she said that she only wanted to visit his villa for a trip, would they believe her? If the truth was known, she wasn't even sure what kind of reaction her family would have, especially when they had become so strict with her. Though, she looked at her aunt and thought that she could use this aunt as an excuse. Nevertheless, due to the presence of her aunt, she knew that she couldn't do anything to Riser. If only he could come to the human world. If Riser came to the human world, then everything would be easier. I have to make him go to the human world. Rias was wondering how to make that happen. Still, it wasn't just Rias who had such a strong reaction, Misla also showed such a strong reaction when she saw Sona and Riser. She looked at Sona, who was hugging Riser intimately like a lover, and asked her doubt to her son, is she his girlfriend? If so, then Misla thought that Sona was so lucky since Sona could have such a boyfriend. When Misla woke up, the first person she saw might be her son, but the person that she couldn't forget was definitely Riser since he was the one who had helped her. During Riser's time researching whether his method could be used by everyone, he stayed in the hospital and often talked with Misla. The two were talking like friends, and it had been a while since she had a laugh. Even when Serafal and her son weren't around since they couldn't stay in the hospital all the time, Misla stayed by his side all the time until he left. As someone who was caught in the sleeping disease, she also wanted the others to be cured, so if possible, she wished to be his strength to help him realize that cure. However, during their stay together, she had more fun than she had thought, and he always had a way to make her laugh. She wasn't sure how long it had been for her to laugh like this. After she got married, her day wasn't good. Everything was so painful. Moreover, she also needed to take care of her son as she didn't want him to lose his courage and keep going on. After all, if he gave up, then she might give up. However, Serorg showed he didn't give up and kept working hard. As a mother, Misla was happy, but as the heir of the Bale house, there were many things that Serorg had to do, so he was quite busy, leaving her alone in the hospital. In that lonely time, Riser was the one who made her days vibrant. Nevertheless, she didn't have any hope or a delusion that he had an interest in her, especially when she was just an old lady. Nevertheless, at night, she couldn't help but have a dream. A dream where, the one who held her wasn't her husband, but him. However, there was no way for her to say this dream since it was immoral and the age difference between them was too much. Moreover, Riser was a friend of her son. If she really dared to do something like that, how would her ancestor see her? So, when she saw he had such a beautiful girlfriend, she sighed in relief, curious, yet inwardly, she felt disappointed. However, for someone as talented as him, it was normal for him to have a girlfriend, right? No, she is his wife. Wife. Misla widened her eyes. Yes. Serord nodded. I was at their wedding before. They married early. I see. Misla widened her eyes as she looked at Sona with a complicated gaze, as she couldn't help but feel envious of her having him as a husband. Meanwhile, their relationship is great. They love each other. Serorg added with a smile since he also hoped to have such a relationship in the future, yet he didn't notice the expression of her mother, who grew melancholy and sad due to reality. Should they meet each other, to begin with? Chapter 61, Is This Roller Coaster? But this place is really great. Serorg clenched his fists as he felt his body was full of energy. I can feel that my body is full of power. If he trained here, he believed he could get stronger faster. As he didn't have a talent, the only thing that he could rely on was training his physical ability. Yet, he wasn't a robot. He was a devil. As a creature that moved on his emotions, it was impossible for him to be in the perfect state every time. If it wasn't for his obsession to get the position of the heir of the Bale house and also the prayer of his mother, Serorg might have given up. Yes, I designed this place by myself and naturally with the best feng shui. Not only will your body be great, but your mother's body is the same. Serorg looked at his mother, then quickly realized. Mother, are you okay? Now that you mention it, I haven't felt sleepy and I feel great. Even though Riser's feng shui could ease the symptoms and let her have a normal life as long as she stayed inside the room when Misla walked out, her disease still existed, and she would be affected by the sleeping disease. During their journey to this villa, Misla had been feeling sleepy. After all, even if his feng shui could erase the feeling of sleepiness when they stayed inside the room that was arranged with a specific arrangement, it didn't mean the disease had disappeared. It still existed on her body, and it could affect her from time to time. However, when Misla was in the city, she didn't feel that sleepiness anymore. Obasama, is that true? Even Rias was surprised since she knew the situation of her aunt well. Yes. Misla nodded and was also unable to hide her surprise. Riser, this place is. As long as your mother is here, then she won't be sleepy due to her sleeping disease. That's. Serorg felt hesitant and embarrassed to ask for a request, asking Riser to let his mother stay in his villa, but he knew that it was pretentious to ask so, especially when Riser had helped him so much, yet he was unable to give him anything. If possible, Serorg wanted to do something for Riser, yet what could he do? Money. Did the Phenex family lack it? Power. Riser was strong. Women. He was already married. Serorg could only sigh and felt helpless that there was nothing that he could do but. Riser. I know it might be pretentious for me to ask this, but can you let my mother stay here? Serorg. Misla was startled when her son was going to let her stay in Riser's villa. While she didn't mind and secretly felt happy, she also felt that it was wrong. You don't need to be so serious, Serorg. I plan to make this place into a resort city, so the more people, the better it is. If you want, then I can also design a villa for you in this area. Really? Serorg was excited. Really? Anyway, it was worth it to make Serorg owe him a favor. Riser didn't lack money, but if he made this heir of Bale's house owe him a favor, it would definitely give him a greater benefit. Then, if you have something to ask, then please tell me. As long as it is within my power, I will do it. No matter what, Riser was his savior, the person who had helped his mother. Serorg, who cared about his mother, wished to do something for Riser, who had helped him. If that's the case, then I won't be holding back. Is that okay with you? What is it? If it's within my capability, I will do anything for you. Don't say such a thing as, anything for you so easily. It will easily cause a misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? Maybe, you should also learn about culture instead of training your muscles all the time. Riser rubbed his temple, then held Sona's hand. We plan to make a school. Do you want to do it together? 2x. Not only Serorg but Sona was surprised. A school. Serorg blinked his eyes as he listened to Riser's explanation. Riser also didn't hold back and said Sona's intention was to build a raiding game school for the low-class devil, and he wanted to help her. If they had Serorg's involvement in this plan, then everything would have been easier as he was part of the Great King faction. Nevertheless, there was no way for Riser to be so blunt. Instead, he needed to add a sob story and other things so Serorg would be eager to help. While Serorg's personality was quite straightforward, the emotion was unpredictable, and it wasn't something that could be guessed easily. Serorg might appear straightforward and honest but on the inside. No one could tell, so Riser needed to influence him so Serorg would do his bidding. Learn how he talks. You can learn a lot from him. Serafal whispered to her little sister. As a family, Serafal knew what Sona's dream was, but a dream couldn't just be realized with just a talk or two. There should be savviness and communication skills so the party who heard this idea would feel the possibility and would excitedly join in with their idea even if the idea was ridiculous. Frankly, Serafal had to say that Riser was really talented at deceiving someone. With his mouth alone, Serafal believed that he could become a billionaire. Somehow, she felt that he was really a perfect devil. Yes. Sona nodded since she also understood her weakness. Unlike her husband, who was flexible, she was straight and could only express her dream in a straightforward manner. If she wasn't the heir of the Citri clan and her older sister was a Malleviathan, then there was no way for her to realize her dream. However, Riser was different. Even without such a status, the possibility of him creating a rating game school for the low-class devil was high. The school that should have been impossible to create was like a beautiful fairy tale that brought everyone a dream from his mouth. Not only her but everyone who listened to the words that came from his mouth was also attracted by the idea of this school. Still, Serorg was already excited, his heart was beating so fast, and his blood was full of adrenaline as he heard Riser's story. Frankly, if he wasn't the son of the current lord of the Bale house, then his status wasn't much different than those low-class devils, so he understood the feeling of those who wished to participate in the rating game, yet they couldn't. However, if they built a school, then such a thing was possible, right? Serorg wanted to participate as soon as possible, but... Serorg, promise him. Mother. Serorg looked at his mother weirdly. Did his mother have such an interest in this school? But Serorg nodded. Yes, let's build this school, Riser Kuin. It's not just me. It's us. Riser hugged his wife's waist and told them who was the initiator of this idea. Yes, let's make this school together, Sona. Serorg quickly fixed his mistake. Thank you, Serorg. Sona smiled before she looked at her husband happily since she knew that with Serorg's participation, everything would be smooth. Hey, don't forget about Wani-chan. Wani-chan is also working hard to make this school happen. Serafal pouted before she hugged Riser and Sona tightly, feeling annoyed at being ignored. Thank you, Wani-sama. This time, Sona was honest since she was so happy at that moment. Riser was also honest since his sister-in-law's boobs were the best. The path of Shimaidan is close. Riser. Nevertheless, as long as the plan for this school was accepted, even if the school hadn't been built, he knew that he would get a reward, and he couldn't wait for that. Nevertheless, Serorg looked at the three of them and felt a bit jealous since he wondered whether he could have such a family, too. Not only Serorg but Misla also thought so, and due to this, she couldn't help but pay attention to Ravel, Riser's little sister. She knew that it might be wrong for her to ask this question at this moment, but if possible, she also wanted to become a family with Riser. It might not be possible for her as she was still married to Serorg's father even though she was abandoned. However, what about her son? Riser Kuin, does your little sister have an engagement with a gentleman? Suddenly, the happy mood turned weird because of this question. Riser looked at Misla weirdly, then looked at Ravel, who was also confused, but as Misla waited for an answer, he shook his head since Ravel didn't have any engagement. No. Then, what about Serorg? Do you think your little sister can be engaged to my son? At that moment, everything became still and silent. Chapter 62, Madam, your hairstyle is dangerous. Wah. As someone that was mentioned, Ravel opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Not only Ravel but everyone was the same since Misla threw this question so suddenly. However, Rias and Sona looked at Ravel in a complicated manner. Whether Rias or Sona had been troubled by an engagement previously, but in the end, Sona was happy with her engagement since she got a wonderful husband, but Rias looked at Ravel, then looked at Riser. She wondered what made her hate him so much. Was it due to his playboy nature? Was it due to how he saw her as the heir of the Gremory house instead of herself as a single individual? No, everything because she didn't want to have an engagement to begin with. Or rather, she had never given him a chance. She hated to have an engagement and didn't want to marry someone for such a reason. Then, to break that engagement, she decided to choose Issei. Issei, who was known as the most famous pervert in her school, was a way to break her engagement. When Rias thought all of this, she realized how stupid she was. To exchange Riser for Issei. She wondered what was inside her head at that time. Then, this happened. Everything was too late. If she could return to the past, she wanted to slap herself. However, even if it was too late, she wouldn't give up since she knew her chance wasn't zero, and she believed she could seduce him. Still, as for now, she could only watch him from a distance with a longing expression. Mother, what were you saying? Seoreord panicked. He just came to visit his friend, yet why did his mother suddenly mention his engagement? You are not young anymore, Serorg, yet from what I have heard, you don't even have a single relationship with any ladies. If I don't do this, then I am afraid you might spend your days in the training room. Misla was also helpless since, while it was good, her son was training hard, she was also worried since Serorg didn't seem to have an interest in a lady. Instead, Serorg was so excited when he met Riser. In that case, she might as well be bold and propose an engagement to Ravel, Riser's little sister. That's. Serorg was so helpless since facing his mother, he couldn't be like a proud lion who faced anyone without fear. Facing his mother, he could only succumb and lower his head. Nevertheless, everyone was waiting for him since they wanted to know his answer. There aren't any options. During this situation, Riser thought that he would receive options at such a moment. No, I want to see how to answer this. You want to know how I'm going to answer this? That's right. Depending on your question, I might need to think about how to train you to become a qualified villain. The corner of his eye twitched as he thought that the system was as ridiculous as ever. Though, strangely, maybe when someone was asked such a question, they might get angry, especially when the system had already marked Ravel as his harem, yet inwardly, what did he think of Ravel? It wasn't due in the system. It was all based on his heart. If that can happen, then it will be wonderful. Oh, and Sama, you idiot. Ravel, who had been waiting for his answer, screamed as she shed her tears before she ran away into the villa, hiding in her room. Her sudden outburst startled everyone before they looked at him helplessly. You are not going to chase after her? Sona asked helplessly since she could see her husband was as calm as ever. I haven't finished my words. Riser took a lukewarm tea to wet his throat as he tried to brew the words within his mouth, expressing his view regarding Miss La's question. While I think it is wonderful since I know that Serorg is a good person and I believe that I can entrust my little sister to him, I don't think it is correct for me to force her to have an engagement like me. What do you mean, Riser Kuan? Miss La didn't get angry and waited for his answer. For us, a pure-blooded high-class devil, falling in love and marrying someone that we love is something of a luxury. No, probably, we shouldn't expect that since, as we are born into this family, we have received many benefits that low-class devils can't ever think of in their lives, no matter how long they live. Then, as a price of that, we should be prepared to pay a certain price, and that price is an arranged marriage. We should expect ourselves to do our best to help our family no matter what. This is also my belief since I was born into this family, and I believe that I have a duty to follow the wishes of my family. Rias lowered her head in shame. Probably due to her older brother, who got to fall in love with someone he really loved, she had an imagination where she could follow the path of her older brother, but it was Sirzek Lucifer. And who was she? Even Riser, who was a scumbag in her eyes previously, had such a thought to have an obligation to help his family after all the benefits he received, yet she. Nevertheless, I still hope that my little sister, Ravel, can search for someone she really loves by herself instead of having an engagement like me. Everyone was dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, he talked about the responsibility, yet suddenly, he told them that Ravel should choose her own love instead of having such a responsibility. I know that this might be my selfishness, but as an older brother, I wish for my little sister's happiness. I don't mean that the engagement between two pure-blooded high-class devils can't lead to happiness since I am happy that I can marry my current wife. Sona smiled and held his hand tightly. Moreover, Ravel isn't the only child. There is no need for her to be pressed with the matter of engagement. Naturally, if the two of them can fall in love naturally, then I will bless them since I believe Serorg is someone that I can entrust my little sister with. Frankly, Riser was scared. He knew that facing such a charming little sister, their natural reaction was to be bold and take her down as he did to various women that he had been with, but before Ravel was a woman, she was his little sister. It was different from a sister-in-law, mother-in-law, or the wife of someone who didn't have a blood relationship. Ravel was his own little sister. Even though he wasn't the original Riser, so there shouldn't be a relationship between them, it didn't change the fact that she was still her little sister. However, she became closer and closer to him while telling him everything was normal. Yet, how could it be? He knew that their closeness wasn't normal, and it was also because of this he was scared that he might cross the line. After all, as he had said before, Ravel was his little sister, but at the same time, he wasn't Riser. In his heart, it was impossible for him to see her as his little sister, and he could only see her as a woman. Moreover, he was already married. All of his peerage members were also his harem members. With so many females by his side, did he still lack a woman? Lastly, the other women aside, what would his wife think if he really laid his hands on his little sister? Because of that, if Ravel could be close to another gentleman, except for Issei and Diodora, then it would be great. Serorg was definitely the best candidate. I see. Miss La sighed. She is lucky to have you as an older brother. Those words were uttered in a mutter. Still, isn't it selfish of us not to hear the opinion of the party involved? Riser looked at Serorg and asked, Serorg, what do you think? What do I think? Serorg fell in silence for a moment before he shook his head. If it's my duty as the heir of the Bale house, then I will do it without hesitation, but at the same time, if you ask me whether I am ready or not, then I am not. I am not ready for any relationship with any lady. My path is hard, and I don't want her to be tortured because of me. While he had power, he hadn't shown his worth. Not yet. Serorg still needed to wait until his rating game debut to show his worth and officially become the head of the Bale house before he had leeway for the others. Is this your answer? While Riser nodded, thinking that Serorg was a great guy as ever, the system suddenly talked to him. You're disappointed? No, as a villain, you don't need to be troubled by the matter of a woman. If you want to discard them, then discard them. How callous. Yet, isn't it strange of you to be alright with the women of others, not your little sister? I guess it's just a matter of taste. Riser realized that he might not have that much of an interest in Imudomo, but he was interested in MILF, especially when he saw Misla tie her hair in a loose braid and put it on her shoulder. However, he definitely couldn't say it since he was sure that Serorg would punch him. Still, he needed to say to Misla that her hairstyle was dangerous, but instead of a lover, right now, I am more interested in this. Serorg suddenly clenched his fists, showing his muscular frame under that body, but then, he looked at Riser and said, I know that it might be rude of me to say this, but Riser, do you think we can have a match? Everyone. This guy, they felt that this guy would become single for a long time. Oni-sama. Ravel was inside her room, crying, hugging her pillow tightly before her hand crept into her skirt. Oni-sama. 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 The sound of her sobs and moans blended as she drowned herself in pleasure. I like it slow, okay. Chapter 63, Good for Nothing. This damn brat. How dare you challenge me? Option 1, fuck Misla Bale in front of Serorg, then kill Serorg. You will receive Rinnegan. Option 2, kill all the Bale house members and all the devils who are affiliated with this house. You will receive Omnipotence. Option 3, defeat Serorg. You will receive a boxing mastery. As expected of the system. No matter how many times he saw the options, they were as ridiculous as ever, especially the first and second options. Nevertheless, he had to sigh since what was the use of boxing mastery? He already owned Bajikwan mastery, and frankly, close combat definitely wasn't his favorite. After all, he could use the power of wind and fire, why should he use his fists to fight? While he knew that his immortality trait would boost his close combat ability if he could defeat someone before they approached him, it was better, right? Moreover, according to what he knew, those who were strongest among the devils weren't close combat fighters. Even Serzek, known as the strongest devil, was using the power of destruction. However, this was a rare chance for him to get an ability, so he wouldn't waste it. Fight. Yes. Serorg nodded. I want to see how strong the Blue Phoenix is. If possible, he wanted to see Riser's fight on the rating game after Riser had divorced. As for Riser's previous match, when was Riser still engaged to Rias? He didn't show much interest since while Riser was powerful, it wasn't to the point where Riser amazed him. However, when Riser divorced Rias, everyone said Riser could create the blue flame. The highest temperature fire, which was enough to burn anything. Even the barrier that was created by Mao melted under his flame. Frankly, there weren't many people who saw the fight between Riser and Issei at that time. Moreover, due to the negative impact that might have been caused by the result of this battle, Serzek also made the impact of this fight less or even almost ignored, so Riser would be belittled. Moreover, even if Issei was a Sekyuryai, the holder of the boosted gear, he wasn't that famous now, especially when the name of the Ape Dragon hadn't been known by everyone. Nevertheless, even if Serzek could tone down the news about the Blue Phoenix, it was impossible for him to hide the news about Riser breaking his engagement with Rias, especially when he married the heir of the Citri house after that incident. Due to this, Serzek tried to make the impact of the scandal on his family less by making Riser a famous good-for-nothing in the media. This was also the reason why Riser often said that he was good for nothing, since many also often said that he was one, considering Serzek had made his name bad. His older brother, Rival Phoenix, also told him to enter the rating game and fight to show everyone his glory, especially when his reputation had become so low due to Serzek's tricks. After all, who wished for their family to be looked down on? His family, in particular, knew Riser was extremely talented and wished for his reputation to be cleared up. However, Riser wasn't in a hurry and didn't care about those talks. It was meaningless since those who talked were those whose status was below him and envious of him. Having become a son-in-law of a wealthy family was definitely something that everyone was jealous about. Still, even if they talked badly, so what? They could only talk behind his back. As for talking in front of him, who dared to talk when he was the third son of Lord Phoenix and his sister-in-law was Seraphal Leviathan? Nevertheless, it was impossible to erase his name as a good-for-nothing of the Phoenix house, even though it wasn't the truth, at least for now. Riser also wanted his peerage members to become stronger first instead of in a hurry to join the rating game to erase his status. Yet, even if he hadn't joined the rating game, everything changed slowly when Riser found a method to solve the sleeping disease temporarily. His family also created momentum for him. The only thing left was to show his might on the rating game. As long as he could win on his return match of the rating game after his marriage, no one could say he was a good-for-nothing anymore. By then, with his glory, the Gremory house and Serzek Lucifer would receive infamy, and he would have his revenge. However, Riser definitely knew that they would do something, such as giving him a strong opponent, but it didn't matter. Still, even if he became Riser Phenex, he had hardly any experience fighting someone. Even if the former Riser had fought several times in the rating game, all of his opponents were weaklings. Moreover, it was the former Riser who fought, not him. The only fight he had done was with Issei at that time, so when he thought about this, he felt that having a fight against Serord might be a good experience for him. Serord was definitely a good target, though Riser had to say he felt reluctant to fight him since this guy was a good boy. Unlike others who looked down on him by mooching his wife's family, Serord didn't believe the rumor and approached him with a smile. Well, their status was quite similar to each other since, in the eyes of others, Serord was also a good-for-nothing since he didn't have the unique ability of the Baal House, the power of destruction, and his talent on the demonic power was simply too horrible. So, was this the fight between two good-for-nothings? Nevertheless, even though they were friends since Serord had asked for a fight, Riser wouldn't hold back, and he didn't like to lose. I don't know how to hold back. Is that okay with you? Ha ha ha. Serord laughed heartily. That's what I want. He truly wished to see how strong Riser was, and he also wanted to see the gap between him and Riser. Still, is your mother okay with it? Serord quickly lowered his head helplessly when his mother was staring at him. Misla sighed helplessly, but then she said boldly, only the strong will be respected in the underworld. While I don't want to see both of you hurt, if you two wish for it, then I won't stop you. Even though she didn't want to see them fighting since she cared about the two of them, she knew that only the strong could be respected in the underworld. Still, Misla aside, others, such as Riser's peerage members Sona, Serafal, Rias, and Aquino, didn't think Riser would lose. After all, they had seen how strong he was, and no matter how the public talked about him, they knew that he had prepared for his return, and they couldn't wait for that time. Then, follow me. I have just finished my new training room. New training room. There is a lot of interesting information in your family's library, Sona. You should learn more there. I will. Sona nodded and felt that studying with her husband wasn't bad. His peerage members aside, the rest were curious about his new training room. Riser led them to the underground area using a lift before they arrived in a comfortable space with a single door in the middle and various high-tech items on the side. This is... Wait a moment. Riser walked into one of the monitors on the side and then looked at the various types of fields before he made his decision. Everyone wanted to ask, but his movement was so fast that they couldn't react. Now, let's enter. Riser opened the door that led them into a different space. As he entered, the rest also followed, but then, they opened their eyes wide since in front of them was an even bigger space. This is... I recreated the field used by the raiding game as a training place. What? I recreated the field used by the raiding game as a training place. If this thing could be done so easily, then why did Ajuka Beelzebub make so much money? Chapter 64, Underground Arena in the Underworld. The raiding game was the most popular event in the underworld. Everyone sought it, whether it was to watch the famous fighters or to become part of this event. Everyone wished to be part of it. Naturally, as the creator of this game, Ajuka Beelzebub got a lot of money from it. Even though he had a laissez-faire attitude toward this game since he had many things that he wanted to do, his team managed all the technical matters on the raiding game, including the creation of the field. This field creation generated a lot of money, and except for a field for the raiding game, it could be used as a part of architecture at the house and also as a training field. It was possible to get them, but as expected, it was expensive. And the one who mastered this lucrative technology was Ajuka. Frankly, Ajuka didn't monopolize this technique and shared this technology with others, such as the other Maos and the Great King faction, but as expected, even if they received a share of information, their brain wasn't enough to understand this field creation technology. Moreover, even if they could understand it, there was no doubt that Ajuka was the best among them since while they stayed on the spot, he continued with the breakthrough, creating a better field creation technology and many others. In the end, even if Serafal had a paper about this field creation technology, it wasn't used and just lay in the library without being used. Yet, Riser didn't feel that it was wrong since the strength of his family's wife had always been on medical care, so instead of focusing on the unfamiliar stage, it was better to focus on what their advantage was. Though Sona, Serafal, Rias, and the others were speechless when Riser could create it by himself without the help of anyone. Amazing, Riser-chan. Help me to make one too at my house, okay? Serafal hugged him and asked childishly. Wani-sama, can you not hug my husband carelessly like that? Sona was speechless since Serafal had a hobby of hugging her husband. Her husband might not be tempted by her older sister currently, but if Serafal kept tempting him, what would he do? Sona knew that Riser wasn't a herbivore, but then again, if something really happened between her husband and sister-in-law, what would she do? Nevertheless, being in the middle of Sona and Serafal, Riser enjoyed it much. Ha ha ha. However, Serord laughed and felt happy. This stage is amazing. While everyone was looking around curiously at the massive arena, he jumped directly into the hexagon stage in the middle like a child. He then closed his eyes and could feel the thousands of fights that happened in this place. The scent of sweat, blood, brutal fights, screams of the fighters and audience. Sarorg could feel all of that in this place. As he opened his eyes, he looked at the gray-colored ground. He thought it was some kind of sand or other type of ground, but when he looked closely, he was dumbfounded. He took a handful of the ground and asked at Riser, who was far away. Are all of them made from the teeth and nails of the fighters here? That's right. Riser nodded. I envisioned this place to be a place where expert fighters, master martial artists, and the strongest fight each other in the human world. Yes, I can see that. Sarorg was amazed by this place and wished to have it in his own home. Riser, what's the name of this place? Rias asked curiously, but her expression was complicated. Underground Arena, or you can call it, Holy Land of Fighting. Riser then told the setting of the place where it was built under the surface of the Tokyo Dome. It was also built in 1985, 6 floors underground, volume, 320.000 cubic meters, seats, 1,500. The people gathering in the arena are selected through special routes to maintain absolute secrecy. However, it is unknown whether spectators need to buy tickets or have a special pass to go in. Hearing such a background setting, Sarafal's expression was already flushed in excitement. Is there such a place in Tokyo? If so, then she would come to visit. No, this is just a background setting that I have created. That's a shame. Sarafal sighed helplessly. Wani-sama. Sona sighed at Sarafal's antics. Nevertheless, Rias couldn't help but look at Riser with a bitter expression. If he was like this, then why should she reject him? Why did she come to Japan? Wasn't it due to her otaku hobby? If her husband also had such a hobby, then wouldn't it be good? Yet, once again, everything was too late. Riser had become Sona's husband, but she wouldn't give up since she could tell he was still attracted to her boobs. However, she also knew that it was impossible to do anything in this place, so the only way for her to take him down was when they were in the human world. So, how? Riser didn't know what Rias was thinking, but he wouldn't make Sarorg wait too long, and he was ready to jump into the hexagon stage. But. Wait, Riser-chan. What's wrong, Aniki? Geez, call me Wani-chan, okay. It isn't cute to be called an Aniki. Sarafal pouted and still couldn't forget the feeling of being called Wani-chan by Riser. That feeling excited her so much. Riser rolled his eyes and didn't bother, ready to ignore her, but she caught her. Wait. Wait. Don't ignore me. I am going to tell you something important. What's wrong? I have made an appointment for you to meet Nurari-hyon, the leader of the East Yokai faction, in Tokyo. Sarafal showed a proud expression when she did all of this. Before he told his wish to make his pawns, Enai and Lee, 2 Nikomatis, become stronger. If possible, he wanted Sarafal to introduce him to someone who could teach them how a yokai became stronger. Sarafal, then, without hesitation, did her best to help him and gave him an appointment to meet with Nurari-hyon, the leader of the East Yokai faction. Hearing this, Riser stopped and looked at Sarafal in a complicated mood. He could see that she had helped him sincerely, and she wished him the best, so for him, who had been thinking of mooching his wife's family, he felt conflicted and heavy by her sincerity. Even though he knew it wasn't hard for her to make such an appointment, he would be lying if he wasn't moved. So. He was a bit embarrassed, but he thanked Sarafal sincerely. Thank you, Wani-chan. Sarafal blinked her eyes, then kissed him. Riser was startled and quickly turned his head, so Sarafal only kissed his cheek, but. Wani-sama. Sona was in a rage. Wait. Wait. You can't blame Wani-chan, Sona-chan. Riser-chan is just too cute. Cute? Me. Riser rubbed his face and felt weird. Ah, but Wani-chan is a bit busy, so Wani-chan can't come to Tokyo, so. Let me guide him. Rias quickly said. Everyone. No, Sona-chan can do it, right? Sarafal refused without hesitation and then looked at her little sister. Can you do that, Sona-chan? Yes. Sona agreed since there was no way for her to let Rias guide Riser to Tokyo to meet Nurari-hyon. Even though Rias was a virgin, she knew how dangerous this woman was. If she let her guard down, the next day, she might see Riser on the bed with Rias, having done what they shouldn't do. Such a scene definitely wasn't something that she wanted to see. Still, Rias frowned since it was her first time to be rejected openly by Sarafal like this, but she didn't care since as long as Riser came to the human world, Sarafal and Sona wouldn't know anything. By then, as long as she used her boobs, everything was okay. Nevertheless, Akino was also excited since, like Rias thought, as long as Riser came to Japan, anything could happen. Still, Misla looked at this scene thoughtfully. However, as the fight between women started in a quiet manner, Riser wouldn't make Sarorg wait too long. He also jumped into the arena as he faced Sarorg. Sorry to make you wait. No problem, but does this place really not exist in Tokyo? Looking at Sarorg's hopeful expression, Riser shook his head. Sorry, no. I see, that's such a shame. Serorg felt disappointed, but then his eyes were full of excitement again. Nevertheless, we can make it here in the underworld. That's right. If you want, we can make it an arena where the strongest fight with their everything secretly. I can't wait for that. Ha ha. Riser also laughed. But before that. Yeah, there is something that we have to do. The two of them took off their shirts at the same time as their fighting spirit clashed with each other before they exchanged fists. Ha! Serorg dashed forward as he raised his fist. His fist was enveloped by a thick aura that was enough to destroy anything. Yet, facing this fist, Riser was calm and moved even faster. It's useless. Boom. Chapter 65, Even a Villain Needs a Friend or Two. Everyone stopped their breath as they waited for the dust to disappear. Then, when the stage was cleared up, they saw the person who had the first advantage. Riser-sama. Everyone was excited when they saw Riser standing unharmed. Riser didn't feel surprised by their cheers since he was at his home ground. In other words, he had the advantage where the majority of people would cheer on him and become his strength. Cheers might be just a voice that came out from the audience, but nevertheless, they brought a spirit to those who were being cheered upon. However, Serorg wasn't someone who could fall down due to this disadvantage or lose with just a first confrontation. Ha ha ha. Serorg's laughter echoed before they could all see his figure on the edge of the arena, standing up slowly as he wiped the blood on the corner of his lips. His cheek was purple, some of his teeth were broken, and his legs were trembling, but even so, he was still smiling, clearly didn't care about the damage that had been caused by Riser. As expected of you, Riser. You are strong. There was no way for someone who could throw such a punch to be a good-for-nothing. Those stupid who could only follow the herd were nothing in front of Riser. And Serorg was happy that he could be the one who could reveal the truth about this beast. Yet, how could he allow himself to be defeated here? Especially in front of his mother. Riser, I know that I owe you a lot of things, whether it is my mother or your acknowledgement of me, you are the first person who has done that. Riser hoped that Serorg wouldn't say something like that since it might cause a misunderstanding, but somehow, he shut his mouth since it just felt wrong if he told him to stop talking because they might be misunderstood. Still, he had to say that Serorg was tough. As he had said before, he didn't hold back and used his everything, but as expected, even if he had trained his physical ability, there was still a limit. Unlike Serorg, who had used his everything to train his physical ability, Riser had only begun. Nevertheless, due to the Bajiquan mastery, even though his physical ability had just begun, his technique was top-notch. While he didn't use anything except for martial arts and demonic energy, the fact that Serorg could stand up until now showed how great Serorg was at physical ability. Moreover, Serorg suddenly appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, raising his fist that was covered in a white aura like before. Boom. Like before, the impact of his punch gouged the earth, and it continued to charge forward until it slammed into the barrier. Yet, facing this attack, Riser was still calm, and he could dodge it calmly as he sent a counterattack by striking down his elbow into Serorg's guts. Goa. Once again, Serorg was thrown into the distance as his entire body was full of pain. Riser's strike damaged not only the exterior but the interior. Serorg could feel his organs jumbling around due to the impact of Riser's elbow strike. Everyone sucked a deep breath at how brutal their fight was and how strong Riser was. If they made a comparison, Serorg was like a truck, and each of his attacks would cause mass destruction. Meanwhile, Riser was a bomb. While it might seem nothing and seemed harmless at first, when it exploded, then everything would be wrecked. Even if the fight hadn't ended, all of them could tell who was going to win this fight. Serorg. Misla felt complicated as she watched this fight. She was already crying, watching her son being beaten, yet she knew that she couldn't stop it. Instead, she needed to cheer her son up. Get up, Serorg. Don't lose. Even if Riser was her savior, Serorg was her son. While Misla felt worried about what Riser might think of her since she might appear to wish for his loss, she thought she could do something for him, especially when she stayed in his villa. But this fight. It would only happen in a moment, so no matter what, she needed to support her son. Meanwhile, Serorg still lay on the ground as he frowned, feeling quite helpless. It was talent. Even though Serorg knew that he had compensated the talent with hard work, facing someone who was really talented, he might not be able to do anything. No, this is no longer talent. Riser was above everyone. Even though the rumor that Riser might become the third irrationality of the underworld was only for a moment before his news became a famous good-for-nothing, Serorg still heard it, but facing him directly like this, he understood why Riser could be called the third existence that was comparable to Surzek Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. However, because of that, Serorg felt that it would be wasteful if he just continued to lie here. He needed to get up. Woohoo! Serorg raised his voice and spirit as he faced Riser once again. Facing Serorg, Riser was a bit helpless since he knew that he wouldn't lose. Frankly, even though he might say that he didn't like close-range combat, he realized how amazing his close combat ability was. Due to the high intelligence he had received previously, he could feel that his thought processing speed had significantly increased. Frankly, it might only be a few hundred times faster, but after he got mathematic mastery, it had become several thousand faster. Riser felt that everything moved so slowly in his mind, and he somehow could predict what Serorg planned to do. Moreover, while his strength might be less than Serorg's, his speed was faster than Serorg's. The combination of all of that made him probably the strongest close combat fighter in the underworld. Yet, Serorg's spirit was something that was worthy of admiration, so. Facing the punch that was sent by Serorg once again, Riser only stood in place and received it. Boom. Everyone blinked their eyes as they watched this scene in disbelief. Riser. Riser-sama. Everyone panicked since they didn't expect that Riser would accept this punch. Meanwhile, Serorg, who had gotten up due to his punch connected to Riser's body, felt conflicted. It hurts. Riser wanted to cry, but then his immorality trait worked and quickly healed his body. Still, the feeling of his guts being gouged definitely wasn't good, and he could still feel it now. Also, that white aura. Riser wondered what kind of technique it was since he could tell that it was different from demonic energy. Unlike the demonic energy that appeared gloomy, this white aura was different since it was filled with boundless energy like nature or life itself. Still, even though he didn't know what the name of this white aura was, somehow, he felt that he could use it after he received that punch, but he wouldn't use it for now since he was afraid that he might hit Serorg's confidence. Why didn't you dodge? I want to taste how powerful your fist is. Is that all? Yes. Riser rubbed his guts and sighed. It hurts. If I don't have my immorality trait, then you might defeat me. Serorg was speechless. He didn't want to admit this, but he knew it was almost, no, it was simply impossible for him to win against him now, but he definitely wouldn't give up. Riser. Serorg took a deep breath. Let's finish our duel with this last exchange. Use your everything, and please don't give me pity like before. Use my everything? Yes. You might die, you know. Even so. Serorg looked at Riser with a sincere gaze. Please. Then. Riser didn't hold back and, like Serorg, used white energy to cover his fist. You can use a Tuki. Is this Tuki? Serorg. Tuki is, in essence, the external manifestation of one's life force, in other words, their ki, which would be wrapped around them as an aura. Using this, a person achieves heightened offense, defense, and speed. It also had the added effect of damaging others from the slightest touch and defending a user from a wide range of attacks while knocking their foes back. Frankly, Riser didn't feel surprised if ki existed since a supernatural existed. However, there was no doubt the devil had a greater ki since their lifespan was almost endless. The only reason they weren't familiar with ki was because their myths were born in Judea and then spread to the west. It wasn't during the Age of Discovery that their myths spread to the east, so it was normal for the devil to feel unfamiliar with the ki, especially when they could use demonic energy. The only one who would use ki was Serorg, who was untalented in the demonic energy. Nevertheless, due to his Bajiquan mastery and high intelligence, made it easier for him to master ki. Frankly, it was cruel since Serorg, who had trained for so many years with blood and tears, was defeated by Riser, who had been lucky by getting the system. Nevertheless, the world was like this. It was also the same for him, who was crushed and belittled by Serzek, yet he could not do anything. Like Serorg, there was no way for him to lose here. As their eyes met, they knew that everything was going to be decided in the next blows. There were no words. They started to move without any hesitation. Everyone in this place didn't close their eyes and watched every moment without blinking until. Congratulations, you have received boxing mastery. Riser looked at Serorg, who had passed out and had heavy injuries on his body. He then took out several Phenex tears that he had kept and poured into Serorg's mouth and injury since there was no way for him to let this guy die. After all, having such a strong and honest friend would definitely help him to have a lazy life, right? Chapter 66, My goal is to become bum. Sona-chan. Is it only me, or have your breasts gotten bigger? Seraphal looked at the breasts of her little sister curiously. Yes, it seems they have gotten bigger. Sona was also surprised that her breasts had become bigger, but she was happy with this discovery, so she didn't mind. If there was a problem, she needed to get new underwear, but this was a happy problem for her. Did a marriage will make one's breasts bigger? Nimura Ruruko looked at her master's breasts enviously. After all, unlike her, who could only be satisfied with a cup, her master seemed to be able to grow bigger even though Sona was older than her. Did Riser-chan rub your breasts so much that they have become bigger? Should I ask him to rub my breasts too? I will kill you if you really ask him that. Sona looked at her older sister with a cold gaze. But your breasts definitely got bigger due to Riser-chan, right? Well. Sona was a little awkward, but she knew that other than Riser, she couldn't find a reason why her breasts would become bigger. Whenever they were together, he would use many chances to rub her breasts. Even when they slept together, his hand would creep and rub her breasts when they slept like an ant was attracted by sugar. Nevertheless, Sona didn't stop him since his touch felt nice, and, if he could make her breasts bigger, then wasn't it better? Sona didn't ask much, but at least she wished to have a C or D cup. However, Sona's hesitation confirmed everyone's doubt. Everyone couldn't help but look at the wall separating the male and female area, thinking that Riser had magic that made women's breasts bigger. Nimura, Sona's pawn, became thoughtful, but she didn't dare to say anything, especially when she was in the presence of her master. Nevertheless, Misla could only sigh helplessly since her life in that area was already as good as dead since her husband had already abandoned her. After that duel, everyone went to the outdoor hot spring pool to rest. They might not participate in the duel between Sarorg and Riser, but the tension of their duel made their bodies almost limp and exhausted, so following the tradition, they decided to take a bath together. All of them female, whether they were young or a mother, joined together, taking a bath together in this beautiful hot spring pool. Still, everyone was curious about Sona's marriage life, so they couldn't help but ask him, especially when the mood was just right. Sona was quite strict and cool, so having a chance to talk about this matter was quite challenging, but it was different in this place since they could speak openly as they tried to clear up their doubts. While everyone was talking to each other, Ravel, who had been hiding, joined them under the persuasion of Riser's peerage members. There was no doubt that Ravel's relationship with Riser's peerage members was great, especially when they often trained together. Ravel. Sona looked at her little sister-in-law. Sono Nisama. Ravel felt quite awkward meeting all of them, especially when his peerage members had explained everything that had happened before, and due to this, she missed his match against Sarorg. Ravel, I am sorry for before. Misla apologized since she knew that she was the one who had caused a mistake. Ah, no, it's okay. Ravel was quite awkward facing Misla. While Misla was at fault, she was still an older generation. With Ravel's education, she knew she still needed to show respect toward Misla even though she didn't want to meet her that much, considering what Misla had done. After all, Ravel didn't want to marry Sarorg. I just can't help but wish to be part of your family, so I make such a selfish request. Family, for her, this was something luxurious, so watching Riser, Sona, and Seraph all happy together, she wished to be part of it. Ravel was quite awkward and didn't know how to answer since, no matter what, her answer was the same, especially when she heard her older brother's words. Frankly, she wished to meet her older brother, but she knew that it was rather hard with all the people present, but it's okay. It's okay. Everyone is happy together now. Let's just have fun together. Even though Seraphal might be childish, she was the one with the highest intelligence emotion among them, so with her words, everyone returned to how they used to be, talking to each other amiably until what a monster. As expected of the men who has defeated me. On the male side, the two males seemed to be in awe of something. Somehow, all the females were curious about what the guys were talking about. Like the females, the males also gathered together to have a bath together. While Riser felt quite awkward about this tradition, there was nothing to be feared, especially when he had the command T. Instead, they should be the one who was afraid since he could make anyone become as small as a grain if he wished to. Nevertheless, whether Sarorg or Saji, they felt threatened by Riser as they saw the behemoth between his legs. Still, the two were together, so they still had the power to hold on. However, as expected, when Saji and Sarorg met each other, they would create a natural reaction. Master, let me learn under you. Saji felt that he was weak, and he felt that he lost much of his confidence, especially when his loved one, Sona, was taken away by Riser. He might not be able to do anything, and he could only wish for their happiness, but nevertheless, he wished to have a strong heart. Facing Sarorg, who could smile and laugh heartily after that battle, Saji couldn't help but feel moved. I want to become stronger. Saji shouted with all of his might. Sarorg didn't reject Saji, but he asked, why do you want to become stronger? Saji glanced in Riser's direction, who was lying lazily on the hot spring pool like a slacker. While he was speechless, he had to say that even if Riser was lazy, this guy was still elegant. I want to become strong for Kaishu. I want to be the strongest pawn. Ha ha. Sarorg laughed, then looked at Riser. What do you think, Riser? He should be. Saji has the absorption line, after all. Though, it might be hard for him to become the strongest pawn. Absorption line, also known as the Black Dragon's Pulse, is a sacred gear wielded by Genshura Saji. It holds a part of the prison dragon Vritra's soul and is one of the 4 Vritra-type sacred gears. Frankly, with this single sacred gear, as long as Saji had enough imagination, he should be able to become stronger, but if he could have all 4 Vritra-type sacred gears, then there was no doubt that he could become even stronger. Still, more importantly, Riser wished for Saji to become an existence that destroyed the value of Issei Hayadu. Ah. Saji was dumbfounded, but Serorg was curious. Who do you think will become the strongest pawn, Riser-sama? It should be Rias's pawn, Hyudo Issei. Frankly, Riser didn't hate Issei that much. In his mind, this guy was pitiful, and with his limited brain, Issei didn't realize that no matter what the situation was, he had always been a pawn that was controlled by the people above, even if his power was enough to destroy a planet. Riser-sama, do you think I will lose to that pervert? Saji was speechless and couldn't believe Riser's words. Look, Saji. Don't underestimate people. Isn't that the reason why you want to become strong like Serorg? If you look down on people, then don't ever think about growing stronger from now on. As the saying goes, even a lion will use their best to take down its prey. Before you train, you should change your attitude and take everything seriously with all of your might. Frankly, Riser didn't care about Saji's provocation by saying he wanted to become Sona's greatest help. Even if Saji became the greatest help, Riser didn't care either. After all, from the beginning to the end, his goal was to mooch his wife's family, so if Saji became stronger, then his life would become more comfortable. Lastly, no matter how strong Saji grew, it was impossible for Saji to become a threat to him. After all, no matter how strong Saji grew, while Riser knew it was quite cruel, it didn't change the fact that Saji was just a slave. Saji sighed, feeling quite helpless as he realized how petty and small his heart was. Hearing Riser's words, he knew that from how they saw this world and their perspective on something, he was left behind by him. Due to this, Saji knew why Sona could helplessly fall for Riser. Nevertheless, his wish to support Sona didn't change since that's what he planned to do, especially after Sona had given him everything from financial support, education, a place to live, and a purpose in life. Sona was the one who helped him when he was in his deepest despair, so even if there was no future between them, he still wished to become Sona's strength. Say, Riser, I have never asked, what's your wishes? Serorg suddenly asked. I wish to become stronger to take back what should be mine. The heir of the Bale house. But what about you? What drives you to become stronger? The talent of Riser aside, there's no way he could become stronger without training hard. So what pushed Riser to become stronger? Serorg wished to know that. Peace of mind. Peace of mind. 2x. Serorg and Saji were confused. That's my only wish. Having peace of mind, living with his wife and harem without being troubled by anything. That's his only wish. Yet, the world didn't let him, so he would erase everything that caused anxiety in his life. However, if he wanted to achieve that goal, he knew that he might become a villain. Nevertheless, let's think about that matter since what he wanted to do was just to have a lazy bum life where he didn't have to do anything. Note, I have made an auxiliary chapter. Chapter 67, by your side. In the morning, when everyone hadn't woken up, Riser went to the small hut he had built while watching the farm he created after he had previously gotten the agriculture mastery. This was a great reward as he could develop many varieties of crops and livestock. Nevertheless, his focus for now was on vineyards and tobacco plantations. Why those two? It was because of his beverage-making mastery, and with the best vineyards, he believed that he could make the best wine. As for the tobacco plantation, it was due to his hobby of smoking. Frankly, Riser knew smoking was wrong, but he had accumulated a lot of stress living as a devil, and the tobacco helped him numb his nerves. Fortunately, he had a healthy body, which he had received previously, so no matter how much he smoked, he would be okay. However, if possible, he wanted to develop a cigarette that wouldn't cause harm to the user and also the others who were present due to the smoke. Others who heard such a thing would think that he was crazy and thought it was impossible, but he, who had the agriculture mastery, believed he could do it. Naturally, those two weren't the only ones he grew, as he also developed various fruits, grains, and vegetables. Moreover, he also had dairy farms, eggs, and various others. He could develop many things, but with his limited time, he should do something step by step. In the future, it might not be a dream for him to develop dreamlike ingredients like golden wheat, rainbow fruit, devil durian fruit, and many others. Still, developing such a thing while no one knew his power was simply committing suicide since he would attract the greedy eyes of others, so before that, he needed to show his power, telling them not to mess up with him. Raiding game was definitely the place for him to show that. However, he needed to make his peerage members grow stronger first. As he watched the farming of specialized drones to take care of every core on the farm, he couldn't wait for the harvest time. Oni-sama. He was familiar with this voice since only one person would call him this way. Ravel. Ravel was there, looking at him with an awkward gaze as if she had done something wrong. Come here. However, he was still the same, looking at her with a gentle smile. Ravel was obedient and walked toward him before she apologized. I am sorry, Oni-sama. I ran away so suddenly without hearing until the end. When she heard his answer yesterday, she thought he didn't care about her and she was so disheartened and sad, thinking it was all impossible. Yet, the truth? He cared about her and didn't want her to have an engagement like him. Hearing the truth relieved her, and all the doubts about her heart disappeared. He was still that Oni-sama, she knew, and she was glad for that. So, have we made up? As she hugged him, she felt a little embarrassed by her outburst, but she nodded shyly. Everything was due to her misunderstanding. If she had been patient to listen to his words until the end and control her emotions, then this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened, but she wanted to know how he felt about her. Frankly, she knew it was wrong of her to expect something from him, especially when he had married and was also his older brother, but she just couldn't control her feelings. It was wrong, she understood it. It was also frowned upon, yet she couldn't help it since, by his side, it was just comfortable, and even if she knew she might be burnt by her feelings, she couldn't stop. Oni-sama. What's wrong? Ravel stopped her words and didn't dare to ask this question since if she really asked this out, she was afraid that she might not be able to bear it since she knew even if she tried many ways to tempt him, in his eyes, she was nothing but his little sister. Are you still worried if you are being forced into an engagement with someone again? Riser asked. Ravel didn't say anything, only smiled awkwardly as if she acquiesced to his question. You don't need to worry. Even if father and mother tell you to have an engagement with someone, I won't let them. You can choose to be with someone that you truly love. Whatever your decision is, I will support you. As he said those words, he lightly brushed her bangs. Really? Ravel's face flushed red as her breathing grew heavy as if she was moved by his words. Of course. You can believe me. Even if that person is you. How much she wished to utter those words, yet unfortunately, she didn't dare to say it and only kept them inside her heart. Ravel hugged him tightly, resting on his chest, feeling the warmth on his body, which was so comfortable during the morning when the temperature was rather cold. His scent, his touch, and everything were so comfortable, yet at the same time, they made her heart beat so fast. She knew that she shouldn't, yet she couldn't help it. So, do you have someone that you like? Riser asked curiously. Well. You have. His expression was quite ugly, which caused Ravel to laugh, so she wanted to give him a little prank. Well, I do. Who? Who dared to seduce his little sister? Frankly, as long as that person wasn't Issei and Diodora, Riser didn't care much. Still, he would be lying if he didn't feel annoyed. Nevertheless, that was it. Ravel was his little sister, and even though the system tempted him to take her down several times, he wasn't going to budge. Even though he knew that his success was great, he wouldn't take this temptation. Instead, he felt that his harem members were enough and there was no need to make his life more difficult. He only wanted to have an easy life where nothing threatened and lacked nothing. In other words, he wanted to have a stress-free life. Having Ravel would definitely bring him stress, so he might as well give up. Compared to a woman, a man's ambition was more important. Moreover, he wasn't a crazy, perverted guy who would think of his little sister as a part of his harem as soon as he saw her. Though, if it was his wife or his other harem members, it would be different. Nevertheless, he wondered whether there was someone who could fight the combination of command T, sex mastery, healthy body, and immorality. Even Eros, the Greek god of love, would bow down in front of him. Nevertheless, maintaining a status quo and becoming a good older brother was definitely the best way to maintain his goal. It's a secret, Ravel answered while sticking out her tongue cutely. Is it someone close? He asked like he didn't notice anything. Well, he is close. After she said this, she hugged him even tighter. Yes, he was close, and she had always been the closest person by his side, yet at the same time, she was also the furthest. However, this was enough. As long as she could be by his side, everything was okay. Ravel had always thought so, and even in the future, this was her belief, so no matter what, she would always be by his side. Be closest, yet also the furthest. Cough. Be patient, okay. Chapter 68, Human World, Riser Phenex, is coming. In the underworld, while many things happened, everyone in his villa had a good time. Even Rias, who came with no good intentions, also had her share of fun. Nevertheless, when Rias had fun in the underworld, Issei, Kiba, Asia, and Kaneko trained hard in the human world. Not only due to the ball tournament that would be held by the Kuo Academy, but their loss against Riser also boosted their spirit to train harder since that feeling of losing was so uncomfortable, and they didn't want to feel it anymore, especially Issei. Issei might not have a brain, as his brain was used on his lower body all the time, but he had guts. This was the only thing that he didn't think he would lose to anyone. There was no doubt his loss against Riser that day hit him so much. Even now, the feeling of his entire body being grilled and burnt under his armor could still be felt. Like the feeling when he was killed by his first girlfriend that day, the feeling when he was defeated by Riser still existed as a part of his trauma, yet he wouldn't stop. He vowed to become stronger and became part of Bucho's strength. Be the strongest pawn for Bucho. That was his current wish. Naturally, his spirit also affected the others. Whether it was Kiba Yuto, Rias's knight, Kaneko, Rias's rook, and Asia Argento, Rias's new bishop, all of them were training hard so they could become stronger and also win during the ball tournament. I wonder what Bucho is doing at the underworld. After they trained hard, they took a break and decided to gather together at Issei's house. Unlike in the original, where his house was built with magic and had 6 floors along with several underground floors, turned into a super ultra luxurious house, his current house was the same as ever. After all, Rias didn't live in Issei's place like in the original and continued to live in her place. If there was someone who still followed the original, then it was Asia, who was living in Issei's house. Nevertheless, even if Asia lived in Issei's house, there was not much change in his house since whether his house would be renovated was due to Rias's presence. Without her presence, there wouldn't be such an amazing house. However, this was still comfortable, so Kaneko, Kiba, and Asia could gather in peace. Well, Bucho has her own problem. Kiba could only show an awkward smile when he thought of his master's problem. After all, being divorced in front of everyone like that, then her former fiancé married her best friend. With Rias's prideful nature, it was amazing that Rias didn't go berserk. I miss Bucho's boobs. Issei cried desperately as he thought he hadn't seen Bucho's boobs. Unlike before, when he could enjoy Bucho's boobs anytime, after that time, he couldn't even see a single glimpse of those boobs that he had always dreamed of. Even though he always dreamed of those boobs almost every night, it was only a dream. Issei wanted to touch and rub Rias's boobs like before. Yet. Now. Did such a chance ever exist from now on? If not, then he would cry. Hearing those words, Kiba and Asia laughed awkwardly. Pervert. Kaneko stared at Issei with a deadpan expression as she continued to eat her snacks. But then, Asia showed a sad expression and said sincerely, but Bucho hasn't been smiling, and we almost haven't gathered at the Occult Research Club now. As a nun, Asia had a kind and gentle heart. Rias was someone who had helped her and saved her life, so naturally, she was worried about Rias. Moreover, after that fight and loss, Asia could feel the change in Rias. She might not have appeared in the fight, but she could feel the change in everyone after Riser broke his engagement with Rias. Akino Fukubuchu is there. There is no need to worry. Kaneko was also worried, but she knew that as long as there was Akino, everything was okay. Yes, Akino Fukubuchu will do something. Kiba also nodded. However, Issei. Damn it, everything is because of that grilled chicken. If it's not because of that guy, then. Even now, Issei was still vexed and frustrated by that loss. Because of this, Issei also put all the blame on Riser, yet at the same time, he knew how helpless he was currently when he faced the devil, who he always mocked as a grilled chicken. Issei-kun, while I know that I might sound harsh to say this, you shouldn't say something bad about Riser-sama. Kiba, you. Issei looked at Kiba in shock. Kiba shook his head. I am saying this for your own good. You should know that he is a high-class devil. If he wants to kill you, Surzek-sama and Bucho can't do anything. Moreover, we don't have any relationship with him anymore. Bucho is free. They won't marry each other in the future, especially when he and Sona Citrikaishu have married each other. I know, but even so, Issei was still frustrated by that loss. Moreover, while his brain was a bit slow, Issei knew that by provoking Riser, he was asking for death. While Riser was hateful, he was still a high-class devil. Meanwhile, he was just a low-class devil. The difference between their statuses was like the earth and the sky. Nevertheless, if there was something that he was happy about, then it would be the fact that Rias and Riser wouldn't be together from now on. This greatly relieved him. The only thing he was jealous of was that grilled chicken could marry Sona after he divorced Rias. Wasn't Riser too lucky? Issei felt that this guy was the protagonist of this world. Frankly, Issei didn't think that Sona was as good as Rias, but there was no doubt that Sona was beautiful. Watching such a beautiful girl fall at the hands of that scumbag, Issei felt that it was painful. Why could such a scumbag be so popular with women, yet he could only continue to watch porn and masturbate? The world was unfair. As Issei continued to cry, his mother suddenly came and shared his childhood photo with everyone, which made him embarrassed, but Asia was interested. Kaneko's eyes were a bit dull, and seemed as bored as ever, but she also made fun of Issei from time to time. The atmosphere between everyone was good until Kiba noticed one photo. Issei-kun, this photo is. Ah, that's my neighbor. This sword, do you remember it? Well, I am not sure. It's been so long, after all. Is that so? Yet, no one noticed that Kiba's expression had changed, and he became emo-like as if his life was full of hatred and revenge. Still, as Issei enjoyed his weekend, he didn't know that his nightmare was about to come. But Oniai-sama. I am not going to stay that long, and I need you to help me with training them, Ravel. Ravel was aggrieved since she couldn't follow her older brother to the human world. Yes, as Serafal had made an appointment for him with Nurarihion, Riser decided to go to the human world, asking his subordinate to teach Ni and Li, his Nikomata pawns, to learn Yokai's ability. If Riser was a yokai, then he might be able to help, but what was he? So, he could only go to the human world to visit the leader of the yokai, asking him to let someone help Ni and Li. I will buy you a souvenir later. He gently caressed her hair. Still, her mood couldn't be better since she knew they would be separated for quite a while. Even though she knew he wouldn't stay that long, she was unwilling when she thought they would be separated. However, she suddenly thought of an idea. Well, if you kiss me, then... Riser looked at Ravel helplessly. While he wished to maintain the status quo, he felt fate tried to push him into the abyss. The toilet is empty. If you bring Ravel there, then... Riser ignored the system but was still amazed since the system didn't seem to give up. Nevertheless, he lifted Ravel's bangs and kissed her forehead gently. I will go now. He patted her head, then left with his wife and the others who had been waiting for him. Ravel looked at the back of her older brother as she gently caressed her forehead. Even now, she could still feel the warmth of his lips, and that was enough to bring her a smile. Meanwhile, Riser was quite excited since it was his first time as a Riser Phenex to go to the human world. Human world, Riser Phenex, is coming. By the way, there are a total of 25 advanced chapters now. I have added 5 more chapters than the original. You can check the link below. Chapter 69, Let's Make a Fraud Business. It was quite easy for a devil to go to the human world. If they wanted to go, then they could apply right away, and no one would stop them. However, there weren't many devils who wished to go to the human world even though it was easier to live there. Why? It was because staying in the human world wasn't that comfortable. Unlike the underworld, which was comfortable, many things in the human world made the life of the devil quite uncomfortable. If he made an example, it was like a church, sun, temple, and all the holy-related things. Moreover, it was also dangerous, especially when they might be hunted by exorcists, other supernatural beings, and many other things. The high-class devils and those strong aside, those low-class and weak devils would have a hard time living in the human world. Those difficulties made the devil wish to stay in the underworld more than the human world. If he gave an example, it was like how someone felt comfortable staying in their hometown instead of an unfamiliar city. Or like a fish who loved to stay in the water instead of land. Still, if the devils wanted to go to the human world, there were many ways, but this time, Riser went to the human world with the flying train, which was usually used by the noble who transported from one domain to another. Still, Riser had to say that even if he had gotten used to transport by using this flying train, there had always been a novel thing every day. Riser, is there a place that you want to visit? I will guide you there. Riser looked at Rias helplessly, who tried hard to make him happy. Was this a licking dog? Riser felt that this experience was quite novel, especially since it was Rias who licked him desperately. Nevertheless, the others didn't think too much and only thought that Rias was kind and gentle. Yet, this was Rias's advantage. Her beautiful appearance, even if she had become a licking dog, those who were being licked would happily let themselves be licked by Rias. Frankly, he didn't mind being licked either, especially when they spent quite a while together. Even though their interaction was quite minimal due to Serafal, Sona, and the others, they still talked. Naturally, their interaction was so different from before when they were still engaged with each other. When they talked, Rias was quite chummy, kind, and even flirty. There was no doubt that, as a devil, her skill at seduction was at max. Nevertheless, facing such a seduction, he was still as polite as ever. Facing her seduction, he could calmly face all of that like an adult, and it was also due to this that Serafal and Sona felt relieved and let him talk with Rias since they knew nothing would happen. Maybe this was also the reason why Serafal didn't join them to visit the human world. After all, if she really wanted to go to the human world, would someone be able to stop her? Still, the problem was Rias. If he really wanted to take her down, then it was possible, but frankly, he didn't have such an intention, at least for now, especially when having a relationship with her would put him in a passive position against Surzek. Riser knew there was no way for Surzek not to know and was blind that his sister visited his villa during a weekend, yet Surzek still let Rias visit him. Why? Wasn't it because Surzek wanted to see his little sister seduce him? In the original, Surzek might appear gentle and friendly, but the truth. Riser dared to say that Surzek manipulated everyone behind the scenes, using everything, including his family, as his pawns. Nevertheless, it didn't mean Surzek could control everyone perfectly. Surzek wasn't a robot, and he also made a mistake. If there was a mistake that Surzek had made, it would be Issei's protagonist Aura that made his wife, Grafia Lucifuge, take a bath with Issei and leave their child behind to help Issei. Surzek was too dependent on Issei, and this was his mistake. Yet, Riser also couldn't blame Surzek since he knew that having an obedient tool was comfortable, so Surzek was a little addicted to Issei and used him for many things, such as dumping all the troublesome matters on Issei. Frankly, instead of Rias, Riser was more interested in Grafia since he wanted to see how Surzek's expression was when his wife was on his hands, yet with the trouble that came afterward, he was too lazy to do it. He knew that he was like this. Instead of doing something troublesome, he would spend his day lazily, having a peaceful life. This was the life that he sought after, yet someone was just too stupid and messed up his life. Riser might wish for a peaceful life, but if someone asked for a fight, then he believed that he would win. His position might be at a disadvantage currently, but he knew that he would grow stronger. Rias, as I have said to you before, I will be the one who will guide him. Moreover, his purpose in going to the human world isn't to play. Sona looked at Rias helplessly, wondering when this young man gave up on seducing her husband. After all, wasn't it obvious? No matter how many times Rias tried, it would be futile. However, if Riser knew what Sona was thinking, he could only apologize since he was almost seduced by Rias. I know, but isn't it better for us to be together? You are the little sister of Mao Leviathan, and I am the little sister of Mao Lucifer. With the two of us, then they won't dare to mess with us, right? Rias calmly answered as she told of the advantages of bringing her along to visit Nurarion in Tokyo. She might hate using her status, but right now, she doesn't care about the methods as long as she can join them. That's. Sona knew that Riser's negative image made it hard for someone to respect him. Even if she stood by his side, the others wouldn't respect her much, but with Rias. Yet. Stop. I don't need to rely on you two to go there. Also, aren't you too busy with events at your school? What was it again? Was it a ball event? You should focus on the event at your school. I don't come to the human world to trouble you two, after all. But. 2x. Rias and Sona were helpless and didn't expect that he would throw them away like this, so they decided to work together, yet. No. His words were unquestionable. I know my words might hurt you, but I am a man. If I rely on you two, facing all of that while I stay behind you two, everyone will look down on me even further. While he didn't care much about his reputation if it might bring harm to his women, then he might as well stop becoming a man, yet he would be lying if he wasn't moved by them since even if his reputation became so much worse due of Surzek, they still believed in him. So, he knew that he couldn't rely on them and needed to meet Nurarion by himself. As he had said before, in the supernatural world, only strength matters. In front of the strength, all conspiracy and mocking disappeared since no one wished to die. Strength was the best thing in this world. It was also the reason why Issei could get his harem. It was also the reason why he, Riser Phenex, was sought after by everyone. But. Human world. It's time to let this place know who is the true master of this world. Option 1, kill all the living creatures in the world. You will receive an omnipotent. Option 2, world domination. Rules every being, from non to supernatural beings. You will receive the absolute. Option 3, create a business in the human world. You will receive a calligraphy mastery. As expected of the system, the first and second options were as ridiculous as ever. Chapter 70, Rias is good at licking. It was crazy for him to choose option 1 and option 2, especially when Riser knew that even if Surzek was the strongest devil, it didn't mean Surzek was the strongest in the world. There were still many existences that were above Surzek. Even if Riser might be as strong as Surzek in the future, he wouldn't think to control the world unless he was able to control the underworld first. Though such a day might not appear since after he controlled the entire underworld, he might only spend his days lazily, depravedly. After all, dominating the world had never been his purpose. Peace of mind. This was his only purpose. Still, more importantly, he needed to handle his quest. Since he had chosen option 3, then he would make a business. Still, unlike before, he wouldn't do serious business since he realized that as long as he did business, even if this business was a fraud, he would complete the quest. Moreover, the reward was just SOSO, so why did he have to do this quest with a serious attitude? Or rather, if he could take it easy, why should he work hard? System. Well, enough about this. Can you tell me what you usually do in the human world? Riser asked curiously since that way, he could find a clue as to what kind of fraud business he should do. Sona and Rias could only show a bitter smile. His decision couldn't be changed, so they could only follow his words reluctantly. However, there was something that made Rias feel weird. You are curious about what we are doing in the human world. As Riser's former fiancé, Rias knew how much Riser disdained the human world. In his eyes, the human world might not be different from a slum. It was full of piss and feces. Yet, he asked them what they usually do in the human world. Rias was in shock and realized how big the change in Riser was. Nevertheless, Sona was calm and told him what they usually do in the human world. Their activity was rather simple since they either went to the school, received a mission to hunt a stray devil, or did their job by making a contract with a human. Is it common to see stray devils in the human world? Riser had never taken the human world seriously before, and his life had always been in the underworld. In the underworld, while there was a stray devil, all of them were killed swiftly before they even made a noise. Yet, this was normal since the underworld was where the devil was living, but what about the human world? Unexpectedly, there are a lot of them. Yeah, we received a lot of missions to eliminate a stray devil. Not everyone can treat their servants kindly after all. Riser murmured, hearing their answers. Whether Sona or Rias had often received a mission to hunt down the stray devils. Still, as for why those devils had gone astray. The two of them knew it was mostly due to their master, yet as someone from a high position and the same position as those masters who treated their servants horribly, they didn't care about those stray devils. If the reincarnated devils dared to betray their masters, then death was only their destination. There was no if or other option unless these servants were powerful enough to run away or had a talent, so the other powerful devil took an interest in this reincarnated devil and employed them as their new servants. However, such a case was rare or almost impossible to see since the price of betraying the master was only dead. If someone made an exception, then it would ruin the rules of the high-class devil. Still, even if some stray reincarnated devils could be saved, then they had to change their identity. If Riser had to give an example, it would be like Kaneko Toju. Even though Kaneko didn't commit any crimes, her older sister killed her master, so as long as Kaneko had an involvement with the criminal, there was no chance of being saved. However, Gremory took Kaneko and made her into Rias's peerage members, but as expected, it was impossible for her to maintain her real name, so that's why her name became Kaneko Toju. Still, are those stray devils stupid enough to visit the Ku town instead of hiding well? After all, even if there were a lot of devils, it didn't mean their numbers were enough to cover every corner of the world. Unexpectedly, there are a lot of them who come to hide in Kuo town. Now, I wonder why they did that. Rias and Sona only realized how stupid those stray devils who came to hide in the Kuo town where the little sister of Sirzek Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan were living. Weren't those stray devils just courting death? However, Riser only rolled his eyes, thinking that it might be the work of the devils under the Gremory house and the Citri house, who pushed those stray devils on the Kuo town, giving a chance for Rias and Sona to gain experience and also achievements. Riser lost interest in this matter, so he asked the other matter. What about the contract? You make a contract with a human, right? Frankly, Riser had never made a contract with a human, but why should he? The only ones who would contract with a human were those with a low status. Nevertheless, in some cases, it was possible for those devils with a high position to make a contract with a human. Still, if a human wanted to make a contract with such a high-status devil, the identity of this human should be remarkable enough to make the devils with a high position be tempted like King Solomon in the past, who made a contract with all 72 pillars. This was the case with Sona and Rias since they only took the contract with someone with a high position in the human world. However, in the case of their peerage members, they could only scramble by anything, without caring who had made a contract since, as a reincarnated devil, their talent in seducing someone was relatively low. Do you want to make a contract with someone? I just want to try. Riser felt that this was a good business. He only needed to throw one summoning paper so the human could summon him to make a contract. As for whether he would answer or not would depend on his mood, but this should be counted as a business, right? Congratulations, you have received calligraphy mastery. While he had expected this, he felt speechless by how easy it was for him to get a reward. Everything is only difficult in the beginning. When your position is higher and stronger, it will be even easier. Riser nodded and thought that it was normal since, due to the difference of position, the value of something in the eyes of people might change. It was like a car. For a normal person, it might be expensive, but for the owner of an oil well in the Middle East, it was a toy. Or when one had earned their own money, they felt that the value of a certain item was cheaper than when they were still relying on their pocket money. In conclusion, his hard work was paid, and it was easier for him to get his rewards. Is it okay? Kuo town is your town, right? It's okay. I don't mind. Rias answered kindly and was happy that she could do something for him. Riser thought that having someone to lick him was good. Riser-sama, are we going to make a contract with a human too, nya? Ni and Lee looked at their master curiously. However, as long as it was the wish of their master, they didn't mind making a contract with a human, even though it was a little troublesome. No, it's okay. You don't need to. I am just doing it out of curiosity. Riser then looked at Sona and asked, by the way, do you have a paper with you, Sona? Sona wanted to give a paper so Riser could make a summoning contract, but Rias beat her first. Here you go. Rias gave a paper to Riser with a smile. Meanwhile, Sona was speechless. Thank you. Being licked by Rias was good, but Riser had a hard time getting used to it, especially when he thought about how she acted before. Still, it was bothersome to think too much, and he should enjoy her lick well. Asterisk Pero. Pero. Pero, asterisk. Riser shuddered for some reason, but after he took the paper, he could feel her palm lightly brushed against his. He looked at Rias, who still had this gentle smile on her face, and thought that he should sue her for sexual harassment, but he knew that he would have a disadvantage in court, so he refrained from talking and just enjoyed the benefit that came from Rias. Thank you. He took the paper and then wrote down the magic circle to summon and also an English instruction on the back of the paper. Nevertheless, everyone who saw him writing was in a daze since they could feel how refined and elegant he was when he wrote on paper. Rias bit her lips and felt even more unwilling. Did you learn calligraphy, husband? Sona asked curiously and in amazement. No. This is how I normally write. Was this his talent? Nevertheless, Riser realized that calligraphy mastery seemed able to make him create a magic circle faster so that he could activate his magic almost instantly. His ability to cast spells was probably as fast as pulling a trigger on the gun. Moreover, this ability also made him able to understand all languages, including the lost language. No matter how strange the reward is, they're all amazing. Even his boxing mastery that he received previously also made him able to predict the future attack based on the motions and physiology of the opponents. By adding mathematic mastery, it might not be wrong to say that he really could see a few seconds of the future. Still, while his calligraphy mastery attracted their attention, Riser changed the topic again, causing them to talk about many things in the human world. Due to their conversation, the time seemed to move faster, and they didn't realize they had arrived. Still, Riser felt a little emotional since it would be his first time to come to the human world. His mood was good and excited, but... You bastard. What are you doing here? Riser. Chapter 71, A Pleasant Welcome. Who dares to say those words to him? In the underworld, no one dared to say it to him. Even if they secretly looked down on him for relying on his wife's family and also his status as the third son of Lord Phenex, they couldn't say it openly. In front of him, they needed to bow and act as respectfully as ever, like the most elegant servant. No matter who they were, as long as they were devils, they needed to give him respect. Yet, there had always been an exception. Yes, it was the guy in front of him. Hayadu Issei. As the weekend was about to end, Rias naturally would go back. As her servant, who had missed his master, Issei wished to see his master as soon as possible, so he came to pick Rias up with the others. Except for Kiba, since his mood was in an emo state after he saw the picture of the sword in Issei's house. Yet, as Issei waited excitedly, especially when he thought of the boobs of her master, the devil that he didn't want to meet the most appeared before him and, moreover, why did this devil's relationship with his master seem good? Still, as the protagonist, there was one natural reaction that he had. You bastard. What are you doing here? Riser was speechless, but facing a barking dog, there was no need for him to get angry. Nevertheless, even if he didn't feel angry, it was different from the others, especially Sona. Sona's expression was frosty, and one more provocation, she might even kill Issei. She might appear gentle, but how many reincarnated devils had been killed by her hands? Was there even a hesitation? No. Whether Sona or Rias and the rest, except for Issei, who was the protagonist, all of them had killed many. It was due to the perverted antics that happened in the story that the killing didn't seem that cruel and appeared like a joke. Yet, before even Sona said anything, Rias scolded her servant. Issei. What are you doing? Bubucho. Issei was scared since it was his first time seeing Rias being so harsh toward him. From what he had remembered, she had always been gentle, and she even used her boobs to comfort him, but, she scolded him. Issei was in a daze as he was in disbelief. Still, Riser suddenly realized he was pretty kind, especially when he was too lazy to care for Issei. Sona, and Lee. Let's go. Sona nodded as she held Riser's hand, ignoring Issei. Tsubaki, everyone. Let's go back. However, Enai and Lee glared at Issei since they still remembered that they were troubled by this perverted dragon. However, this time, if they fought each other, they believed that they could win against this guy. After all, they were no longer like before, and they had mastered much of the knowledge that was taught by their master. Yes, Kaishu. Others also reacted while shaking their heads, feeling helpless at Issei's stupidity. They had seen Riser had beaten Issei so much before, yet this guy didn't learn and still provoked Riser. As Sona's peerage members, they knew how powerful Riser was and what kind of behemoth existence he was, so provoking him was just like asking for death, which made them sigh, but they didn't intend to talk and just followed their master. Frankly, Issei wasn't the only one who was surprised, but Kaneko and Asia were surprised when they saw Rias come out from the train with Riser. Even though there was Sona by their sides, they seemed to appear friendly to each other, but it was good, wasn't it? After all, why should they make a meaningless enemy? Still, Rias, who saw Riser's cold expression, panicked. Riser, I am sorry for my servant. She chased after him and quickly apologized. Riser said nothing, but Sona said, you should educate your servant well, Rias. I know. Rias felt anxious when she thought that all the good impressions she had built would crumble the moment due to Issei. Even if she was haughty and prideful, she let go of her temper and pride now and did everything so she wouldn't be hated by Riser. Normally, if Sona scolded her like this, she wouldn't accept it, and she would say that Issei was her servant, and it wasn't Sona's turn to say something about it. Yet, the current situation was different. Rias didn't want Riser to hate her, so she did her best to please him. When someone falls to someone, they would be blind to their surroundings. Only the person they loved was in their eyes, and they would do anything to please this person. This was the case with Rias. Moreover, Issei's provocation was also unreasonable, especially when Riser didn't do anything. He just came to visit the human world to train his servants, yet what was this reception? Rias thought that she needed to educate her servants well. Yet, watching Rias, who humbly apologized, Issei couldn't accept it and thought that Riser might have held the weakness of Rias. Moreover, the way Riser ignored him like he was a pebble on the street annoyed him the most. While Issei might be only a human in the beginning, he was the holder of the boosted gear. For him, being mocked might be better than being diminished like this. Moreover, Issei didn't have a good impression of Riser, so. You grilled chicken. I won't let you do anything to Bucho. I will protect her. Issei. Shut up. Bubucho. Don't just say anything you want. Just shut up for me. Grinding his teeth, Issei became even more annoyed since he felt that he had lost the love of Rias. You bastard. How about you have a duel with me again? If I win, don't get close to Bucho once again. Yes, that's it. This guy must be thinking about seducing Rias once again. However, such a thing was impossible to happen under his eyes. There was no way for him to let Riser succeed. He was going to stop him from taking Rias away from him. Rias became irritated, and his crimson hair seemed to emit a dark aura. This time, she was enraged by Issei's act. How dare you, a mere servant, act like this in front of me? Even though Rias might be gentle to her servants, it didn't mean that she didn't have a temper. Moreover, Issei's act today was just too disgusting and annoying for her to see. Still, Issei had a good friend. Issei-san, please don't fight. Bubucho-san, too, don't get angry, okay? Asia, who noticed their change, tried to pacify them. Watching Asia, Rias also calmed down, but Issei couldn't. Don't stop me, Asia-chan. I have to beat him, or else he will continue to become Bucho's stalker. Hey, that grilled chicken over there. You are married, right? Then you should give up on Bucho and leave. Issei was unstoppable. He felt that he was correct. He felt that Riser should stop chasing after Rias. However, whoever heard those words felt that they were too much. Whether peerage members of Sona and Rias, they couldn't help but feel this guy was delusional. Oi, you. Before they scolded Issei, suddenly, an enormous pressure emerged and spread before everyone. It was like a blazing sun suddenly dropped in front of them. Facing this disaster, everyone could only give up resistance and die. Yet, they knew it wasn't the sun, but it came from someone they were familiar with. The temperature in the station increased dramatically, and all the electronic devices in the area were wrecked directly. No one could maintain their calm, and they had the urge to bow down, asking for forgiveness. Yet, Issei, who faced this pressure directly, knew he was about to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His heart was filled with fear, and he knew no one could save him, especially Surzek, who wasn't by their side. Even if the temperature in the surroundings became so hot due to the intense heat, his body became colder as he could feel his death was near. At the same time, his body and mind also remembered the terror that Riser had given to him that day. Yet, amidst that panic, the crest of Gremory's house appeared on the ground, then. Riser-sama, please be magnanimous and forgive his rudeness. Riser's aura was being fought back, giving everyone a chance to breathe, yet it was meaningless, and it was broken forcefully by him, but he lowered the intensity of his demonic power. Riser narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman who appeared before him and protected Issei. Who the hell are you? A mere servant dares to stop me. Depending on what you do, you will get a different reward. Let me see your growth. Oh, I'll let you see. You don't need to worry. The next chapter is a bit too cruel, in my opinion, but I think it is necessary. Nevertheless, please enjoy. Chapter 72, Why did they call themselves devils? When the pressure that came from Riser slowly vanished, everyone felt relief, but their hearts still beat so fast, realizing how fearsome he was. Frankly, even though they thought of him as powerful, with his everyday conduct, they hardly felt scared of him since he was often quite laid back and gentle. Yet, now, their opinion of him has changed. Nevertheless, no one thought of blaming him, instead, they cursed Issei, who kept provoking Riser all the time. They knew that Riser was too lazy to talk with Issei, and who was the stalker between him and Rias. Issei might not have been clear, but those who had been in his villa knew the truth. Still, among everyone, the one who was surprised by his growth the most was Grafia. How did Riser grow so much stronger in such a short span of time? Grafia had seen how powerful Riser was, especially when he fought Issei in the yard of the Gremory castle previously, yet the impact brought by him now was on a completely different dimension from his previous self. While she didn't want to admit it, she knew she didn't have a chance to defeat him. That simple confrontation was enough to determine who was stronger between them, especially when her barrier was quickly melted by him. Moreover, his control over his fire-related ability had reached a frightening level. While it might be hard to believe, Grafia didn't think it was wrong to say Riser's fire manipulation was on the same level as Surzek's control over his power of destruction. How old was Riser? Riser was this young, yet he was this strong. Grafia had a cold sweat since she knew it was impossible to stop him. If he really went on berserk, killing everything, then her existence was meaningless. At that moment, she wanted to curse Issei for provoking Riser. Riser, whose demonic power had increased by 9 times, was no longer like before. Facing Grafia, whose power was just around ultimate class devil, Riser had never thought of her as an opponent. As Riser had thought, Surzek knew that his little sister went to visit Riser from time to time at his villa. Surzek also didn't stop and even let it go since he felt it was good, considering if Riser and Rias were together, then the relationship between them would be amended. Nevertheless, they underestimated Issei's stupidity. Even though they had reminded him, it seemed that his brain was unable to understand any explanation of more than 20 words. Is this the hospitality of the Gremory family? This really opens my eyes, or it can be said that it is the way of the Gremory family saying that they are the master of the underworld by insulting the prestige and face of the 72 pillars of the devil and the great king. Anyway, they were enemies, even though they tried to amend their relationship with him. Riser was small-minded and petty. It was impossible for him to forgive them as they pretended nothing had happened after they dirted his name like trash. In this case, he might as well make the fire bigger by throwing gasoline. Making the fire so big that everything would be burnt. Riser might not be able to defeat Surzek, but it didn't mean he couldn't bully his little sister and wife. Everyone was shocked by Riser's accusation since the act of Issei mocking him became so huge that if the Gremory couldn't handle all of this, it would become the enemy of all the underworld due to Issei. Grafia felt that her mouth was dry and didn't know what to say, but Rias was smart. Riser, I am sorry for my pawn's mistake. We have never had any intention to insult the prestige in the face of the 72 pillars and the Great King faction as we're part of it. Moreover, even if my brother might be Mal Lucifer, we have never thought of ourselves as the master of the underworld. Please give me a chance to show you my sincerity and apologize to you and your family. Her posture was low as she also tried to show her boobs to Riser. Riser glanced at Jaiofia and thought that compared to Rias, this woman might be only a vase. When something big happened, Grafia was stiff and was unable to do anything, but Rias was quite flexible. Then, tell your maid to step away from there and let me kill your pawn. By then, I will forgive your family and won't mention this matter again. His words were so at ease as if saying that he wanted her to treat him to dinner. Rias felt so helpless at the moment, hoping to curse Issei for his stupidity. If Issei's power was enough to destroy a planet, then even if he did a disrespectful act, no one would blame him. However, was he strong enough to do that now? No. Issei was just a weakling currently and just a low-class devil. I am sorry. I can't do that. Rias looked at Riser with a firm gaze. Even though he is stupid, he is still my pawn. My servant. As the heir of the Gremory house, it is my duty to protect him. Even though Issei was stupid, Rias had chosen him as part of her pawn. Even though he was the one who caused all of this, there was no way for her to sacrifice him. If that happened, then the foundation of the Gremory house would crumble. After all, the Gremory house was known for their kindness toward their servant. If she could sacrifice Issei, then wouldn't she be able to sacrifice others, too, in the future? By then, trouble after trouble would jump up in her family. Bucho. Issei was crying and moved by Rias's words, thinking that he was being loved by Rias once again. Then, what can you do? However, Riser wasn't moved by Rias, his voice was rather cold, and he wasn't even moved by Rias's words. Frankly, Riser had to say that his perception of Rias also kept changing as they communicated with each other. Before, when they got engaged to each other, the original Riser only lusted at her body, and she disdained him. Neither of them had a chance to know each other better at what kind of devil they were. Hearing the impatience in his voice, Rias was also decisive. Grafia beat him. Issei gloated when he heard Rias's order, thinking that Riser would be beaten by Grafia, but... boom. Issei was beaten by Grafia. Grafia also didn't hold back and kept beating him without mercy, even breaking his bones and causing heavy injuries. Issei was unable to do anything as he faced the ultimate class devil's existence. Issei-san. Asia cried and panicked as she saw Issei mercilessly beaten, but Kaneko held her tightly since she feared that Asia might get involved in this matter. Unlike Asia, Kaneko knew the cruelty of the underworld. After all, she was almost killed before, so if they weren't careful, they might be killed too. Kaneko knew that she was cruel for letting Issei be beaten, but what could she do? She could only close her eyes in fear as she hugged Asia tightly. Issei-san. 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 Asia kept crying before Grafia stopped, leaving Issei half dead. Still, Issei maintained his consciousness, but he could only moan painfully. Rias-sama. Riser-sama. Grafia stopped her actions as she bowed respectfully again. Do you think you can forgive us now? Rias asked with a complicated mood. Everyone who saw this realized the cruelty of society, but at the same time, they knew it was also a reminder for them not to mess around since the difference in status meant everything to the devil. If they didn't want to end up like Issei, then they needed to be obedient. Yet. Not enough. What do you want? Even if Rias's temper was good, this was already on her limit. Castrate him. Everyone. Rias hesitated and fell into deep thought. If Riser was the one who caused trouble, then she could ignore it, but Issei was the one who had caused trouble. Moreover, Riser had made this matter so big that everything might be out of hand. Lastly, Riser didn't ask her to kill Issei, which was still within her acceptable limit. Grafia stayed in silence, waiting for Rias's decision since she was only the maid, and she would follow Rias's decision since Grafia knew that she wasn't good at matters of politics. However, the rest couldn't calm down. Their hearts were beating so fast, and Issei, who hadn't passed out, started to act, trying to fight back since if he was castrated, then it meant his dream would be over. However, as a protagonist, someone had always come out to save him. Still, Grafia beat Issei up so he would pass out since she was afraid that he might cause more trouble. Please forgive Issei-san. Asia clutched into Riser desperately, trying to apologize. I know that his words might have hurt you, but he isn't a bad guy. He is just worried about Bucho. Please don't castrate him, Riser-sama. I will do anything. As Issei had saved her, Asia also wished to save Issei. Watching Asia desperately apologize, Kaneko was also desperate since she didn't expect that Asia would run into Riser. Still, her fear didn't allow her to move, and she stood in a place, especially when he glanced at her for a moment. You want me to forgive him? Yes. Asia knew whether Issei could be saved or not, it depended on Riser, so she would do her best to make him forgive Issei. Frankly, she was scared, especially when he was tall and just standing by his side was so intimidating, yet she held him tightly, hoping he would change his decision. If I forgive him, do you think he will forgive me for bullying him, Rias-san, you, and the others? He asked calmly. He will. I will make sure that Issei won't cause any more trouble. How? That's. Even Asia knew how stubborn Issei was, so it was hard for her to make a promise, but. Please believe in me. If he really won't forgive you, then I will be the one who beat him. You will beat him. How? He asked curiously. He is Sekuyuri, you know. Asia was even more flustered, but she still raised her arms, showing her non-existent muscles. I am training now. I will be very strong, so I can beat Issei-san for you. How to say, due to the nativity of this girl, the atmosphere was eased. Don't worry. I might be a devil, but I am not that cruel. However, he had insulted all of the aristocratic family. I had heard that he was dying before, right? If he didn't become a devil, then his life would be over. You could see how impudent he was, right? Even though his life was saved by the devil, he was ignorant and ungrateful. Do you think it is worth it to save him? It is. It is. Asia nodded firmly. After all, it isn't because of Issei-san, I might not be here. As for how ungrateful his conduct is, while you might not believe in my words, I will do my best to make him better. I won't let him mock you again. I won't let him tarnish the reputation of the noble again. So please forgive him. Asia was sincere, only hoping for him to forgive Issei. Husband. Sona tucked the hem of his shirt, hoping this matter was over. However. Sorry, I can't believe you. Wah. Asia was staring at him even more desperately. However, I won't kill him or castrate him. You don't need to worry. Hearing that, Asia felt relieved. The rest also felt relieved. I will just make sure that he won't disrespect me again. He snapped his fingers, causing their bodies to be tense, but then, they could see nothing. Okay, that's enough. Riser smiled. Sona, let's go. Sona nodded and linked their arms together intimately. Rias, I will leave first. Yes. Rias nodded at Sona with jealousy for being able to hold such a strong man, but then sighed in relief since the matter was over. Everyone also felt relief since nothing big was happening, but then again, why did he snap his fingers before? They didn't know, but everything was over, so everything was good. Right. There are many words in this single chapter. It reminds me of a single chapter on, I refuse to become a scumbag in Tokyo. Chapter 73, A Fearsome Curse. Still, as he left, Riser regretted his decision to come to the human world since he didn't expect his visit to become so troublesome. However, he didn't regret his previous cruel decision since if he let Issei talk as he wished, then where would his reputation be? As for becoming Surzeka's enemy, weren't they an enemy in the first place? Moreover, Riser knew that he needed to appear strong, or else he would be looked down upon. Lastly, if he appeared weak, then the treatment and provocation he received would be even worse, especially when Issei was just a low-class devil. If Riser could still smile under the mocks of Issei, then everyone would think of him as trash. You understand now, right? What I am doing for you, in the beginning, is for your good. In this world, no good people can have a good life. Remember that cute blonde girl? She is a good girl, but in the end, she is killed and is reincarnated into a devil. Then, that petite girl. She is a naive and cute girl, but in the end, due to the cruelty of the world, she becomes a deadpan and expressionless girl as if afraid to show a single weakness. There is more example. The only one who can live well as a devil is the bad guy. So, be a villain. Be proud of your conduct. You have done a good job. I am proud of you. Riser had to say that he felt a bit comfortable, but at the same time, he knew that he couldn't get used to this. Being overbearing, proud, and cold definitely wasn't his character. If possible, he wanted to go back to the underworld again. Still, if he did that, he would be looked down upon. Nevertheless, he wasn't swayed by the words of the system, and he believed this should be the only trouble that he had in the human world. After this, there shouldn't be any more trouble. Yes, he believed so. Riser was going to become a good and obedient boy. Or a lazy guy who spent all day at home playing games, reading manga, and having a paradise like every day. Still, before that, let's see what the system was going to reward him. Of course, I'm going to reward you. Congratulations, you have received 3 random rewards. 3. Is that okay? Riser felt even strange when he saw his rewards since the only time he got 3 random rewards was when he took care of all of his harems and also married Sona. It's the beginning of your villain-like life. What if I don't want to? It's okay. You don't kill that perverted dragon after all, so that guy might come back and provoke you, considering his lack of brain. Riser wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Still, should he have killed Issei? Frankly, he had to admit that what Grafia did to Issei was a little too much, but at the same time, he also knew the necessity to protect his dignity and name. Moreover, while he thought it was a little too much, he knew what Issei had done, it wouldn't be weird for him to be killed. Let me give you some advice. Advice. Being cruel to your opponent means to be kind to yourselves. Being kind to your opponent means to be cruel to yourselves. Riser fell in silence before he shook his head. He had defeated Issei, whether it was before or now, and for those who had been defeated by him, he had never thought of them as his opponents. Like a slot machine, an almost infinite number of lists of various things kept turning until it stopped showing the 3 rewards he received. Congratulations, you have received Black Flash, Sewing Mastery, and Overtime. Were they good rewards? Riser wasn't sure, so he decided to check them. The first was the Black Flash. As it had such a name, he thought it would be a movement technique, but that didn't seem to be the case. Instead, it was a phenomenon of Japanese sorcery from a different world. Now, what is Black Flash? Black Flash is a distortion in space that occurs when energy is applied within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit. When one is able to achieve this, their energy flashes black, and the destructive power of their strike is equal to a normal hit to the power of 2.5. According to the explanation, unleashing Black Flash requires incredible concentration, and no one is capable of using it at will, yet he could do it at ease and will. In other words, with Black Flash, my normal hit equals the power of 2.5. Frankly, it was a bit plain, but the effect was quite good. After all, no matter what, all of his attacks now would equal 2.5 times the original as long as he applied Black Flash. Still, this wasn't all the effect of the Black Flash since, as long as he was using it, it would generate the feeling of omnipotence as if everything revolved around him. If he had to explain it easier, it was like he experienced the zone, a state of mind that most of the professionals there had experienced in their lives, allowing him to operate at 120% of his maximum potential. This zone state might be the best thing for him as he didn't like to fight, so when he was in this state, he could forget all of his worries and distractions in his mind to focus on his fight. Still, his second reward was a bit strange. Sewing Mastery. So, he was a master of tailor and weaver now. Still, as he received this ability, he also had the knowledge to easily and quickly make clothes, tools, accessories, etc. He could even perfectly and without a single flaw or mistake sew anything they wanted with zero effort and in a short amount of time. So, was it a good reward? Riser wasn't sure, but he knew he couldn't use this reward in the battle, so he focused on his last reward, whose name was rather weird. Overtime. It is a phenomenon where any hours someone works exceed their normally scheduled working hours. In this case, it would be from 9 to 5 on weekdays. When those times passed, it would be counted as overtime, and during that overtime, his power would be doubled. Yes, it doubled. So, if he fought at night or early in the morning, his power would be doubled. Naturally, it also included a holiday and weekends. As long as he fought on those times and days when he was supposed to take a break, his power would be doubled. Frankly, this reward was good, but at the same time, he also felt weird. It felt like this ability would bring him a bad omen. Though, once again, he had to say this reward was good since having double his power was great, right? It might not be as great as boosted gear, which could double the user's power every 10 seconds, but unlike Issei, his base wasn't zero. Moreover, this improvement would be natural in his body without affecting anything. By the way, did you do something to Hayate Issei before? Why did you say that? He stopped thinking when Sona suddenly asked him a question. No, I am just curious. What did you do by snapping your fingers before? Sona looked at her husband and asked, so, did you do something? Frankly, it wouldn't be weird for Riser to kill Issei, especially when this pervert also provoked him twice. She also didn't like Issei, but as expected, Issei was still Rias's peerage member, and even if their relationship was quite strange now, she still cared about her best friend. Others also perked their ears, trying to listen. After all, they felt that the ending was quite anticlimactic. Riser was quite speechless since he noticed how curious they were. I didn't do much. I just gave him a little curse. Curse? What kind? A small curse. Small. Yes, I just made part of his body small. Part of his body? Which part? Nimura, who was bubbly, couldn't help but ask curiously, but then everyone was staring at her blankly. I am sorry. Nimura quickly apologized as she bowed her head. She almost forgot what kind of demon king Riser was, though she couldn't be blamed since, unlike when he faced Issei, he was usually quite gentle. The rest also thought so and knew that as long as he wasn't being provoked, he was relatively gentle. It's okay. Riser waved his hand, telling Nimura that he didn't mind, then looked at Saji and asked, Saji, what do you think is the most important part of men? Saji was startled and fell into doubt. Yet, not only Saji but everyone also started to think, trying to link the puzzle except for the stupid one who could only wait for the answer. Don't tell me. Sona, his wife, who was the smartest among them, quickly realized what her husband had done. Not only Sona but Shinra Tsubaki, Momo Hanakai, Rei Kusaka, and Tsubasa Yuri quickly realized what shocked them. Even Saji. Riser-sama, don't tell me. Saji's expression was so pale as he squeezed his legs tightly. 2x. Tomo Meguri and Nimura felt confused. What is it? What is it? 2x. Still. Just how small has it become? The quiet, gently braided young woman, Rei Kusaka, asked curiously with a blush since she knew how dirty her question was, but she was curious, okay. After all, it was her first time hearing such a curse. Riser looked at Kusaka for a moment, causing her to lower her head shyly. Well, it should be as big as a grain now. Everyone. Only Saji realized that Riser, the wife of his master, was definitely someone he couldn't turn into an enemy. No matter what. Chapter 74, Rias is a devil. It hurts. Issei moaned in pain. Issei-san. Asia continued to heal Issei in tears. Asia-chan. What's wrong? Being beaten so hard, Issei's mind was still groggy, and he was still unable to clearly determine the reality before him. Issei, are you okay now? Bubucho. Issei moaned in pain again as he remembered everything. He was almost killed once again, but then, Riser said something inexplicable that he didn't understand before being beaten by Grafia under the instruction of Rias. Frankly, toward Riser, Issei still had a hatred, but toward Grafia and Rias, he felt conflicted. After all, he knew them, and they were beautiful. Moreover, it wasn't his first time being beaten by a beautiful woman, especially when he often went to peek at the girls in the kendo club changing their uniforms. However, there was a massive difference between being beaten by the girls in the kendo club and Grafia. Issei was sure that he was almost dead before, and that was why he wasn't sure what kind of face he should show to Bucho, especially when she was the one who ordered Grafia to beat him. Why? Why did she do all that? Moreover, why did Asia cry so much? Lastly, where was he? You are at my house now. You should rest in the guest room tonight, but before that, let me ask you. Rias stared at Issei calmly and asked, do you hate Riser? Issei didn't know how to answer this question. Did he hate him? Naturally, after all, Riser was Bucho's former fiancé, and he was also the one who had caused Bucho to have misfortune one after another. Moreover, Riser was the one who beat him so much, showing how unsightly he was in front of everyone, especially in front of Bucho, Asia, and many others. Lastly, the way Riser dismissed him like he was just a pebble on the street, Issei couldn't handle it. While Issei was still in pain, he nodded without hesitation. I hate him, Bucho. Then, from now on, I order you not to hate him. Wah. Issei was in shock and then asked agitatedly. After all, why wasn't Bucho on his side? Why? Why, Bucho? Why should I not hate him after what he had done to me? Should he endure all of this? No. Issei believed in boosted gear and Drag as his partners. He believed that he could become stronger. Well, he might be weak now, but in the future. That's right. It seemed this was the case. Bucho was worried about him because he was weak. However, what if he was strong enough? If he was strong enough to face Riser, then everything would change, right? No, Issei-san. Please stop fighting, okay? Just don't provoke Riser-sama, okay? Please. Asia knew that if Issei tried to provoke Riser once again, then being beaten once again definitely wasn't how Issei would end up. By then, it might not be hard to imagine that Issei was killed. Moreover, Asia didn't have much of a bad impression of Riser, especially when he let go of Issei after all that. Asia-chan. Issei looked at Asia with a complicated gaze. Still, Rias sat calmly on the edge of the bed and asked, Issei, do you still remember when you were killed by the fallen angel before? Of course, I remember. Naturally, Issei remembered, and even now, he could still feel the pain when his guts were gouged by the spear of light by the fallen angel. You might have awoken the boosted gear and become a devil, but you should realize that your status is still a low-class devil. Even if Riser kills you due to your insult, I won't blame him. Issei looked at Rias in shock. Rias sighed. Issei, do you think I am the one who controls the underworld? The politics of the underworld aren't simple. I might be the heir of the Gremory house and also the little sister of Sirzek Lucifer, but we definitely can't say that we are the ones who rule the underworld. Your head is a bit stupid, so it might be hard for you to understand. Issei wanted to argue, but he couldn't since he knew that he was an idiot. If I let you insult him, then it means that I'm trying to insult and fight all the aristocratic families in the underworld. Even if the Gremory house and my older brother are powerful, we can't handle such consequences. Her voice was filled with sadness as she asked, or do you want to see me and my family die, Issei? I. Issei felt that his mind was blank as he had never thought the consequences of his action would bring so much trouble to Bucho. Moreover, not only me and my family, but Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, Asia, and even your parents. Due to your careless remarks, they might also be affected by it. Everyone too. Issei felt that his entire body was powerless. He was just an ordinary high school student with a perverted mind. Moreover, his view and experience were relatively short. He hadn't seen many things in his life, and he also hadn't encountered much despair, so it was normal for him to think that he could do anything, especially when he owned the legendary boosted gear. Frankly, even if he was killed, he didn't care since he felt that he had done the right thing, but what if the consequences of his action would lead to the misfortune of everyone? Did you know? Asia-chan would do anything to save you previously. She even wished to give herself to Riser so you would be saved. Asia-chan. Issei looked at Asia in shock. However, Asia only smiled gently. As long as you are okay, Issei-san. We are lucky that Riser isn't such a lustful devil who will jump into the skirt of every devil. If he is one, then you might need to say goodbye to Asia. Issei clenched his fists tightly and cried due to his powerlessness. Am I so weak, Bucho? You are not weak. Rias shook her head and kindly told him, you are the holder of the boosted gear. You are strong, but there are many things that can't be handled by power alone. Not unless you are strong enough. If someone was powerful enough, they could do anything like Sirzek Lucifer, who controlled almost half of the devils in the underworld. However, Rias wouldn't say, and it was better for Issei to stay as an obedient servant the way he was, so he needed to be a little stupid. Still, due to this, her interest in Issei had already disappeared. In her eyes, she wanted her men to be strong. Those who have never given up and kept going on no matter how dangerous the adversity was. Even if death was in front of him, they wouldn't stop. That was the men that she wished to be, yet looking at Issei, she could only shake her head. There are many things that I want to talk about with you since you should also realize the importance of the Phenex family, and we have to maintain a good relationship with that family. Hearing this, even though Issei felt uncomfortable, he could only endure it since he didn't want to cause trouble to everyone. Frankly, Issei, as long as it was mentioned he would cause everyone trouble, would stop since that was the typical protagonist template of this type of story. Not to cause trouble to others. This was what a Japanese protagonist usually acted like. Rias also knew this, and she took advantage of this. Then, I will go back first. Asia, are you staying here? Ah, yes, Rias Bucho. Asia nodded gently. I will take care of Issei-san. Is that so? Don't forget to rest, okay? I am going to rest first. Asia, you can sleep in the guest room next door. Yes, Rias Bucho, 2x. Rias then left without hesitation, leaving Issei and Asia alone. In case something happened between the two, she didn't think too much, but nevertheless, her mind and heart had made up her mind. Rias was going to get Riser no matter what. Only when she left did Issei look at Rias's back longingly, wondering when he could get to see her boobs once again. Oh, right, Issei. Rias suddenly returned and reminded him. Don't forget that you still have a debt you need to pay him from the Phenex tears, okay? Issei passed out, but he didn't realize that Riser was a more dangerous foe than he had thought. Meanwhile, Riser, who had just woken up, watched the sunrise within the human world for the first time. Frankly, he thought he would be happy, but unexpectedly, his body felt rather weak, making him speechless. However, after a moment, he got used to this feeling, and everything returned to normal. He lightly moved his body as he realized how much light caused harm to the body of the devil. Still, if he became weak due to the sunlight, what about Sona, whose body had been eaten by him cleanly last night? He was worried. Chapter 75, My First Tokyo. Did you bring everything? I did. Really? Have you checked everything? Are you my mother? Sona stared blankly at Riser. Riser kissed her lips, licking her tongue before he parted his lips. Sona let out a seductive sigh, enjoying their kiss. After he woke up, he didn't waste his time. He prepared everything with Ni and Lee before they went to the station to go to Tokyo to visit Nurarihion. Frankly, the one who was eager for this training was Ni and Lee since they wished to become stronger and help their master erase his bad reputation through the raiding game. As for him, Riser felt that he might as well enjoy his life in Kuo Town for a while, but if Ni and Lee wished to go to Tokyo in a hurry, he didn't mind since he could also play in Tokyo. How to say? Kuo Town was great, but compared to Tokyo, the scale of this town was a bit too small. Riser was a modern boy, so he wished to see the most advanced and sophisticated things in this country, so there was no doubt Tokyo was his best destination. Moreover, he also wanted to get his hands on various games in this country. His dream to have a lazy life would start from now on. System. Still, knowing that he would leave for Tokyo, Sona decided to skip school and help him with all the preparation with Tsubasa Yura, her rook. Do you really not need me to go there with you? Sona asked again. I have made up my mind, and I will go back soon after I have sent Ni and Li there, okay? Also, I am not your older sister, who will mess up or wear a Mahou shoujo on many occasions. While Sona felt conflicted, she somehow felt relieved, especially when Serafal was mentioned. Still, she looked at him again and thought he was really handsome. Riser wore a navy suit, a white shirt, and black loafer shoes without socks and a tie to appear more casual. However, whoever saw him would think of him as a successful young businessman. Even now, Sona could see that many women were glancing at him from time to time, but she didn't care since she knew how much her husband loved her, and she was rather proud of his charm. Still, what she didn't realize was her rook, Yura, was staring blankly at Riser. Probably after his fight with Seror that day, Yura often stared at him. After all, her type of man was those who got dirty in a fight, so Riser fitted her taste perfectly. Moreover, unlike before, due to his martial arts practice, his body became even more rugged and manly. His posture, how he walked, and everything about him were just too attractive to a woman. Lastly, he also had a sex mastery, so there was no need to explain any more, right? If there was a problem for Yura, then the fact that the man that she liked was the husband of her master. Nevertheless, no matter how they saw him, they would take a second glance since a man like him was rare, especially when the majority of the people in this world were either perverts or weirdos. Still, don't you really not want me to cook you a bento? Sona asked reluctantly. Riser, Ni, Lee, and Yura. None of them were blind since they knew Sona couldn't cook, especially during their time in the villa when they had Korean barbecue for dinner. They had seen how much meat had been sacrificed for her disastrous cooking skill. After that experience, who dared to eat her food again? Fortunately, everyone was nice enough not to mention it to her. Riser was a bit helpless but said, "It's all right. I have always wanted to try the bento tradition at the Japanese station." I have heard that they have a lot of varieties. Is that right, Yura? Ah, yes. Yura, who was called by Riser, also nodded and helped him. I recommend the shumai bento at Kuo Station. It tastes delicious. Really? Then I will buy it later. They talked for a while before it was time for him to leave for Tokyo. When you arrive, contact me, okay? I will. Sona nodded, then looked at Ni and Lee. Ni. Lee, protect him, okay? Leave it to us, nya. We will protect Riser-sama. Riser might be strong. Stronger than any of them. However, the meaning of Sona's words was different since she wished them to protect him from those dirty vixens. Ni and Lee agreed since there was no way for that lowly human to get close to their master. The seeds of their master were important, and the only one who could take it was either Sona or the members of his peerage. Riser ignored their conversation, then kissed Sona's lips again before leaving. Then, I will leave first. There was no need for drama since he was going to Tokyo to ask a yokai to teach his peerage members. Then, when he left them in their care while learning the knowledge of a yokai, he would go back to Kuo Town since he had many unfinished matters in the city. As they entered the train, Sona didn't leave and waited until their train disappeared. Kaishu. Yura couldn't help but call Sona. Oh, right. Let's go back, Yura. We can go to school now. Yes. Yura nodded, but at the same time, she couldn't help but ask, Kaishu. Do you love Riser-sama that much? He is wonderful. I am glad that he has become my husband. Sona didn't lie since this was her true thought. What do you like about him? At the same time, Yura wondered what made Sona love him so much. Well, if I have to say. Sona blushed as her face was hot before she let out a long sigh, feeling a bit helpless in her weak body. A talent, appearance, status, personality. There are too many things if I have to list them. I might need 24 hours to explain all of them to you. Still, suddenly, she hesitated before she shook her head. No, 24 hours might not be enough. Yura. Just tell me what you like the most about him. 24 hours. When were they going to school then? Well, if I have to say, he is a beast on the bed. While Sona's voice was rather quiet, Yura, whose senses were enhanced due to reincarnation as a devil, clearly heard it. Her face was also turned red and hot, but... Can you tell me more, Kaishu? Usually, when one goes to this country, they would use a bullet train as it would take a short time for one to transport to another place. However, Riser didn't do that and chose a regular train since he wanted to enjoy their trip. Still, he chose the most luxurious private room as having the best was definitely something he loved. Oh, it's like this, nya. The room is a bit too small, nya. Ni and Lee were twin sisters, but unlike Lee, who was cheerful, Ni was rather quiet and blunt. If there was a difference among them, then it would be the color of their hair and their hairstyle. If Ni had blue hair and tied her hair in a ponytail, then Lee had red hair and tied her hair in a braid. Don't compare this with the one in the underworld. Unlike the underworld, where they owned the entire train, it wasn't so simple to own a train unless one owned the station. Moreover, due to the busy schedule of the train and the status of the train as the most important vehicle in this country, having a private train in this country was simply almost impossible. However, if one had a lot of money and authority, then it was possible. Still, I have heard that the window in this room is one-sided. One side. 2x. In other words, we might be able to see the outside, but people on the outside can't see us. Oh. 2x. Ni and Lee looked at each other before they pulled their master onto the sofa. What are you doing? How about we try it, nya? Yes, let's have fun, nya. The two might have a little difference in personality, but on the bed, they were all the same. Riser then looked at Sona, who was staring out the window where he would be, and he knew that she couldn't see what he was doing with Ni and Lee. Meanwhile, they could see her. Let's wait until the train continues first. As expected, he still needed to respect his wife. However, when the train left, he didn't wait for them to react and had his first time on the train in the human world. As they enjoyed their time on the train, they felt the time passed quickly, and they arrived in Tokyo safely. Nevertheless, before all that, they felt they might need to take a bath and change their clothes. Fortunately, inside their private room, there was a bathroom. However, there was no doubt the three of them anticipated their trip to Tokyo. Tokyo, I am coming. Chapter 76, Tokyo Furious. As they returned to school, Sona and Tsubasa continued their work as the student council since the ball event was about to be held. Nevertheless. Yura, what's wrong? Your face is a bit reddish. Are you okay? Raya Kusaka asked worriedly. Everyone was the same as they looked at their friend worriedly. No, it's okay. After all, there was no way Yura told her previous conversation with Kaishu. Moreover, she could feel the gaze of Kaishu on her, which made her could only show a helpless expression. While Sona nodded since she didn't want to be seen as a pervert, she couldn't help but talk with Yura since she was pretty sad when her husband left for Tokyo, leaving her behind without hesitation. Even though she knew that he came to Tokyo with the purpose of making N.I.N.ly stronger, she wished for him to stay with her a little longer. Still, the good thing, the faster he finished his business, the faster he returned. Sona couldn't wait for him to return as she looked at her mobile phone from time to time, waiting for his news. Still. Knock. Knock, asterisk. The door of the student council room was suddenly knocked on. Please enter. Excuse me. Sona, are you here? Rias entered the room with her queen, Akino Hanjima. Moreover, behind the two, there was Asia and Kaneko, who appeared a little awkward. Meanwhile, Kiba's expression was a little cold, but no one seemed to pay much attention to him. After all, in a world where most people were attracted by power, a handsome face wouldn't make one popular, but then again, with his purpose of life having revenge, he didn't have time to be in a relationship. However, among all of them, the one who was the strangest was Issei since he seemed to be anxious yet hesitated at the same time. Watching Issei's current situation, everyone on the student council thought about what Riser had told them last night. Their expression became weird, especially the girls, but Saji, who was a man, looked at Issei with a pitiful gaze. A small curse. Saji vowed that he wouldn't do anything to provoke Riser. While his heart was hurt due to Sona falling into Riser's arms instead of his, he could only accept all of this and only hope that he could support the woman that he loved as her servant. Yes, that is what Saji would like to do from now on. Rias. What's wrong? Sona was confused by the sudden arrival of Rias. As for the others, she only glanced at them briefly before focusing on Rias since she knew the one who had initiated this visit should be Rias. I was about to invite you and Riser for dinner to apologize for what had happened last night. Can you come? Rias was no longer moving based on her emotions and was impatient like before. Instead, she used her head so she could get her hands on Riser's pants. By using an apology as an excuse, she invited Sona and Riser to her house. While she only wanted to bring Riser, she knew that it was impossible for Sona to let him go to her house alone, so she invited the two of them. Nevertheless, even if Sona was there, Rias didn't care since when they were inside her house, everything would be under her hands. After all, she was the one who would prepare the food, and she could control what she would put on those foods. Moreover, there was no way for Sona and Riser to know that. Rias was decisive, and she was going to put sleeping medicine on Sona's food later. As for Riser's foods, she was going to put an aphrodisiac. By then, let's see whether he could push her away like before. Rias was confident in her plan, and she was going to do everything to take down the men that she wanted, even if she had to rely on drugs. Still, while the others might think of Rias as a good and responsible master due to her polite gesture and sincere apology, Issei couldn't think so and could only clench his fists, feeling extremely dissatisfied, yet when he thought that he might cause trouble to others, he shut his mouth. Nevertheless, Issei tried to become a good servant since if he became a good boy, Rias would give her boobs, right? But sorry, we might not be able to come since he was already on his trip to Tokyo. Sona didn't think Rias would have a bad intention. She really thought Rias came to the student council room to apologize since last night's incident was a huge matter. Frankly, while she hated Rias, who often tried to seduce her husband, she also had to admit that she acknowledged Rias's decisive and clear-headedness. There was no doubt that Rias was an excellent heir of the Gremory house. Was it due to that divorce? Sona thought so since if Rias didn't have that incident, then she didn't think Rias would grow up. What? Rias was startled. Why didn't you tell me? Her tone clearly told of an annoyance since she didn't expect Riser to leave so soon. Why should I tell you? Sona asked blankly. Yes, why should Sona tell Rias? After all, even though they were best friends and even childhood friends, Riser was Sona's husband. Why should Sona tell Rias about her husband's activities? Even if they were best friends, there should be a limit to something that could be talked about and not, right? Rias took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Frankly, with her temper it was already impressive enough for her to remain calm in this situation. Nevertheless, her breasts bounced slightly due to her action taking a deep breath, causing the perverted guys in the room to have a nosebleed. Rias sighed, then asked softly and gently, when is he going to go back? I will set up another dinner for you two so I can apologize properly. I am not sure, but he told me he would stay there at least a few days. Sona thought momentarily and said, I will tell you when he has returned. Okay. Rias nodded, but her head ran, thinking of various strategies that she could use to take down Riser. Still, Riser was no longer in Kuo town, so their good intentions seemed to be in vain. Only. Hey, Hayadu, are you okay? Saji asked curiously, but he showed a subconscious smirk on his face. What do you mean? I am extremely okay. Issei panicked when he was asked this question. Frankly, he wasn't sure what was happening or if it was the effect of the boosted gear. Or was it the punishment from heaven for being perverted? But, his dragon seems to have become a chick. No, it should be a cute little tadpole. However, there was no way for him to consult this problem with everyone. After all, how could he say that his dragon became a tadpole? Nevertheless, he needed to find a way to solve his problem before Kiri returned from sick leave. If Aika saw his current state, then... No. Issei, what's wrong? Rias also noticed something strange about Issei. No, it's fine, Bucho. I am fine. Really? Rias frowned, wondering whether Issei still hated Riser. However, she didn't overthink this matter since she knew even if she was with Riser, she could make Issei into an obedient servant. Yes, really. Issei nodded eagerly. Is that so? Rias nodded, then excused herself. Then, Sona, I will leave first. Then, she, along with all of her peerage members, left the student council room. Nevertheless, when they left, Nimura asked innocently, was it only me, or didn't they realize the curse on Haidu-senpai? They looked at each other and thought that seemed to be the case, but even if they knew, what could they do? If Issei wanted to solve this curse, then Issei could only wait for Riser to go back from Tokyo. Riser, who had arrived in Tokyo, texted Sona, telling her he had arrived safely. Still, frankly, he thought that the yokai from Tokyo would pick him up with a car or something, but it seemed that with his status, such hospitality might be impossible. Nevertheless, while he was a little helpless, he knew that he had come to ask for help, but he wouldn't ask them for free since he had prepared several Phenex tears for them in exchange for their tutor. Frankly, he thought they were cheap and stingy, which displeased him. Still, Riser also knew the principles of most supernatural beings. Fear the strong, bully the weak. Shaking his head, Riser knew what to do, so when he arrived in Tokyo, he stopped a taxi and used mind control to control the driver. Frankly, being a devil meant that his existence was simply the rules of this world. If there weren't any gods or those devils who thought they were heroes with ideals, then this world would already be owned by the devils, especially when they were capable of using various dangerous magic such as a magic control that he had used. Then, by using the map that was prepared by Seraphal before, they started their trip to the headquarters of the East Yokai faction. Frankly, Riser was a bit curious whether this East Yokai faction was rich or not, but it seemed they weren't that rich, considering they were living on the outskirts of Tokyo, where the street was still unpaved. After he sent the taxi away after they arrived at the entrance of the headquarters, Ni and Lee couldn't help but ask. Riser-sama, is this the place? This place is like the countryside, nya. Probably due to being his servants, they had gotten used to luxury, so they couldn't help but frown. Still, this matter aside, there was something that they wished to complain about. Still, they are too rude, Riser-sama. Yeah, why didn't they come to greet you? Even if Riser was nothing, he was still the son of the Lord Phenex and brother-in-law of the Citri house, so a certain hospitality was necessary, but what was this? While Riser didn't get angry when he took the taxi, Ni and Lee were different. It's okay. It's normal for me to be looked down upon, so what I can do is not to make them look down on me again. Saying those words, Riser released his aura without containing his demonic power, causing the space to ripple and the atmosphere to be overloaded with his aura. Due to this action, all the weak yokai in this area passed out, and many panicked as this aura dominated them with sheer terror. Now, let's see who is looking down on who. He took a deep breath, then shouted, excuse me. I, Riser Phenex of the Phenex house, come to visit. Chapter 77, My seeds are being targeted. In the traditional Japanese mansion, a short elderly man with a kimono calmly sipped his warm tea. Nevertheless, the appearance of this elderly man was quite weird, especially when the back of his head seemed to be in an elongated shape, quite long, which was like a gourd for some reason. Still, as he enjoyed his afternoon tea, a cat with 8 tails suddenly walked elegantly toward him and asked, Nurari Hyon, the young master of the Phenex house, will come today, right? Oh. Is it today? Nurari Hyon, the commander of the East Yokai faction, seemed only to remember there was such a thing as he slapped his forehead, showing an embarrassment that he forgot. Magari, the tortoiseshell granny, the leader of all Nikomata, looked at her commander speechlessly. Shouldn't you send someone to pick him up? It's okay. Seraphal-chan should have given a map to this young master, right? Even so, don't we need to show some hospitality? Especially when he comes so far away from the underworld to us. If it was another devil, Magari might not say so, but this was the young master of the Phenex house. Unlike other devils, Phenex house could create the Phenex tears, a miracle elixir capable of healing most injuries. Even though the world was peaceful, it didn't mean that they didn't fight each other. Moreover, sometimes, their members had heavy injuries or died due to the conflict with the other factions of yokai or the 5 principal clans. Frankly, the other factions of yokai aside, since they were weak and could dominate anytime, the 5 principal clans were different. If the East Yokai faction continued to have a conflict with the 5 principal clans, then the 2 of them might cease to exist, so they had made an agreement, but nevertheless, it was hard to believe in the words of humans as they often broke the agreement, causing several meaningless fights. Naturally, due to those fights, a few of them died. Yet, if they had the Phenex tears, this problem could be erased. However, the price of the Phenex tears was so high, and the supply was limited. Even if the East Yokai faction wanted to buy it, they could hardly get it. Even if they could, with the price alone, they could only buy some since the price and supply were just insane. Yet, such a problem wouldn't be a trouble if they had a relationship with the young master of the Phenex house. While the yokai might be able to use Yujitsu, a magic power unique to a yokai, to heal their comrades, there was still a limit, and it also took a lot of time. So, Magari wished to have a good relationship with Riser, who came to visit. Yet. It's okay. Nurari Hyon was quite relaxed and didn't take Riser seriously. If we are too kind to them, then they will think of us as a pushover. Moreover, this is Japan. This place isn't the underworld. He might have the Phenex tears, but I have heard that this young master has a snobby attitude. If we are too kind to him, he might lack respect for us. Is that so? Magari frowned, but then she shook her head since who wasn't snobbish. Wasn't Nurari Hyon also snobbish? Yet, they could be snobbish due to their power. As long as they had power, no matter what their personality was, everyone would flock around them. It was like Issei, who would put his attention to a woman's breasts, all of them, yet still be loved by everyone. If it was another person, they would be reported as creepy since their action was counted as sexual harassment already. If Issei wasn't powerful, it was only time before he entered the prison. I won't get involved if there is a fight, okay? Magari suddenly said. Huh? Are you scared of this guy or something? Nurari Hyon asked strangely. I am not, but I don't like a meaningless conflict, especially when this conflict is initiated by you. They have come to us for a good reason, and there is no doubt that they have a good attitude, especially when they contact Seraphal Leviathan before they come. Frankly, even if they come uninvited, it will be alright, but you use a useless trick to tame them. There was no way for Magari to be fooled by Nurari Hyon. She knew this old guy was trying to gaslight, making Riser appear lower than he should be, so he would carry a favor and be docile in front of the East Yokai faction. It was Nurari Hyon's trick to usually get his hands on various strong yokai to follow him as subordinates on his Hyaki Yaku, night parade of 100 demons. When Nurari Hyon wanted to get subordinates, he would lower them, making them feel their lives were worthless and boring, and did everything to make sure that they believed that they were wrong, but then, when they felt doubt, he gave them a guide, giving them a sweetness, letting them feel what it meant to have happiness. Nurari Hyon was good at grasping people's hearts, which was also why he became the commander of the East faction yokai. Moreover, his natural ability also made him able to escape in case the situation wasn't favorable to him. After all, not everyone could succeed with this trick like Magari, who seemed to know about his usual trick. However, there was no doubt that Nurari Hyon had the ability and charisma that made Magari and the others follow him. Moreover, as a cat, she was relatively lazy, so as long as she had a home and peace, she was satisfied. It was just the home she had chosen that happened to be Nurari Hyon's place. However, this was only limited to the yokai in this land. If it were other creatures from different areas and myths, it might not be working, especially against a devil, who was a master at seduction. However, that was only an adult devil, and Riser was a young devil. Moreover, with Riser's snobbish attitude, Nurari Hyon believed he could take down Riser. After all, like what Magari had said before, Riser was coming from the Phenex house. He knew about the Phenex tears and the importance of it, so if he could get the supply without even paying, wouldn't that be great? That's why he thought to trick Riser into joining him as part of his Hyaki Yaku. If Riser joined, then Nurari Hyon would let him impregnate several yokai, having him as descendants, so it would make the East faction yokai even more powerful due to the Phenex tears. Riser might be trash, according to the gossip, but there was no doubt his genes were wonderful. Nurari Hyon had already made his plan and was ready to execute it, especially with his Yujitsu. He believed that he could do it, but whether it was Nurari Hyon, Majirai, or all the yokai in the area, they were shocked and felt like their heads were smashed with a hammer. The rippling space could be seen, and the temperature in the area increased several times like they were in the middle of summer. Then, suddenly. Excuse me. I, Riser Phenex of the Phenex house, come to visit. Nurari Hyon rubbed his temple as he endured Majirai's stare, but he knew the situation had become troublesome. Chapter 78, Let's Go with a Blast. How not to be underestimated. The fastest way was to show all of the power. Riser might believe in the kindness of others, but as expected, when they screw him, he screws them twice back. Frankly, he was familiar with this routine and knew that Nurari Hyon wished for him to appear humble. Yet, what kind of rights did Nurari Hyon have to make him appear humble? Nurari Hyon wasn't Surzek. While Nurari might be the leader of the East Yokai faction, Riser didn't come here to beg Nurari. He came to Japan to make a transaction. He wished they would train his pawns, and he would pay them with Phenex tears. Or if they wished to, he could pay them with a large amount of precious metals, as he could change the size of anything. However, Nurari had never realized how small of an existence he was in front of others. His tricks might be useful to others, but it was all they were all weaker than him. Yet, what about Riser? It would be a dream if Nurari wished for Riser to follow whatever play Nurari wanted to follow. However, as expected, Riser knew that he wasn't on his home ground. He was away from his house, so it was normal for him to be bullied and tricked like a tourist who came far away and was charged ridiculously high prices for items, yet the truth was it was just dirt cheap. Still, such a trick only happened to those who were weak. As for the strong tourist with his own bodyguards and high position, even if they didn't pay, the others would lick this tourist dearest and with all their might. Riser might not bring bodyguards, but his strength was enough to crush all of them. Still, Anai and Lee, who were standing by his side, were confident and happy to watch all of this. You two don't need to fight. I will handle them, but you can glare at them as much as you want and don't forget to use the heat sight in case there is an enemy who is hiding and comes at us suddenly. In case something happens, I will deal with all the dangers, but just in case, make yourselves transparent when you feel threatened. Yes, Riser-sama. 2x. Anai and Lee followed his words, put on the meanest face they could show, and used the heat sight while looking at the group of yokai who appeared one after another like waves. Not everyone passed out or panicked like most weak yokais, some could maintain their consciousness, but even so, they didn't dare to approach carelessly since they could tell how strong their opponent was. Fortunately, the second-in-commands, Ritsuza, Kamaitachi, and Kumawatari, Lightning Beast, walked out, giving them strength. The presence of the two gave strength to the other yokai, and many yokai started to gather, and the number was enough to reach hundreds of them. Yet, facing all of them, Riser was as calm as ever, and his eyes used the heat sight, trying to be careful. Is this the hospitality of the East faction yokai? How good. I can feel the friendliness and the Japanese spirit of the East yokai faction. His words were full of sarcasm. You, who the hell are you? Are you here to pick a fight? Unlike the others, Ritsuza and Kumawatari had a strong aura and even had a killing intent on themselves without hiding it, showing their clear intention to kill Riser. How dare you mess up with me, bastard? Option 1, kill or defeat all of them. You will receive psychic resistance. Option 2, kill or defeat the leader of the East Yokai faction. You will receive location. Option 3, destroy or dominate the East Yokai faction. You will receive area invisibility. Riser moved his neck slightly. Well, I might need to warm up before I meet your leader. Then, his body suddenly disappeared like a flicker of flame and appeared in front of Kumawatari. The lightning beast felt his heart trembling as he saw Riser appear before him, raising his fist, and a black flash emerged, causing the space to tremble like it was cracked. Aura. Kumawatari felt that his head was about to be torn apart from his neck, but this wasn't the end. Do you want to kill me, bastard? Do you want to kill me? I will kill you first. Riser's punches kept raining down without mercy as the black flash kept flickering one after another. Unlike Bajiquan Mastery, which was more like an assassination technique and mostly hit the opponent with one hit to defeat them, the Boxing Mastery was more comfortable to be used to beat down the opponents, and there was no need for Riser to worry that they would be dying. Kumawatari felt that his entire body was broken. Whether it was outside or inside, they were all broken by Riser. Facing Riser's brutality, everyone could only look in fear. Kumawatari. Retsuza, the weasel-like yokai, panicked and quickly attacked Riser to stop him, but when his blade cut him down, Riser's body disappeared like a mirage. Goa. No. Gag. Then, one by one, everyone fell as they were punched by Riser, beaten down, and crumbled on the ground. Bastard. Retsuza tried to chase after Riser, but Riser was too fast. While Retsuza might be the second in command of the East Yokai faction, his power was just SOSO in Riser's eyes. Facing this cruel and stupid beast, Riser might as well tell him how meaningless his struggle was by beating down all his comrades. Meanwhile, Retsuza chased after Riser, trying to stop him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. His eyes were in tears as he saw many of them were beaten without being able to do anything. Stop. 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 Yet, Riser didn't stop and kept rampaging. Boy. You have gone a little overboard. Commander. Retsuza was filled with hope when he saw Nurari appear with his blade, ready to end Riser. Nurari might have seen him beating his subordinates before, but he didn't act immediately, as he needed to observe Riser's fighting style, habits, and many others. Then, when he understood everything, he didn't hesitate to act. Nurari is a yokai who is often depicted sneaking into people's houses while they are away, drinking their tea, and acting as if it is their own house. It was due to this legend that Nurarihayon was a master of stealth and also an assassin. Frankly, Nurarihayon felt regret and didn't really want to do this. If he had picked Riser up, then this wouldn't have happened. Yet, nevertheless, Riser was too much. How dare this brat beat up all of his people? So Nurarihayon was going to end Riser here. Yet, Riser seemed to notice him. His eyes were staring at his figure as if he had expected he would appear. However, Nurarihayon snorted. He had seen how Riser had been using boxing to take down all of his opponents. With how close their distance was, it was impossible for Riser to throw his punch. Yet, Riser lowered his center, causing the blade to miss. What the heck? Nurarihayon widened his eyes, but it was too late. Riser struck down his elbow and gouged out Nurarihayon's guts. Boom. Nurarihayon was thrown, crushing several trees hundreds of meters away as his old bones were broken due to that impact. Everyone who hadn't been beaten by Riser was in a daze before they fell into despair as their hopes shattered. If their commander was defeated, then what could they do? Still, Riser wasn't going to let Nurarihayon go, and he quickly appeared before Nurarihayon and raised his palm high into the sky. Cardinal Eradication. Riser created a large, spiraling fire centered on his location and amassed it at a focused point before turning it into a gigantic fireball resembling the crimson-colored moon with a diameter of hundreds of meters. No way. Are we going to die? Oh, Buddha, Amaterasu-sama, God, anyone, please save us. While the flames hadn't arrived, they could feel their bodies being grilled like they were inside an oven. Nurarihayon looked at Riser's cold expression, and he could see this young man was serious. Regret. He felt regret. However, there was nothing that he could do. Not only was he going to die, but the others were also dying by the flames as they were burnt into ashes. Since you have wanted to kill me, you should prepare to be killed. Riser was about to drop off his attack, burning and destroying everything, but... Please forgive us. We will do anything. Give us your mercy. A young woman with a buxom figure, long black hair with a blue tint tied in a ponytail, and a sakura pattern kimono groveled on the ground. Magari's appearance isn't described, so I picture her like a Himari Omari in Omamori Himari. Who are you? Magari. I am the leader of all the Nikomata. Do you think I can't forgive the people who are trying to kill me? No, this is a misunderstanding. We're not trying to kill you. Then, why did you surround us and aim your killing intent? Wasn't it because you were shouting and releasing that intense demonic energy to all of them? However, Magari couldn't say that since she knew Riser was hard to predict, but there was no doubt that he was in a rage. Frankly, she thought of helping Nurarihayon but knew she could do nothing. The only thing that she could do was apologize, especially when their leader, Nurarihayon, really planned to kill Riser. If you forgive us, then you will have our undying loyalty. You will be our master, and we will be your servants. Instead of killing all of us here, it is better for you to keep all of us as we are more useful to be alive than dying. No matter what, she had to settle down this problem first. As for the aftermath, they could think about that matter when they could keep their lives. Then, at that moment, the fire disappeared, and the cool breeze spread in every direction. All of those who had tasted the heat of his fire sighed in relief as they knew their lives were saved. Guide me into your place. Magari blinked her eyes as she stared at Riser, who was walking away, showing his back to her. There was an urge to attack him, killing him in one blow, but... Do you know what the specialty of the Phenex house is? Magari was startled by this sudden question, but before she answered, he said, it's immortality. Riser smiled at Magari and asked, do you want to know whether you and everyone can kill me first, or I can come back alive after all of that? Magari knew that they had lost thoroughly. Chapter 79, Being a Villain is Good, Right? In the traditional Japanese mansion where the headquarters of the East Faction yokai was located, this place would give all of them peace of mind. This place had various enhancements that would bring protection to the people who lived inside, and also a labyrinth-like design that would make anyone who entered get lost and unable to get out. Yet, when this person was here, they couldn't feel that protection at all. After all, no matter how strong their house, enhancement, design, and all the yokai who were present here, they would all be burnt by his fire and turned into ashes. There was no resistance, everything was meaningless in front of his fire. Yet, there was one thing that they wanted to complain to their former leader, Nurarihayon. So, Riser-sama, did you come to ask Majirai to train your servants at Jujitsu, then you would exchange your service with the Phenex Tears? Majirai. I am not sure who you were talking about, but if she can teach my servants, it is good, and you are mostly right. That's the reason why I am here. His purpose was good, especially when the East Faction yokai would receive the Phenex Tears, which was a rare, expensive elixir that could save their lives, yet. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. Nurarihayon clutched his chest as he pretended that he was hurt. You old bastard. Can you not make us trouble? Do you want me to send you, an old fart, to Enmasama now? Ha! Do you want me to send you to hell? All of them were furious as they knew that Riser didn't come with the intention to hurt them. Instead, he came with good intentions, and if their relationship had improved, they might have gotten their hands on access to cheap Phoenix tears, yet Nurarihayon ruined everything. Moreover, they were defeated thoroughly and could only become Riser's subordinates. While they haven't had much of a complaint since Riser was strong, they would be lying if their hearts were in a mess. If they didn't make Riser angry, then they could continue their peaceful life, but now, their relationship was sensitive, and even though they were okay now since they had sworn their allegiance to him, they just didn't know what kind of emotion they should have toward him. They should feel angry, but facing the strongest fist, they could do nothing and could only get angry at Nurarihayon since they knew that this old fart had always caused trouble. The rules of the yokai were like this. The strong got everything, the weak could only be eaten. It was the law of survival. It might be cruel, but this was the reality. If Riser's power was just SOSO, it might not be that easy since even if they might succumb to him, they still had resistance within them and would search for a chance for revenge, but he was too strong. Riser was so strong that they didn't see any chance to defeat him, no matter how long they trained. Moreover, he was immortal. Even if he was killed, could they be sure he was truly dead? If he came back alive once again, what would they do? Moreover, Riser was part of the noble family of the devil. He came alone now, what if he came with his family and other devils? Lastly, the other devil families aside, being under Riser made them easily accept their fate, especially when they saw his ability to heal all of them. Riser could destroy all of them, and at the same time, he could also heal them. He was amazing. Moreover, they had seen how amazing the Phoenix tears was. Komowatari, who was half dead, was instantly healed by it, showing them what kind of amazing elixir it was. Nevertheless, Nurarihayon, who was being beaten by his people, could only sigh since he didn't expect that his trick could turn everything like this. The plan he had made, which usually worked, was broken, and he and his followers became the followers of Riser. Even though he knew they didn't have a choice, he could not accept it easily, especially when he had always been a leader. So, I will teach the two of them, right? Meanwhile, Magari looked at Ni and Lia as if she was in her human form. While using her cat form might be okay, she felt that she was safer in this form. Yes. Can you leave it to me? Magari nodded since teaching Ni and Li was easy for him. Still, while she was speechless in the aftermath, she could only accept it. Moreover, Riser never killed anyone and only taught them a painful lesson. Under the strong fist, everyone could only agree. Moreover, like others, Magari didn't really hate Riser since she could tell he seemed to be a better leader than Nurarihayon. Ni. Li. You will learn under her, okay? Yes, Nya. Please take care of us. Even though all the members of the East Yukai faction were beaten by Riser, they still held respect for Magari since she was the leader of the Nico show. Moreover, they could see her 8 tails, showing her might as the leader of the Nico show. While she might not be as powerful as their master, they knew that this woman was an existence that they should use as a goal to surpass. By the way, you will be boss, right? Nurarihayon, who had been lying down after being beaten down, suddenly raised his body as he looked at Riser, Ni, and Li. Then, can you give us some benefits such as Phoenix tears and money? I have heard that your Phoenix house is rich. As he said those extremely rude words, he used his ability. Hypnosis. This was his innate ability and was also the reason why he became the leader of the East Yokai faction. His hypnosis was even closer to mind manipulation. As long as someone was hit by it, they would be controlled. Naturally, if they were prepared, they might be able to resist, but he hadn't used this ability, so they should be unfamiliar and unprepared for this. Frankly, manipulating Riser had always been his goal from the beginning since having him as part of his faction would bring a benefit. Moreover, it was impossible for Nurarihayon to give his commander position so easily. Riser-sama, let's give them more Phoenix tears. Yes, they are going to become our followers anyway. Ni and Li were instantly affected by Nurarihayon's ability. Everyone else was surprised, but they didn't say anything, only snorted inwardly, since if Nurarihayon could really control Riser, then it was all good. However, Riser suddenly made Ni and Li pass out as they fell on his lap. By then, he looked at Nurarihayon with blank eyes. It seems that you still haven't learned it all. Nurarihayon was scared and was prepared to run away, but... Burn. Ahergarga. Nurarihayon's defense was instantly broken, and his body was combusted by a fire. The fire was so hot that it caused everyone to be filled with fear. This fire was probably even hotter than the hellfire. As they were sitting next to Nurarihayon, they could feel their skin scorched even if they weren't burnt by Riser's fire. If you move, I will burn you too. Hearing those words, they didn't dare to move and stayed in place as they sat in Saiza. Meanwhile, Nurarihayon's body was burnt but then healed. However, this wasn't the end. Burn. Heal. Burn, heal. Burn. Heal. It continued to repeat as Nurarihayon wasn't allowed to pass out and continued to feel the pain of being burnt under his fire. As for the others, they could only stay in silence, kowtowed as they endured the hot temperature, or even if part of their bodies almost burnt to the temperature of the fire. Their hearts were beating so fast, and they didn't even dare to say a single word, only waiting patiently until his anger was subdued. Then, when everything was over, Nurarihayon lay on the scorched ground unconscious and brutally burnt, with almost half of the mansion affected by his fire. Riser took out a small piece of gold in his pocket and then threw it, using his command T to make it bigger and appear in front of everyone. Use this to fix everything. Yes, Riser-sama. All of them kowtowed in his direction, clearly showing his allegiance and utmost loyalty to him. Being a villain is good, right? Riser fell into silence and thought that being a villain made everything easy. Chapter 80, Crimson Stigma. Even though Riser had told Ni and Lee to practice with Magari, he didn't ask them to practice immediately. Instead, he brought them out to shop with the credit card owned by Nurarihayon. As expected, even though Nurarihayon was a yokai, he also followed the development of a human, so he also took importance on the economy of his group. When Riser, Ni, and Lee went to the shop, they bought many things since they didn't bring that many clothes when they visited. Naturally, as a female, even if Ni and Lee were devils, they were still excited about shopping, so they bought many things. Riser didn't mind and let them buy as much as they wanted to since money wasn't a problem, especially when he used Nurarihayon's credit card. Moreover, he also had given them a gold block, which should be enough to pay for all their shopping. Nevertheless, Riser knew the importance of money. Frankly, when he came to the human world for the first time, the one who gave him money wasn't his parents. Instead, it was Sona. Yes, Sona gave him her credit card and let him do whatever he wanted without a limit. Yet, even if his goal was to mooch his wife and his wife's family, frankly, it felt strange to use this credit card, especially when he used it to pay for the clothes and all items for Ni and Lee. By now, he realized that as a devil, he wasn't as worthless as he thought to be since he still felt uncomfortable using her wife's money for other women. Fortunately, as a bad guy, he had never lacked money. Moreover, Nurarihayon also sent a few underlings to help Riser with the shopping, which was quite convenient for him since someone could help him as a driver and guide and help carry the baggage. Overall, their days in Tokyo were fun. At night, Riser, Ni, and Lee didn't stay at Nurarihayon's headquarters. Instead, they went to the Shangri-La Hotel and stayed in the most luxurious room together, having fun the entire day as Ni and Lee would need to focus on training tomorrow. Still, Riser never thought being a villain would be this good. If he was a good guy, coming politely, would he be treated this way? Probably not. If Riser was a normal human, he might do so since that was the people's way of living, but he was a devil. A supernatural being. His opponent, the East Yokai faction, was also a supernatural being. The strong got everything, and the weak were eaten. It was like how the eagle would hunt the mice, and the mice could only let themselves be eaten. Being strong meant that he was at the top of the food chain. Still, even if he was in Tokyo and had a good time, he didn't forget to talk with Sona, his wife. Nevertheless, it might be quite troublesome for him to talk about what he did in Tokyo, so he didn't mention anything about the East faction yokai. Instead, he only said that this group of yokai had good hospitality and he also might need to stay for a while in Tokyo. Even though Sona was quite disappointed since he couldn't go back immediately, she could only pray for her husband to live well in Tokyo. Still, if he stayed until the weekend, he told her to visit Tokyo. After all, he came to the human world for the first time as Riser Phenex, and there were many things that he wanted to do. While he knew it wasn't nice, Kuo Town was like the countryside compared to Tokyo, and he still wanted to play in Tokyo. By the way, do you have a trading account? What do you want to do with it? Nurarihayon looked at Riser weirdly. I want to try something. Even though Nurarihayon felt weird, with his connection, it was easy for him to create a trading account. Frankly, as a yokai, he didn't like anything related to finance and anything without any forms like trading and something similar. The business that he usually did was either shops, lands, managed festivals, properties, foods, services, street vendors, money lending, and protection. If Riser had to say, Nurarihayon's business was like how a Yakuza did their business. Or rather, were they Yakuza? Either way, most of the yokai didn't have that much money and only had a bare minimum of money. The one that had the most was, without a doubt, Nurarihayon, as there was no doubt that he was the smartest among the East Yokai faction. However, as he was old, he was too lazy to learn about the change, but his method was working, and property was the easiest way for one to make money. Riser felt that Nurarihayon was good, and he understood why Nurarihayon was the leader of the East Yokai faction. After all, unlike the West Yokai faction, which relied on old shrines, the West Yokai faction needed an innovative way to earn money. Nevertheless, watching Riser, who made tens of millions of dollars with ease, Nurarihayan fell in silence as he had never seen someone who could make so much money in just a short amount of time. You. How did you make so much money? Nurarihayan looked at Riser, who was clicking his laptop lazily, but the amount of money in his account increased at a crazy speed. By then, it wasn't only Nurarian and those who managed the business of the East Yukai faction, but all the elders and many others were staring at the small screen in a daze, watching Riser make so much money. Now, how did Riser make so much money? The answer was simple: Forex. In the Forex, there was something known as an analysis chart known as candlestick charting, and by using Mathematic Master, he could tell when the market was going to rise or fall. Frankly, Riser had never thought that making money was so easy, which made him speechless. Still, when he got at least $100 million, he stopped and looked at his new followers. Help me to make a shell company to escape the tax. I will use this money for capital for business, you can have half. What are you staying like, idiot? Quickly help the young master. Follow his every order. Nurarihayan shouted like a maniac. Yes. All of them quickly worked as they followed every of Riser's orders faithfully without any mistakes. By the way, young master, are you going to stop? Are you not going to make more money? No, Forex is a gamble, and I don't like to make money in finance since it is unstable and troublesome. I like something stable where I don't need to do anything. As for increasing the size of the precious metal, thought Command T, if it was occasionally, it didn't matter, but when it was done too much, it might interrupt the price of the metal, so he wouldn't use such a method, especially when there were many ways to make money. That's true. Even Nurarihayan knew how troublesome Forex was. However, there was no doubt that Riser was good at it. Moreover, his way of creating a fraudulent account to erase the tax was so impressive that Nurarihayan could only bow down. Not only the profit from the Forex, Riser also helped with the account of all of the businesses owned by the East Yukai faction. This is the leader we need. Even if Nurarihayan loved being a leader of the East Yukai faction, he felt that Riser wasn't a bad leader, especially when there were many troubles in the East Yukai faction, such as money, but while he wasn't bad at business, he wasn't as talented as Riser, who could get so much money with such a short time. Is it only me, or have you accepted me as a leader now? Why not? It's great to have you as a leader. Nurarihayan laughed happily as if what had happened yesterday. Frankly, all the services and money used by Riser for shopping was nothing compared to the profit he brought through Forex. Riser blinked his eyes and sighed. I can see that there is a lot of trouble in the East Yukai faction. It's okay. It's okay. I know you can do it, young master. Riser was even more speechless, but then he asked, Nurarihayan, can your hypnosis affect a human? Of course. Nurarihayan nodded. If I use it on a human, they are practically my slaves. Then, get me all the data about the politicians, businessmen, and... Riser listened to all the important people that he wished to control. Okay, you hear that? Bring all the data needed by our new boss. If there aren't any, then get them. We're going to develop our faction even more. Yes. Riser wondered why he even became busier. When everything was done, Riser lazily lay on the tatami ground as he played a game he had just bought yesterday. Nurarihayan also joined him, and they played together as if they were best friends. By the way, are you only going to conquer the East Yukai faction? What do you mean? I don't even have the intention to dominate your faction, to begin with. If Nurarihayan wasn't such a bastard, would Riser do something so troublesome like this? Nurarihayan was speechless, but he knew that everything was his fault. However, it didn't matter since everything developed in a good direction. Why did you ask that question? No, I was thinking that you might conquer another supernatural group in another country or something, then make them into a giant group under your leadership. Riser looked at Nurarihayan weirdly, wondering why this old guy was so excited to help him. If so, then you might need to make a name for that group. A name. That's right. Let's think of a cool one. The name of the group that will control the world from the darkness. Riser wondered whether this old guy was in a delusion. A name, huh? What would be a suitable name if he really made such a group? Have you thought about it? Well, how about Crimson Stigma? Crimson Stigma? Nurarihayan murmured. Frankly, Riser felt a little embarrassed when he could think of such a name, but he was too lazy to think anymore, so that's it. It's a good name. Nurarihayan felt that this name wasn't bad at all. Is that so? Let's continue to play. Wait a moment. Don't leave me behind. Riser just made that organization without thinking, but then again, this organization might grow into something that he had never expected, and due to this, his dream to become a lazy bum became so far away. Note. This will be the name of his organization. I am trying to think of the best name, but if you have a better one, please comment. Chapter 81, just go ahead. The name of the organization aside, Riser was quite curious about whether the East Yukai faction had a problem or not. Natural enemy. As the night came after dinner, Riser and Nurarion talked to each other about whether the East Yokai faction had a natural enemy. If he gave an example, it was like the sensitive relationship between an angel, a devil, and a fallen angel. After all, the three races had been fighting since ancient times, so he wondered whether the East Yokai faction had something similar. If I have to say, then it is the 5 principal clans. We might be at peace now since I have made an agreement with them, but as expected, they are human, and you know how greedy they are, right? Unlike the other races that had a long life, humans had a limited life, so they were eager to prove their existence that they were living in this world. Due to that problem, they often did irrational actions such as breaking their agreement with the East Yokai faction. I don't really mind since the troubles they have caused are quite minor, but the younger generation can hardly accept them. Frankly, Nurarion never took the 5 principal clans seriously since he was stronger, but as he had taken a lot of followers, he also needed to think about them. However, if possible, Nurarion also wanted the two of them to live in peace, but as expected, such a dream was quite luxurious. Suddenly, Nurarion thought about how Riser dominated his entire faction, so he wondered whether he should do it the same way. After all, he realized the peace that came from a negotiation wasn't real peace since they had always been in trouble in such a peace. Instead, the peace that came from subjugation was the real one. As long as Nurarion controlled the 5 principals clans, then the peace he sought could be gotten, right? However, he knew that his power was far from enough, especially when the 5 principals clans had the backing of Shinto gods, so... What? Why are you looking at me like that? Can you help me? Riser sighed. Didn't I tell you the list of the humans that you have to control? You can use them to cause trouble for the 5 principals clans. When they have trouble, they won't have time to trouble you. While it might be a momentary solution, it was good enough. Frankly, if Nurarion didn't cause him trouble, Riser wouldn't bother to dominate the entire East Yokai faction. Well, for now, that's good enough, but aren't you also interested in taking down the 5 principals clans? I am afraid sooner or later, you are going to ask me to conquer this country, then the world. Ha ha ha. Nurarion laughed. That's so much fun. When he thought he would follow him to conquer the world, he couldn't help but feel excitement in his old bones. Riser rolled his eyes as he lay on the wooden floor and stared at the starry skies, unlike the town, where one was hardly able to see the stars. The headquarters of the East Yokai faction was located on the outskirts, and the development in this place was quite minimal, so the beautiful starry skies appeared mesmerizing. What was so good about dominating the world? Wasn't it better to lay on the bed while playing games? Still, while he would be lying if he wasn't curious about the 5 principal clans, he realized that he hadn't checked his rewards. Frankly, it was his first time finishing 3 options given by the system, and as expected, the rewards were rich. Congratulations, you have received a psychic resistance, a location, and an area invisibility. Frankly, when he came to the human world, it felt so easy for him to get rewards compared to when he stayed in the underworld. Yet, he also understood that compared to the underworld, the problem in the human world was much bigger. Nevertheless, as he worked hard, it was time to enjoy his harvest. His first reward was the psychic resistance, and it was also the reason why he wasn't affected by Nurarion's hypnosis. Still, if he didn't have this ability, would he be affected by Nurarion's ability? Probably, yes, or probably not. Riser wasn't sure, but it didn't matter since it wouldn't work now anyway. Still, while he knew that he should explain his second reward first, he thought to explain his last reward first, which was area of invisibility. It was an ability that allowed him to create a flawless stealth camouflage that completely isolates a person's senses. If, by using his fire manipulation, he could become invisible, then by using this ability, he could completely disappear from their senses. Frankly, this ability was rather scary since it meant that no one would be able to find him unless they had an absolute sense that was capable of detecting him. Or an ability to read his mind. Still, he might hardly use this ability unless he was forced to run away. If he was forced to run away, since his opponent was strong, then he would use this ability without hesitation. Still, was this ability omnipotent? Naturally not. There were many ways to break this ability, such as an area of effect attack. If he was attacked by a wide area of attack, then he might get hit. Nevertheless, there was no doubt this was a good ability. Still, his second ability was the one that he liked the most since location gave him the ability to track a person wherever they go, regardless of whether their appearance is known or not. As long as there was just limited information about such a person, no one could escape from him, and he would be able to find them. This ability might not make him stronger, but it made him able to find his enemies even if they hid far away. When they thought they had hidden, they didn't expect he would find them and attack them secretly without them knowing with his area of invisibility. Suddenly, he looked at Nurarion. What's wrong? Nurarion felt that Riser's gaze was weird. Well, I plan to go back now. Now. Nurarion startled. Are you going back to the underworld? Leaving your 2 servants? No, I am going to go back to Kuo town. Magari brought Ni and Li to the mountain. I don't want to spend a night with an old fart like you. Nurari was speechless, but then he smiled lewdly. If you want a cute girl, then tell me. There are many female yokai who wish to have your seeds, you know. If it was other devils, the yokai might not be excited, but Riser was like Suzaku, Vermilion Bird, the Firebird, Fenghuang, or Houyu, which made him appear more acceptable in the eyes of a yokai. Moreover, he was strong. Being strong was the key for the supernatural being to become popular. No, I have a wife. Yet, you bring your 2 lovers here. Nurari was speechless. Anyway, I will go back. Don't tell anyone that you are my subordinates, just tell everyone that we have a good relationship. Okay. Nurari knew that Riser didn't like trouble, and frankly, even if Riser was their leader, nothing really changed anyway, except that, their East Yokai faction was richer. Oh, and also stronger since Riser was their boss. Frankly, this wasn't bad at all. Riser knew that Nurari had a lot of tricks, but in the end, a conspiracy was useless in front of overwhelming power. As long as he was powerful, no one would mess with him. Instead, they would do their best to curry favor with him. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate and left for Kuo town using the teleportation mark he had left secretly in a hidden place. Yet, while it might be sneaky, he didn't intend to tell Sona he had returned. Why? Is that you, Riser-sama? There is no need for hesitation. Just go ahead. Chapter 82, Immorality Diner. Riser was speechless since this had never been his intention. He went back to Kuo town because he just wanted to tour this town to see what kind of city his wife was living in the human world. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes without the lenses that were usually used by Sona. If Sona was by his side, there was no doubt she would do her best to recommend him to stay in the human world. However, it was impossible for him to stay in the human world. In just a few days, he had been caught in so much trouble from Issei to Nurari. Then, if he stayed any longer, what would happen? Would he have to fight a legendary figure? Or worse, would he be forced into a supernatural world war? Nevertheless, he only thought about staying until the weekend, staying lazy, eating junk food, playing games, and doing all the worthless things that humankind ever thinks of. Yet, when he just walked out of his teleportation circle, he met Rias's queen, Akino Himejima. Meanwhile, Akino was also surprised since she didn't expect to meet him either. Nevertheless, she was little in doubt since his style was quite different. If it was before, he always dressed in either a shirt or suit, or rather, his dress was often more formal-like, which made him appear mature. However, this time, his clothes were rather wild since he was dressed in a black Adidas tracksuit with an unclosed zipper, which showed his white t-shirt, and a black Onitsuka Tiger Mexico 66 on his feet. Moreover, he also ate a meat bun lazily and drank a soda. Still, watching all of this, Akino couldn't help but chuckle since she didn't expect to see this side of him. Though she had to say it made him appear approachable and gave him a different kind of charm. Riser showed a dissatisfied expression. Aren't you a little too rude, Himejima Akino? I am sorry, Riser-sama. I can't just picture you staying out at night like this like a delinquent. Really? I thought that I gave you a pretty rough impression in the beginning, though. Akino. I was joking. What are you doing here? He asked as he patted the bench on his side. Akino also wasn't shy and sat by his side so closely. Riser wanted to say she was a little too close since he could even feel her breasts on his arm, but he didn't say anything since they felt good, and he couldn't win against gravity. Nevertheless, he realized that it seemed Akino's boobs were much bigger than Rias. Still, he could only sigh as this girl's existence was dangerous. He was afraid he might make a mistake if he stayed with her any longer. She is pretty lonely and in a bad mood due to the fact that the human that contacted her through a summoning contract was shit. If you comfort her tonight, there is a high chance that you might be able to sleep with her. Riser was speechless, but he didn't say anything. I just came back from my work. Akino explained what she had been doing without showing a change in her emotion, but then. Here. Akino looked at Riser, who gave her a warm bun from the paper bag. It's your reward for working hard. Akino blinked her eyes before she smiled warmly. Thank you, Riser-sama. It might only be a warm bun, but it warmed her heart. Moreover, she also hadn't eaten, so this bun was really something that she loved. It's a chocolate taste. You are okay with it, right? I don't mind. I also like the milk taste too. Riser decided to ignore Akino's words as he continued to eat. Frankly, the cuisines of the underworld and the human world were somewhat different, so he couldn't help but eat so many things since they tasted good. Moreover, he also didn't need to worry about getting fat as he trained hard. Lastly, he also had a technique to use his fire manipulation to burn his fat and excess calories. In other words, no matter how much he ate, he would be okay. Still, if he taught his women, there was no doubt they would learn this technique immediately, as it would make them worry-free about getting fat. Nevertheless, Aquino enjoyed her chocolate bun so much that some of the chocolate filling stained her lips, so she used her tongue to lick it. It's delicaus. Riser. Did you just get back from Tokyo, Riser-sama? Aquino asked curiously. I just go back. Still, are you okay to stay with me like this? You should be with Sona-sama, right? Aquino knew how much Sona loved her husband and knew that Sona must be around, as she couldn't imagine that Sona would leave him. Still, coming out in the middle of the night to go to the convenience store was like a date, which made her a little jealous as she didn't have someone she could be with. No, I am alone. Huh? Really? Yeah. Riser nodded. I just got back, but I didn't tell Sona I got back tonight. So, you came back secretly, then happened to meet me? Aquino asked with a smile. That's true. Oh. Then, isn't that fate? Among all the people that you first met after you returned, then it was me. Her tone was kind of flirty and filled with seductiveness, but Riser was speechless and couldn't help but look away. Don't make such a joke with a married man. Frankly, he wondered why this woman was so lewd and seductive. Are you embarrassed, Riser-sama? Okay, enough teasing. You don't want to be punished by me, right, Aquino Himejima? His eyes were stern as he stared at Aquino. Oh, I am scared. Aquino giggled again and thought that all of the negative thoughts in her heart disappeared as she talked with him. She had so much fun, and as expected, she realized that talking with a married man was better. Still, it was also because of this she was afraid that she might do something sorry to Sona, since she had a fetish for an affair or being the second woman of a man in a relationship. If Issei won against Riser, then that person would be him, but Issei had lost, so her attention was on Riser, especially after their last commutation. Riser didn't say anything and continued chomping on his bun again before ignoring her. By the way, are you hungry, Riser-sama? Aquino suddenly asked. I do. Riser swallowed his bun, then nodded. I plan to eat somewhere after this. You are not asking Sona-sama to cook, Aquino stopped, then apologized. I am sorry for being rude. No, it's okay. Riser sighed as he looked at the distant sky. Sona was good at everything. She was the perfect wife for a bum like him, but her cooking was just so horrible that he wanted to cry sometimes. Sometimes, he wondered whether someone could become a genius at making such horrible foods. Nevertheless, Sona didn't seem to notice how horrible her cooking was, and she was even more excited when she made one, especially for the one she loved. Watching Riser, who seemed to be miserable, Aquino wanted to giggle again, but then she thought for a moment and decided to do something that was out of her character. Then, Riser-sama, do you want to try my food? What? Do you want to come to my house? Now. Yes. Aquino smiled. I am pretty good at cooking, you know. Frankly, she might appear slutty and lewd, yet what they didn't know, she was bad with a man. However, it was different for him since it felt so comfortable to talk with him. You just go out to eat. What are you hesitating for? Riser nodded and thought for the first time the system was correct. He just went to visit her house to eat, so there was no need to hesitate, right? Note, you guys gave me many good names. I have trouble choosing them, but as you can tell, the crimson comes from his fire instead of Rias Crimson Hair. Still, the names in Latin are cool.